Chapter 311. Qi Fo Xiao frowned slightly when he heard this, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He obviously didn't understand what she meant. At the moment he was stunned, Gu Li suddenly burst into a dazzling light of advancement. The light was like a bright star rising slowly on the battlefield, illuminating everything around. In the light, Gu Li's aura began to rise wildly. After a moment, she successfully broke through the peak of the honor level, and stepped into the early stage of the spirit realm. This breakthrough seemed to break some kind of shackles, and her whole temperament changed dramatically. Gu Li did not hesitate at all, taking advantage of the power bonus brought by the advancement, and suddenly launched a fierce attack on Qi Fo Xiao. Her figure was like a flash of lightning, instantly crossing the distance between the two. Seeing this, Qi Fo Xiao still had a look of disdain on his face, and snorted coldly, "Ant." However, just when Gu Li's attack was about to hit him, the sky suddenly changed color, and the originally bright sky suddenly darkened, as if covered by a huge black curtain. Then, the power of heaven and earth with the power to destroy the world rushed towards Gu Li like a silver dragon. Gu Li seemed not to see these dangers, and there was only the figure of Qi Fo Xiao in her eyes. She displayed an extremely strange body movement, her figure flickered like a ghost, and she actually shuttled freely in the gap of the power of heaven and earth. The next moment, she appeared in front of Qi Fo Xiao. She stretched out her arms without hesitation, and hugged Qi Fo Xiao tightly. Qi Fo Xiao was immediately shocked, and the disdain on his face was instantly replaced by horror. He widened his eyes, and shouted in a trembling voice, "You actually used yourself as bait to trigger the suppression of the law of heaven and earth." Gu Li raised her little face, which was pale because of the pain, and looked at Qi Fo Xiao. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a resolute smile. "If the thunder can't kill me, it's hard to say whether you will die or not." The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the heavy clouds seemed to crush the whole world. A dazzling thunder, like an angry sharp blade, cut through the sky and struck directly at Gu Li and Qi Fo Xiao, who were hugging each other tightly. Gu Li felt that her whole body was instantly penetrated by a strong electric current, her body suddenly numb, and a mouthful of blood spurted out uncontrollably. But her arms were like iron clamps, holding Qi Fo Xiao tightly, without any sign of relaxation. Although most of the power of this thunder was borne by Gu Li, Qi Fo Xiao was not spared either. His body was pierced by thousands of sharp arrows, and waves of severe pain came to him like a surging tide. Gu Yi and other shadow guards witnessed this thrilling scene. All of them were furious and shouted anxiously, "Young master!" Their voices were full of fear and worry, and their bodies instinctively leaned forward, ready to rush forward regardless of everything. Sui Yun and others were also frightened by Gu Li's resolute behavior. Their faces turned pale, their hearts almost jumped out of their throats, and they hurriedly staggered to help. However, Gu Li shouted with all his strength, "Everyone go back. Don't come over, I can't die." Although the voice was a little hoarse due to the injury, it revealed an unquestionable determination. Qi Fo Xiao had fallen into madness at this moment. His eyes flashed with murderous light, and he grabbed Gu Li's head viciously, intending to kill her, and roared, "Get out!" But before his hand touched Gu Li's neck, it was blocked by the rays of light that suddenly appeared on Gu Li's body. Those rays of light were like an indestructible shield, which easily dissolved his attack. Gu Li still hugged him tightly, and a resolute and miserable smile appeared on her pale face. "Give up. I have a lot of defensive spiritual weapons on me. It will take you an hour to break them. I don't believe you can hold out for an hour under the thunder." After saying that, she endured the severe pain in her body, freed one hand, and fiercely launched a fatal attack on the demons, who were ready to move next to her. This attack brought her powerful power that surpassed the cultivation of this continent, like a bright meteor across the sky. However, the laws of heaven and earth instantly noticed her violation and were furious. The thunder fell even more violently, like a torrential rain, as if to completely destroy everything that dared to challenge the rules. Seeing this, Qi Feng Xiao's anger and despair intertwined in his heart. He struggled frantically, trying to break free from Gu Li's restraints, but found that he was gradually unable to do anything under the ravages of the thunder. "You lunatic, why do you want to bury me with you?" he roared in anger, and his voice was drowned by the roar of the thunder. Gu Li just gritted his teeth and said word by word, "I'm not burying you with me, but you die, and I won't die." She looked firmly at the thunder that kept falling from the sky, and she was secretly calculating in her heart. She had experienced the baptism of thunder several times, and her ability to withstand thunder was not ordinary. She knew that although she had a defensive spiritual weapon, the power of this thunder was far beyond imagination, and each one seemed to want to smash her soul. And Qi Fo Xiao gradually stopped struggling in her arms. His body began to become cold, and his breath was dying. Gui and other shadow guards watched anxiously not far away. They knew the young master's temper very well. Although they did not dare to disobey orders and rush forward, they had already grasped their weapons tightly, ready to deal with any possible changes at any time. Suyin frowned, thinking about whether there was any way to help Guli, but facing the power of heaven and earth, he also felt deeply powerless. As the thunder continued to attack, the light of Gu Li's defensive spiritual weapon gradually dimmed, and she could feel her vitality disappearing bit by bit. And Qi Fengxiao slowly opened his eyes in this brief calm. He looked at Gu Li, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes, with resentment and a little imperceptible admiration. "I will remember you." Qi Fengxiao's eyes were about to burst, and he squeezed out this cruel word full of resentment and unwillingness from his teeth. Then, he cast a taboo space spell, and the space behind him was like a broken mirror, and a dark and deep crack was instantly torn open, exuding a strange atmosphere. Before everyone could react, Qi Fengxiao, carrying Gu Li, plunged into the space crack like a black lightning and disappeared in an instant. Suyin witnessed this sudden change, his heart suddenly shrank, his face turned pale as paper, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Ali!" The voice was full of fear and despair, echoing in this chaotic world. There was no hesitation in his eyes, and he was determined like a lone wolf going to die. He flashed and jumped into the creepy space crack without hesitation. Chapter 312. Mu Yunqi and the others looked at each other, and saw determination and worry in each other's eyes. They were in tune with each other, and followed Suyin's footsteps without hesitation, and entered the space crack one after another. After the figure flashed a few times on the edge of the darkness, it was completely swallowed by the darkness. Gui and others looked at the direction where the young master disappeared, anxious. They were responsible for the mission of protecting the young master, so how could they retreat at this time? They gritted their teeth and held their weapons tightly. At the critical moment when the crack was about to close, they all rushed in like a group of brave cheetahs. Their contracted beasts were initially shocked by the thunder and the changes in the space cracks, and were a little overwhelmed, but after a brief daze, their eyes revealed loyalty and attachment to their masters. Then, they looked up to the sky and roared, and with the momentum of seeing death as home, they jumped into the unknown darkness without hesitation. The space crack was like a hungry beast, slowly closing, making a dull roar, as if announcing the end of this thrilling chase. The remaining people and demons were stunned, their eyes fixed on the crack that had disappeared, their minds blank. After a long while, a demon soldier came back to his senses with trepidation, his eyes full of confusion and shock, muttering to himself, "Are they going to die together?" Song Shohai stood aside and witnessed the whole process. He had been on the battlefield for a long time, and had seen countless life and death separations and cruel battles, but at this moment, he was also deeply shocked. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and a long-lost feeling of emotion surged in his heart. He couldn't help but sigh. "It's been a long time since I saw the friendship between people so deep." The air around seemed to have solidified, leaving only the heavy breathing of the crowd, and the slight tremor caused by the space fluctuations that had not yet dissipated. Gu Li, who stepped into the space crack, loosened his hands, let go of Qi Fengxiao, and half knelt on the ground. She raised her head slightly. Her hair on her forehead was a little messy, but it did not hide the tenacity and playfulness revealed in her bright eyes. A bright and moving smile bloomed at the corner of her mouth, and that smile was like a beautiful flower blooming in the dark abyss in this gloomy and strange space crack. She opened her red lips slightly, and her voice was a little weak, but full of ridicule. "How is it? The taste of the thunder is not bad." Qi Fengxiao heard this, and the anger in his heart swooshed up thousands of feet high. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Gu Li, as if he wanted to eat her alive. The corner of his mouth was twisted into a smile, which was full of self-mockery and unwillingness. He thought that he had been in the demon world for many years, but he had fallen so hard here with a human woman. It was a great shame. "You can survive here first," he said this viciously. As soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious and powerful force was like a pair of invisible hands, instantly enveloping him, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. After Qi Fengxiao left, the environment in the space crack became worse. The wind whistled around, and the wind was like a sharp blade, cutting everything around wantonly. Gu Li's clothes were instantly riddled with holes under the ravages of the wind blade. Wounds suddenly appeared on her fair skin, and blood gushed out. The scene looked shocking. However, at this moment, her spiritual power was exhausted in the process of fighting against Tianlei and Shifengxiu, and she had no strength to operate the spiritual shield. Fortunately, she practiced physical training diligently on weekdays, and her physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary people. Although the wind blade left blood marks on her body, it did not cause fatal damage. She sighed in her heart. Now that things have come to this, she can only let the wind blade fall on her body for the time being. A moment later, just when Gu Li was gradually unable to support herself, suddenly, a soft and dazzling light suddenly lit up in the dark space crack like a new sun. The light spread rapidly, wrapping Gu Li tightly like a tide. Gu Li only felt a whiteness in front of her eyes, and her consciousness gradually blurred. When she regained consciousness again and slowly opened her eyes, she found herself in a vast desert. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, pouring down the blazing sunlight without reservation. The rolling heat waves were like surging waves, hitting her one after another. The blood on Gu Li's body, which had not yet dried, solidified instantly under the scorching heat, leaving dark red blood stains on her clothes. She felt as if all the strength in her body had been drained, and she fell on the hot sand like a pool of mud. She raised her hand with difficulty, took out a pill from the space, put it in her mouth, and the pill melted in her mouth, and a warm current slowly spread in her body. Then, she forced the last bit of energy to summon her contracted beasts. "You keep watch for me, I sleep for a while." Her voice was as weak as a candle in the wind. Before the contracted beasts responded, her eyes slowly closed, and the whole person fell into a deep coma. The contracted beasts felt distressed when they saw their master like this. The little bird took the lead, its small body quickly expanded, and it spread its wings like a huge parasol, steadily shielding Gu Li from the scorching sun. The little vine was not to be outdone. It danced with the vines on its body, and the vines intertwined and entangled with each other, and in a blink of an eye it turned into a soft and tough bed, carefully lifting Gu Li's body and isolating it from the scorching sand. The little pavilion took a bucket of lake water from the rebirth pavilion and placed it next to Gu Li. It concentrated its mind and urged the spiritual power in its body. The lake water quickly condensed into ice under its control. The ice exuded a trace of cold air, forming a small cool place in this hot desert, effectively dispelling the surrounding heat for Gu Li, and then flew gently to Gu Li's side. It stretched out its little hand and placed it on Gu Li's wound. A green light appeared. The light was like a stream of life, slowly flowing into Gu Li's body. Under the light, the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiao Qianqian, Xiao Jinzi, Xiao Langkub, and Xiao Bai tightly surrounded Gu Li. They looked around vigilantly, their eyes full of vigilance. Even Tao Tai was awakened from his sleep. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the miserable Gu Li. This scene instantly touched the softest corner of his heart. The sad memory of his former master's death surged into his heart like a tide. Its eyes were red, and tears burst out uncontrollably. It stretched out its little hand, gently stroked Gu Li's face, and said in tears, "I hate the demons. I want to kill them all." Chapter 313. Hearing this, Xiao Qianqian sighed helplessly and said, "The opponent is so strong, how can you kill him?" Hearing this, Tao Tai wiped away his tears fiercely, his eyes full of determination. "I will become stronger too." After an entreated Gu Li's external injuries, he flew to Tao Tai and comforted her. "The master is fine, but her breath is a little chaotic. She will be fine after she wakes up and adjusts her breath." After seeing that Gu Li's condition had stabilized, the little wolf looked around and asked, "The spiritual energy here is so rich, almost the same as in the Chaos Ring." Xiao Qianqian also looked around. This shouldn't be Lafeng Continent. Lafeng Continent doesn't have such rich spiritual energy. Xiao Jinzi, which continent is this? Xiao Qianqian, it's hard to say. If the power of heaven and earth sent the master here, then this is most likely Lingxi Continent. If the master got lost, there's no way to determine where to go. Xiao Tington, I wonder where Sister Yunqi and the master's family were teleported to. The family she was talking about were the Shadow Guards. The master said that the Gu family was her family. Xiao Tingzi, don't worry, they be fine. It's a spatial ability. The spatial crack they entered was not fatal, but they would suffer some pain. The little ones chatted with each other, and from time to time, they looked at Gu Li's situation. Under the careful protection of the contracted beasts, Gu Li spent a long time in a coma. The desert alternated between day and night, hot and cold, and she was always immersed in a deep dream, her body slowly repairing itself. Finally, at a quiet dawn, the sky was pale, and the first ray of dawn light fell on Gu Li's face. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and then she slowly opened her eyes, and what came into view were the huge wings of the little bird and the concerned eyes of several little birds. "Master, you are awake." The little bird called happily and folded its wings. "Yes." Guli sat up weakly, feeling the disordered breath in her body, and began to regulate her breath. As the spiritual power slowly flowed through her meridians, her face gradually regained some redness. Seeing that Guli was calming down her chaotic breath, the little birds were also very sensible, and did not disturb her. After a moment of tranquility, Guli finally woke up slowly from regulating her breath, and her tightly closed eyes gently opened. The originally disordered spiritual power in her eyes has now restored its former agility and depth. Seeing this, several small contracted beasts could not wait to gather around, their smart little eyes full of worry and concern, carefully looking at Guli from top to bottom. Seeing that the master's face had regained some redness and his breath had become stable, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Master, you scared us to death." Talia's round little body trembled slightly, and his eyes were red again. It raised its little head and looked at Guli with a hint of anger, like a child who had been wronged. "I'm fine." Guli looked at them like this. Her heart was full of warmth. She gently stretched out her hand, and gently stroked the heads of several small ones one by one. The little bird flapped its wings, flew in front of Guli, and chirped, "You should let us do this kind of thing." Guli shook her head slightly, with a faint smile on her face, and explained, "You won't be detected by the power of heaven and earth, and I can break through just by the way." There was a hint of cunning and relief in her eyes, recalling the thrilling scene of being sucked into the space crack with the Demon King Qifengxiao. She secretly felt lucky that although the Demon King entered the space crack together, the passage was also closed. The remaining demons should be able to deal with it, with the strong men of the northern continent. Guli's eyes slowly moved away from the little ones, and began to look at the unfamiliar environment around them. The air was filled with rich spiritual energy, and this scene made her murmur in a low voice, "Is this ascension?" When Xiao Qianqian heard this, he shook his small body, thought for a moment, and said, "It seems that we are not in Lafeng continent, but we don't know which continent we are in." Guli nodded slightly. She stood up calmly without any panic, waved her arms gently, and took back several small contracted beasts into the space. After setting up a concealment array, he quickly changed his tattered clothes, cleaned himself again, and then removed the array. Then, she looked into the distance with a determined gaze, and said lightly, "It's okay, just ask someone and you know." When Xiao Jinzi heard this, he couldn't help but pout. He looked at the deserted desert around him, and said a little frustratedly, "It's deserted here, where are the people?" Guli didn't respond. She just gently lifted her feet and walked steadily in one direction, saying, "You know after you get out of this desert." Seeing this, Xiao Jinzi hurriedly said, "Master, I will take you out." Guli did not stop, but continued, "No need, you are also injured, and you have not rested well during this period, rest first." Xiao Jinzi flapped his wings unwillingly and continued, "Master, I am not tired." "It's okay, it's just right to practice body skills." Guli smiled lightly, no longer said anything, but quickly adjusted the spiritual power in her body. In an instant, a layer of faint light appeared under her feet, and then she rushed forward like an arrow from a string. Her figure turned into a vague shadow in the desert, leaving only a string of shallow footprints on the sand dunes behind her. Guli galloped in the desert, the wind and sand whistled past her, but could not stop her pace. While running, she paid attention to the surrounding terrain, trying to find some clues or signs of an exit. After an unknown period of time, a strange stone forest suddenly appeared in front of her. Before entering the stone forest, a village hidden behind a huge rock was discovered. The village was not big, with dozens of stone houses scattered in an orderly manner. When Guli entered the villagers cast vigilant glances at him. An old man walked up slowly with a cane. He looked Guli up and down and asked, "Why did you, an outsider, break into our village?" Guli bowed slightly, his face full of apology and humility, and said softly, "I'm sorry, I just saw someone living in the desert, and I was a little curious, so I came to see, no offense." The old man looked at Guli up and down slowly with a sharp gaze, scrutinizing and exploring. After a moment, the old man frowned slightly and asked in a low and hoarse voice, "Are you lost in the desert?" Chapter 314. Guli paused slightly, looking a little hesitant, and finally responded softly, "I guess so." She looked around, her eyes full of confusion and bewilderment about this strange continent. It is no exaggeration to say that she was completely lost. Seeing this, the old man sighed helplessly and said, "Well, you stay in our village today and leave quickly tomorrow." "Thank you, senior." Guli was eager to find out where she was, so she agreed to the old man's proposal without hesitation. But she always maintained a high degree of vigilance in her heart, like a cheetah ready to deal with danger at any time. "Come with me," the old man said, and then slowly walked into the village. Gu Li followed the old man's footsteps closely under the curious and scrutinizing eyes of many villagers. At the same time, she quietly exerted her mental power, spreading around like a fine spider silk, carefully exploring whether there was any abnormal movement around. The old man took her to a stone house, which was a small courtyard. Although it was not large, it was very tidy. The old man raised his hand and pointed to a room, saying, "You can stay there, and you will leave early tomorrow morning." "Thank you, Senior." Gu Li thanked him politely, and then couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked, "Senior, I want to ask what this continent is called." The old man was slightly startled, with a hint of surprise in his eyes, and asked back, "Are you from other continents?" Gu Li nodded gently, and replied calmly, "Yes, I came from the lower world." The old man looked her up and down, with a hint of praise in his eyes. "It's not bad that you can ascend at such a young age. You can just call me Master Yun. This is the absurd desert in the southernmost part of Lingxi continent." Gu Li's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "Can you tell me about the situation in Lingxi continent?" Master Yun nodded slightly and said, "Yes." As Master Yun told her, Gu Li gradually got a general understanding of Lingxi continent. Like Longfeng continent, Lingxi continent is also divided into two parts. She is now in the South continent, which is composed of 6 major forces and countless small forces. The 6 major forces are Xingchen Palace, Fengyun Manor, Minghua Tower, Tieshua League, Xianling Island, Wushuang City. Gu Li thought to himself, according to what the master said before, the Shling sect is very famous and belongs to a major force. According to this inference, it must be located in the North continent. Not everyone here is at the venerable level, but the spiritual energy here is richer than other places, so the cultivation speed of ordinary people is faster. Except for children, most of the people at the bottom have reached the peak of the venerable level. The venerable level is the lowest level in Lingxi continent. Above the venerable level are the spiritual beginning realm, condensation realm, Paksa realm, Mahayana realm, and super spiritual realm, and each level is divided into 4 stages, namely the initial stage, the middle stage, the late stage, and the peak stage. She just saw that most of the villagers outside were at the peak of the venerable level, and even the old man Yun in front of her was at the peak of the venerable level. And she is currently only at the initial stage of the spiritual beginning realm. In this Lingxi continent, her strength is among the lowest. Gu Li's doubts grew stronger, and he couldn't help asking old Yun, "Why do you emphasize that I leave quickly?" Old Yun sighed deeply, his face full of helplessness and worry. "We are invaded by monsters every month, and it will be extremely dangerous for you to stay here." Gu Li was shocked and asked, "Monsters? What monsters are there in the desert?" Old Yun's eyes revealed a trace of fear. "The Yun Yuan Lizard King is a semi-god monster. It comes to us on time every month to capture a few people and take them back." Gu Li was even more puzzled. "Then why don't you leave?" Old Yun smiled bitterly and shook his head. "We can't leave. The people in our village have inhaled their poisonous gas since birth. Once we leave this desert, can't live more than 3 days. You are different. You just came here not long ago, you won't inhale too much poison." Gu Li frowned and asked, "Is the demigod beast very strong?" Old Yun's face became more solemn. "More than one, there are 5 in total. We have fought hard, but the results are not satisfactory every time." Gu Li's heart sank, and he said slowly, "In other words, your village is kept in captivity by them?" Old Yun nodded helplessly. "You can say that." Gu Li's heart moved, and he asked softly, "Can I take your pulse for you?" Old Yun waved his hand and refused. "No, without a saint-level alchemist, this poison cannot be solved. The alchemists in the village have tried countless times, all ended in failure." Gu Li's mouth corner slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. "I am a demigod-level alchemist." Old Yun's face was full of panic and expectation, and his voice trembled slightly as he said, Are you telling the truth?" His eyes were full of doubts, but also a hint of desire. Gu Li looked calm and said in a calm tone, "Of course, there is no benefit in lying to you, right?" She looked at Old Yun frankly, without any intention of dodging. When Old Yun heard this, his hands trembled slightly with excitement. He stretched out his hand and said anxiously, "Then, hurry up and take my pulse." At the same time, he stared straight at Gu Li. His eyes seemed to penetrate her soul and find out the truth behind her words. Gu Li gently placed her hand on Old Yun's hand, closed her eyes slightly, and mobilized a trace of spiritual power to slowly send it into his body. The spiritual power was like a lively silk thread, quietly wandering in Old Yun's meridians, carefully exploring every subtle change. After a moment, Gu Li let go of his hand. A look of relief appeared on his face, and he said, This poison is very simple. When Old Yun heard this, he was so excited that he couldn't even speak clearly. Can you cure it? He felt mixed emotions in his heart. The village had been suffering from this poison for a long time, and pain and despair followed him like a shadow. They had longed countless times to get rid of this bad luck, escape from this place where death could come at any time, and pursue a new life. Now, the dawn of hope has suddenly appeared. How could he not be overwhelmed and incoherent? Gu Li took out a bottle of medicine powder calmly, and handed it to Old Yun. Just take it with water. In her opinion, this was just a toxin from a monster, and it didn't even need to be used to refine pills. It was really insignificant. But she was also a little confused in her heart. Why did they have been troubled for so long with such an ordinary poison, and couldn't get rid of it? Old Yun took the medicine powder carefully, and his hands were still shaking unconsciously. Chapter 315. She really had no reason to poison them, but this happiness came too suddenly, like an illusory dream. After hesitating for a long time, he decided to take the powder himself first. If he was sure that there was no problem, he would let other people in the village take it. Thinking of this, he slowly said, "No, thank you, benefactor." His words were full of gratitude and a trace of uneasiness that had not yet dissipated. Gu Li said softly, "A little bit is enough." Her eyes slowly swept across the quiet and slightly lonely village in front of her, and she secretly estimated in her heart that the population here was sparse, and a bottle of powder was more than enough to deal with the current situation. Yun Lao walked to the well in the yard with a slightly slow pace, and shook the windlass with effort. After a while, he drew up a bucket of water. The water looked a little turbid, with a dull color of mud and sand. Seeing this, Gu Li frowned slightly, then waved her slender hand, and a stream of spiritual power rushed into the water like a spirit snake. In an instant, the originally turbid water began to roll and surge, and the mud and sand gradually settled. After a moment, the water became clear and transparent, like a mirror reflecting the surrounding scene. Yun Lao looked at Gu Li with gratitude, and his eyes were full of respect and gratitude for saving his life. Then, he carefully poured the medicine powder into the water. The medicine powder instantly turned into strands of dim light, and slowly dispersed in the water. Yun Lao picked up a coarse porcelain bowl, scooped half a bowl of medicine, brought it to his mouth, and drank it all. As soon as he drank the medicine, he keenly noticed the changes in his body, as if a gentle force was wandering in the meridians, and the toxins that had been raging in his body for a long time were rapidly dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a moment, he felt the heaviness and discomfort all over his body swept away, and he felt like he was reborn. His face was filled with excitement and joy, and he couldn't wait to thank Gu Li. Gu Li waved her hand and said, "You can give these to others first. I'm a little tired and want to rest." In fact, she was not really tired, but just wanted to be alone and sort out the complicated situation now. Yun Lao nodded quickly and said, "Okay, I prepare new bedding for you right away." Gu Li's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. "No, I have prepared it myself." Her space ring has all kinds of supplies, so naturally Yun Lao doesn't need to worry about it. After that, she turned back to the room, gently closed the door, then sat cross-legged on the bed, and slowly closed her eyes. She began to look inward at the life lock in her body, and recalled the thrilling scene when she entered the space crack. She clearly saw her friends and shadow guards following her into the unknown and dangerous space crack without hesitation. At this moment, when she saw that the 5 lines on her life lock that represented important people were not broken, the heavy stone in her heart finally fell to the ground, and she secretly thanked that they were all safe and sound. However, the safety of the shadow guards made her anxious. She didn't know if the sound transmission node could still work normally here. After all, once the distance exceeded a certain level, it was almost impossible to transmit sound. She couldn't help but worry in her heart. She didn't know if her grandfather would be worried about her if he knew what happened here. She had to find a way to go back to Lanfeng continent. Gu Li took out the sound transmission node from her bosom, concentrated her energy, and sent messages to them one by one. Time passed by minute, and she anxiously waited for a response. Finally, Mu Yunqi and Gu Er's sound transmission notes moved, and their messages came, but the messages of others were like a stone sinking into the sea, and there was no news. Gu Li's heart tightened, but fortunately, the place where Yunqi and Gu Er fell was not too far from her, only more than 100 miles away. After a little thought, she decided to meet them first, and then work together to find other lost partners. She took out the sound transmission note again, and sent a message to Mu Yunqi and Gu Er. "We will meet in the town on the eastern edge of the absurd desert." Then, she sent a message to others. "If you can receive the message, I will wait for you near the Star Palace. She already had a preliminary plan in her mind. In this strange and dangerous place, with her current strength, it would be difficult to go to the North Continent alone. Therefore, the most important thing at present is to improve her own strength as soon as possible, and joining a force and relying on its resources and protection is undoubtedly a wise choice. After sorting out her thoughts, Guli slowly stood up, opened the door, and just walked out of the yard. She was shocked by the scene in front of her. More than 30 people were kneeling on the ground in an orderly manner. They looked pious, their eyes were full of respect and gratitude, and they were quietly waiting for her to come out. Guli was frightened by this sudden scene, and jumped aside directly, saying loudly, "Don't kneel to me, it will shorten your life." As the representative of the villagers, Yunlao slowly said, "Thank you, benefactor." After saying that, he leaned over to kowtow in the direction of Guli. This made Guli a little at a loss. She flashed and came behind them like a ghost, and said again, "Get up quickly, it's not a big deal, you should prepare to move out of here." She was really not used to such a scene of being kowtowed and thanked, and she felt uncomfortable all over. Seeing Guli's resistance, Yunlao no longer insisted, slowly stood up, and the people behind him followed suit. Yunlao said, "We are going to move out in the next 2 days." Guli nodded slightly. "That's okay, I leave first." Yunlao hurriedly shouted, "Benefactor, wait, I have something to talk to you about." Guli followed Yunlao, with a puzzled look on her face, and came to a huge stone pillar. The stone pillar was tall and thick, with mysterious runes engraved on the surface, exuding an ancient and distant atmosphere. Elder Yun gently placed his hand on the stone pillar, muttering something, and soon, the stone pillar slowly opened a gap that only one person could enter. Elder Yun turned around and said, "Benefactor, come in with me." Guli hurriedly said, "Just call me Guli." She really felt that the title of benefactor was too awkward, and she was not used to it. "Little friend Guli, please follow me." Elder Yun walked into the gap first, and Guli took a deep breath, followed closely with curiosity and doubts. As soon as she stepped into the gap, she immediately noticed a wrong breath, which was inexplicably familiar, making her suspicious. The surrounding space was wrapped in a thick darkness like ink, and it was so quiet that only Guli's slight breathing was left. She just had the idea of using her mental power to explore the surroundings, and in an instant, a series of cold lights slithered in the darkness, like a spirit snake, and lit up one after another. Chapter 316. Where the light interweaves and converges, a glass sphere exuding a mysterious atmosphere is suspended in the air. Inside the sphere, the colorful light is like a trapped elf, jumping and flashing happily. Even though there is still some distance between Guli and the sphere, she can still keenly sense the rich elemental power surging out from it, as if it is a surging elemental tide, impacting her perception wave after wave. Guli's beautiful eyes widened slightly, and she asked softly with surprise and curiosity, "What is this?" Old Yun spoke slowly, his voice echoing in this quiet and mysterious space. 10 years ago, it was a day with howling winds and dust all over the sky. We found a seriously injured and dying person outside the village. After we rescued him, she solemnly handed this mysterious thing to me and left a prophecy, saying that the person who is destined to have this thing will come here one day in the future and save our entire village. Guli raised her eyebrows and asked, "Who is that person?" Old Yun shook his head helplessly. "It's a stranger. She is a woman who has never revealed her identity, so I have no idea." Guli became more and more curious and asked, "How can you be sure that person is me?" Old Yun looked at Guli and said, "She once mentioned that the destined person is a woman who looks like 18 or 19 years old." Guli's mouth twitched slightly, and he said with a bit of ridicule, "Your condition is too broad, there are a lot of people out there. What's more, the poison in this village is not a rare and strange poison, but just the most common poison. It's just that this place is too remote, and no one has set foot in it for many years, so no one has rescued it." But Elder Yun said seriously, "It's not that simple. I asked you to come here because I want you to try it. You cover it with elemental power. If it can cause a reaction, it proves that it is yours." Hearing this, although Guli had doubts in her heart, she still did as she was told. She slowly raised her hand, and a ball of hot fire elemental spiritual power condensed in her palm, like a jumping flame elf. When she slowly shot this fire elemental spiritual power towards the ball, which was originally as calm as water, instantly rushed towards Guli like an awakened prehistoric beast. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and Guli had no time to react at all. The whole person was like a kite with a broken string, and was hit hard against the hard wall behind him. With a puff, Guli spit out a mouthful of blood instantly, dyeing the ground in front of her red. She reached out her hand and rubbed her back, which was in great pain from the collision. She couldn't help but swear, "Damn, what is this thing? It hurts." Old Yun was standing aside, and was obviously also shocked by the sudden and violent reaction. He was stunned for a moment and said, "Looking at this reaction, this should belong to you." Guli looked at the element crystal ball that suddenly appeared in her arms, and her thoughts were in a mess. Since she inexplicably crossed into this world, she has been deeply trapped in various chaos and mysteries. After going through twists and turns in the past, she finally sorted out some things. But now someone appeared who predicted that she would come here 10 years ago. All this is like an invisible big net, tightly entangled with her. Old Yun's voice sounded again, breaking her meditation. "Friend Guli, we will leave here in the next 2 days. Since this thing has been determined to be yours, if it weren't for such a strange reaction, I would not have chosen to leave so decisively." Guli forced himself to withdraw his thoughts and asked, "What does that woman look like?" Old Yun turned around and walked to a box nearby, opened the box, and took out a scroll. He slowly unfolded the scroll, and saw a woman in red, with a graceful figure and extraordinary temperament. Guli looked closely, and found that the facial features of the woman in the painting were somewhat similar to his own. Guli couldn't help but tremble slightly when she saw this scene. She already had a rough guess in her heart, but she was afraid to confirm it. It was a complex emotion of desire and fear for the unknown truth. Old Yun took out another letter from the box. There was a mysterious seal on the envelope, flashing a faint light. "This is what the woman asked me to give you," Old Yun said, and handed the letter to Guli. Guli slowly took the envelope, lowered his eyes, and looked at the letter in his hand, not knowing what he was thinking. There was a complex light flashing in her eyes, with doubts, expectations, and more of an indescribable tension. Seeing this, Yun Lao turned around silently and retreated quietly, leaving this quiet space for her alone, so that she could calm down and face all the sudden things alone. "Master, are you okay?" Enon, who had been aware that Guli was not in a good mood in the space, couldn't help but ask. Guli took a deep breath, as if to encourage herself, and said, "It's okay, I want to see if it's what I guessed." After that, she quickly changed the spells with both hands, and broke the formation on the envelope in 2 or 3 moves. Then she carefully opened the envelope, took out the letter inside, and carefully checked the contents. "Little Ollie, you should be back from the other world. Are you happy to see your grandfather? Mother has some things to do. I will go back to see you and your grandfather when I have time. If you see this letter, it means that your cultivation speed must be very fast. If you go to Yuanhan continent in the future, just take this token to Xinyuan sect and pick up your grandfather and others. Wait for us to come back there." Guli cast her eyes on the small silver token in the envelope. She reached out and took the token out, holding it in her palm and playing with it carefully. The token was cold to the touch, with delicate patterns engraved on it. Guli was full of helplessness and boredom, and muttered in a low voice, "It's boring." She thought this letter could solve many mysteries in her heart, but after reading it, she found that there were still too many key questions unresolved. Why was she sent to another world inexplicably? What kind of complicated reasons were behind it? At this moment, Xiao Qianqian's crisp voice suddenly rang in her mind. "Master, this woman looks like your mother in your previous life." When Guli heard Xiao Qianqian's words, her heart was shocked, her eyebrows were furrowed, her eyes were full of doubt, and she blurted out, "Huh? My unborn mother in my previous life?" Xiao Qianqian's smart voice quickly responded, "Yes, master." Xiao Qianqian has always paid close attention to the reincarnation of his master, so he knows what his master's parents look like, and can give Guli such a sure answer at this moment. Chapter 317. Guli gently put away the painting, and then placed it in his own space. Some things will become clear when they are known. Thinking about it here now is just a waste of energy. At this time, Yun Lao outside saw Guli coming out and immediately rushed to meet him. But before Yun Lao could say a word, he saw a man with a panicked look and hurried steps. The man panted and shouted, "Yun Lao, the monster is here again!" They found that the poison in the village has been eliminated, and now they are releasing toxins again. Yun Lao's face turned pale in an instant, and he turned around without hesitation, followed the man closely, and rushed outside with big strides. Guli followed curiously. She was quite curious. As for being afraid, she had a bunch of demigod beasts, so what was there to be afraid of? Before they approached the scene, they saw a huge lizard extending its long, sticky tongue and quickly rolling up the villagers one by one. It looked like it was planning to abduct all the villagers. Guli secretly judged that this should be the Yunyuan Lizard King mentioned by Elder Yun before. She frowned slightly. A trace of displeasure flashed in her eyes, and then she gently waved a spiritual power, which was like a strong arc of light, accurately rescued all the villagers rolled up by the Yunyuan Lizard King. The Yunyuan Lizard King only felt a sharp pain in his tongue as if it was burned by a raging fire, and he was immediately furious and roared in exasperation. Who? How dare you attack me? Are you tired of living? Gu Li's slender figure walked out from behind Old Yun slowly, her eyes scanning the body of the Yunyuan Lizard King, as if evaluating an item. She thought to herself that the leather of the Yunyuan Lizard King looked very good. If it was given to Iejuo, it would definitely be able to refine some high-quality defensive spiritual tools. Although its toxicity was relatively weak, it could still be used to refine poison pills. It would be given to a hen at that time. The moment the Yunyuan Lizard King saw Gu Li, its pupil shrank sharply, and it screamed, "Spiritual Initial Realm." However, it quickly forced itself to calm down, and then made an extremely sharp and piercing cry that made people shudder, obviously calling the other 4 Yunyuan Lizard Kings to come to help. When the villagers heard the terrifying cry, their faces were filled with fear. Elder Yun also urged anxiously, "It is gathering its companions. We have to leave here quickly." Gu Li seemed to have not heard it. She calmly took out 2 comfortable chairs from the space, and then sat on them calmly. She smiled and said to Elder Yun, "Elder Yun, don't worry. Sit down and rest for a while." Elder Yun was angry and anxious, and shouted, "It's time now, and you still want to rest. Hurry up and leave." He knew that Gu Li's strength was not ordinary, but after all, she was only in the initial stage of the spirit. If there was only one Yunyuan Lizard King, it might be possible to deal with it, but now there were 5 at once, and he felt that Gu Li would definitely not be able to deal with it. Gu Li responded with a relaxed look, "I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of?" Seeing her insistence, Elder Yun didn't know how to persuade her for a while. In desperation, he could only let other villagers run back to the village to find a place to hide, while he stayed to accompany Gu Li and wait there. The Yunyuan Lizard King looked at the woman in front of him, who was waiting for his companions to arrive calmly, and suddenly a strong sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. It secretly speculated, could this woman still hide some powerful tricks? But things have developed to this point, and it can only wait quietly for its companions to come. In its opinion, a human in the initial stage of the spirit realm could not pose any substantial threat to them in any way. Soon, the ground began to tremble violently, and not far away, for huge figures were running towards them like moving hills. Yun Lao and the villagers of Shurlin village looked at the approaching figures with horror on their faces. Gu Li looked at the 5 huge monsters in front of him, his mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a confident smile, and asked softly, "Anything else?" One of the Yunyuan Lizard Kings asked in a muffled voice, "Who are you?" Gu Li calmly replied, "Kill your people." One of the Yunyuan Lizard Kings was stunned when he heard this, and then burst into laughter. "You are just a little Lingchu realm, and you want to kill us all? Why don't you go out and ask who has the final say in this area?" Gu Li raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, "Oh? Really?" Then, she raised her voice and said, "Come out, I'm worried about not having materials recently." As soon as the voice fell, several figures quickly jumped out of Gu Li's body, and instantly surrounded the 5 Yunyuan Lizard Kings tightly in the middle. Xiaobai, Xia Doteo, Xia Tingting, Xia Jinzi, Xia Lankub, Xia Kizi, Xia Tingzi, and then appeared one after another, and even Xio Qianqian turned into a little boy. They all stared at the 5 Yunyuan Lizard Kings viciously. "Ha! You still want to kill us with just these little guys? You're really laughing." A Yunyuan Lizard King laughed wildly and mocked. However, another Yunyuan Lizard King said with a trembling voice and a bit of fear, "Brother, they are all emitting the powerful aura of the 3rd-level demigod beasts. They are just 2nd-level demigod beasts. How can they fight against so many 3rd-level demigod beasts?" In an instant, the original laughter stopped abruptly, and the 5 Yunyuan Lizard Kings stared at the few little guys surrounding them with incredible faces. They were surprised to find that in addition to those monster beasts and monster plants, the other 4 children also exuded the aura of demigod beasts. Elder Yun was also stunned by the scene in front of him, and stammered, "These are all your contracted beasts?" Gu Li slightly raised the corner of his mouth, nodded gently, and said, "The number is a little less, but it is enough to deal with them." Elder Yun secretly exclaimed in his heart, "This is not enough. 9 in total. This is too little, then how many is considered too much?" Gu Li raised his eyes to look at the battlefield, his expression leisurely, and said with red lips, "Don't kill them so quickly, you can play for a while first." Tao Tai turned his head to look at Gu Li, his big copper bell-like eyes full of expectation and desire, and asked eagerly, "Master, I'm very hungry, can I eat them?" It has been feeling vaguely recently, as if it is about to break through the current realm. If it can swallow these 5 semi-divine beasts into its stomach, it will definitely be able to successfully enter the 6th level of semi-divine beasts. Chapter 318. Ghoulie responded slowly. I will give you their blood and poison after I take them. Tao Tai was immediately delighted, with a brilliant smile on his face, and said cheerfully, Thank you, Master. Master is so kind. Before he finished speaking, he could not wait to wave his fist that seemed small, but contained endless power, like a black lightning, wrapped in the whistling wind, and rushed straight towards the 5 Yunyuan lizard kings. The villagers were originally in deep fear, but when they saw the many demigod beasts beside the benefactor, the panic in their hearts gradually dissipated, replaced by an irrepressible curiosity and excitement. They came out from their hiding places one after another, their eyes fixed on the scene. The few small demigod beasts could no longer suppress their inner restlessness, and instantly turned into majestic bodies. Their agile bodies jumped joyfully in the open space, as if they were treating the Yunyuan lizard kings as footballs, kicking them at will. And then, Xiatingzi and Xiaoqianqian were not to be outdone. Although they were small in size, they were born with bravery. They waved their immature but powerful little fists, and every time they waved, there was a whistling sound, and they swung the Yunyuan lizard kings away fiercely. For a while, the screams of the Yunyuan lizard kings echoed in the open space, and the sound was full of pain and helplessness. They struggled desperately, and tried to resist, but in the face of such a powerful force, they seemed so powerless that even running away became a luxury. Ghoulie turned his head slightly, and his bright and deep eyes looked at the villagers, and asked softly, Do you want to go up and kick them a few times? When the villagers heard this, their eyes lit up instantly, and the light was full of hatred and desire that had been suppressed for many years. They could hardly believe their ears, and asked hesitantly, Is it really possible? Their hearts have been shrouded in fear of this land since they were born. They have always been the reserved food of these monsters. The lively village that once had hundreds of people has now only a few dozen people left under the erosion of time and the destruction of monsters. The unforgettable hatred, like a blazing flame, has never been extinguished in the heart. Ghoulie nodded slightly, with a faint arc at the corner of her mouth. Of course you can. Then, she cast her eyes on the few little ones who were having fun. You stop for a while, let them play, and kill those who dared to resist. When the little ones heard the master's order, they immediately stopped playing obediently, and quickly stood in a row. Their neat appearance was like well-trained little soldiers, and they also made room for a spacious position. Seeing this, the villagers could no longer suppress the surging hatred in their hearts. They took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in their bodies burst out like a tide. The light enveloped their bodies, as if they were covered with a layer of dazzling armor. They roared and shouted, like brave and fearless warriors, rushing directly towards the 5 Yunyuan lizard kings. The Yunyuan lizard kings watched the villagers rushing over, their eyes full of anger and unwillingness, but when they thought of the woman's cold words just now, a chill surged in their hearts. They knew that resistance meant death, and in the face of this life-and-death decision, they could only choose to accept it obediently. Even Yunlao, the respected elder in the village, was excited at this moment and joined this one-sided beating feast without hesitation. After a whole hour, the 5 Yunyuan lizard kings had been beaten all over their bodies, and collapsed on the ground, dying. Several small ones imitated Ghoulie's appearance, turned into cute mimicry, and sat upright on exquisite small chairs. They held all kinds of delicious food in their little claws, and watched the scene in front of them with interest while feasting on it. They also whispered from time to time, discussing the villagers' moves and the embarrassed appearance of the Yunyuan lizard king. Finally, the villagers were tired of fighting, and they slowly stopped their actions, their chests heaving violently, and their clothes soaked with sweat. They looked at Ghoulie with gratitude, tears flashing in their eyes, and said in unison, Thank you, benefactor. After that, they wanted to kneel down again. Seeing this, Ghoulie frowned slightly, and said with a hint of displeasure, If you kneel to me again, I will not care about these 5 things. When Yunlao heard this, his legs, which were originally bent halfway, straightened instantly, and a trace of embarrassment and awe appeared on his face. Ghoulie no longer paid attention to the villagers' reactions, turned his head to look at the little ones, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Okay, kill them. One of the Yunyuan lizard kings heard this, and used up his last bit of strength to speak weakly. You still want to kill us? We have been beaten like this. Why don't you let us go? Ghoulie raised his eyebrows, and said indifferently, So what? Did I say I would let you go? The 5 Yunyuan lizard kings saw her firm attitude, and knew in their hearts that they were doomed today. So, they endured the pain and tried to flee in different directions, while everyone was not prepared. However, Their speed was as slow as ants in front of Gu Li's contracted beast. Before they ran 1 meter away, they were killed instantly by Gu Li's contracted beast. Tao Tai happily took 5 poison sacks and several basins of blood, ran to Gu Li quickly, and said respectfully, "Master, I have taken care of it." Gu Li nodded with satisfaction, waved his hand gently, and put the things into the space, then gently touched Tao Tai's head. "Eat." Tao Tai got the master's consent, his eyes lit up instantly, and ran towards the corpses of the 5 Yunyuan lizard kings as fast as lightning. Little Bird shouted happily on the side, "How about eating barbecue? I help you grill it." Tao Tai turned his head, his face full of joy. "Sure. Thank you, Little Bird." The little ones over there were grilling enthusiastically, and Gu Li turned to face Yun Lao and others. "I leave first." Yun Lao hurriedly said, "So soon? We haven't had time to treat you well." Gu Li shook his head gently. "No, I still have some things to do. It's not convenient to stay for long." Yun Lao wanted to say something else. Gu Li spoke again. "You should move to a place where people live as soon as possible. This place is remote, and belongs to the territory of monsters. It's too dangerous." Yun Lao nodded solemnly. "We will do it as soon as possible." Gu Li took out a few explosive talismans that exuded a mysterious atmosphere from his arms, and handed them to Yun Lao. "You can input spiritual power to activate, and use them when you encounter danger." Chapter 319. Seeing this, Yun Lao hurriedly declined. "No, you have already saved our village. We can't accept your things anymore." Gu Li frowned slightly, with a tone that did not allow rejection. "I don't like to be long-winded, take it." After that, he stuffed the rune directly into Yun Lao's arms, and then turned around and left without looking back. "Let's go!" Gu Li's crisp and lazy voice echoed in the air. She raised her slender arms slightly, and waved to the little ones, who were playing happily. The little ones understood instantly, and their smart little bodies were like shining meteors, turning into dazzling lights in an instant, and entered Gu Li's body one after another. Disappeared without a trace, leaving only a few faint spiritual power fluctuations in the air. Only the majestic but immature little wolf cub was left standing quietly by the side. Gu Li's eyes fell on it. After a little thought, she did not choose to take the flying beast, but chose to take the little wolf cub to the agreed place. After all, this is a strange area, completely different from the familiar Lawfeng continent. As a newcomer, she must be extra cautious in this land full of unknowns and mysteries. When she first stepped into this area, she didn't even know where the no-fly zone was. If she accidentally violated the local taboos, she might cause unnecessary trouble. And she has always adhered to the principle of avoiding trouble as much as possible, and it is better to have less trouble than more. The villagers of Shoreland Village stood quietly from beginning to end, their eyes closely following Gu Li's figure, their eyes full of gratitude, awe and reluctance. They stood there silently, as if time had stopped for this moment, until Gu Li's figure gradually faded away and disappeared at the end of the sky, and then they slowly withdrew their gazes. Yun Lao slowly took out the precious runes in his arms, his weathered hands trembling slightly, and was about to carefully put the runes away for safekeeping. His eyes inadvertently swept over the runes, and instantly noticed the extremely special and powerful aura emanating from them. His eyes suddenly widened, his voice became a little hoarse due to shock, and he blurted out, "Semi-God Explosion Rune." The hand holding the rune was shaking more and more at this moment, as if it was not a few runes in his hand, but the weight of the whole world. He couldn't believe his eyes, and was filled with shock and fear. What the benefactor gave us turned out to be a semi-god rune. This is too precious. The villagers on the side heard the exclamation of old Yun, and gathered around, their faces also full of disbelief. "No way." A young villager widened his eyes, his face full of suspicion. "It seems to be true. I have seen records about semi-god runes in ancient books. The aura and the style of the runes are exactly the same." An old man looked at the rune carefully, and said with certainty. Everyone took a breath, and their gratitude and awe for Gu Li increased a little more. On the other side, Gu Li rode the little wolf cub and galloped across this strange and vast land. Time passed quietly, and after walking for a whole half-day, he still didn't reach the border of this area. Just when Gu Li was a little anxious, a scene suddenly appeared in front of her, which made her heart beat faster, and she was overwhelmed with excitement. Shi Zihan was buried unconscious in the vast sand. If it weren't for the sudden tremor of the life lock in her body, she would not be able to find his trace in this vast sand. Gu Li rushed over without hesitation, and her slender, but powerful arm stretched out, steadily lifted Shi Zihan up, and then placed him on the back of the little wolf. Her eyes revealed a trace of worry, and she immediately stretched out her hand, slowly probed a ray of spiritual power into Shizihan's body, and carefully explored his physical condition. After a while, she breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was just injured too badly and fainted, and there was no fatal problem, which made her heart a little relieved. Guli stood beside the little wolf cub, spread her palms, and mobilized the pure water element in her body. A crystal-clear water ball gradually condensed in her palms. Under her control, the water ball slowly floated toward Shizihan's body, turning into gentle streams of water, cleaning the sand from his wounds bit by bit. Perhaps because of her anxiety, her movements seemed a little rough. Shizihan, who was in a coma, seemed to feel pain and frowned tightly. After dealing with the sand on the wound, Guli quickly took out a storage bag full of pills from her arms. She skillfully opened Shizihan's tightly closed mouth and began to take out pills one by one for him to take. The pill exuded a faint luster and a strong medicinal fragrance. As the pills continued to slide into Shizihan's throat, she did not stop her movements until he had swallowed dozens of pills. She finally stopped feeding the pills. Gradually, as the pills took effect in Shizihan's body, the hideous and terrifying wounds on his body began to heal slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his originally pale face gradually became a little bloody. Gu Li's eyes were fixed on him. Suddenly, she seemed to have discovered a new world, and a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. The initial stage of the spirit? She murmured to herself, full of confusion. In order to ensure that there were no other hidden problems in his body, she reached out her hand again, probed a wisp of spiritual power into his spiritual veins, and carefully examined it. Only after she was sure that his spiritual veins were normal did she completely put her mind at ease, stood quietly by the side, and patiently waited for him to wake up. At this moment, Shizihan's eyes, which had been closed for a long time, slowly opened. Instantly, the strong light from the outside world poured into his eyes, like a tide, causing him to feel a stinging pain and discomfort. He subconsciously squinted his eyes, trying to adapt to the sudden light. Guli had been paying close attention to his movements. When he saw him wake up, he said with a hint of undisguised joy in his voice, "Wake up!" This familiar voice was like an electric current, instantly penetrating Shizihan's brain. His body reacted instinctively, and he sat up suddenly, so quickly that he almost fell off the wolf cub's back. Chapter 320. His eyes searched around eagerly, and finally locked firmly on Guli. There was a hint of blame in his eyes, but more of a sense of relief at having lost and found. Guli looked at his slightly embarrassed and somewhat cute appearance, and couldn't help but stretched out her hand and gently shook it in front of his eyes, teasing, "Did you sleep stupidly?" When Shizihan heard this, the worry and anger in his heart were ignited at once. He reached out his hand without hesitation, and hit Gu Li's forehead hard. He frowned and said with a little complaint in his tone, "Can you not go alone next time? We agreed to go to other continents together, but you ran away alone, and we had to chase you with great effort." Gu Li covered the place where she was hit, and said dissatisfiedly, "Do you have to hit her so hard?" Shizihan frowned, with a hint of fear in his voice, and said to Gu Li, "Do you know that you are going to scare us to death?" Gu Li hurriedly said, "Wrong, wrong." Shizihan's worries and anger in his heart could not be calmed by this simple apology, so he kept talking for a long time before letting her go. After calming down, Shizihan looked around and asked, "Where are the others?" Gu Li shook his head helplessly and responded, "I only contacted you and she and Xiao Erzi, and the others haven't replied yet." Shizihan frowned even more, and he quickly took out the sound transmission talisman, his eyes full of anxiety and concentration, and sent messages to several people one by one. Gu Li whispered to comfort him, "Don't worry too much, the life locks in our bodies are connected, and they are not in danger of life at the moment." Shizihan nodded slightly, but his worries were still there. "By the way, all the shadow guards also jumped in," Shizihan added. Gu Li responded, "I know, but I have only contacted Xiao Erzi at present. The others are still missing, but I have told them the location. When they can receive the sound transmission note, they will go there. I just hope they are safe." "Then where should we go to meet them now?" Shizihan asked. Gu Li thought for a moment and said, "Let's go to the town on the eastern edge of the desert first. The specific address will be discussed after Yunxi and the others arrive. As for the others, let them meet up near the Star Palace." Shizihan heard the name Star Palace, and a trace of doubt appeared in his eyes. Star Palace? Seeing this, Gu Li told Shizihan everything he knew about the Star Palace. Then, the two of them did not delay any more and continued on their journey. They walked in the desert for several days. The scorching sun ruthlessly baked the earth, and the wind whistled and rolled up waves of yellow sand. Finally, they walked out of the desert. From a distance, Small villages were scattered in front of them, and the curling smoke slowly rose, adding a bit of vitality and fireworks to this barren land. Gu Li and Shi Zihan got off the little wolf cub, patted its head gently, and let it go back to rest, and then the two walked through the village. How long will it take them to arrive? Shi Zihan asked as they walked. Gu Li held the sound transmission talisman tightly in his hand. They have arrived in this area and are waiting for us in Longda town. Shi Zihan nodded, then walked to a villager and politely asked the way to the town. After a while, he came back and said to Gu Li, "It's not far from here to that town, just a few dozen miles away." Gu Li heard this and said, "Let's go." Wait a minute. Just as Gu Li and the others were about to leave, the woman Shi Zihan had asked for directions just now stopped them. Shi Zihan turned around and asked in confusion, "Is there something wrong?" The woman had a kind smile on her face, looking up and down at Shi Zihan, as if she was examining a precious treasure, then nodded with satisfaction and asked, "Young man, are you from that village?" Shi Zihan was a little confused by this sudden question, but he still answered honestly, "I'm not from here." The woman then asked, "Is that so? How old are you?" Shi Zihan was getting more and more confused. There was a hint of impatience in her tone. "If you have anything to say, just tell me directly." The woman smiled and explained the reason. "It's like this, I think you are a good person, and I want to introduce you to a girl." Shi Zihan's mouth twitched slightly, and he waved his hand and said, "No. No, we have something else to do, so we will leave first." But the woman was relentless, and stepped forward to grab his arm. "Wait, why are you in such a hurry to leave? It's a rare chance." Shi Zihan was so scared that he pulled his arm out directly, and hid behind Gu Li in a hurry. Gu Li saw Shi Zihan's embarrassed look, and the corners of her mouth rose wildly, but her good upbringing still made her hold back from laughing. She was curious, so she asked, "Do you want to introduce your daughter?" The woman looked at Gu Li vigilantly and asked back, "Are you his wife?" Gu Li shook his head. "No, he is my brother." The woman smiled again after hearing this. "So it's my sister." "Sister?" Gu Li's heart moved, and he teased, "Do you want to introduce yourself to him?" The woman said confidently, "Yes, I am the village flower of our village. What else can he not be satisfied with?" Hearing this, Shi Zihan could no longer bear it. He carried Gu Li on his shoulders, and the spiritual power in his body surged, and he flew quickly towards the direction of the town in an instant. His figure was like a flash of lightning, and he disappeared in the village in the blink of an eye. Only Gu Li's laughter was heard from afar. "Ha ha ha! Shi Zihan, ha ha ha! I thought she was going to introduce her daughter to you. I wanted Yunxi and the others to come to us, ha ha ha. In the end, she fell in love with you, ha ha ha. Your face is really popular, ha ha ha." Shi Zihan's face darkened, and he felt ashamed and annoyed, and threw Gu Li on his shoulder down. Gu Li quickly steadied herself, and seeing Shi Zihan's dark face staring at her, she burst out laughing again. Shi Zihan gritted her teeth and said, "Have you laughed enough?" Gu Li pursed her lips, and said with a forced smile, "Enough, enough. Let's go find Yunxi and the others." Half an hour later, in a room in an inn in the town, veins on Shi Zihan's forehead bulged slightly, staring at the two women who were laughing and pounding the table with their hands. She gritted her teeth and wanted to go forward and give them 2 punches. Seeing this, Gu Er on the side flashed and quickly stretched out his arm to stop Shi Zihan. Although his face was somewhat restrained, the slightly raised corners of his mouth still revealed his inner laughter, and he said softly, "The 2 ladies are still young, don't bother with them." Chapter 321. Shi Zihan's eyes instantly turned to Gu Er, and that look seemed to be able to eat people, and he said viciously, "I won't bother with them, you come and fight me." Gu Er's heart trembled, and his feet subconsciously took a step back. His expression became serious, and he responded seriously, "Without the order of the young master, I will not fight with you." At this time, Mu Yunxi finally slowed down her smile, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and said, "Okay, I won't laugh at you anymore." Gu Er said worriedly, "Young master, the others still can't be contacted." Gu Li frowned slightly. "I know, let's go to the direction of the Star Palace first. Within a certain range, they will receive the news." Mu Yunxi was full of doubts and asked softly, "Where is this Star Palace?" Gu Li shook his head gently and said helplessly, "I don't know, we know it is one of the major forces in the southern continent." Mu Yunxi was even more puzzled. "Isn't this Lingxi continent? The Divine Spirit sect is not here?" Gu Li patiently explained, "The Divine Spirit sect should be in the northern continent." Mu Yunxi asked, "Is the Star Palace far away?" Gu Li looked up into the distance, thought for a moment, and replied, "It should be very far. Our current location is the most deprived place in Lingxi continent." It will take a long time to get there. Gu then made a suggestion. What about the teleportation array? Gu Li immediately rejected it. We can't use the teleportation array to get there. We don't have to go to the Star Palace. We want to find everyone. If we use the teleportation array, if they are within the range, we won't receive the message. Mu Yunqi said with some concern, but we don't know the route. It would be difficult for us to get there by ourselves. Gu Li was calm and composed. It's okay, let's go out and see if there's anything we can buy. It would be best if we have a map, and then we can plan a route that can use flying beasts. At this time, Gu brought up another tricky question. Young master, we don't use spirit stones here, and we may not have money. Gu Li couldn't help but say Gu hurriedly explained. I found out that people here all use a kind of white yuan stone, called yuan jing. Shi Zihan also asked curiously, then how did you open the inn room? Gu smiled bitterly and said, I sold some of the pills given by the young master, but the price was a bit low. One holy pill sold for 100,000 yuan of crystals. Gu Li couldn't help twitching his mouth. I have a lot of spiritual stones in my space that I can't spend all of them. I'm a pauper again when I come here. Shi Zihan was optimistic. This is not a problem. We can find a shop and sell more runes and pills. If the price is not enough, we can make up for the quantity. I will draw them after they are sold out. Gu Li sighed helplessly. Now it can only be like this. The four people searched around the town and finally found a shop. They sold a few pills in exchange for hundreds of thousands of yuan of crystals, then bought a map, and quickly left the town on Shao Jinzi. At this moment, Shi Zihan suddenly said in surprise, Huh? There's a sound from my sound transmission note. Gu Li also hurriedly checked, Me too. Mu Yunqi also said, Me too. As soon as he input the spiritual power, he heard the miserable ghost howling of Sui Yun and Lin Yuchen. Zihan! Help! We are being chased by a group of men. They want to tie me up and take me back to be their husband. Mu Yunqi couldn't help laughing. It seems that the two of them are together. Gu Li quickly sent a message. Where are you now? A panicked response came from the other side. I don't know. Gu Li sighed helplessly. Then you can run. See you in Xingchen Palace. A moment later, Lin Yuchen's breathless voice came again. Ali, except for the two of us, Gu Yi and the others have been kidnapped by those men. Gu Li's face turned cold in an instant, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. She thought to herself, dare to kidnap my people. She took out the map and carefully checked the distribution on it, thinking in her heart, being chased by a group of men. The finger slid down along the map and finally stopped at the location of Yin Yang Pavilion, which is a third-class force. It is one of the countless small forces in the southern continent, and its strength is similar to that of the Gu family. Gu Li's heart moved, and she wanted to quickly gain a foothold in the southern continent. She instantly had some other ideas. Gu Li sent a message again. You don't have to run. We will find you according to the location of the natal luck. Sui Yun's voice came with a tearful tone. Then you must come. Otherwise our chrysanthemums will be in danger. Gu Li comforted. Don't worry, we will be there soon. Since the sound transmission note can receive the message, their distance should not be too far. She carefully looked at the map, estimated the distance, and was sure in her heart, it will take an hour to get there. Gu Li looked up at Shi Zihan and the other two, with excitement in her eyes. Are you going to do something big? Shi Zihan looked puzzled. What are you going to do? Gu Li raised the corner of his mouth and showed a confident smile. Didn't I and the others say that they wanted to establish their own power? Let's take down Yin Yang Pavilion. Mu Yunqi widened her eyes and said in surprise, You really dare to think. Establishing a force requires manpower and funds, and we have to deal with so many miscellaneous matters. We only have a few 100,000 yuan of crystals now. Gu Li smiled nonchalantly. Will we have money if we destroy them? As for manpower, those with good character will be kept, and those with bad character will be killed. When all the shadow guards are gathered, let them take care of it. Gu couldn't help but protest. Young master, is it really okay for you to leave the mess to us like this? Gu Li replied as a matter of course. I think it's good. Shi Zihan analyzed calmly. But it's not so easy to destroy a force. Other forces may also take advantage of the opportunity to enter. Gu Li nodded gently. Save Yuchen and others first and then discuss it. Throw his contracted beasts into the rebirth pavilion to take a bath to improve their cultivation. As for Yin Yang Pavilion, they were the first to attack her people. After galloping on the back of the flying beast Shao Jinzi for nearly an hour, they finally arrived at the sphere of influence of Yin Yang Pavilion. Gu Li looked down with a cold gaze and said first, We landed here. The flying beasts are too conspicuous. It's better to keep a low profile. After that, the four people slowly got off Xiao Jinzi. Gu Li turned around and searched in the storage space. After a while, he took out a set of men's clothes and handed it to Mu Yunqi. Come and change. Then he took out a set of clothes and prepared to find a hidden corner to change clothes. Mu Yunqi took the clothes with some doubts and asked, Huh? What are you changing clothes for? Gu Li raised his eyes slightly, with a hint of cunning in his eyes. Isn't Yin Yang Pavilion arresting men? Mu Yunqi understood, raised his eyebrows, and smiled. I understand. Chapter 322. When Gu Li and Mu Yunqi changed their clothes and reappeared, they were two beautiful young men. Mu Yunqi was the first to break the silence and asked with a hint of expectation, How is it? Gu Er's eyes lit up and he praised, The young master is so handsome, and the young lady is also handsome. Gu Li immediately corrected, Don't call me young master, call me by my name. Mu Yunqi also echoed, Don't call me young lady, call me by my name. Gu Er looked embarrassed and waved his hand quickly. No. Gu Li raised his eyebrows and said in an unquestionable tone, It's okay if I say it's okay. Gu Er hesitated again and said cautiously, Young master, I will call you master. If I call you by your name, the boss will beat me. Gu Li was embarrassed. He looked at her and said angrily, You are stupid. If you call me master, people will think I am the son of a powerful family and dare not attack me. What should I do? If Xiao Yizi hits you, I will help you beat him. Gu Er sighed helplessly. Okay. Gu Li rolled her eyes and wanted to tease her. After all, she had never heard the shadow guards call her name, so she said, Call it first and let me hear it. Gu Er made a bitter face and begged for mercy. Young master, please don't embarrass me. I don't speak. If he really called me as he said, the boss would definitely teach him a lesson in secret after knowing it. Gu Li saw him like this and pouted in boredom. Boring. The four of them walked for a long time, but they didn't meet many people along the way. Not long after, they stepped into a small town. As soon as they entered, Gu Li keenly noticed that there were many eyes in the dark, tightly wrapped around them. Shizihan quietly sent a message to Gu Li and the other two. Something is wrong here. It seems different from other towns. Mu Yunqi also responded, There are only men, no women. Gu Li looked calm and said softly, This is under the jurisdiction of Yin Yang Pavilion, it's normal. Before he finished speaking, several men flashed like ghosts and blocked their way. The men looked up and down unscrupulously, and the amazement in their eyes was beyond words. One of the men spoke first, his voice was a little frivolous. Are you from outside? Gu Li smiled and responded in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Yes, I'm passing by here, is there anything? The man chuckled. Nothing, just need to pay a little toll to pass through our town. Gu Li asked calmly, How much is a little? The man asked loudly, Not much, 10,000 yuan per person. Gu Li was slightly startled, and then sneered. 10,000, you really dare to ask? The man's eyes flashed with a cunning. It's okay not to pay, you can use something else instead. After speaking, his eyes wandered back and forth between Gu Li and Mu Yunqi, full of ill intentions. Gu Er was so angry that he clenched his fists and almost lost control to teach this rude guy a lesson for daring to have bad intentions towards the young master. Gu Li was keenly aware of it and sent a warning look, indicating that he should not be impulsive. She knew that these people were stronger than them, and once they fought, it would definitely cause a big uproar. Inadvertently, she saw a striking black mark on their necks, and thus she guessed that they were from Yin Yang Pavilion. Gu Li's mind raced, but he still had a smile on his face. Sure, but isn't it inconvenient here? The man immediately showed his joy and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, you are quite sensible, come with me. Gu Li and the other four followed them slowly, and soon they came to a quiet courtyard. Looking around, there were still many men in the courtyard, standing or sitting, with different expressions. Xiao San, you brought people back again. A shout broke the peace in the courtyard. Wow, it's okay, with such a good appearance, brothers can be happy for once. Everyone shouted. Xiao San scolded impatiently. Go aside, I will bring the people I brought back first. Every time it's my turn, those people are almost absorbed by you. These people were unscrupulous and swore in front of them. Gu Li raised the corner of his mouth slightly and asked with a smile, Absorb? Do you want to devour our spiritual power? Xiao San was stunned at first, and then laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, you react quite quickly. Gu Li's eyes were like torches, and he pressed the other party. You are all from Yin Yang Pavilion. Xiao San tilted his head and joked. Why do you want to join? Gu Li shook his head decisively. No, you are too disgusting. Everyone laughed at the words. and a man was even more aggressive and stretched out his hand to touch Gu Li's face. Gu Li's figure flashed, and she lightly dodged sideways. At the same time, she didn't know when a formation ball emitting dim light appeared in her hand. She waved her hand and quickly injected a spiritual power to activate it. The isolation formation in her hand instantly released powerful energy, and the dim light flickered, covering the entire yard tightly, like an invisible barrier, perfectly blocking all the movements that were about to happen inside. Seeing this, Xiao San's face suddenly changed, and he shouted sternly, "What do you want to do?" Gu Li raised her eyebrows slightly, with a hint of cunning and determination in her eyes. "Of course, I will borrow your identity for a while." After speaking, without giving them any chance to breathe and react, Gu Li's body was as fast as lightning, and she attacked the man closest to her swiftly. The man was stunned at first, obviously not expecting Gu Li to attack so decisively, but he was by no means an ordinary person. He quickly came to his senses, and a hint of fierceness flashed in his eyes, and he confronted Gu Li directly. In an instant, the fist wind whistled, the spiritual power surged, and the figures of the two people crisscrossed in the yard, causing the surrounding air flow to surge, and the sand and stones flew. At the same time, Mu Yunqi and the other two did not show weakness, and they launched fierce attacks on others, like tigers descending from the mountains. For a time, shouts and killings were heard everywhere in the yard, and the figures were shaking, and the battle was about to break out. After Gu Li exchanged blows with the man, her body swayed slightly, and she was forced to take a few steps back. She was secretly shocked. Through this brief confrontation, she had already realized that this man's strength was above hers, reaching the middle stage of the initial spiritual realm. The man stabilized his body, and a smug sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Boy, why don't you just listen to me? You have to fight me." After that, he gathered his spiritual power again, ready to launch a more fierce attack. Gu Li's beautiful eyes flashed with impatience, and she said coldly, "I don't want to waste time with you." As the voice fell, she moved her mind, and the light of the contract space in her body suddenly appeared, and a group of contract beasts with different shapes and majestic appearances came out one after another. In an instant, the spiritual power fluctuations in the small courtyard suddenly increased, and a strong breath came to the face. Seeing this, Mu Yunqi, Shi Zihan and Gu Er also followed suit and summoned their contract beasts. For a moment, the courtyard was filled with animal shadows, and the originally spacious space suddenly became crowded. Gu Li frowned slightly, looking at the slightly chaotic scene, and shouted, "Move smaller, the space is too small." Chapter 323. Hearing Gu Li's words, more than a dozen beasts slowly shrank their bodies, to avoid turning the yard into ruins. When the men in the yard saw a group of semi-divine beasts suddenly appear, they were stunned as if they were cast into a spell. Their faces were full of fear and disbelief, and their bodies were trembling like fallen leaves in the autumn wind. Xiao San was the one who reacted most strongly. His fingers trembled like a candle in the wind, and he pointed at Gu Li tremblingly. His voice became sharp and broken because of extreme fear. "You? Who are you?" Others were also secretly complaining in their hearts, and they all cursed Xiao San in their hearts. Dare to bring anyone back without prior screening. This time, it's good, kicking the iron plate, and it also implicated everyone. Gu Li said lightly, "Kill them." Seeing that the contracted beasts were ready to move, after hearing the order, Xiao San and others were immediately scared to death. The instinct of survival made them beg for mercy at this critical moment. "Wait, you can't kill us, we are from Yin Yang Pavilion." They tried to use the power behind them to intimidate Gu Li, so that she would be afraid and let them go. Gu Li had a dagger flashing with cold light in his hand, and his body was as fast as lightning. He rushed forward and slashed directly at the neck of one of the men. "Who cares who you are?" In her opinion, these guys who rely on absorbing other people's spiritual power to improve themselves, how can they be good people? This behavior is against the right way, and it is not a pity for them to die. Although these people's cultivation is in the middle stage of the initial spiritual realm, slightly higher than Gu Li and his group, according to common sense, their strength is equal to that of the demigod beasts, and they should have the upper hand. But Gu Li's side has more contracted beasts, and these contracted beasts are all extraordinary, and they cooperate tacitly, and soon beat Xiao San and others without any chance to fight back. Soon, there were several cold corpses lying on the ground, and blood flowed out of their wounds, dyeing the ground of the courtyard red, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Gu Li walked to those people expressionlessly, and squatted down. Her slender fingers gently grasped the space rings in their hands, and with a slight force, she took the rings off. Then, she searched them carefully again. Gu Er watched from the side, frowning slightly, but did not say anything, just quickly pulled off the space rings on other people one by one, and then handed them to Gu Li. These people were dead, so the rings naturally became ownerless. Gu Li easily opened them with his spiritual power. Gu Li's eyes scanned the rings, and when he saw the mountains of yuan crystals inside, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. 10 million yuan crystals, it seems that these people usually make a lot of money. Mu Yunqi saw Gu Li's expression and smiled, teasing, maybe they know that we are short of money when we first arrived, so they specially sent us a windfall. Gu Li divided the yuan crystals into 4 parts and distributed them to everyone fairly, and then continued to search for a lot of other things in the ring. Most of them were some refining materials. For Gu Li, these refining materials were also very useful, and she directly put them into her storage space. Suddenly, she saw a few red tokens in the ring, with the 3 characters Yin Yang Pavilion prominently engraved on them. Gu Li's mouth corner slightly raised, revealing a smile. It seems that we can go in directly. However, their original appearance was too outstanding, and they were just like the brightest stars in the night sky among the crowd, too eye-catching. If they went to Yin Yang Pavilion so swaggeringly, they would definitely attract the attention of others, and even cause unnecessary trouble. After discussing, several people took the disguise pill again. After they took the pill, a faint light appeared around their bodies, and their faces began to change slowly between the flashes of light. Not long after, they became ordinary, just like the most ordinary passers-by in the world, who would not let people take a second look. Then, they rushed towards the direction of Yin Yang Pavilion with confidence. They walked very fast, and before long, they saw the location of Yin Yang Pavilion from a distance. The scale of Yin Yang Pavilion far exceeded Gu Li's imagination. It was not just a simple pavilion building, but occupied an entire city on the plain. The magnificent scene made people marvel. A huge plaque was hung high above the city gate, with 3 big characters Yin Yang Pavilion written on it, and the handwriting was vigorous and powerful. There were still many people guarding the city gate. Unlike other cities, no outsiders could enter and exit here at will. Only the internal staff of Yin Yang Pavilion could enter, which showed that its access control was strict. Gu Li stood in the distance, slowly swept his eyes across this magnificent city, and nodded with satisfaction. I am very satisfied with this area. Mu Yunqi also laughed and said, it seems that our future power will be very impressive. Shi Zihan poured cold water on him at this inopportune moment. Have you ever thought that with such a large place, there must be a lot of people inside? Can we defeat them? Mu Yunqi rolled her eyes at him, and said with some dissatisfaction, shut up, don't break my beautiful fantasy. Gu Li raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Who said I want to fight with all the people? Gu Er immediately understood and said, young master means to kill the main characters. Gu Li looked at Gu Er with appreciation. Really smart. Shi Zihan's mouth twitched, thinking, it's so easy to say, but it's probably not so simple to do. There must be many masters inside the Yin Yang Pavilion. With their cultivation, it shouldn't be so easy to find the main characters and kill them. When they arrived at the city gate, Gu Li and others calmly took out the token of the Yin Yang Pavilion. The guards took the token, checked it carefully, and after confirming that it was correct, they respectfully let them pass. Gu Li and his companions entered the city smoothly. The construction in the city is unique. It is not like other ordinary cities, with all kinds of restaurants and shops everywhere. Instead, there are palace-like buildings, each of which is magnificent and beautiful. There are names written on the buildings, as if showing their unique identity and status. Moreover, there are many people guarding each building. These guards patrol back and forth, vigilantly watching everything around. Gu Li and his companions walked on the street openly, without worrying about being exposed. Because there are not only 4 of them, but also many people walking outside. Chapter 324. Mu Yunqi was walking, and suddenly seemed to remember something. She said with some worry, I don't know how they are doing. Gu Li heard it, and immediately took out the sound transmission node from his arms, and slowly injected spiritual power into it. How are you? Not long after, the sound transmission node began to tremble slightly, and Sui Yun's deliberately lowered voice came. We are fine, but something may happen. Gu Li's heart tightened, and he hurriedly asked, what's wrong? Sui Yun's voice came from the sound transmission node again. We. Imprisoned in a dungeon, besides Aiken and me, Gu Yi and 11 shadow guards were also there. There were some other men imprisoned, and several men had been taken away, and I didn't know what they were doing. Shi Zihan frowned. This city is so big, how can we find them? At this moment, Gu Li's sound transmission node trembled slightly, and there was movement again, and then Gu Li heard the words coming from inside. Ali, Gu Yi was taken away. Gu-er was anxious when he heard this, and his face turned pale instantly. On Gu Li's side, before she could come up with a way to deal with it, a deafening explosion suddenly came from the direction of the west gate of the city. The explosion sounded like a raging thunder in the ear, shaking the earth slightly. The people walking around were startled by the sudden loud noise. Their bodies trembled instinctively, and then they subconsciously turned their heads to look in the direction of the explosion. Gu Li and the others were also startled by the huge noise. Their footsteps seemed to be frozen, and they subconsciously stopped moving forward in an instant. For a moment, the whole surrounding area was filled with noise, and people began to talk about it. Someone shouted loudly with fear on his face. What happened? A voice came quickly from a distance, shouting with a bit of panic. Someone broke in, come quickly. This shout seemed to blow the horn of assembly, and for a moment, many people rushed towards the west gate like a tide. Gu Li quickly glanced around and said decisively, now, let's act separately and follow the guidance of the natal lock to find their location. The scale of this city is really too large. If the distance is too far, the location shown by the natal lock will not be particularly accurate. The three of them have natal locks in their bodies. If they search separately, the efficiency will definitely be higher. At this moment, the little vine suddenly said, Master, there is no need to separate them. Let me try. Gu Li heard this, and lowered his head slightly. His eyes fell on the little vine in his hand. A trace of thought flashed in his eyes. Then several people quickly found a corner to hide. After all, standing on the street was too conspicuous, and it was easy to be discovered. The little vine slowly slipped from Gu Li's wrist, and landed lightly on the ground. Its roots spread rapidly, bypassing the hard bluestone slab and embedding into the ground little by little. Then, countless more slender branches quickly grew on those tiny roots, like a dense net quietly weaving underground. In just a quarter of an hour, the underground of the entire city was densely covered with its roots. And these tiny roots continued to extend. They carefully poked their heads out through the gaps between the stone slabs. If you don't look carefully, you can't detect it at all. At this time, Sui-Yun was sitting on the ground. Suddenly, he felt something gently push his butt. He got up and looked around with a puzzled look on his face, but found nothing. Little Tung Tung waved the vines excitedly. Master, I found them. Mu Yunqi asked, where are they? Little Tung Tung shook the vines, pointed in a direction and said, it's in the dungeon of the palace not far ahead. There are many people imprisoned in it. When Gu Li heard this, he lowered his eyes slightly, with a complex light flashing in his eyes. He didn't say anything for a long time, as if he was thinking about something extremely important. Gu-er was anxious and couldn't help urging, young master, let's go quickly, otherwise the boss will be in danger. Gu Li then slowly raised his head, looked at Xiao Tung Tung and said, don't take back your roots yet, these people will be your nutrients when the fight starts. When Xiao Tung Tung heard this, he immediately waved his vine happily and said, thank you, master. A vine soon grew on the main vine. It skillfully broke off the vine and embedded it into the ground to maintain the activity of the root system. After doing all this, it returned to Gu Li's wrist. According to Xiao Tung Tung's guidance, Gu Li and his companions hurriedly came to the palace where Sui-Yun and the others were. There were many guards standing outside the palace gate, and the number was much more than other places. And many people were carrying unconscious men in. Gu Li's eyes were calm. He quickly took out 2 pills from his arms, and handed them to Gu-er and Shi Zihan respectively, saying at the same time, you should restore your appearance first. Shi Zihan and Gu-er did not hesitate at all, nor did they ask her the reason. They took the pills and swallowed them. After a while, they both returned to their original appearance. Gu Li turned to look at Mu Yunqi and said softly, Yunqi, we each carry one. Mu Yunqi instantly saw what she wanted to do, and walked to Shi Zihan without saying a word. With a force of both hands, she carried Shi Zihan steadily on her shoulders. Gu Li also lifted Gu-er up. Gu-er was startled by this sudden action and hurriedly said, young master, let me do it. Gu Li scolded in a low voice, shut up, you two pretend to be unconscious. Gu-er and Shi Zihan heard it, and immediately did it. They tilted their heads and relaxed their whole bodies. They looked like they were fainted. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi carried the 2 of them, and walked towards the palace in a swagger. The journey was surprisingly smooth. They followed the people who were carrying other men in front of them, and headed straight towards the dungeon. After passing the courtyard in front, they soon came to a small rockery, where there were also many people guarding outside. When the guards saw them coming with people, they just glanced at them casually, without keeping their eyes on them too much, but naturally made way, revealing a gap next to the rockery. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi walked down the stairs at the gap slowly. The light inside was very dim, and the air was filled with a damp smell. There were many people imprisoned in the dungeon. At first glance, they were all men with good looks. However, Gu Li and the others looked around carefully, but they did not see Su Yun, Lin Yuchen, and the shadow guards. Chapter 325. Gu Li frowned and said in a low voice, "First block the sound here, and then slowly look for it." Mu Yunqi nodded and said, "Okay." The two put Shizihan and Gu Er down, and Gu Li quickly took out a formation ball from the space, and quickly formed seals with both hands. Mu Yunqi also injected her spiritual power into it at the same time. The spiritual power of the two people gathered together like two rushing streams, and poured into the formation ball. In an instant, a dazzling light burst out from the formation ball, and the light quickly expanded, like a huge light shield, directly covering the entire dungeon. And the people who said people in with them noticed their actions, and one of them suddenly changed his face, and shouted, "What are you doing?" Gu Er and Shizihan heard the shouting, and their eyes met instantly, and then the two rushed straight towards those people like arrows from a bow. They were agile, and their steps were powerful. Every step they took seemed to carry 1,000 pounds of force. Gu Er waved the long sword in his hand, and the sword flashed cold light in the dim dungeon, stabbing the enemy's vital points accurately. In just a moment, those people fell to the ground in all directions, without a breath. When the people imprisoned in the dungeon saw this thrilling scene, the light of hope suddenly lit up in their originally dim eyes, as if they saw the dawn in the darkness. They were excited and shouted at the top of their voices, "Take us out together! Heroes, can you help me open this door?" The shouts echoed in the dungeon one after another. Gu Li heard the noise, her brows knitted tightly into a shape, her eyes revealed a hint of displeasure. She raised her voice, and said, "Stop making noise, I will let you go when I find my people." The formation they set up only blocked the movement here, but did not block the entry and exit. People outside can come in, and people inside can go out. If these people are released now, they will be in big trouble if they run out and are discovered. At this moment, a man in the dungeon closest to them shouted at the top of his voice, "Let me out quickly, or I will call people here, and you can't even think about leaving." There was a hint of ferocity on his face, and his eyes revealed a threat. Gu Li's face sank when she heard this, and her eyes instantly became extremely cold. She waved her hand, and a dagger flashing with cold light instantly appeared in her hand. She did not hesitate at all, raised her jade arm lightly, and the dagger shot towards the man like a flash of lightning. The dagger drew a graceful arc in the air, and pierced the man's head with great precision. The huge impact force nailed him to the wall. The man's eyes widened instantly, and there was still a trace of ferocity and fear on his face, and then he died. The prisoners around were frightened and silent when they saw this bloody scene, and they suddenly became quiet. Gu Li glanced around coldly, his eyes were like knives, and his voice was as cold as hell. "You can't use your spiritual power in there. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will kill you." Seeing that the prisoners around were quiet, Gu Li and his friends decided to go find Su Yun and his friends. At this time, Su Yun, Lin Yuchen, and the shadow guards had already heard the noise from the depths of the dungeon. When they heard Gu Li's familiar voice, their tense faces suddenly showed bright smiles. Su Yun shouted excitedly, "Ollie! Ollie! Here, we are here!" The shadow guards also shouted, "Young master!" Gu Li and the other four hurriedly ran towards the dungeon when they heard the voice. The moment they saw Gu Li and the others, Su Yun and Lin Yuchen could not hold back their excitement. Su Yun shouted anxiously, "Quick! Let us out first." Gu Er heard this, and immediately drew out his long sword. He took a deep breath, and mobilized the spiritual power in his body to infuse it into the long sword. The long sword instantly glowed brightly. He swung the long sword and slashed fiercely at the door that held them. The door made a dull sound under the attack of the long sword, then slowly cracked, and finally opened with a clang. As soon as the door opened, Su Yun rushed directly to Gu Li, grabbed her shoulders tightly with both hands, and shook her vigorously. His face was full of anger and worry, and he said loudly, "Have you grown wings? You dare to take the thunder by yourself. You are capable of it." His voice trembled slightly because of excitement. "Do you know you are wrong?" Gu Li was dizzy and said helplessly, "Let go first, you are shaking me uncomfortable." Su Yun snorted coldly, "Humph, you will remember it next time if you are uncomfortable." However, despite this, he slowly let go of his hand. The shadow guard stood aside, looking at her with red eyes, and shouted in unison, "Young master." Gu Li looked at them, and said helplessly, "Let's talk about this later. Let's go find Xiao Yitzi." Gu San stepped forward with a trace of sadness and solemnity on his face, and said, "Young master, the boss was taken away, and Gu Qi and Shur-san were seriously injured. I don't know whether they are dead or alive." There was a trace of pain in his eyes, and he slowly recounted the situation at the beginning. At the beginning, a few of us were transferred to a place, and those people kidnapped us when they saw us. Gu Qi and Shur-san were women, and they were beaten and injured, so they were not brought back together. Gu Li raised her head slightly and said firmly, "It's okay, we will go out to find them first, and then come back to take revenge." Everyone heard it, and nodded, "Okay." Gu Li then turned around and looked at the prisoners with a cold look, with a hint of unquestionable majesty in her voice. "You can let me go, but you must swear a hard demon oath not to attack us." She secretly calculated in her heart that if they and a dozen shadow guards wanted to get out smoothly, they would inevitably have a fierce conflict with the guards. She believed in these prisoners, but if they were there, once a fight broke out, the more noise they made, the more they could take advantage of the chaos and get out. "Okay, as long as you can let me out, I am willing to swear a hard demon oath." A thin-faced man took the lead and answered loudly, his eyes full of desire for freedom. "I am willing to do the same." Then, the echoes rang out in the dungeon one after another. At once, everyone in the dungeon spoke up and solemnly swore an oath, which echoed in the air, promising not to attack Gu Li and the others. Seeing this, Gu Li nodded slightly, signaling the shadow guards to release them. She tilted her head slightly, with a curious light in her eyes, and carefully looked at a quiet dungeon on the right. Chapter 326. Two men were imprisoned in the dungeon. They sat quietly in the corner and looked exactly the same, like each other in a mirror image. They looked about the same age as Gu Li, about 18 or 19 years old. Although they were handsome, they were filled with deep despair. Both of them had dead silence in their eyes, without any ripples, as if everything in the world had nothing to do with them, and they had no intention of living at all. Mu Yunqi followed Gu Li's gaze, and saw their appearance, and said, "They have no intention of living, so don't worry about them. You can only take revenge if you are alive, right?" After saying that, she split their cell door open. Then she quickly ran out of the dungeon with the shadow guards and ignored them. Whether they live or die depends on whether they are willing. If they are not willing, they can die here. In the dark and damp dungeon, many people have seized the opportunity to escape from the cage, causing the outside world to fall into chaos and turmoil. Gu Li led everyone out of the dungeon carefully. Everywhere they looked was a crowd of people fighting, shouting and screaming, as if it was a tragic Shura battlefield. Her face was calm, her eyes quickly swept around, and then she leaned over and casually stripped the clothes of the corpse on the ground. The action was done in one go, without any hesitation or delay. Then, she cleverly avoided the guard's sight, and led everyone to sneak into an empty room in the palace like a ghost. After entering the empty room, Gu Li quickly took out the clothes she had just stripped off from the space. "Change clothes first, then take the disguise pill. We must find Xiao Yitzi as soon as possible." Everyone answered in unison, "Yes." The voice was full of trust and obedience to her. Gu Li raised his hand slightly, looked at the little vine wrapped around his wrist, and asked softly, "Have you found the location of Xiao Yitzi?" The little vine's voice sounded anxiously in Gu Li's mind. "Found it. He is in a palace in the west. Master, we may have to rush over quickly." Gu Li's heart suddenly tightened, and he hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" The little vine's tone was a bit anxious and embarrassed. He was tied and thrown on the bed, and there was an old man bathing in front of him. It is estimated that if it is later, his chastity will be lost. Gu Li heard it, and couldn't help cursing in a low voice. What kind of thing is Yin Yang Pavilion? After everyone changed their clothes and took the pills, they rushed to the direction where Gu Yi was without stopping. Along the way, they met many people rushing here from time to time. Judging from their hurried appearance, they should be going to suppress those who escaped, so they did not pay too much attention to Gu Li and others. Xiao Tungtung's voice sounded in Gu Li's mind again. "Master, it's inside." However, just as Gu Li and others were about to step into the palace, they were blocked by the guards outside the palace. The guard looked alert and shouted loudly, "Stop, Elder Go is resting, do not disturb him." At this moment, Xiao Tungtung's exclamation exploded in Gu Li's mind. "Master, he has finished his bath, and is walking around naked in front of Gu Yi." Gu Li was immediately furious and shouted, "Just do it." Before she finished her words, she had already kicked like an arrow from a bow, kicking the guard, who was blocking them fiercely. The shadow guards were well trained. After hearing Gu Li's order, they attacked the guards without hesitation. Shizihan and the others followed Gu Li closely, and rushed into the palace like a gust of wind. Following the route guided by Xiao Tungtung, they made many turns in the palace, and finally arrived at their destination. Gu Li was anxious and kicked the door open. The door fell inward with a loud bang under the huge impact. What came into view was a disgusting scene. A naked old man was touching the unconscious Gu Li all over. His wretched appearance made people want to tear him into pieces. Elder Go was frightened by the sudden movement. When he saw Gu Li and the others clearly, he thought they were ignorant servants. He was immediately angry and shouted, "Get out!" Gu Li's eyes were blazing, and he roared, "How dare you defile my little boy!" As she spoke, the spiritual power in her body surged and rushed towards Elder Go like a surging tide. Her fist as big as a casserole was wrapped in a whirring wind and hit his face fiercely. But before her fist landed on Elder Go suddenly burst out with a terrifying spiritual power, like an invisible shock wave, directly hitting Gu Li. Gu Li only felt a surge of overwhelming power coming, and the whole person flew backwards, like a kite with a broken string. Mu Yunqi was quick-eyed and quick-handed. Seeing this, she quickly flew forward and caught her steadily. Cough, cough, cough. Blood flowed out of the corner of Gu Li's mouth. He couldn't help but cough violently, and his face turned pale. Elder Go took this opportunity to quickly put on his clothes. His eyes fell on them like a hawk, and he said coldly, "You are not from Yin Yang Pavilion." Gu Li endured the pain in her body, and after taking the pill, she felt a little better. She ignored Elder Go's words, but turned to look at Lin Yuchen. "Leave this person to us, you go and wake up Xiao Yizi." Lin Yuchen's eyes were firm, and he responded without hesitation, "Okay." Then his figure rushed towards Gu Li like lightning. Seeing that his rebuke was completely ignored, Elder Go's face was instantly gloomy, as if water could drip out, and the old face that was originally full of wrinkles was twisted and terrifying at this moment. "Dare to come to Yin Yang Pavilion to make trouble, then all of you will die." As the voice fell, he suddenly burst out with the powerful and domineering spiritual power of the late stage of the spiritual initial realm, and the spiritual power fluctuation swept around like a raging storm. His figure flashed, and he approached like a ghost. His dry old hand, with a sharp wind, grabbed Gu Li's slender neck fiercely. The speed was as fast as lightning, and it seemed that he would strangle Gu Li's life in an instant. Gu Li was shocked and reacted very quickly. She hugged Mu Yunqi tightly, tapped the ground with her toes, and flew back like a flying swallow. Elder Go's hand brushed Gu Li's neck, but the sharp force did not diminish at all, and he grabbed the stone pillar behind him. There was a loud bang, and the stone pillar was instantly broken into countless pieces of broken stones under Elder Go's strong grab, and splashed out like a hidden weapon. Sui Yun danced with both hands quickly, the first move of the ice art, ice sealing 1,000 miles. Chapter 327. As Sui Yun recited the formula, the air around him seemed to be quickly drained of all warmth by an extremely cold force, and the temperature dropped sharply. A trace of biting cold air snaked out from his palm like a spirit snake and slowly spread. He rushed towards the place where Elder Go was. In the blink of an eye, he trapped Elder Go in that icy cage. Elder Go snorted coldly, with a look of disdain on his face. "Humph, overestimating your own abilities." After saying that, he suddenly raised the spiritual power in his body, and the powerful spiritual power burst out from his body like a volcanic eruption. The power spread around him like a surging tide, directly shattering the ice that trapped him, turning into countless ice chips flying everywhere. Seeing this, Gu Li shouted coldly, "Little ones, kill him." After the words fell, a white light flashed, and Xiao Bai's agile figure flashed out first. Then, little Jinzi appeared with brilliant light, and the little wolf cub also appeared majestically in front of Gu Li. The three little ones roared in unison, and rushed directly towards Elder Go, with an indomitable momentum. She did not release all the contracted beasts, and the strength of the three little ones in front of her was enough to deal with him. Elder Go saw the three monsters rushing towards him with their fangs and claws, and the fierce breath that came to his face made him shudder in his heart. He did not dare to be arrogant at the moment, and had to retreat quickly, trying to distance himself from the three little ones. He thought to himself that there was such a big commotion here, but no one came in to support. I guess the people outside were tied up. Now this situation is extremely unfavorable to him. The best strategy is to run away, so it is better to leave this place first. Gu Li saw that Elder Go was retreating and shouted loudly, "Don't chase, leave here first." The shadow guards couldn't hold on for too long and couldn't waste time with him. At this time, Gu Li had already woken up slowly. He saw Gu Li at a glance, and his face was immediately flushed with excitement. Tears flickered in his eyes, and he shouted loudly, "Young master." Gu Li looked at Gu Yi. "Let's leave first. I will come back to take over this place sooner or later." After saying that, she moved her mind and collected all the other contracted beasts, and released the little bird. The little bird flapped its wings and flew high, and several people quickly jumped onto the back of the little bird. The little bird carried everyone to the door, and saw that the shadow guards below were fighting a fierce life-and-death battle with the guards. The shadow guards were already covered with scars under the enemy's round-the-clock battle. Not far away, a large group of people rushed over here like a tide, and there were several extremely powerful auras among them. The powerful pressure seemed to make the air stagnate. Gu Li was anxious and shouted to the shadow guards below, "Come up." Shi Zihan heard the words, and quickly activated several runes. With a wave of his arm, the runes were thrown down like meteors. In an instant, there were several deafening explosions. The powerful power generated by the rune explosion spread around like a surging air wave, successfully blocking some of the pursuers. The shadow guards took the opportunity to perform qigong and flew onto the back of the little bird. Gu Li waved her jade hand and pointed to the west. "Fly to the west city gate." The little bird understood, flapped its wings suddenly, and sped towards the west city gate. However, there were still many flying beasts chasing behind him, and the sharp whistling sound seemed to be the call of death. The little bird suddenly stopped in the air, turned around, held his head high, and roared at the flying beasts. This roar contained the powerful bloodline suppression power of it, as the vermilion bird. Those flying beasts were instantly struck by lightning, lost their balance, and fell straight down, like a kite with a broken string. Seeing this, the little bird flapped its wings again, with satisfaction, and flew quickly towards the outside of the city gate. At this moment, the west city gate was also a scene of chaos, with flames soaring into the sky, smoke everywhere, and deafening explosions from time to time. Lin Yuchen's eyes were sharp, and he saw the movement below with his sharp eyes, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's all hin in them." When everyone heard his words, they all looked down curiously. Feng Wuhan, Gu Qi and Shi Sen were standing under the city gate. The runes in their hands were bombarding the city gate continuously as if they were free. The city gate was already shaky under the powerful attack of the runes. Su Yun suddenly realized, it turns out that the noise just now was caused by them. Gu Li hurriedly let the little bird fly down, and then shouted, "Come up quickly." Feng Wuhan and the other two were concentrating on attacking the city gate. When they heard this voice, they subconsciously looked up and saw Gu Li and the others. Feng Wuhan's face suddenly showed a look of surprise and joy, and he shouted loudly, "Ali!" Gu Qi and Shi Sen also shouted in unison, "Young master." The little bird slowly landed above them, and the three of them jumped up quickly. At this time, in addition to the people in the city chasing them, people from all directions were outflanking them like hungry wolves. Gu Li urged loudly, "Speed up, and leave the Yin-Yang Pavilion sphere of influence first." Shi Zihan did not slack off at all, and his hands danced quickly, forming a series of complex seals, Wind Yuan Jin's second-style storm. As the seals were completed, strong spiritual power fluctuations suddenly came from the air, and huge tornadoes formed out of thin air. They were like giant dragons with bared fangs and claws, roaring towards the pursuers. Those who could not dodge were instantly swept into the air, and the countless wind blades hidden in the tornado were like sharp scalpels, ruthlessly cutting them in half, and blood fell like raindrops. Xiao Kezi took advantage of this chaos and tried his best to speed up again. Like a flash of lightning, he flew out of the sky and disappeared from everyone's sight. Until they confirmed that there was no trace of pursuers behind them, the tense nerves of several people relaxed a little, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Li turned his head slightly. His eyes fell on Feng Wuhan, Gu Qi and Shi Sen, his eyes full of doubts, and asked softly, "Why are you there?" Feng Wuhan said, "I met them injured by chance, and I was suspicious when I saw them like that. After they explained the situation to me, they brought Gu Qi and Shi Sen here." Mu Yunqi couldn't help rolling her eyes when she heard it. "You three dared to go straight in, and you are not afraid of death." Feng Wuhan was embarrassed by what Mu Yunqi said, and coughed awkwardly a few times, saying, "Cough, cough, cough. I forgot that this is not La Feng continent. In La Feng continent, I am used to relying on my own powerful strength to crush the enemy. Coming to this completely unfamiliar place, I haven't adapted for a while, so I suddenly ignored that my current strength here is just at the bottom." Chapter 328. The little bird flapped its wings vigorously, and flew for a long distance. It slowly circled above a secluded and quiet valley for a while, and then stopped steadily. Gu Li jumped off the bird's back lightly. Her eyes immediately turned to the shadow guards, who were injured in the battle, and her eyes were full of pity. "Heal your wounds first." Then, she raised her hand lightly, and took out a considerable number of pills from it. She arranged them in an orderly manner, We will stay in this valley for a while. After your injuries are healed, we will set out to find other lost shadow guards." The shadow guards were well trained and responded in unison, "Yes." Then, Gu Li's mind moved slightly, and a faint light flashed, taking everyone into the Rebirth Pavilion. In the Rebirth Pavilion, the quiet lake was like a huge spiritual mirror, shining with a strange and warm light under the weak light. Gu Li guided the shadow guards to the lake and said, "Use this lake water to wash the wounds. It is effective for healing." Under the dual effects of the unique healing power of the lake water, in the Rebirth Pavilion and the elixir, the shadow guards' originally hideous wounds healed rapidly, at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, many wounds had scabbed over and their injuries improved greatly. After the shadow guards' injuries were basically stable, and they went out to look for others, Gu Li and the other 6 came to the Chaos Ring. Lin Yuchen frowned and spoke first with a puzzled look on his face. "What is the origin of that Yin-Yang Pavilion? I always feel that the exercises they practice have a weird aura, and it seems a little wrong." Gu Li said nonchalantly, "This is not important for now. What's important is that I have set my eyes on the Yin-Yang Pavilion." Sui Yun was confused when she heard this, and couldn't help asking, "What do you mean?" Gu Li raised her delicate chin slightly, and told them her idea. Sui Yun was so excited that her face flushed, and she jumped up excitedly. "Sure, I have had the idea of forming a powerful force for a long time." Lin Yuchen was also interested in this plan, and said excitedly, "The location there is very large. I can just build a large-scale monster park, and give my contracted beasts a home." Feng Wuhan frowned slightly. "But we want to uproot the entire Yin-Yang Pavilion, and the difficulty coefficient is really not small. After all, so far, we have never confronted the top masters of the Yin-Yang Pavilion head-on, and we have no idea how unfathomable their strength is." Gu Li thought for a while, and analyzed calmly. "As far as I know, the leaders of a small force like Yin-Yang Pavilion are at most at the peak of condensation realm, but the exact number is not clear at present." After hearing this, Shi Zihan couldn't help but take a breath, and said with a look of surprise, "We have just broken through to the early stage of Lingchu realm. If we face a strong man at the peak of condensation realm, I am afraid we can't even resist one of his moves." Gu Li rolled his eyes, and smiled cunningly. "I really don't like the existing architectural style in Yin-Yang Pavilion. I think we can just blow it up and replan the construction." Shi Zihan immediately became energetic after hearing this, and said confidently, "I am good at this, and I guarantee that I can blow up those buildings without leaving any tiles." Gu Li nodded gently and began to assign tasks in an orderly manner. "We have very few pills left, and future actions will definitely require a large amount of pills as support. Ah Hin, you refine the pills. Ah Han, you are responsible for drawing runes. Yuan Shi, the 3 of you come to help me pick the spiritual herbs in the Chaos Ring." Shi Zihan and Feng Wuhan responded in unison without hesitation. "Okay." Sui Yun asked curiously, "Ali, do you also want to refine pills?" Gu Li shook his head and said solemnly, "No, our current cultivation is still too low. I plan to refine spiritual liquid, which is for me. It is a great help for us to improve our cultivation." Lin Yuchen widened his eyes, and said in surprise, "Do all of us need it?" "How much is needed?" Gu Li said firmly, and without doubt. "Except for the spiritual herbs needed by Ah Hin to refine the elixir, all the spiritual herbs in the Chaos Ring should be picked." Sui Yun heard it, and exclaimed, "All? So many? You should know that the space of the Chaos Ring is vast and boundless. The small pavilion has already developed a large space for planting various spiritual herbs." Later, after Anan woke up, the planting area increased exponentially. "If all the spiritual herbs are to be picked, how much time and energy will it take?" Mu Yunqi raised her eyebrows, with a vigorous and resolute look in her eyes, and said loudly, "Stop talking nonsense, get started." After speaking, she stood up first and strode straight to the area where the spiritual herbs were planted. Sui Yun and Lin Yuchen looked at each other, understood each other, and hurriedly followed Mu Yunqi's pace. At this time, the little ones in the space were also very clever. They responded to the call, and jumped towards the spiritual grass planting area to help pick it. Lin Yuchen waved his hand, and summoned dozens of contracted beasts he had contracted. He chanted something, and commanded them to change their forms. Then, they quickly dispersed, and picked the spiritual grass in the field. On the other side, Gu Li brought Xiao Qianqian to the place where the Rebirth Pavilion was located. After receiving Gu Li's order, Xiao Qianqian's huge body began to expand slowly. After a while, it grew to the height of 2 people, and stood there like a small hill. Gu Li waved her jade hand lightly, and used her spiritual power to draw some lake water from the lake of the Rebirth Pavilion, so that it slowly flowed into the furnace that had been prepared long ago. Then, she shouted softly, and a hot spiritual fire suddenly jumped out of her palm. The spiritual fire was like a lively fire snake, winding around the furnace, and began to burn the lake water in the furnace. For a moment, the surrounding air was slightly distorted by the high temperature of the spiritual fire, and ripples like heat waves appeared. Half a quarter of an hour later, under the continuous burning of the spiritual fire, the lake water in the furnace gradually began to bubble densely. At first, there were only a few bubbles, and then they spread rapidly, and soon they began to boil violently. The rolling water splashed on the edge of the furnace, and instantly turned into wisps of white water vapor that rose and filled the surrounding air. Gu Li's eyes were fixed on the furnace, with a focused and deep look, and she saw that the lake water had boiled to the right degree. She waved her white hand, and the dozens of spiritual herbs that had been prepared by her side seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and flew towards the furnace in unison, and then fell lightly into the boiling lake water. Then, Gu Li mobilized the spiritual power in her body, and wrapped it delicately on the flame like a silk thread, accurately controlling the temperature of the flame. It keeps the temperature at the most suitable level for extracting the essence of the spiritual herbs, so that the properties of the spiritual herbs will not be destroyed due to excessively high temperature, nor will they be unable to be fully extracted due to excessively low temperature. Chapter 329. At the same time, her mental power was like an invisible sharp blade, carefully probing into the furnace. In the boiling lake water, the spiritual herbs were slowly extracting the essence of their own medicinal power, under the dual effects of spiritual power and high temperature. Gu Li was fully focused, using her mental power to gently and continuously stir, so that each spiritual herb could be evenly heated and the medicinal power could be fully integrated into the lake water. Different from the process of refining the elixir, which only required controlling the temperature and the order of spiritual herbs, the process of refining spiritual liquid was more delicate and complicated. Not only did she need to use mental power to stir, but she also had to keep an eye on the degree of extraction of the spiritual herbs. Once she found that a spiritual herb had been extracted, she had to quickly remove the residue to prevent the residue from affecting the purity and quality of the spiritual liquid. Gu Li's forehead gradually oozed fine beads of sweat, but her eyes were still firm. She did not dare to slack off at all, and devoted herself wholeheartedly to this subtle dialogue with the spiritual herbs and the furnace fire. As time passed, the medicinal properties of the spiritual herbs in the furnace were completely extracted and blended into the clear lake water. Gu Li carefully took out the medicinal residue, and then continued to accurately control the temperature of the flame to keep it burning. At this moment, there was no trace of the spiritual herbs in the furnace, so she withdrew her powerful mental power, leaving only the spiritual fire burning in the furnace, burning the liquid in it. At this moment, Xiao Qianqian's clear and pleasant voice suddenly sounded, "Master, I can refine the elixir myself, you just need to maintain the stability of the spiritual fire." Hearing this, Gu Li's eyes lit up instantly. "Okay. At present, it only takes another half an hour to refine this batch of spiritual liquid." With Xiao Qianqian controlling it, Gu Li felt relieved. She quickly went to the chaos ring, and took out more than a dozen alchemy furnaces. There were so many people that one furnace of elixir was obviously far from enough. However, although refining more than a dozen furnaces at a time would consume a lot of mental and spiritual power, it could save a lot of time. After returning to the Rebirth Pavilion, Gu Li followed the previous steps, filled more than a dozen alchemy furnaces with lake water, and simultaneously fired more than a dozen spiritual fires to let them burn together. Mu Yunqi and them also collected some spiritual herbs in time, and sent them over. Sui Yun looked at Gu Li's busy figure and asked with concern, "Ali, can your body handle so many pill furnaces at once?" Gu Li shouted without turning his head, "Don't talk to me." Sui Yun looked puzzled. "Why?" Seeing this, Mu Yunqi hurriedly put down the herbs in her hand, stepped forward quickly, and pulled Sui Yun away. "Don't you see that Ali is refining so many pills at the same time? How can she have the energy to talk to you?" Mu Yunqi gently blamed. Sui Yun scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, "I'm used to Ari's strong mental power." Mu Yunqi shook her head helplessly. No matter how strong the mental power is, controlling so many alchemy furnaces at the same time, the brain will not be able to bear it. Sui Yun was a little worried. "Is she okay?" Lin Yuchen collected all the spiritual herbs and said, "Let's pick the spiritual herbs first, and then see if we can help her." "Yeah." After half an hour, Xiao Qianqian reported to Gu Li, "Master, I'm almost done here." Gu Li nodded, took back the spiritual fire from Xiao Qianqian, and then carefully took out a basin containing pills, and signaled Xiao Qianqian to pour out the spiritual liquid. The dark green spiritual liquid flowed into the basin continuously, and soon filled the basin. Above the spiritual liquid, the rich spiritual energy rose, like clouds and mist, which was clearly visible to the naked eye. Gu reached out and gently grabbed a handful of spiritual energy, feeling the powerful spiritual energy contained in it. The spiritual energy was so rich that it could be held directly in the hand, which made people marvel. However, Gu frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, "Such a large tank of raw materials, only such a small amount of spiritual liquid was refined." In order to prevent the spread and loss of spiritual energy, Gu quickly cast a spell and arranged a small formation to circle an area specifically for placing spiritual liquid. In the next month, Gu devoted herself to the work of refining spiritual liquid. Her mental power was highly concentrated, constantly stirring and taking out the spiritual liquid, and she did not dare to be negligent in every step. Despite this, the process of refining the spiritual liquid was still very difficult. The long-term output and overdraw of mental power made Gu feel exhausted and almost fainted several times. Fortunately, Mu Yunqi and others came back to help after collecting spiritual herbs in time. They only needed to follow Gu Li's instructions and control the temperature of the spiritual fire. Gu Li focused on stirring and removing the dregs with mental power to ensure the quality of refining. After 2 months of hard work, all the spiritual herbs were finally refined. At this time, only half a month had passed outside. Gu and others had not returned yet, so Gu Li carefully sealed up the refined spiritual liquid and waited for them to come back before starting the next plan. Gu Li took out her own sound transmission talisman, handed it to Mu Yunqi, and whispered, "I sleep for a while. Call me when Xiao Yitzi and the others come back." Before she finished speaking, Gu Li's head had already tilted to one side, and she fell into a deep sleep. Mu Yunqi was quick-witted and quickly reached out to catch her, and carefully carried her to the bed. Lin Yuchen looked at the basin full of spiritual liquid and exclaimed, "Ali is really amazing. She refined so much spiritual liquid, it's amazing." Su Yin also sighed, "I have a new understanding of her mental power. It would be great if I had such a strong mental power." Gu Li slept for half a month. It was because Gu Yitzi and the others came back that she wanted to go out and bring them in, so she was woken up by Mu Yunqi. Gu Yi walked up to Gu Li with a serious expression. "Young master, the shadow guards have assembled." As he finished speaking, the other shadow guards also shouted in unison, "Young master." Gu Li slowly raised his head, his eyes were like torches, and he carefully examined each shadow guard in front of him. Although they were all in a mess, their clothes were cut countless times, and some places still had blood stains. The bandages on the wounds were also soaked with blood, showing a dazzling red. But fortunately, they were all still alive, standing there without missing a single one, and her people were still able to save their lives. Gu Li's face gradually showed a relieved smile, and she whispered, "Not bad." At this time, a shadow guard said sincerely and eagerly, "Young master, you must not do this again next time, it's too dangerous." Another shadow guard also nodded quickly and echoed, "Yes, young master, let us do anything dangerous in the future." Chapter 330. Gu Li looked at their earnest words, and couldn't help laughing. She folded her hands in front of her chest and said, "There's nothing we can do. Your young master is stronger than you." When the shadow guards heard this, they were stunned at first, and then they all fell silent. Who would have thought that the young master, who had always been lower than them, would surpass them one day? They were a little uncomfortable with this change. But they still felt very proud. Their young master would protect them, but other masters would not protect their own people. Gu Li's eyes were firm, and her tone was unquestionable. "Okay, what we have to do is to improve our strength and take down the Yin-Yang Pavilion first." "Yes." The shadow guards responded in unison, their voices full of determination and fighting spirit. They had also heard about what the Yin-Yang Pavilion had done during this period, and they had no good feelings towards the so-called Yin-Yang Pavilion. Gu Li paused for a moment and continued, "First, disperse all the spiritual energy in your body, and then soak in the spiritual liquid pool. How much spiritual energy you can absorb from it depends on your own luck. When the spiritual energy is full, disperse it again, and repeat this 3 times. "Yes." Everyone obeyed the order. Gu Li turned to look at his friends beside him. "You should also absorb the spiritual energy in the spiritual liquid as much as possible. However, I have to tell you in advance that this process may be a bit painful. After all, the spiritual energy of this spiritual liquid is so rich that it is almost condensed, and all the spiritual energy must be dispersed to absorb it again. The impact on the body and meridians can be imagined, and the process will definitely not be easy and pleasant. But this method also has many advantages. In addition to helping them break through the realm, it can also forge their physical hardness and make their physique stronger and tougher. With Gu Li's order, dozens of people began to disperse all the spiritual power in their bodies at the same time. In an instant, the light in the rebirth pavilion was bright, and rays of spiritual light emanated from everyone, interweaving together, as if forming a gorgeous and mysterious spiritual light network. After the spiritual power was dispersed, everyone's face became extremely pale, without blood, and their bodies trembled slightly, as if they were weak after recovering from a serious illness. Everyone slowly entered the spiritual liquid pool, and before they took the initiative to absorb it, the rich and almost substantial spiritual energy rushed into their bodies, like a surging tide. In an instant, the intense pain was like a sharp blade, raging throughout their bodies, as if to tear their bodies into pieces, and the severe pain almost made them faint. Fortunately, everyone had strong willpower and gritted their teeth to hold on. Beads of sweat kept rolling down their foreheads. They clenched their teeth, clenched their fists, and curled up slightly. Gu Li was also not feeling well at this time. The rich spiritual energy was like a crazy torrent, drilling into her body without restraint. In just half a quarter of an hour, the spiritual power in her body was restored to its original state. Moreover, she vaguely felt the signs of a breakthrough, but she did not choose to break through. Instead, she resolutely dispersed the spiritual power again and began to absorb it again. Under the strong flushing of spiritual energy again and again, her meridians were also slowly expanding, like a carefully carved river channel, gradually becoming wider and deeper, able to accommodate more spiritual power rushing through. Half a day passed quietly, during which time, there were constant sounds of breakthroughs, and the powerful aura fluctuated in the rebirth pavilion. Gu Li suppressed the urge to break through. She knew that her potential was more than that, and wanted to consolidate the foundation through more absorption, so she insisted on absorbing twice more. However, the power of the final breakthrough was too strong, and she could no longer suppress it. A majestic and powerful aura burst out from her body. The middle stage of Yuanshu realm, the late stage of Yuanshu realm, the peak of Yuanshu realm, the early stage of Mingyuan realm, the middle stage of Mingyuan realm. Her realm soared all the way, like a rocket taking off, until she reached the late stage of Mingyuan realm, at which time the speed of absorbing spiritual power gradually slowed down. When she slowly opened her eyes, she found that others had completed the breakthrough. Without exception, everyone successfully entered the early or middle stage of Mingyuan realm. At this time, the medicinal properties in the spiritual liquid had been absorbed completely, and the original dark green spiritual liquid, which exuded rich spiritual energy, had now turned into a pool of clear and transparent ordinary water. Gu Li couldn't help but feel a little regretful, and sighed secretly. There is still too little spiritual liquid. If there is more spiritual liquid, maybe she can break through to the peak of condensation realm in one fell swoop. But she turned to think that the current results are already very good. After all, so many people have achieved breakthroughs, and the overall strength has been greatly improved. Sui Yin laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha, I broke through a level directly, and now I am in the early stage of condensation realm. Lin Yuchen also said with a smile. I am also in the early stage of condensation realm. Shi Zihan raised his chin slightly, with a hint of pride in his eyes. I have reached the middle stage of condensation realm. Feng Wuhan followed up and said, I am also in the middle stage of condensation realm. Mu Yunqi said softly, I have entered the early stage of condensation realm. Gu Yi and Gu Er also reported, early stage of condensation realm. Sui Yun looked at Gu Li curiously and asked, Ali, what about you? What realm have you broken through to? Others also looked at her expectantly. Gu Li smiled slightly, with a hint of pride on his face. Late stage. Lin Yuchen widened his eyes, and said in surprise, Oh my god, how come you have made so many breakthroughs? Gu Li patiently explained, because I absorb more spiritual energy than you, so the breakthrough is relatively larger. Sui Yun's eyes flashed, and he suggested enthusiastically, let's go outside to collect spiritual herbs. If we make a few more breakthroughs like this, our strength will definitely be improved. Gu Li shook his head gently and poured cold water on him. Don't think about it. This spiritual liquid cultivation method is not good enough. The second time will not have much effect on us, and the amount of spiritual herbs required is too large, which we cannot meet at present. Sui Yun heard Gu Li's words, and a trace of disappointment appeared on his face. He sighed helplessly and said, Well, I thought I could always use this method, but I didn't expect there would be restrictions. Gu Li nodded slightly and explained, Breakthrough is a good thing, but if there are too many breakthroughs in a short period of time, the foundation will be difficult to stabilize, and the realm will also be unstable, which will have many adverse effects on our subsequent cultivation. Now is a good time to go to Inyang Pavilion for actual combat. Chapter 331. Mu Yunqi rubbed his hands, his face filled with excitement. I feel like I have endless energy now, and I really want to fight. Feng Wuhan's mouth corners slightly raised, and several large pots of elixirs appeared in front of everyone. Eat whatever you want, there are plenty of elixirs. These elixirs exuded a faint halo, and the fragrance of medicine filled the air. They were all precious semi-god elixirs. Shi Zihan saw this, and was not to be outdone. He raised his hand, and several large bags of runes fell to the ground with a clang. The runes flashed with mysterious light. He said nonchalantly, "You can blow them up at will. They are produced by our family, and are not worth much." The shadow guards looked at each other, and secretly complained in their hearts. Isn't this valuable? The semi-god elixirs and runes are in high demand in the outside world. Many people dream of getting them, but can hardly get them. Everyone left the mysterious pavilion of rebirth, and returned to the quiet valley. Gu Yi asked respectfully, "Young master, what should we do next?" Gu Li's mouth corner slightly raised. "You should all have flying beasts." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes." Lin Yuchen was even more proud, his chest puffed out, and he said loudly, "This is definitely not a problem, I have the most contracted beasts." Gu Li nodded slightly, with a sly look in his eyes. "No skills, just blow it up." Shi Zihan was immediately refreshed when he heard it. "I like this." Gu Li then added, "But there is one thing to note, don't destroy the city wall, it's a bit troublesome to repair, just destroy all the buildings in the city." Shi Zihan and others did not hesitate, and responded in unison, "No problem." After more than a month, Inyang Pavilion had already returned to peace. Gu Li led everyone on more than 20 flying beasts, and rushed towards the direction of Inyang Pavilion. During the flight, Su Yun took out a bunch of purple masks calmly and distributed them to everyone, saying, "This is a defensive spiritual weapon, everyone wear it." Lin Yuchen picked up a mask curiously, looked at it carefully, and asked in confusion, "Why a mask?" Su Yun raised the corner of his mouth, and said with a hint of ridicule, "Because wearing a mask looks more impressive. It makes us look more mysterious." After hearing this, Lin Yuchen was speechless, and could only roll his eyes helplessly. Under the high-speed flight of the flying beast, it didn't take long for them to arrive above Inyang Pavilion. At this time, the people in Inyang Pavilion were busy as usual, unaware that danger was about to come. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and the light seemed to be blocked by some huge object. The people in Inyang Pavilion subconsciously stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. "Oh my god, what is that?" One person shouted in horror. "So many half-god beasts. What are they doing?" Another person said in a trembling voice. "What happened? How come so many flying beasts suddenly appeared?" Everyone discussed it, their faces full of confusion. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi sat safely on Xiao Keizi's broad back, while Shi Zihan and Gu Si and others sat steadily on Xiao Jinzi. The 6 people were scattered, and each flying beast had 1 or 2 well-trained shadow guards sitting or standing on it. At the feet of each person, there were 2 bulging large sacks filled with runes that were about to be used for bombing. Gu Li looked down at the Inyang Pavilion below. "I give you a gift." After that, dozens of explosive talismans emitting powerful energy fluctuations flew up instantly. After being activated in the air, they flew towards the tallest building of the Inyang Pavilion, like an arrow from a bow. With a loud bang, the earth shook, and the magnificent building was instantly reduced to ruins under the powerful explosion, with smoke and dust everywhere, and rubble flying everywhere. The people in the building were terrified, some of them rolled and crawled out of it, their faces full of fear and embarrassment, and many unlucky guys were buried under the collapsed building, screaming and calling for help. Gu Li quickly sent a secret message to everyone. "Don't bomb the place where people are detained. If you see someone who is not from the Inyang Pavilion, pick them up and throw them out of the city. Their target is the Inyang Pavilion, not to kill them all." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes." The people in the city were frightened by the sudden explosion and fled everywhere. Screams and shouts intertwined, and the entire Inyang Pavilion city fell into chaos. The shadow guards acted quickly. They picked up the runes in the sacks, activated them without hesitation, and then threw them towards the buildings in the city like flowers scattered by fairies. For a while, the explosions came one after another, and the powerful power generated by the rune explosion not only destroyed buildings, but also affected many people who were fleeing. Many people were knocked to the ground by the impact of the explosion, and were seriously injured. Such a huge movement naturally attracted the attention of the forces around Inyang Pavilion. People from the strongholds of various forces rushed out, and looked towards the direction of Yin Yang Pavilion, wanting to see what happened. Damn, who did Yin Yang Pavilion offend? The explosion range is too large, exclaimed a person from one faction. It's what they deserve. They are such evil rubbish. They should have died long ago. Another person said gloatingly. It must have offended some big faction. With such a big commotion, how many people must have come? Everyone speculated, their faces full of curiosity. Due to the distance, they could only see the smoke and the flames of the explosion rising from the direction of Yin Yang Pavilion, but they could not see how many people were carrying out the attack. The leaders of some forces were moved. They realized that this might be a great opportunity, so they gathered their men and hurried towards the direction of Yin Yang Pavilion, wanting to join in the fun and see if they could get a share of the chaos. After all, Yin Yang Pavilion is quite strong in this area, much stronger than some small forces, and its geographical location is naturally very advantageous. Those truly powerful forces may not look down upon the Yin Yang Pavilion, but for the surrounding small and medium-sized forces, if the Yin Yang Pavilion falls, that piece of fat meat will have a chance to fall into their hands. Almost all the surrounding forces hold this idea, and they swarm towards the Yin Yang Pavilion like sharks smelling blood. The bombing did not last long, and the strong men of the Yin Yang Pavilion appeared, standing in the air opposite Guli and others. Who are you? Why are you attacking our Yin Yang Pavilion? They did not attack directly. After all, ordinary people did not dare to provoke them at will, but they were a little worried that these people were from medium or large forces. Chapter 332. Above the sky, several middle-aged men stood tall, stepping into the air, their sleeves fluttering in the whistling wind. One of the men, with a sharp gaze and a dignified look, took a step forward. Who are you? Why are you attacking my Yin Yang Pavilion? Bai Qingyan's face was stern, and he did not attack directly. The people in front of him were coming fiercely, and they attacked their Yin Yang Pavilion directly, which looked like people of medium power or above. Guli raised his hand slightly, and waved it gently. Seeing this, the shadow guards withdrew their hands one after another. For a moment, the deafening explosion that resounded through the sky stopped abruptly, leaving only wisps of green smoke slowly drifting in the air, and the pungent smell of gunpowder filled the surroundings. Guli's eyes fell on the man opposite. Are you the one in charge of Yin Yang Pavilion? Her calm and composed appearance, as if everything was under her control, showed her leadership style in every gesture, which made Bai Qingyan more and more convinced that she must be the core figure of a certain force. Bai Qingyan bowed slightly, politely, and said in a deep voice, "It is me. May I know who you are?" Gu Li's mouth curled up a sneer. "You arrested my people a few days ago. Of course you are here to avenge my people." Bai Qingyan's face suddenly darkened. Damn, those men didn't even carefully investigate the other party's identity and background before taking action, and now they have caused such a difficult trouble. He gritted his teeth, suppressed his displeasure, and said, "Some of the people below are ignorant. I will deal with them all, and give you an explanation." He weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Looking at the other party's posture of being ready for battle, he was unwilling to start a fight. Yin Yang Pavilion has too many enemies. Once they fight with them, it will be a tragic situation where both sides will suffer losses. If other forces take advantage of the situation, the foundation of Yin Yang Pavilion for many years will be in jeopardy. The price is too heavy, and the loss is not worth it. Guli smiled lightly, with a bit of joking and sarcasm. How can that be? I think your geographical location seems to be good. How about this compensation? An old man with gray hair and vicissitudes of face heard this, and his eyes were suddenly wide open with anger, and his eyes seemed to be about to spit fire. He shouted loudly, "You are dreaming?" Bai Qingyan's eyes were cold, flashing like cold stars, and he said in a deep voice, "You are determined to go against our Yin Yang Pavilion?" Guli raised his chin slightly, provocative, and said, "What else?" Guli waved his hand again, "Do it." For a while, the sound of explosions came again, and buildings kept falling down. Bai Qingyan looked at this scene, and felt distressed for a moment as his Yin Yang Pavilion was destroyed so much. "Wait, we can talk about it." Guli sneered. "Are you stalling for time and waiting for people to come back?" Bai Qingyan's heart trembled, as if someone had seen through the secret in his heart, and he was speechless for a moment. He had originally planned to delay for a while, and when all the people in the surrounding towns rushed back to Yin Yang Pavilion, he could surround these people in 3 layers inside and outside, forming a situation of catching turtles in a jar. But he didn't expect that his thoughts were seen through by her. Guli leaned on Mu Yunqi. "Yunqi, what if there are too many people, and we can't beat them? I'm a little scared." Mu Yunqi pushed her away, "Then let them not come in." Before the people in Yinyang Pavilion could think about the meaning of her words, they saw another masked woman leap up like a ghost, and instantly came to the top of them. Bai Qingyan was full of doubts, frowning, not understanding what she was going to do, but his intuition told him that it would definitely not be a good thing. At the moment, he didn't care about much, and his figure flashed, rushing towards Mu Yunqi like an arrow from a string. Feng Wuhan and Shi Zihan saw this, and rushed towards Mu Yunqi without hesitation. The two of them were agile and fast like ghosts, and they stopped Bai Qingyan in the blink of an eye. Feng Wuhan said coldly, "Don't run around, your opponent is us." Bai Qingyan snorted disdainfully, and a scornful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Oh, I thought it was so strong, but it's just 2 mid-stage condensation realm." Shi Zihan sneered, "The two of us are enough." Before he finished speaking, he mobilized all his spiritual power, and the light around him flashed, as dazzling as the sun, and rushed towards Bai Qingyan like a cannonball. Feng Wuhan did not hesitate and followed closely. The two cooperated tacitly, and attacked Bai Qingyan from both sides. Sui Yun and Lin Yuchen led the Shadow Guards to launch a violent attack on other masters of Yinyang Pavilion. For a time, shouts and shouts, the sound of spiritual power collisions intertwined, and the battlefield fell into chaos, with swords flashing and spiritual power waves surging. Gu Li stretched out his body and flew up in another direction, standing parallel to Mu Yunqi in the air. The two looked at each other. Then, they simultaneously took out several glowing formation stones from the space and threw them around. The jade hand quickly flipped and began to seal. The hand seal was complex and varied, like a dancing spirit snake, like a nebula flowing, sealing the world and trapping the spirit array. Start. As the seal was completed, the array stones around them instantly burst into a dazzling light, and the light surged like a tide, quickly spreading to the surroundings. A quarter of an hour later, the whole city was shrouded in a light green curtain of light. Strange runes flashed on the light curtain, as if ancient stars were engraved on it, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura, like an indestructible barrier, completely isolating the entire city from the outside world. When Bai Qingyan saw this scene, his face turned pale in an instant, like a blank sheet of paper, and he was shocked in his heart. Damn, they are actually semi-god array masters. Don't be distracted when fighting. Shi Zihan's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Then, a powerful force hit his back violently. Bai Qingyan felt a sharp pain, as if thousands of arrows pierced his heart. He flew uncontrollably towards the buildings in the city, and hit them like a meteorite. In an instant, the entire palace collapsed with a roar, raising a cloud of dust that covered the sky. Pavilion Master! Pavilion Master! The other elders of Yinyang Pavilion were anxious when they saw their own Pavilion Master being knocked out. They wanted to rush over to help, but were stopped by the Shadow Guards, so they could only worry secretly. Mu Yunqi looked at Feng Wuhan and Shi Zihan, who were fighting fiercely, and asked loudly, "Can you two deal with him?" Feng Wuhan replied, "Yes, if not, we can switch." Mu Yunqi shook her head helplessly. "Okay. Then what are we two doing? Watch?" Gu Li glanced at the chaotic battlefield and saw that the situation was relatively stable. Chapter 333. Then she said calmly, "Just watch, if it doesn't work, we do it again." Shi and Yunqi are the core of the formation at the moment, and they can save their spiritual power without taking action in case of emergency. Of course, it's not impossible to take action, but it will consume some spiritual power and mental power. At most, they can just take more pills to replenish it. In the ruins and dust, where Bai Qingyan fell, in an instant, a fierce and powerful force roared out from the depths of the ground like a surging tsunami. Wherever it went, the hard rocks were swept away by it, and were ruthlessly rushed away like fragile ants. For a while, the broken stones were scattered, the smoke and dust rolled, and the whole space was messed up by this force. Bai Qingyan's figure, supported by this force, was like a cannonball, wrapped in endless anger and murderous intent, and suddenly shot out from the pile of stones. He was suspended in the air, with 2 balls of hot and fierce flames burning in his eyes. His eyes were as real as substance, locking onto Ling Zihan and Feng Wuhan fiercely, as if he wanted to burn their souls to ashes. "I'm going to destroy you 2 pieces of trash." Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he saw his hands dancing rapidly in front of his chest. His movements were as fast as lightning, bringing up a series of blurred phantoms. As his hands danced, the surrounding air seemed to be violently stirred by a pair of invisible big hands, forming 2 huge spiritual light balls. At an astonishing speed, they rushed toward Shi Zihan and Feng Wuhan. These 2 spiritual lights were dazzling, and wherever they passed, the space seemed to be cut by a sharp blade, emitting a creepy sharp whistling sound. Its speed was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It seemed that in just a blink of an eye, it had crossed a long distance and approached Shizihan and Fengwuhen. Although Shizihan and Fengwuhen faced this sudden and powerful attack, they did not dare to slack off or despise it. They ran to the side almost at the same time. However, the range of these two spiritual attacks was too wide. Although the two tried their best to dodge, they still could not completely escape the invasion of the terrifying spiritual aftermath. Their bodies seemed to be hit hard by a heavy hammer, and a surging force instantly poured into their bodies, like a surging tide, stirring up their internal organs. The faces of the two turned pale as paper in an instant, and a mouthful of blood almost spurted out of their mouths. Their bodies staggered backwards uncontrollably, and every step they took left a deep footprint on the ground, raising a large amount of dust. Under the push of this force, they retreated several dozen meters away, and only managed to stabilize their bodies after a difficult struggle. Gu Li, who was standing aside, frowned. Early stage of breaking the void realm. Mu Yunqi stopped watching the show. It seems that the two of us can't sit idle. Indeed. Gu Li came to the side of Fengwuhen and the others in a few flashes. Lin Yuchen summoned dozens of his contracted beasts without any reservation and asked them to deal with the others. His figure flashed, and he came to the side of Gu Li and others like a ghost. Sui Yun quickly took out a bunch of defensive spiritual tools emitting various colors of light and of extraordinary quality from the storage ring, and threw them to the shadow guards, and also went to help. Shizihan and Fengwuhen had barely managed to stabilize their bodies, and before they had time to take a breath and recover the disordered spiritual power in their bodies, Bai Qingyan launched another more fierce and deadly attack. He quickly drew a series of mysterious and complex spiritual power patterns in the air, destroying Star Meteor Fist. In an instant, the sky suddenly changed, and the originally clear and blue sky was quickly covered by dark clouds. In the dark clouds, there was a faint sound of thunder, and the sound seemed to be the stars roaring in anger, and it seemed that the world was issuing a doomsday warning. Then, an extremely huge fist slowly emerged under the dark clouds. The fist was condensed by pure spiritual power, emitting a dazzling light that people dared not look directly at, as if a real meteorite had fallen to the earth. The space around it was squeezed and deformed by this powerful force, making a chilling creaking sound, as if the space was groaning in pain under this force. This huge fist, with the power to destroy the world, went straight toward Shizihan and Fengwuhen. Wherever it passed, whether it was an extremely solid building or a thick and heavy ground, they all collapsed and shattered like fragile paper. Seeing that the situation was not good, Gu Li quickly formed seals with both hands. Spiritual shield. A shield formed by the gathering of pure spiritual power slowly emerged. The huge fist collided with the spiritual power. The residual power generated by the collision spread around like a surging tide, and the people and buildings around were ruthlessly affected by this terrifying power. Those ordinary disciples of Yin Yang Pavilion and some weaker masters were instantly knocked out by this force, fell heavily to the ground, spitting blood, and their life and death were unknown. Some buildings near the center of the collision were directly turned into dust, and dissipated into nothingness under this residual force. The earth seemed to have suffered a strong earthquake, shaking violently, and cracks spread rapidly like spider webs. Gu Li felt a surging force, like a surging wave hitting her body, and the spiritual power in her body was violently rolling like boiling water, and her blood surged up in an instant. She couldn't help it anymore. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and her face turned pale as paper. At the critical moment, when the shield was about to be completely broken, Shizihan quickly reached out, and pulled Gu Li and Fengwuhen to the side to hide. Almost at the moment they just left, the shield was completely broken, turning into countless flashing spiritual power fragments that dissipated in the air. And the huge fist fell directly on the place where they had just stood. There was a deafening roar, as if the world was collapsing. The ground shook violently, and dust rose into the sky like a volcanic eruption, instantly filling the entire space and forming a thick cloud of dust and smoke. When the dust and smoke dispersed slightly, a huge fist-shaped pit appeared on the ground. The pit was bottomless, and the surrounding land was scorched, emitting a pungent smell, as if it had been burned by the fire of hell. Sui Yun stood in the distance and shouted anxiously, "Are you all right?" Fengwuhen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "No big problem." Hearing the reply, Mu Yunqi's heart was slightly relieved. Chapter 334. Gu Li looked in the direction of Bai Qingyan and shouted, "All the dead are your people. You are a good person. You even know how to help us clean up these garbage. You." Bai Qingyan was furious when he heard her provocative words. When he was about to attack again, Gu Li, Mu Yunqi, Fengwuhen, Shizihan, Lin Yuqian and Su Yiyun stood apart and surrounded him. Gu Li still had that playful smile on his face, and continued to tease. How about you help us demolish more? Your aesthetics are not good. I don't like this building. Bai Qingyan laughed in anger, but his laughter was full of endless murderous intent. You deserve to die. With his roar, countless spiritual powers as real as substance burst out from him crazily, like a surging spiritual power storm, whistling towards the 6 people. Gu Li and the others looked at each other, and a tacit understanding flashed in their eyes. At that moment, they did not defend themselves, but flashed and scattered away. Seeing this, Bai Qingyan thought they were cowardly and wanted to escape, and could not help but sneer. Want to run? It's too late. He once again exerted his powerful spiritual power, and launched a more fierce attack on the 6 people. The spiritual attack followed the 6 people closely. Gu Li was not in a hurry, and quickly drilled into one of the magnificent palaces. Then he shuttled out from the other side at the fastest speed. After losing the target, Bai Qingyan's powerful attack fell directly on the palaces. In an instant, deafening explosions were heard, and the palaces were vulnerable to this terrifying attack and collapsed one after another. Lin Yuqian looked at the mess in front of him, but smiled. Don't mention it. Your spiritual power is better than our runes. Bai Qingyan heard his words, and looked at the mess around him. He was so angry that the anger in his heart seemed to be poured with a bucket of oil, and burned fiercely. He no longer cared about other people. He only wanted to kill this damn stinky boy first to vent his hatred. Damn, help! Lin Yuqian was shocked. He didn't expect Bai Qingyan to suddenly point the spearhead at him, and run towards Su Yiyun. Su Yiyun saw that the situation was not good, and hurriedly took out the ship they used to go to the northern continent of La Feng continent from the storage ring. He quickly threw the ship out, and the ship quickly grew larger in the air, blocking Bai Qingyan's attack route like a small mountain. Then, he pulled Lin Yuqian in. Once he entered the ship, he quickly took out a bunch of defensive runes and pasted them on the wall. Bai Qingyan was disdainful. In his eyes, this mere ship could not stop him at all. He snorted coldly and rushed towards the ship. When he got close to the ship, he punched out fiercely, and the fist was surrounded by spiritual power and shone brightly. The scene of the ship breaking that he imagined did not happen. He only heard a click, and a sharp pain came from his fist. His face turned pale in an instant. He was shocked. He did not expect that the ship was so hard. Su Yiyun saw Bai Qingyan's embarrassed appearance and couldn't help laughing. Ha ha, what are you doing, ha ha ha. He spent so much money on this ship, and used so many runes to bless it. If it was so easy to be broken, he would not have to mix in the weapon refining world. Lin Yuqian also poked his head out of the ship with a gloating smile on his face. I feel the pain for you. Gu Li stood aside, watching this scene, and couldn't help but stroke his forehead, saying helplessly, these 2 idiots. Bai Qingyan was deeply stimulated by the teasing words of Lin Yuqian and Su Yiyun, and the anger in his heart was like a raging magma about to erupt. With a roar, he rushed towards them again like an arrow from a string. Lin Yuqian and Su Yiyun retracted their heads back into the boat at a very fast speed. Boom! A loud noise accompanied by the crisp sound of broken bones came again. Bai Qingyan's other hand hit the hull heavily, and this time, he still failed to break the defense of the hull as he wished. The strong reaction force caused the bones of his hand to crack instantly, and the severe pain surged into his heart like a tide. His face showed an expression of pain and astonishment, and his body shook slightly due to this force, and he stepped back a few steps. At this time, Mu Yunqi's beautiful eyes slightly frowned, and she keenly noticed that someone was attacking the formation. Turning to look at Gu Li, he said softly, someone is attacking the formation, let them play here. Gu Li nodded slightly and replied, I think so too. After that, he walked out of the city. Shi Zihan and Feng Wuhan looked at each other. The 2 of them went to deal with the formation, so what were they going to do? Seeing that he was helpless with Bai Qingyan and had no way to deal with Lin Yuqian and Su Yiyun, Bai Qingyan's murderous eyes immediately shifted to Shi Zihan and Feng Wuhan. Shi Zihan felt the gaze that was like a thorn in his back, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he said with a hint of unruly smile, Okay, I know what to do, let's continue to destroy the house. After that, he and Feng Wuhan looked at each other tacitly, and the 2 of them were like agile ghosts, their figures flashed, and they began to flee non-stop. They didn't fight back, just ran away blindly, and rushed towards the most crowded or largest buildings. Their figures crisscrossed the city, causing panic wherever they passed. Bai Qingyan was furious and chased after them, but the 2 men were extremely agile, dodging left and right, making it difficult for him to grasp them. Whenever Bai Qingyan stopped attacking and tried to adjust his breath or change his strategy, They would be like cunning foxes, seize the opportunity, rush out from unexpected angles, and launch crazy attacks on him. For a while, the city was in chaos, and screams, and the sound of building collapse were intertwined. One palace after another collapsed under the chaotic pursuit and attack. Bai Qingyan was furious, his eyes were red, and the anger in his heart was almost crazy. These people were like slippery loaches, and he couldn't catch them no matter how hard he tried. In this chaos, Shi Zihan and the other four suddenly stopped running. Instead, they stood there quietly, looking at Bai Qingyan calmly. Bai Qingyan was stunned at first, then roared, "What? You're not running away?" Sui Yun had a smug smile on his face, and said slowly, "Do you want to look around you before you talk?" Bai Qingyan had an ominous premonition in his heart. He slowly turned his head, and looked around in confusion. This look made him gasp. He saw dozens of people, and dozens of semi-divine beasts lined up neatly, surrounding him. "You?" Bai Qingyan's voice trembled slightly. He never thought that the situation would change so dramatically without him noticing. Gui smiled slightly. "Thank you for this. You killed half of the people in the city." Chapter 335. Bai Qingyan's face was grim, and his eyes slowly swept over the crowds of people around him, full of bitterness and unwillingness. This time, he was completely defeated. Although his cultivation was one level higher than these people, the other party had more people, and there was a formation, so he couldn't escape. At the same time, a large number of people had already gathered outside the city. They kept attacking the formation like a tide, and the shouts of killing shook the earth. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi walked up the city wall lightly, overlooking the crowd below from a high place. Mu Yunqi narrowed her beautiful eyes and sighed softly. It seems that this formation can't last long. Although these people were only in the initial stage of the spirit, their number was really amazing. A rough estimate was that there were 300 or 400 people. Under such a fierce attack, the formation was shaky and seemed to collapse at any time. Gu Li was calm, with a smile on his face. "It's okay, they are almost done inside." Mu Yunqi turned her head slightly and looked into the distance, frowning slightly. "It seems that there are more people from Yin Yang Pavilion." Gu Li nodded slightly. If Yin Yang Pavilion falls, how can the surrounding forces not have ideas? They probably want to get a share of this muddy water. Mu Yunqi said with some worry, "It seems that it may not be so easy for us to gain a foothold here." Gu Li thought for a while, and his expression became firm. "After these things are over, we may have to make some money. After all, the yuanjing on all of them does not exceed 3 million. This amount of resources is simply a drop in the bucket to support the early development of a force." Gu Li stared at the people below who were constantly attacking the formation, and his voice was mixed with powerful spiritual power, spreading out like a bell. "This is my territory now. I give you a choice, either leave now or die here." The sound was like thunder in the sky, and the people attacking the formation stopped instantly, and cast their eyes on the city wall. When they saw that there were only 2 women wearing masks, everyone was immediately disdainful. A middle-aged man who looked like the leader shouted loudly, "Dare to break into the Yin Yang Pavilion to make trouble. Wait until we break this formation, you will see what's going on. Go on, break this formation for me." In an instant, colorful spiritual power hit the formation like raindrops, and the formation kept coming with dull vibrations, as if groaning in pain. "Then I start with you." It was just the right opportunity to make those who were secretly watching afraid. After that, Gu Li and Mu Yunqi jumped off the city wall like a nimble flying swallow. Gu Li held a long sword with a cold light flashing on the sword body, and Mu Yunqi waved a spiritual whip, and the whip shadow whizzed through the air. Gu Li quickly took out a handful of pills, raised her head and swallowed them, and the spiritual power consumed to maintain the formation was instantly replenished like a tide. She raised her hand and waved, and the sword shadow flashed. The 2 people closest to her didn't even have time to scream, and their heads rolled to the ground. Mu Yunqi was not to be outdone. The spiritual whip in her hand was like a flexible dragon, constantly flying in the air. Wherever it touched, broken limbs and arms flew across, and blood splashed on the ground. A tragic scene. "Ningyuan realm?" someone in the crowd exclaimed. Everyone felt the powerful spiritual power fluctuations emanating from them, and they were a little scared for a while, and their steps unconsciously retreated. Seeing that they seemed to want to escape, the middle-aged man leading them was anxious and shouted loudly, "Don't retreat, they are just tuning you in realm, we have more people, come on." When everyone heard this, they woke up from their dreams and thought, "Yes, they have more people and more power, are they afraid that they can't take down these 2 people?" When Gu Li heard his words, a trace of coldness flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she tapped the ground with her toes, and the whole person rushed straight towards the middle-aged man like an arrow from a bow. Mu Yunqi waved her spirit whip to sweep away those who blocked her way. The middle-aged man saw Gu Li rushing towards him with murderous intent, and his heart trembled. He no longer hesitated and waited, but rushed towards Gu Li. Just when his fist was about to hit Gu Li's figure suddenly disappeared like a ghost. The middle-aged man widened his eyes in horror, and only heard a cold rebuke in his ear. Too slow. He slowly lowered his head, and looked at the long sword piercing his chest, his face full of horror and despair. He never thought that this woman was in the late stage of condensation realm. The middle-aged man fell down with a bang, and the whole battlefield fell into chaos for a while. Many people saw the middle-aged man and wanted to retreat, just wanting to escape from this place as soon as possible. Is it too late to run now? Gu Li snorted coldly, took out a formation ball from the space, and gently waved her jade hand to activate the formation, blocking this area. Although this formation is not as good as the one covering the city, it is also very strong, and it is not easy to break it for a while. At this time, Sui Yun and the others also successfully dealt with Bai Qingyan, and hurried to the city wall with people. Lin Yuchen saw this and said anxiously, let's go help them. Gu Li stopped him through voice transmission. You don't need to help, just stand on the city wall and watch. Leave this to me and Yuan Shi. Sui Yun was full of doubts and quickly sent a message back. Why? However, Gu Li was concentrating on fighting on the battlefield and had no time to respond to him. Shi Zihan looked far away and said in a deep voice, there are many people watching in the distance. Sui Yun was still confused after hearing this. What does it matter? Feng Wuhan shook his head slightly and explained patiently, with such a big commotion here, how could other forces around not notice it? Ali wants to deter them. Lin Yuchen frowned, still a little worried. Wouldn't it be better if we attacked together? Feng Wuhan analyzed. We only have dozens of people in total. Compared with the hundreds or thousands of people in general forces, there is a big difference. Now others see that only 2 women can kill in this heavy siege. We are keeping our troops still at this time. While preserving our strength, we can also give others the illusion that we have strong people here. Lin Yuchen was skeptical, and his eyes were fixed on the tragic battlefield below. With so many people, can they really do it? Shi Zihan's mouth corner slightly raised, and he asked back, what do you think? At this time, the battle below became more and more intense, and the figures of Gu Li and Mu Yunqi shuttled through the crowd like ghosts. Gu Li's swordsmanship was sharp, and every thrust of the sword brought up a cloud of blood. Mu Yunqi's spirit whip was even more powerful, causing screams wherever it went. As time went by, more and more people fell down, and their movements did not slow down at all, but became faster and faster, and their cooperation became more and more tacit. Chapter 336. Lin Yuchen looked at this scene, his worries gradually dissipated, and he murmured, it seems possible. An hour passed quietly in the fierce fighting. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi were like 2 bloody war gods, exuding a chilling murderous aura, standing quietly in the pool of blood. At this time, the battlefield was dead silent, and there was no one alive except the 2 of them. The glaring scarlet spread all over the ground, as if the whole world had been dyed into sheer hell, and they stood there abruptly, like a killing god from the abyss of the 9 netherworlds, which was daunting. Gu Li did not have too many waves in her heart, and the result of this battle was already expected by her. In the distance, those who were secretly observing witnessed this tragic scene, and could not help but tremble with fear. Who are these people? Both women have reached the condensation realm, and they are so ruthless and resolute. One person said with a trembling voice, full of fear. Master, the 2 of them slaughtered hundreds of people without blinking an eye, and there are still many people who have not yet made a move. Can we really get a share of the pie from them? Another person asked his master cautiously with a worried look on his face. The man frowned, his eyes flickered, and he thought to himself, this force that suddenly emerged is so strong, if we really want to snatch the territory from it, I am afraid it will cost a heavy price. But giving up is really unwilling. After all, the Yin-Yang Pavilion has a large sphere of influence and a good geographical location, occupying the best terrain in the southern border. Let's wait and see, maybe they are some medium-sized people, don't like this territory, and will leave soon. Gu Li raised his eyes slightly, his cold eyes shot into the distance like sharp arrows, and he slowly opened his red lips and said, from now on, Yin-Yang Pavilion will no longer exist. The territory of the former Yin-Yang Pavilion is now ours. If you dare to compete, you will be the next Yin-Yang Pavilion. The voice was not loud, but it resounded in this world like a huge bell, and was clearly heard by every secretly watching person. Hearing Gu Li's words, those who were secretly observing were startled, and put away their original thoughts. They secretly planned to send people to carefully check their strength first, and then decide whether to act rashly. Soon, people from other forces dispersed quickly like a tide. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi put away their blood-stained weapons, and returned to the city wall lightly. Su Yun came forward with a look of amazement. "You two are so awesome." Gu Li looked calm, and just said softly, "It's not appropriate to talk here, let's find a place to discuss how to arrange it." At this moment, she was already thinking about the subsequent plan, how to quickly rectify this piece of land, and transform it into a solid foundation for the development of her own power. Lin Yuchen shrugged helplessly. "Well, it can only be here. All the buildings inside are destroyed. There is no good one." Gu Li was a little surprised when he heard it. It was destroyed so thoroughly. Su Yun smiled. "Didn't you say you didn't like the buildings here? We will blow them all up." Gu Li shook his head helplessly, thinking in his heart, "Okay, let's blow it up. Anyway, we have to rebuild it." After thinking for a while, Gu Li turned around and ordered, "Xiao Yizi, you take 10 shadow guards to find everyone's space rings." Gui clasped his fists respectfully and saluted, "Yes." Gu Li looked at another subordinate. "Xiao Erzi, take the other shadow guards to check if there are any people from Yin Yang Pavilion in the city. If they are people abducted by Yin Yang Pavilion, let them leave the city." Gu Er accepted the order. "Yes." Su Yun's eyes lit up and asked eagerly, "What about us?" Gu Li's eyebrows curved, with a smile. "Of course, we will go to search for treasures." "What treasures?" Su Yun asked. Gu Li patiently explained, "We have to rebuild, and we have to continue to spend in the early stage. Before the industrial chain is complete, it will probably require the support of 1 billion yuan of crystals. Yin Yang Pavilion has stood here for so many years. Will it not have any foundation?" As she spoke, she was planning in her mind how to use the foundation of Yin Yang Pavilion to quickly establish her own economic system. Lin Yuchen suddenly realized, "Yes." Gu Li waved his hand gently. "Let's go." Shi Zihan looked at Gu Li and Mu Yunqi, who were exhausted and bloodstained, and said, "You two can rest here first, we will go." Gu Li nodded slightly. "Okay, hurry up, I still have something to discuss with you." "Okay." Everyone responded in unison, and then they took action. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi simply treated their wounds, set up a formation, changed into clean clothes, and then meditated and rested. Not long after, Gu Er's figure appeared in front of the two. He quickly came to Gu Li, saluted respectfully, and said, "Young master, someone wants to see you." Gu Li was slightly startled, thinking to himself that it seemed that he had not met anyone else here except the group of friends, who went forward together, and the shadow guards. So she asked with some doubt, "Who?" Gu Er immediately responded, "It's a pair of twins, who were kidnapped by Yin Yang Pavilion before." Hearing Gu Er's description, Gu Li's mind instantly appeared the appearance of the twins she saw in the dungeon, and the gates of memory slowly opened. She was a little surprised. They are not dead yet. Recalling the chaotic scene at that time, the twins seemed to have no desire to survive, and she thought they were dead. After a long time, this matter was forgotten by her. Now she heard that they were still alive, and took the initiative to ask to see her, which was a bit beyond her expectation. After a short thought, Gu Li waved his hand gently and said, "Bring them up." She was a little curious. Why did these two people see her? According to common sense, they directly destroyed Yin Yang Pavilion. They should be afraid. Soon, Gu Er came forward with two men with exactly the same faces. Gu Li looked at them slowly. The two men were a little different from when he saw them in the dungeon before. Their eyes were no longer the despair and silence before. Instead, they were more lively, and regained the courage and faith to live. Have they come to their senses? At this moment, the twins stepped forward at the same time and said in unison, "Thank you." Gu Li raised his eyebrows slightly. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, and asked, "Why are you thanking me?" Shen Qingchu spoke first, with a hint of gratitude in his voice. "You avenged us." Gu Li became more curious and asked, "Do you have a grudge against Yin Yang Pavilion?" Shen Qingchu nodded solemnly and replied, "Yes." Chapter 337. Gu Li nodded gently and said calmly, "Well, I accept your thanks, you can leave." However, Shen Qingchu was stunned when he heard this. He didn't seem to expect Gu Li to end the conversation so abruptly, and couldn't help but blurt out, "Don't you ask why we have a grudge against Yin Yang Pavilion?" Gu Li shook his head disapprovingly and said, "That's your business. What does it have to do with me?" Mu Yunqi also echoed on the side, "We went to Yin Yang Pavilion not to help you avenge, but to avenge our people." Revenge. Gu Li looked calm, and whispered to Gu Er, "Little Erzi, send them out of the city." Shen Qingchen hurriedly stepped forward and said loudly, Wait, we want to follow you. Gu Li raised his eyes slightly and asked concisely, reason. Shin Qingshan took a deep breath and explained, we have nowhere to go. It doesn't matter where we are. Gu Li looked them up and down. What use are you? They are short of people, but not everyone wants them. She is not doing charity. Shin Qingshan blushed when she heard this. After hesitating for a long time, she mustered up the courage to speak. We are pure in physique, which can improve your cultivation speed. We are willing to be your people. Dare to covet my young master. Gu Er heard this, and kicked Shin Qingshan and Shin Qingshan out fiercely. Shin Qingshan and Shin Qingshan fell to the ground and coughed violently a few times. They didn't expect the man's reaction to be so violent. Gu Er became angrier and angrier, ready to step forward and kick him a few more times. Seeing this, Gu Li rubbed his forehead helplessly and shouted in a loud voice, Xiao Erzi, come back. Young master. Gu Li comforted him. Be good, let them finish talking first. Gu Er reluctantly retreated to Gu Li's side and glared at them fiercely. Gu Li looked at the slightly embarrassed twins on the ground. Do you want me to help you with something? Shin Qingshan raised his head slightly, looked at Gu Li, and nodded. Gu Li slowly said, tell me, what's the matter? Shin Qingshan sorted out his thoughts and slowly said, we want to go to the north, but we can't survive there with our strength. Gu Li curiously asked, what are you going to do in the north? Shin Qingshan's eyes became soft and full of longing. He whispered, looking for my mother. Gu Li frowned slightly. Speak more carefully. Shin Qingshan took over the conversation and said in a low voice, my mother is the daughter of the He family in the north. She was taken away by the He family a year ago. Not long after, our family was wiped out by the Yin Yang Pavilion. Mu Yunqi was a little confused when she heard this. Is there someone behind the Yin Yang Pavilion? Shin Qingshan nodded silently, confirming Mu Yunqi's guess. Gu Li pondered for a moment, then said, I can accept you, but I have conditions. I also need to make it clear to you that we will not go to the north so soon. Shin Qingshan asked anxiously, how long will it take for you to go to the north? Gu Li shook his head, not sure, but at least not in the short term. They have not yet established a firm foothold in the south, and it is not safe to rashly go to the north with their current cultivation. Although Shin Qingshan was somewhat disappointed, he also understood that what Gu Li said was true, so he asked, what are your conditions? Gu Li said with a firm look, first, we want to establish a power in the southern border, and we are short of manpower. Since you want to follow me, you must work hard for this goal. Second, you must swear to the devil in your heart that you will never betray us. This is the bottom line. Shin Qingshan asked in surprise, you want to build a power here? He didn't seem to expect that Gu Li's ambition was so great that he actually wanted to establish his own power in the southern border. Gu Li smiled slightly and asked, why would I attack Yin Yang Pavilion? Shin Qingshan frowned and said worriedly, do you know how many yuan jing are needed to rebuild a city, and the initial expenditure? Gu Li waved his hand nonchalantly and said, this is not what you are worried about. Shin Qingshan and Shin Qingshan looked at each other, and they thought silently for a while, then gritted their teeth and said in unison, we agree. They knew that even if they went to the north now, they would not be able to rescue their mother from the He family with their strength, so they might as well take a gamble and follow her, maybe there would be a chance. Gu Li nodded with satisfaction and said, swear. Soon, Shin Qingshan and Shin Qingshan solemnly swore the heart demon oath. Gu Li watched them finish their oaths, then turned to Gu Er and said, little Erzi, take them down first. Although Gu Er was still somewhat reluctant, he still replied respectfully yes. Then he left with Shin Qingshan and Shin Qingshan. After they left, Mu Yunqi looked at Gu Li and teased, we have offended a force before we even reached the northern border. Gu Li smiled with ease and said, it's okay. The north is far away from here. They can't come directly to attack us. We have enough time to develop. After a while, Su Yun and the others came back happily. Mu Yunqi couldn't wait to ask, how was the harvest? Feng Wuhan smiled and said, it's pretty good. There are not many yuan jing, only 50 million, but there are many treasures. We can sell them. Although the number of yuan jing did not meet expectations, the value of those treasures is immeasurable, enough to make up for the lack of yuan jing. Gu Li changed the topic and asked, what should we call our faction? Su Yun's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, how about Tianxia City? It's invincible. Mu Yunqi rolled her eyes at him and teased, why don't you say Invincible City? Su Yun scratched his head and smiled, it's not impossible. Shi Zihan pondered for a moment, and then said, how about Xingqian Domain? Gu Li was moved when he heard it and murmured, it seems not bad. Shi Zihan then explained, each of us is the most. The dazzling one. Lin Yuchen listened and clapped his hands. This is good, I like it. Feng Wuhan also nodded and said, I agree. Mu Yunqi also smiled and said, I agree too. Although Sui Yun was a little disappointed, he still said, I will definitely be the most dazzling one. Gu Li looked at everyone. Then this is it, the star domain. Gu Li said lightly, give me all the Yuan Jing. I will let Xiao Yixi and the others find someone to build it first, and we will go to other places to see and exchange these things for Yuan Jing. Chapter 338. Several people put the obtained Yuan Jing into a space ring one by one. Gu Yi and the others also came back, took out a space ring, and handed it to Gu Li. Young master, those people's things are all here. Gu Li nodded slightly, stretched out his hand to take the ring, put the Yuan Jing into it, and then handed it back to Gu Yi. You can use the crystals inside first, and clean up the debris in the city first. I will give you more crystals after a while. Although Gu Yi had doubts in his heart, he still obeyed the order and said, Young master, are you going out? Gu Li hummed softly, Yes, I will go out for a few days. You stay here. If anyone dares to invade, don't show mercy, just kill them. Gu Yi clasped his fists and answered loudly, Yes. At this time, Sui Yun was excited and couldn't wait to say, How about letting me draw the design? His eyes were bright, as if there was a light flashing in them. I want to design a perfect attack and defense system. Gu Li raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of smile. Of course I have no problem. Shi Zihan looked indifferent, just waved his hand casually. Whatever you want. Feng Wuhan also looked calm. I have no objection. Mu Yunqi winked playfully and joked with a smile. I don't want to do this hard work. Lin Yuchen was quite straightforward. Okay. Sui Yun smiled even more. Okay, if you have any suggestions, tell me, I will add them. Gu Li looked up into the distance and said slowly, You can think about it slowly. Let's go to Qixian City first. She thought to herself that the number of Yuan Jing was too small now, and she had to find a place that could consume other things in Yinyang Pavilion to sell them. Several people quickly changed their clothes and rode on the little bird towards Qixian City. Qixian City is the sphere of influence of Xuanji sect, and after their tossing and turning, Yinyang Pavilion has long been sparsely populated. Many shops have closed down, and it is not realistic to sell those things in such a situation. Lin Yuchen frowned slightly and asked in confusion, Ali, why do we still wear this mask? In this way, won't people be able to see at a glance that we are the ones who attacked Yinyang Pavilion? Gu Li patiently explained. The things we took out to sell originally belonged to Yinyang Pavilion, and it is only a matter of time before they are recognized. As expected, the news that Yinyang Pavilion was wiped out by several young people wearing evil ghost masks and led people, like a hurricane, has already spread throughout the entire southern border. In particular, 2 women slaughtered hundreds of people in it, and people outside called them the gods of killing. As soon as they stepped into Qixian City, countless eyes were cast at them like sharp arrows. Those who approached them all showed fear on their faces, and moved away automatically. Seeing this, Mu Yunqi couldn't help but teasing, It's not bad to make people feel scared. Gu Li walked towards a man with lotus steps and said softly, Hello, I want to ask. The man was like a frightened bird, his face turned pale in an instant, turned around and ran away, shouting at the top of his lungs, Don't kill me, I don't know anything. Gu Li shook his head helplessly, and shouted in a louder voice, I just want to ask for directions. Sui Yun laughed, Ha ha ha, Ali, look at how scared you are. At this moment, a weak and trembling voice came slowly, Do you need to ask for directions? I can take you there. When several people heard the voice, they all looked over and saw a little girl in ragged clothes carefully sticking her head out. Seeing this thin figure, several people were stunned. Others avoided them when they saw them, but this little girl was unexpectedly brave. Gu Li raised his foot and walked slowly towards her, and Mu Yunqi and others followed closely behind. The little girl saw them walking towards her. Her body trembled slightly, like a leaf in the wind, but she still resisted the urge to turn around and run away. Gu Li stood in front of her, lowered his head slightly, stared at the little girl, and asked softly, Aren't you afraid of us? The little girl's voice was trembling, but she still answered firmly, Afraid. Gu Li raised his eyebrows slightly. Then why did you say you would lead us? The little girl's bright eyes revealed a trace of desire. I want to make money. I am very familiar with this place. I can take you wherever you want to go. Just pay me a Yuan Jing. Gu Li raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Okay, we will find the largest auction in the city. Seeing that they agreed, the fear on the little girl Xiaoqi's face faded a little, and was replaced by excitement. I know where it is, I will take you there. Xiaoqi led the way in front, and led them slowly on the street. Pedestrians on the road saw that the 6 of them were wearing masks, and thought of the recent rumors. They all looked panicked and subconsciously avoided them. Not long after, a magnificent building came into view, and Xiaoqi's crisp voice sounded, "This is it." Guli took out all the yuan crystals from the space ring and placed them in the little girl's arms. There were only a few yuan crystals, and they were all given to Gui and the others before. Now there were only 10 of them. Xiaoqi looked at the yuan crystals in her arms, her face full of entanglement. "This is too much, I can't take it." Guli gently patted her shoulder. "Just take it for you." Xiaoqi's eyes were full of tears, and she said gratefully, "Thank you." Guli said no more, and walked into the auction with her friends. "Dear guests, what do you need?" The servant looked up and saw their outfits, and was immediately frightened and stuttered. He secretly speculated in his heart that these people would not be the ones who destroyed the Yin-Yang Pavilion. 6 of them, 4 men and 2 women, and they were all wearing masks. Feng Wuhan stepped forward and said in a low voice, "We want to auction something." The servant hurriedly said, "Okay, everyone, please follow me." However, before they arrived at the treasure appraisal place, they were stopped by someone halfway. A middle-aged man with gray hair, Mobai, stopped them with a dignified look. "Are you going to auction something?" Mobai looked at them with a sharp gaze. Guli nodded slightly, "Yes." Mobai turned to look at the servant. "You go down first, I will receive you here." "Yes." The servant hurriedly retreated as if he had been pardoned. Mobai stared at them closely and asked, "Are you the young people who slaughtered Yin-Yang Pavilion?" Guli admitted frankly, "Yes." Mobai was immediately excited and smiled. "Come on, I will take you to the VIP room." After that, he led the way enthusiastically in front. Lin Yuchen, who was following behind, was confused and whispered, "What's going on?" Mu Yunqi said softly, "You will know after you take a look." Several people followed Mobai all the way to a luxurious courtyard. Chapter 339. Mobai couldn't hide his excitement. "You are here to sell the things from Yin-Yang Pavilion." Guli looked at him and was speechless. "You seem very happy." Mobai laughed, "Ha ha ha, you can see it." Guli's face was full of black lines, secretly complaining, "This happiness is written on his face. He is not blind." Guli asked, "So?" Mobai straightened his clothes and said slowly, "I am from Xuanji sect. This auction is our property, and we had some unpleasantness with Yin-Yang Pavilion before." Guli's heart moved. "Well, can you eat it?" Mobai's eyes flickered. "Are you going to sell it to our auction or send it to auction?" Guli asked directly, "If I sell it to you, what price?" Mobai pondered for a moment. "It depends on what it is." Guli took out a ring from his arms and placed it on the table. The ring was filled with 1/3 of the items. Mobai picked up the ring and used his mental power to check it. After a moment, she raised her head and said, "How about 2 billion yuan crystals?" Guli looked calm. "It's just SOSO." Mobai couldn't guess her thoughts for a moment and tried, "What about you?" Guli said without hesitation, "Send it for auction." Mobai frowned slightly. "But if we want to start the auction, we need time to promote it. Our last auction ended just the day before yesterday. If we start it again, it may take some time to prepare for the promotion." Guli's beautiful eyes moved, and she suggested, "Why don't you find someone to spread the news?" Mobai was shocked. "What do you mean?" He was secretly worried. Maybe it was what he thought. Guli looked calm. "Of course, we advertised that these are the treasures of Yin-Yang Pavilion." Mobai looked worried. You are so ostentatious. Aren't you afraid that the He family will come after you?" Guli raised his chin slightly. "This is not something you need to worry about. Will you accept it? If not, I will change to another one." Mobai said quickly, "Yes, definitely, but we will charge 10% of the yuan jing." Guli nodded in agreement. "Okay." Mobai breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Then I will go and prepare first. It will start in 3 days, and you can come directly then." After Guli and his friends came out of the auction, they found a place to change clothes and took off the masks on their faces, revealing their true faces. Then, they went to a nearby store and took out some pills to sell. Soon they exchanged for hundreds of thousands of yuan jing. With enough money in hand, they stayed in an inn. Sui Yun couldn't help but sigh. "Oh, I really miss the days when I was rich. There are still a lot of spirit stones piled up in my space. I should have left the spirit stones to my father." Mu Yunqi heard this, and a trace of worry appeared in her eyes. If they knew we were missing, they would definitely be very worried. Guli shook his head slightly and comforted him softly. "Don't think too much. When we are strong enough in the future, we will naturally be able to open the channel to go back." Everyone listened to Gu Li's words and felt that it was indeed reasonable, and the tangled emotions in their hearts gradually dissipated. Mu Yunqi suddenly proposed, "What do you think, should we also hold an auction?" Lin Yuchen directly objected, "Many things in the star domain have not started yet. How can we have so much energy to organize an auction?" Gu Li smiled and explained, Yunqi meant to include the auction in the affairs of the star domain. Shi Zihan disagreed, "I don't think it's feasible. After all, we are too short-handed at the moment, and we won't stay here for too long. We still have to practice, and then we have to go to the North Continent and enter the Divine Spirit sect." Mu Yunqi listened and nodded helplessly. "That's true." Gu Li stood up. "I want to go out for a walk. Do you want to come with me? Take this opportunity to take a good look at what the jurisdiction of other forces looks like." Sui Yun waved his hand. "You go, I have to stay here to draw the design." Shi Zihan also said, "I also want to stay and draw the talisman." Seeing this, Gu Li responded readily, "Okay." Feng Wuhan also said, "You go, I want to refine more pills, and then I can sell them in the store after the industrial chain is established." So, she went out with Mu Yunqi and Lin Yuchen. This time they changed their clothes and took off their masks, revealing their outstanding looks without any cover. When people around them saw them, they were no longer terrified, but full of amazement. After strolling leisurely in the commercial district for a while, they found a restaurant at random, and planned to kill some time here. At this time, the restaurant was noisy, with all kinds of discussions coming one after another. Listening carefully, they were all about the upcoming auction of treasures in Yinyang Pavilion. Lin Yuchen was chatting with Gu Li and Mu Yunqi, and suddenly his eyes lit up, and he pointed to the front not far away and said, "Isn't that the little girl who led us before?" The two looked in the direction he pointed, and saw Xiaokiki, who led them at the auction before, being harassed by a man. The man was furious and shouted, "You are walking blindly. Can you afford to pay for my clothes?" Xiaoki's face turned red, but she stubbornly responded, "You bumped into me." The man was immediately furious and raised his hand to slap Xiaoki's face, with a crisp sound of slap. Xiaoki's cheeks instantly became red and swollen, and the corners of her eyes also turned slightly red due to the sudden pain. The shopkeeper heard the noise and hurriedly ran out, smiling and apologizing to the man. "Mr. He, this is the newcomer who is ignorant. Please don't be angry." He Zhou was relentless. "Tell me, how are you going to compensate me?" Xiaokiki bit her lip and shouted, "I didn't splash you, you bumped into me. She was just working." But this man suddenly walked straight towards her and insisted that it was her who splashed the water. He Zhou snorted coldly and slapped her again, cursing, "Bitch! If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, you can forget about opening this shabby restaurant." The shopkeeper's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he kept saying, "Mr. He, calm down, we will definitely compensate you." He Zhou rolled his eyes and said viciously, "Let's take her. I just happened to be in need of a maid recently." The shopkeeper was embarrassed when he heard it. The servant next to him saw this and also pretended to be powerful. "What? You don't take my young master seriously?" The shopkeeper had no choice but to say, No, take this girl away, Mr. He." Xiaokiki was shocked and angry, and asked loudly, "Why do you decide for me?" Chapter 340. The shopkeeper sighed and whispered, "You can only blame yourself for offending Mr. He." He Zhou waved his hand and ordered his men, "Tie her back for me." Xiaokiki struggled desperately, but as a weak woman, how could she fight against those wolf-like servants? In the end, she was tied up. "You are not ashamed to use such a low-level method to rob a woman?" A crisp voice suddenly sounded in the restaurant. He Zhou's face sank, and he looked in the direction of the voice, only to see two beautiful women with extraordinary temperament standing not far away, automatically ignoring Lin Yuchen next to him. He Zhou changed his face in an instant, and said flatteringly, "So it's the two ladies, are you having dinner?" Mu Yunqi curled her lips disdainfully. "We are watching monkey show." When He Zhou heard the mockery, he felt that his face was completely lost, and his face was burning hot. But when his eyes touched the peerless faces of the two beauties, the anger in his heart miraculously dissipated a little. He forced himself to be calm, raised a charming smile at the corner of his mouth, and then walked straight towards them with a pretentious and unrestrained pace. Standing in front of them, He Zhou leaned forward slightly, trying to stare at them with what he thought was the most charming eyes, trying to show his charm and extraordinariness. Seeing him like this, Gu Li frowned tightly, and his eyes were full of disgust. "You, stay away." He Zhou's face instantly became extremely ugly, and it turned pale and blue. He looked around subconsciously, and saw that the people around him had already stopped what they were doing, and they all looked at him with a playful look of watching a good show, and there was clearly ridicule and gloating in their eyes. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Hezhou suddenly felt that he had lost all his face, and the shame and anger in his heart burst out like a surging tide. "Don't be shameless." Hezhou gritted his teeth and said, his voice trembling slightly with anger. However, Gu Li ignored his threats, and did not even give him a glance. Her eyes went straight past Hezhou and fell on Xiao Kiki, who was tied up tightly with ropes. "Are you an orphan?" Xiao Kiki slowly lowered her eyes when she heard the question, and her long eyelashes cast a shadow on her slightly red cheeks. She bit her lower lip tightly and remained silent, as if trying to suppress her inner anxiety and fear. Hezhou saw that Gu Li ignored him so blatantly, and his anger in his heart became even stronger, and the anger that he had just suppressed burned again. He raised his voice and spoke again. "Do you know who I am? How dare you ignore me?" Gu Li frowned even more. "Can you stay away from me?" When Hezhou heard Gu Li's ruthless words, his face suddenly became so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out. The trace of demeanor that was barely maintained disappeared completely, replaced by a face full of ferocity and anger. "Take them away." As soon as the voice fell, several burly guards with faces full of flesh immediately strode towards them like wolves. "Do you think I don't exist?" Seeing this, Lin Yuchen slapped the table beside him. With a loud bang, the originally solid table was like a fragile rotten wood, and it fell apart in an instant, with wood chips flying everywhere. Mu Yunqi was originally concentrating on watching the development of the situation in front of her, and was startled by the sudden loud noise. She turned to look at Lin Yuchen and gritted her teeth and said, "Are you sick? Why are you banging the table?" Lin Yuchen shrank his neck subconsciously after she yelled at him, and looked at her and Gu Li. Only then did he realize that due to his reckless behavior, Gu Li and Mu Yunqi were splashed with a lot of grease from the table, and the originally clean and tidy clothes became messy at this moment. That? I didn't mean it." Lin Yuchen scratched his head and said with embarrassment. Looking at them like this, Hezhou's impatience became stronger. "Have you talked enough?" Lin Yuchen was already full of anger because of Hezhou's evil deeds, and now he was even more furious when he heard his arrogant words. Without saying a word, he flashed like lightning and came to Hezhou in an instant, and then kicked Hezhou in the abdomen fiercely. Hezhou felt a powerful force coming at him, and he flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, crashing directly into the tables next to him, knocking them over and making a mess of the cups and plates. "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have slammed the tables." Gu Li watched Lin Yuchen's impulsive look from the side, and sighed in his heart. This idiot. Hezhou struggled to get up from the ground, looking at his own greasy and miserable appearance, feeling ashamed and angry. He pointed at Lin Yuchen and shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Kill him for me." Lin Yuchen was not afraid at all, but provoked. "Hey, I can't kill you." Gu Li shouted, "Aiken, come back." Lin Yuchen looked reluctant, turned around and asked, "Why?" Gu Li did not answer him, but looked directly at Hezhou, with a trace of inquiry in her eyes. "Who are you?" Hezhou thought she was scared, so he said proudly, "My grandfather is the great elder of Xuanji sect." "Now you know you are afraid?" "It's too late." Gu Li's heart moved, but her face remained calm, and she continued to ask, "Are you sure you want to take us back?" Hezhou was stunned by her strange question and asked, "What do you mean by asking this question?" Gu Li said calmly, "Just tell me if you really want to take us back." At the same time, she quietly reached into her sleeve, took out a long-prepared sound stone, and recorded everything calmly. Hezhou said impatiently, "So what?" Gu Li's mouth corner slightly raised, revealing a barely perceptible smile. "Okay, then we go with you." Lin Yuchen was anxious when he heard this. "Ollie, what do you do? Why should we be afraid of him?" Gu Li secretly sent him a message. "Listen to me." Hezhou obviously didn't expect Gu Li to give in so easily, and couldn't help feeling a little proud. "You're quite sensible." Gu Li pointed at Lin Yuchen and Xiao Kiki. "Let them go, and we go with you." Hezhou looked at the two beauties in front of him, thinking that with these two beauties accompanying him, the others would naturally be irrelevant. So he said readily, "No problem." The people around saw this scene, and started to make a noise. "Mr. He is so lucky to have such a big beauty." Various voices of envy and jealousy came one after another. Before leaving, Gu Li sent a message to Lin Yuchen again, "Go back and tell them to go to Xingchen territory and bring people to surround Xuanji sect, saying that they kidnapped us and demand compensation. This matter will not end without a few billion yuan of crystals." Lin Yuchen's eyes lit up, and he suddenly realized that this was not a bully at all, but the god of wealth. He knew that they were short of funds to build their power, so he took the initiative to send money. Chapter 341. Lin Yuchen was thinking about Gu Li's request, and he immediately planned to go back to Shizihan and the others to discuss countermeasures. He turned around and was about to leave. As soon as he took a step, Xiao Kiki saw that he was about to leave. Her eyes were red, and she looked guilty. She hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, I have implicated you." Lin Yuchen stopped abruptly when he heard her words. For a moment, he almost forgot about this person. He frowned slightly, thought for a moment and asked, "Do you want to stay here or go with me?" Lin Yuchen remembered the scene when Ollie asked Xiao Kiki if she was an orphan just now, and knew in his heart that Ollie should intend to take Xiao Kiki back to the Star Domain. Xiao Kiki said without hesitation, "I will go with you." The two sisters were forcibly taken away by Hizhou because of her. She could not stay out of it, and she must find a way to rescue them. Lin Yuchen took Xiao Kiki back to the inn where they stayed. As soon as he entered the inn, he walked straight to the door of the several people and knocked on it. Shi Zihan frowned slightly when he heard the knock on the door. He opened the door and saw Xiao Kiki and couldn't help wondering, "Why did you bring her back? Where are Ollie and Yunqi?" Lin Yuchen did not respond immediately, but turned to look at Xiao Kiki. "I opened a room for you, you go there and wait." Xiao Kiki immediately raised her voice when she heard it. "No, I also want to go with you to save people." Lin Yuchen was a little impatient. "Don't get in the way, just wait here." Xiao Kiki wanted to say something, but seeing his impatient look, her lips trembled slightly a few times, and finally swallowed the words back, and could only leave reluctantly. Lin Yuchen knocked on the doors of other people's rooms again. Soon, the four of them gathered in Shizihan's room. Feng Wuhan was the first to break the silence and asked, "What happened?" Lin Yuchen said slowly, "Ollie and Yunqi were taken away by the people of Xuanji sect." "What? Dare to bully our Ollie and Yunqi, go and settle accounts with them." Su Yun heard that, and his blood immediately boiled, rolled up his sleeves and walked out. Seeing this, Lin Yuchen stepped forward and pulled him back directly, saying loudly, "Listen to what I have to say, okay?" Feng Wuhan looked at this scene and asked again, "What happened?" Lin Yuchen calmed down and told them the whole story in detail, including Gu Li's plan. After hearing this, Su Yun suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha, the people of Xuanji sect are probably going to be pissed off." Shi Zihan thought for a moment and asked, "How many yuan jing are appropriate? What if they can't take out too much?" Lin Yuchen answered without hesitation. Ollie said, "Hundreds of millions, otherwise the matter will not end." Feng Wuhan was slightly startled and sighed. A few 100 million yuan jing is not a small amount. The things of Yinyang Pavilion are only sold for more than 1 billion. Can Xuanji sect take out so much? Shi Zihan seemed to see through his thoughts and said slowly, "Although the overall strength of Xuanji sect is not as strong as Yinyang Pavilion, it has a large industrial chain and is still relatively rich." Su Yun waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "That's right. At worst we can destroy Xuanji sect as well, so that he dares to capture our Ollie and Yunqi." Shi Zihan listened and gave him a head slap, and said helplessly, "Do you think a force can be destroyed if it wants to? What if other small forces unite to deal with us? If they destroy a force at any time, others will be afraid of them. If it is one or two small forces, they can still barely resist, but there are hundreds of forces in the southern border, and now other people are eyeing the land of Yinyang Pavilion. If they accidentally find an excuse to launch a group attack on them, the consequences will be unimaginable." Feng Wuhan pondered for a moment and said, "Go back and call people first. Ollie dares to do this. He must have his own ideas." Shi Zihan nodded, and then arranged, "Aiken, go back and call people to gather outside the city. The three of us will sneak in at night to find Ollie and Yunqi." Lin Yuchen responded without hesitation, "Okay, then I will go back." After that, he turned around and walked out of the room quickly, and went back to Xingqianyu to call people. After Lin Yuchen went back, Shi Zihan and the other two were not idle. They simply packed up and quietly went to the periphery of Xuanji sect to lurk. On the other side, Hizhou happily took Gu Li and Mu Yinqi back to his own courtyard in Xuanji sect. As soon as he entered the yard, Hizhou couldn't suppress his desire and stretched out his hand to touch Mu Yinqi's face, whispering, "Little beauty." The look in his eyes was full of greed and frivolity. Gu Li saw this, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and his figure flashed, and he quickly stretched out his hand to grab his wrist. Hizhou thought she was jealous, and foolishly stretched out his other hand to comfort her, smiling and saying, "Don't worry, I will treat everyone equally." He still had that disgusting smile on his face, and he didn't realize the danger was approaching. Gu Li sneered and mocked, "Idiot dare to bring anyone back." Hizhou's face suddenly changed, the smile on his face froze instantly, and he asked with wide eyes, "What are you talking about?" Gu Li didn't give him a chance to react at all, and without saying a word, punched him in the face. This punch was so powerful that he Zhou's nosebleed directly. Mu Yunqi saw this, and quickly activated an isolation array to cover the yard to prevent the sound from spreading. She was skilled and seemed to be used to doing this kind of thing. He Zhou touched his nose and looked at Gu Li in disbelief, shouting, "You dare to hit me! I'm hitting you!" Seeing this, Mu Yunqi punched him again. This punch was more fierce than the previous one, and it directly knocked out a tooth of He Zhou. He Zhou grimaced in pain and shouted in horror, "Come on, come on!" His voice echoed in the yard, but was tightly blocked by the isolation array. Gu Li flexed her wrist, smiled at him, and said jokingly, "You can scream, but no one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out." Her smile was like a devil's smile in He Zhou's eyes, filling his heart with fear. Mu Yunqi laughed when she saw Gu Li's appearance, and teased, "You look more like a gangster than him." "Maybe I've seen too many gangsters." Gu Li said this, and before she finished her words, her figure was approaching He Zhou like a ghost. She clenched her fist, and with a whistling sound, she hit He Zhou's terrified face again accurately. After this punch, He Zhou felt stars flashing in front of his eyes, his cheeks instantly became red and swollen, and the whole person staggered back a few steps like a puppet with its strings cut. Chapter 342. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi did not use spiritual power, but blocked He Zhou's spiritual power, and beat him with brute force. For a while, the whole yard was filled with He Zhou's screams, which were full of pain and despair, but were tightly blocked by Mu Yunqi's formation. The outside world was still as quiet as before, and there was no sound of fierce fighting in the yard. Lin Yuchen galloped all the way without stopping, and soon returned to the star domain. Before he approached the city gate, his sharp eyes found that there was a slight movement on the city wall, and then he was discovered. Almost instantly, Gu San's agile figure appeared in front of him, like a wisp of light smoke, and the speed was so fast that it was astonishing. Lin Yuchen was slightly stunned, and then praised, "Your reaction speed is good." There was a hint of surprise and admiration in his eyes. He didn't expect that he would be noticed as soon as he approached. Gu Sen had no intention of responding to his compliments, and asked, "Master Lin, why are you back? Where is our young master?" Lin Yuchen did not beat around the bush and said directly, "Gather all the shadow guards. Your young master asked you to go and ask for money." Asking for money? Begging? When Gu Sen heard this, he was stunned and full of doubts. But he still suppressed his doubts, and quickly turned around to gather everyone. When Lin Yuchen stepped into the city, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. When he left last time, there were still debris all over the ground, broken palaces everywhere, and it was a mess, but now, those ruins no longer exist. The whole city has become an empty land, and no buildings can be seen, as if it was completely wiped out by an invisible big hand, leaving only a bare flat land. He couldn't help but secretly marvel at the efficiency of the shadow guards. It had only been a short time, but there had been such a big change. Soon, all the shadow guards had gathered and lined up neatly on the open ground, like a black ocean, exuding a murderous aura. Lin Yuchen stepped forward, and told Gu Li in detail what he had told him. Gu San was stunned when he heard this, but then he realized that this was how they wanted money, not to beg. Gu Li commanded several shadow guards, who knew how to use formations to quickly set up a defensive formation. Those shadow guards were skilled and agile, chanting something in their mouths, with formation flags flying in their hands, and rays of light flashing. In a moment, a solid defensive formation was formed. Afterwards, Gu Yi and Lin Yuchen set out for Xuanji sect together. After all, there was no one guarding the Xingqian domain home. If someone took advantage of the situation and occupied the old nest, it would be a bit of a loss. At the same time, Shi Zihan, Feng Wuan, and Su Yin also sneaked into Xuanji sect under the cover of darkness. Under the cover of night, they avoided the patrols of Xuanji sect. Relying on the induction of the nail lock, they quickly found the yard where Gu Li and Mu Yunqi were. Feng Wuan had sharp eyes, and noticed that there was a formation around the yard at a glance. He whispered, "There is a formation." Su Yin immediately took out a sound transmission stone from his arms, and said confidently, "It should be the formation of Ali and others. I will send them a sound transmission to see." He injected spiritual power into the sound transmission stone, and whispered a few words. Gu Li was in the yard, and felt the vibration of the sound transmission stone. He took out the sound transmission stone, and said to Mu Yunqi, "AE and others have sneaked in." Mu Yunqi frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "What are they doing here?" Having said that, she still stretched out her hand, waved it gently, controlled the formation, opened a gap, and let them in. Soon, the gap in the formation closed again, blocking the yard again. Gu Li looked at the three people who came in and asked, "Why are you here?" Sui Yun complained dissatisfiedly, "How dare you say that? You two girls dare to enter other people's territory, and you don't know how to be afraid? How dangerous." Gu Li chuckled and teased, "Aren't you still here?" Sui Yun looked at the two of them up and down, and saw that nothing was wrong, so he was relieved. He was about to step forward, but was almost tripped by something on the ground. Looking down, he saw He Zhou's face was bruised and purple, and he fell to the ground. "Did you beat him?" Sui Yun asked in surprise. Mu Yunqi did not change her expression, and said calmly, "He fell by himself." Sui Yun rolled her eyes, and shook his head helplessly. Shi Zihan looked at Gu Li and asked seriously, "What do you think? Do you really want to fight directly?" Gu Li shook his head and smiled. "No, just cheat some money." Feng Wuhan frowned and said worriedly, "What if they don't give it to us?" Gu Li said confidently, "No, at most it will hurt a little. We just destroyed Yin Yang Pavilion. It has been too short a time. They haven't found out where we came from yet. They are afraid of us now. They acted so arrogantly that those people probably thought they had some trump cards. When they found out the truth, the Xingqian domain had stabilized, so there was no need to be afraid." Sui Yun kicked He Zhou on the ground and asked, "He's not dead, is he? After all, if he died, you wouldn't get any money." Mu Yunqi rolled her eyes and said, "We were measured." She was very confident about the strength of her and Gu Li's attacks. Gu Li looked at the three people and said, "You go out first. The shadow guards should be here tomorrow morning. Bring them directly." Feng Wuhan nodded and said, "Okay, then you should be careful." After Shi Zihan, Feng Wuhan and Sui Yun left as they said. Gu Li took out an exquisite porcelain bottle and poured out a round pill that was emitting a faint light. She leaned over slightly and fed the pill into He Zhou's mouth. The pill melted in the mouth, and the medicinal effect instantly spread in He Zhou's body. He Zhou's injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The originally bruised and swollen cheeks quickly subsided, and the damaged skin also quietly recovered. But in a moment, there was no trace of the beating left on his body, as if the previous painful experience was just an illusory nightmare. He Zhou woke up slowly, and as soon as his consciousness returned, he caught a glimpse of Gu Li and Mu Yunqi. In an instant, his face turned pale as paper, his eyes widened, and his pupils were full of fear and terror. His body stumbled backwards uncontrollably, his legs weak, and if there was no pillar behind him, he would have collapsed to the ground. "I let you go, I let you go." He Zhou's lips trembled, and his voice was broken and sharp, like a frightened jackdaw. Gu Li raised a faint arc at the corner of her mouth and whispered, "It's easy to invite gods, but it's hard to send them away." Her voice was like the whisper of a devil, echoing in He Zhou's ears, adding to his fear. Chapter 343. Hearing this, He Zhou became more and more flustered, and hurriedly shouted, "I will give you whatever you want. Please let me go, I will never dare to do it again." There were beads of sweat on his forehead, rolling down his cheeks, and his eyes were full of pleading and despair. Gu Li raised his chin slightly, his eyes fell on him lightly, and said calmly, "It's not much, 300 million yuan, we will leave immediately." When He Zhou heard this, his eyes widened, and he shouted in disbelief, 300 million, you might as well go and rob. Let alone 300 million, even if he took out 100 million, it would be enough to bankrupt him. At this moment, he was full of regret, regretting that he should have been obsessed with sex and brought these two women back to the sect. He secretly swore that as long as he could escape from this yard, he would do everything he could to put these two women who shamed him to death to avenge today's shame. After playing with so many women, this was the first time he had failed. He could not bear such humiliation. Mu Yunqi blinked her eyes and said innocently, "Aren't we robbing?" Gu Li thought to himself, "You are robbing me." He Zhou was too noisy, so Gu Li simply raised his hand and chopped He Zhou's neck accurately, knocking him unconscious. Afterwards, she and Mu Yunqi sat in the yard quietly, waiting for Shi Zihan and others to come. The sky was slightly bright, and the sky was white. The shadow guards of the star domain arrived outside the Xuanji sect on time. Shi Zihan and the other two quickly went to meet them. Lin Yuchen summoned all the contracted beasts. The shadow guards each chose a monster to ride on. In an instant, the sky was shrouded by countless powerful auras, and the roars of the monsters came one after another, shaking the air slightly. In addition to the many demigod beasts hovering in the sky, the entrance of Xuanji sect was also occupied by the demigod beasts summoned by Lin Yuchen. Shi Zihan and the other four took out masks from their arms, and slowly put them on their faces. The masks, reflected in the morning light, added a bit of solemnity. They stood quietly at the entrance of Xuanji sect, like messengers from hell, exuding a chilling pressure. The disciples who were responsible for guarding the entrance of Xuanji's sect were still yawning and drowsy. Suddenly feeling this powerful breath, they were frightened and their whole bodies shuddered, and the sleepy bugs disappeared in an instant. They looked at each other, their eyes full of fear and helplessness. One of the disciples who reacted faster turned around and crawled back to the sect to report. Soon, other people in Xuanji's sect also noticed the movement outside. They were curious, worried, or terrified, and they rushed out from all directions to the door to check the situation. Kang, the leader of Xuanji's sect, also got the news at the first time, and he hurried over. After seeing the posture of these people, his face turned pale instantly, and his heart snapped, and he secretly said, "It's over." After destroying Yinyang Pavilion, they came to destroy their Xuanji sect. He was full of doubts and fear, thinking in his heart, "Didn't they say that they would give the things to us for auction? Why did they suddenly attack us?" Kang forced himself to be calm, stepped forward, and asked loudly, "Why did you come to our Xuanji sect?" Shizi laughed coldly, and the laughter was like an ice knife, piercing Kang directly. "You Xuanji sect are very brave, daring to attack our people." Kang was startled. His heart was full of confusion and puzzlement. When did they attack them? He had specifically told them not to provoke these people. "Is this a misunderstanding?" "We didn't attack you," Kang argued. Lin Yuchen stepped forward and said loudly, "He Zhou is from your sect." Hearing this name, the face of an old man beside Kang, the elder, instantly became extremely ugly, and he thought to himself, his grandson wouldn't have robbed their people. Kang noticed the elder's strangeness, and immediately gritted his teeth in anger, turned his head, and glared at the elder. "Where is He Zhou?" He knew that He Zhou was usually a person who relied on the power of the elder to do whatever he wanted in the sect. Although he was the sect master, the power of the elder's faction was comparable to his, and he could only turn a blind eye helplessly. But now, this matter concerns the life and death of the sect, and he can no longer let it go. The veins on the elder's forehead throbbed slightly, but he still tried to remain calm and said, "There may be a misunderstanding here." There was a hint of anxiety and uneasiness in his eyes, and he had only one thought in his mind. No matter what, he must protect his only grandson. At the same time, he was also very disappointed with He Zhou, and was secretly angry. This kid usually acts recklessly, and now, why did he tie up these evil stars when he could tie up anyone else? "I don't think this is a misunderstanding." A crisp but cold voice sounded. Hearing this voice, everyone in Xuanji's sect looked in the direction of the voice. I saw two women wearing exquisite masks, with graceful figures but firm steps, dragging a person slowly out. The person being dragged was shaking weakly, and was obviously in a coma. The elder looked at the man's face, and his face suddenly changed. He exclaimed, "Zhou'er!" His voice was trembling, and his footsteps took a few steps forward uncontrollably. Gu Li flicked his wrist lightly, and threw He Zhou towards the elder like a rag bag. He Zhou's body drew an arc in the air. The elder didn't care about anything else, and quickly stretched out his arms to catch He Zhou steadily. He hugged his grandson tightly with both hands and quickly checked him. Seeing that he was unconscious but not in danger of life, he breathed a sigh of relief, and the big stone hanging in his heart fell a little. Mu Yunqi raised her chin slightly, crossed her arms, and said, "Tell me, how are you going to compensate us? After all, we were frightened a lot." When the elder heard this, his eyes widened and he shouted angrily, "You beat up my grandson, and you dare to ask for compensation." Gu Li responded calmly, "It was your grandson who brought us in." The elder seemed to have heard something absurd and refuted loudly, "Nonsense, my grandson would never do such a thing." Gu Li sneered and took out a photo stone from her arm slowly. She injected spiritual power into it, and the photo stone slowly floated in the air. As the light flashed, it played out the scenes of He Zhou bringing them back. The elder looked at the scenes in the photo stone, and his face became more and more ugly. But he still argued, "It's obvious that you came back with him." Gu Li curled his lips in disdain and said, "Don't you know what your own grandson looks like?" Chapter 344. The elder felt a little timid under Gu Li's gaze, and was silent for a moment. He knew in his heart that if this matter was not handled properly, it would bring disaster to Xuanji's sect. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and asked, "What do you want to do?" Gu Li raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. "We two weak women were scared, and it's not too much to compensate 500 million yuan. 500 million, the elder exclaimed. Kang and other people from Xuanji's sect were shocked by her seemingly shameless words. They looked at the two women in front of them. They were tall and straight, with extraordinary temperaments. Their every move showed confidence and strength. How could they be frightened? The elder was so angry that he was shaking all over. He roared with his eyes wide open. You are robbing. In broad daylight, you are so bold and arrogant to openly run wild in my Xuanji sect. Gu raised a cold arc at the corner of his mouth and responded slowly. If the elder said so, don't blame us for being rude. Kang distanced himself from the matter, said, this has nothing to do with us, it's his grandson. The elder couldn't believe his ears. He widened his eyes and looked at Kang in disbelief. Master, how can you say that? Kang folded his hands in front of his chest and shrugged helplessly. Who told you not to teach your grandson well? He has killed and robbed so many women, and how many women he has killed. I don't believe you don't know. If he hadn't been afraid of the strength of his lineage, he would have killed this dog long ago. The elder's forehead was bulging with veins, and he shouted loudly, this is related to the safety of the sect. How can you, as the master, say such a thing? Kang said slowly, then I agree to the compensation she asked for, you pay it. On the surface, he looked like he had nothing to do with it, but in his heart, he was already very happy. On weekdays, the elder relied on his seniority and prestige in the sect to always interfere with his decision-making, which made him, the sect leader, quite frustrated. Now that the elder had offended someone he shouldn't have offended, he could take this opportunity to suppress him. It would be good if he didn't take the opportunity to step on him. He still expected him to help. When the elder heard this, he was almost vomiting blood in anger. They all came to the door. Do you think they will let Xuanji sect go? The elder tried to make Kang realize the serious situation in front of him. Kang was speechless for a moment. To be honest, he knew very little about these people who suddenly appeared. They seemed to have emerged out of thin air from the fog. No matter how he set people to investigate, he could not find any information about their origins. He was not sure whether they really just wanted compensation or used this as an excuse to deliberately attack Xuanji sect. Seeing that Kang stopped talking, Gu raised her voice and said, you are quite good at provoking. I swear here that as long as you compensate me with the Yuan Jing that I am satisfied with, I will not attack your Xuanji sect. A ray of light from the laws of heaven and earth fell on her, and the oath was fulfilled. Hearing this, Kang's hanging heart finally let go a little. He rolled his eyes, and took the opportunity to eliminate the lineage of the great elders at this time, so that they would not always think about his position as the leader in the future. So he said, let's talk about it nicely. Let's go inside for a cup of tea first. After speaking, he did not forget to blink at Gu, and his eyes were full of hints. Gu understood and responded readily, sure. The great elder was shocked and angry when he saw this, and shouted, Master, what are you doing? You dare to let her enter the sect. Kang responded nonchalantly, isn't she in the sect? The great elder was so angry that his face turned red. He pointed at Kang's nose and cursed, you are ignoring the safety of the sect. How can you be the master of a sect? You are a sinner of my Xuanji sect. Kang almost laughed out of anger. The great elder said clearly that he was not worthy of being the master of the sect. How could he not know what he was thinking? This old guy, is he so eager to replace him? At this moment, Kang secretly sent a message to Gu, help me kill the great elder's lineage, and I will pay Yuan Jing. Gu received the message and was a little surprised. He didn't expect such an unexpected surprise. She thought for a moment and immediately sent a message back. How much Yuan Jing do you want to pay? Kang quickly replied, 1 billion. Gu was really shocked by this number. Yinyang Pavilion was already quite powerful in the martial arts world, but compared with Xuanji sect, the economic gap was so big. They killed the strongest one as soon as they arrived, but it was the poorest one. She originally thought that Xuanji sect was just an ordinary sect, but she didn't expect it to be so rich, much richer than Yinyang Pavilion. Gu rolled his eyes and said, okay, but I have a condition. Kang's heart tightened, and he asked tentatively, what condition? Gu said slowly, we must also give us the property of the great elder's lineage. After all, we are removing the threat for you, and this request is not excessive. She also saw that the two of them were obviously not in harmony, otherwise she wouldn't have spent so much money to ask them for help. She was also happy to do it. It was a matter of convenience. Kang agreed without hesitation, no problem. Although 1 billion yuan of crystals was a huge sum of money for him, enough to make him feel distressed for a long time, but when he thought of taking this opportunity to clean up the elder's lineage, who were like termites in the sect, he felt that everything was worth it. In recent years, because the elder's lineage acted recklessly in this sect and enriched themselves, the reputation of Xuanji sect began to stink in the world. If it is not rectified, it will not take long for Xuanji sect to become the second Yinyang Pavilion and be despised by others. Gu then asked, how many of them are there? What if we kill the wrong person? Kang glanced at his son Song Yanqi beside him, and said, "My son is standing next to me. If you catch him, he will tell you who are the people of the Great Elder." After hearing the satisfactory answer, Ghoulie smiled and looked at the Great Elder. In the eyes of the Great Elder, that smile was like the smile of a devil, which made him feel ominous. Ghoulie quickly sent a message to her friends and the Shadow Guards, and told them exactly what she had just said to the leader of the Xuanji sect. Afterwards, she used her spiritual power and rushed directly towards San Yanqi. San Yanqi was caught off guard and was startled. He instinctively wanted to dodge. Seeing this, Kang pushed him forward. The next second, San Yanqi was firmly caught by Ghoulie. At the same time, his father's voice came into his mind. "Don't struggle. Tell them who are the people of the Great Elder. Don't let them kill them by mistake." Chapter 345. San Yanqi instantly understood his father's intention, and the corners of his mouth twitched. So he stopped struggling, and just let Ghoulie grab him obediently. When the elder saw San Yanqi being caught, he was obviously shocked at first, but when he saw Kang's indifferent attitude, he was actually a little gloating in his heart. However, his pride did not last long. Ghoulie gave an order, "Kill him." As soon as the voice fell, all the Shadow Guards moved out like ghosts, their figures flashed, and they rushed towards the people around the elder. Although they didn't know who the elder's people were for the time being, it would not be wrong to attack the people around him first. The elder was shocked and quickly used his body skills to avoid the attacks of the Shadow Guards, and at the same time shouted to Kang, "Master, save me." Kang seemed not to hear it. Not only did he not help, but he also pretended to be attacked and retreated repeatedly, but a barely perceptible sneer flashed across his face. The Shadow Guards were well trained and coordinated well. The sharp blades in their hands flashed coldly, causing a bloody storm in the crowd. Although the elder's confidants fought desperately, they all used all their skills, with swords and shadows interlaced, and shouts of killing shaking the earth. However, the Shadow Guards were like ghosts in the dark night. Their attacks were sharp and accurate, and their cooperation was tacit. Under this surging offensive, the elder's confidants gradually found it difficult to support, and the defense line gradually fell like a dam hit by a flood. The elder's eyes were sinister. Seeing that the situation was not good, he instantly had a plan in his mind. He knew that the situation today was irreversible, and the most important thing at the moment was to save the life of his grandson Hizhou. He flashed and rushed towards the depths of the sect like a ghost with Hizhou, trying to get out of trouble with the help of the complex terrain and mechanisms in the sect. Ghoulie and Mu Yunqi would never let him succeed. They looked at each other and sent out several powerful spiritual powers, instantly intercepting the elder. At this time, Hizhou woke up slowly. He opened his eyes in a daze and saw his grandfather and Ghoulie and others. He thought that it was his grandfather who saved him from danger, and his face was full of surprise. He completely ignored the tense situation at the moment, pointed at Ghoulie and Mu Yunqi and shouted, "Grandpa, they dared to hit me, help me kill these two bitches." When the elder heard this, his face instantly became extremely ugly, blue and purple. He was angry and anxious, raised his hand, and slapped Hizhou's face hard. Slap sounded crisp and loud. "Idiot, look at what you have done." The elder shouted angrily, with uncontrollable anger and helplessness in his voice. Hizhou was hit by this sudden slap, and he was blinded by stars. He covered his slapped face in disbelief, his eyes full of grievance and confusion. "Grandpa, you didn't avenge me, but you hit me." Mu Yunqi couldn't help laughing when she saw the scene, with a bit of sarcasm and teasing in her smile. "Do you want to look at your current situation before saying this?" Hizhou subconsciously looked around, and saw chaos all around, with swords flashing and shouts of killing coming one after another. His grandfather's men fell one after another like fragile ants under the attack of those mysterious masked men, and their blood dyed the ground under their feet red. Seeing these people, he suddenly thought of something in his mind, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. "Are you the two female killers?" he asked in a trembling voice, with obvious fear in his words. Ghoulie raised his chin slightly. "If you are talking about the people who caused the destruction of Yin Yang Pavilion, it is indeed us." Hizhou was frightened and his face turned pale. He stuttered and couldn't speak, and his body began to shake. The elder looked at his stupid grandson, and he was angry and anxious, and almost laughed out of anger. But after all, this is the only child of his family, and he can't watch Hizhou get into trouble no matter what. He gritted his teeth and said, "I agree to give you Yuan Jing." Ghoulie just glanced at him lightly, and said ruthlessly, "It's too late now. Someone offers a higher price than you." The elder was stunned, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. He subconsciously looked at Kang, only to see Kang quietly watching what was happening not far away, with no ripples on his face, as if all this had nothing to do with him. Song. The elder was about to question him loudly, but before he could say anything, Ghoulie punched him in the abdomen, and the rest of his words were beaten back. He bent down in pain, his face full of pain and despair. Ghoulie did not kill him, but quickly formed seals with both hands, and a flash of spiritual power flashed, blocking all his spiritual power. Let's leave it to the leader of Xuanji sect to deal with it. After all, this is their internal affairs, and he just needs to get the reward he deserves. On Hizhou's side, Mu Yunqi's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent. She flashed and approached Hizhou like a flash of lightning, and gently slashed with the sharp blade in her hand. Hizhou fell to the ground before he could even scream, and there was still fear on his face. After dealing with this, Ghoulie and Mu Yunqi joined other battles. The two were extremely powerful, and exuded a strong aura. Although those enemies also had the early and middle stages of the condensation realm, their strength should not be underestimated, but the shadow guards were numerous and well-trained, and they cooperated with each other like precise gears. After Ghoulie and Mu Yunqi joined, the battle became even more one-sided. This time, without spending too much energy and time, they successfully ended the battle. The overall strength of the Xuanji sect was not as good as the previous Yinyang Pavilion, and now the number of people was only half of that of the Xuanji sect. In addition, with the Xuanji sect's master secretly fueling the flames, this farce that could have been earth-shattering soon came to an end like the receding tide. At this time, the smoke on the battlefield gradually dissipated, leaving only Kang and Ghoulie standing proudly. All that remained on the field were Kang and Ghoulie's men. At the moment when the Great Elder was controlled, Kang sent his own people to wipe out the remaining people. The Great Elder stared at Kang with anger, looking at the lifeless body of his grandson Hizhou, and angrily questioned, "You actually teamed up with outsiders to deal with me?" Kang remained calm, crossed his arms, and responded coldly, "What does it have to do with me? They were obviously brought in by your grandson." The Great Elder was so angry that he trembled all over, stared at Kang fiercely, and said with gritted teeth, "Don't be happy too early, they will swallow up the Xuanji sect sooner or later. I wonder if you can still laugh at that time. Do you think you can get rid of me with their hands, and you can rest easy? You are inviting a wolf into the house, idiot." Chapter 346. Ghoulie heard the words of the elder, and said lightly, "We don't think much of it." The elder snorted coldly and continued, "Such a big commotion happened here, do you think other forces don't know? You just wait to be besieged by major forces." Su Yun heard the elder's words, and turned to look at Kang, with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. "Do you kill him, or do I kill him?" Kang pondered for a moment, and said, "I am still useful." Ghoulie looked at the elder with disdain and sneered, "If others don't come to cause trouble, I don't even bother to look at them. Do you think they really dare to besiege us? Let alone the question of whether they can beat them, they have to consider their own interests when they unite. Each force has its own ulterior motives, and it is not certain that they can reach an agreement on how to divide the territory. Not to mention that some forces do not border the territory of the Star region, and it is still uncertain whether they will participate." Ghoulie didn't know that Kang had sent someone to deal with it, so she asked her friends to search first to see if there were any fish that slipped through the net. She stayed here to ask Kang for commission. Kang forced a smile on his face, and said, "Happy cooperation." Ghoulie didn't give him any time to buffer, and responded bluntly, "I will be happy if you give me the Yuanjing first." Kang's mouth twitched slightly, and his heart was full of helplessness, but since things had come to this, he could only pay the money obediently. Although he was very reluctant to pay the 1 billion yuan crystal, in order to completely eliminate the threat of the Great Elder's lineage, he could only bear the pain and give it up. Honestly transferred 1 billion yuan crystal to Ghoulie. As the Yuanjing was transferred out, he seemed to hear his heart bleeding, which was the huge wealth he had accumulated over the years. However, thinking that the lineage of the Great Elder would no longer pose a threat to him, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. In the brief contact with Ghoulie and others, he had already seen clearly that these people seemed not to take the initiative to cause trouble as long as they were not provoked. When the sect stabilizes, we must issue a rule: don't offend these people. Kang secretly made up his mind. Here Ghoulie, who received the Yuanjing, smiled brighter on his face, and said in a good mood, "My people will search the things of the Great Elder, you should not mind." Kang waved his hand and said, "Search as you like, as long as you don't steal our things." At this moment, he only hoped that Ghoulie and others could leave as soon as possible, so that Xuanji sect could return to its former peace. Ghoulie assured, "Don't worry, I am very honest in doing business." After that, she turned around and left with her friends, leaving only the shadow guards to continue the search mission in place. After returning to the inn, Su Yun couldn't wait to come forward and ask, Did you get the Yuan Jing? Gu Li smiled proudly. Yes. Lin Yuchen couldn't help laughing when he heard it. Ha ha, I didn't expect to get such a reward. Mu Yunqi also smiled and agreed. When Gu Yi and the others come back, there will probably be quite a lot. Xuanji sect is not ordinary rich. Shi Zihan nodded slightly and said thoughtfully, when the auction is over, our initial funds should be almost enough. Feng Wuhan continued, I have refined a lot of pills. When the time comes, I will spread the news, build a shop, and sell these pills. Sui Yun took out a roll of drawings from his bosom, shook it and said, I have also drawn the design drawings, but the materials I bought may be a bit expensive. He paused. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes. However, if I want to do it, I will do the best. Of course, I will use the best materials to build it. Gu Li waved his hand nonchalantly and said domineeringly, money is not a problem. I plan to invest all the Yuan Jing in it, start the industrial chain first, and then slowly earn it back. Mu Yunqi frowned and raised a key question. There is a problem. Who will take care of it? This sentence instantly quieted the lively atmosphere. Everyone looked at each other, and after a moment, everyone looked at Gu Li at the same time. In their hearts, Gu Li seemed to be the most suitable candidate for management. Gu Li took a step back and said, don't look at me. I have to practice and I don't have time. Sui Yun also said, I am responsible for construction, not management. Feng Wuhan said, me neither. Shi Zihan smiled and said, if you let me manage, I'm afraid I will explode. Lin Yuchen shrugged helplessly, I'm not that kind of person. Gu Li rolled his eyes, and suddenly thought of an idea. He smiled and said, it's okay. We just need to pay the money. Everyone nodded in agreement. That's fine. Just don't let us come. It would be exhausting to manage such a large star domain. They didn't want to be tied down by tedious management affairs. They just wanted to focus on their own areas of expertise. After a day of rest in the inn, Gu Yi and his friends finally came back. The elder's family was much richer than they expected, with a total of 2 billion. The news of their siege of Xuanji sect spread like wildfire, spreading throughout the entire southern border as if it had wings. For a time, the various forces in the southern border were more afraid of him. They were amazed at the strength and courage of Gu Li and others. They had just defeated Yin Yang Pavilion and dared to openly attack a force like Xuanji sect. They didn't know if they would be the next one, and the people of the small forces were a little panicked. However, Xuanji sect was not wiped out, which also made them feel relieved. All the forces sent their capable men to Xuanji sect to ask what was going on. It only took a day for these people to have these things happen. After a day of rest in the inn, they received news from Imobai. Although they had experienced this turmoil, many people still came to participate. After all, it was the things of Yin Yang Pavilion, and many people wanted to take pictures. Imobai's heart almost jumped out when he heard that they attacked Xuanji sect yesterday. He Zhou, that idiot, deserved to die. Fortunately, he didn't cause trouble for the sect. Otherwise, he would definitely whip his corpse. Gu Li, Sui Yun, Lin Yuchen, Mu Yunqi, Shi Zihan, and Feng Wuhan put on masks and prepared to attend the auction. Gu Yi took the shadow guards and Sui Yun's design drawings back to the star domain to continue construction. Gu Li and the others just stepped out of the door and saw Xiao Kiki pacing anxiously outside the door. Gu Li was slightly startled when he saw this. I almost forgot about you. What's wrong? Xiao Kiki heard Gu Li's voice and hurriedly stepped forward. The anxiety on her face instantly turned into gratitude. She bowed deeply and said, thank you. Gu Li gently waved his hand, indicating that she didn't have to be polite, and then his eyes stayed on Xiao Kiki's face for a moment, and asked casually, well, are you an orphan? Xiao Kiki was stunned when she heard this question. She raised her head and looked at Gu Li in confusion, not understanding why she asked this question over and over again. Chapter 347. Xiao Kiki lowered her eyes and replied softly, yeah. Gu Li asked, how old are you? Xiao Kiki's voice was as thin as a mosquito. 12. Gu Li's mouth corner slightly raised. A trace of thought flashed in his eyes, and said, it just so happens that we are short of manpower recently. Are you willing to come? Xiao Kiki suddenly raised his head, his face full of surprise, and asked, are you saying that you want me to join you? Gu Li folded his hands in front of his chest and nodded casually. You can say that. However, Xiao Kiki shook his head firmly. No, I don't do things that hurt the world. Sui Yun on the side was instantly angry. You are the one who does things that hurt the world, Ali. Don't want her anymore. Gu Li raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiao Kiki. Do you think we are doing something that is against the will of heaven? Xiao Kiki was frightened by Sui Yun's furious tone, and her body couldn't help but tremble, but she still mustered up the courage to speak. You killed so many people in Yin Pavilion. I can't go with you. Lin Yuchen frowned and said righteously, how can the people in Yin Pavilion be good people? The cultivation methods are all obtained by absorbing other people's skills. We are doing justice for heaven, not against the will of heaven. Xiao Kiki bit her lip and still insisted, but that's also hundreds of lives. Gu Li couldn't help but sneer when he heard it. Okay, then you can go. She was planning to provide cultivation resources to train her. The star domain doesn't need such a saint bitch, not to mention an epic saint. Xiao Kiki was stunned for a moment. Why did he let her go so easily? Don't you want me to join you? Xiao Kiki's voice was a little anxious and confused. Mu Yunqi sneered and said contemptuously, are you an important person? It's not necessary for us to have you. Shi Zihan played with a rune in his hand carelessly and said coldly, you can go now. What we did is against the law of nature. It would not be good if we killed you in anger. Xiao Kiki was frightened and pale, and her body trembled involuntarily. She also saw what happened in Yin Pavilion that day. At that time, she was collecting herbs in that area. Later, there was a sudden turmoil, and she could only find a place to hide in a panic and witness the bloody and cruel moment with her own eyes. If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Si, who was sick at home, urgently needed money to buy medicine, she would not have come to lead them to earn the meager amount of yuan jing. Let's go! Gu Li didn't look at her again, turned around and walked out of the inn. Mu Yunqi and others followed without hesitation, and didn't even give Xiao Kiki an extra look. Xiao Kiki was left alone in the same place, a little dazed. That's not what she meant. She just hoped they would promise not to kill people randomly. Xiao Kiki sighed helplessly, thinking to herself that she planned to go back to her room and wait for them to come back to test their attitude. Before she returned to her room, the waiter of the inn hurried up. Xiao Kiki looked at the waiter, who went directly into her room and started to clean up, and asked in confusion, what are you doing? The waiter looked back at her and said, the guest of this room has checked out, I will clean it up. Xiao Kiki's body froze, her face full of disbelief. Checked out? She just refused once, and she checked out her room directly. Seeing that she didn't say anything, the waiter ignored her and started to clean up the room. Mu Yunqi chuckled, turned to look at Lin Yuchen and said, why did you cancel the room so quickly? Lin Yuchen curled his lips and said angrily, she said we were harming the world, so she won't live there anymore. Gu Li said without hesitation, I agree. Lin Yuchen raised his head proudly, look, Ali agrees. While they were chatting, they soon arrived at the auction. As soon as they appeared, many people cast their eyes on them. After all, most of the things in this auction were provided by them, and 2 earth-shaking events happened in just half a month, all related to them. For a while, many people became very curious about them. Mo Bo was busy greeting people at the door of the auction, and when he saw the 6 of them, he walked over in person. Mo Bai smiled and said respectfully, I have arranged a private room for you, please follow me. Gu Li nodded slightly, and several people followed him to a luxurious private room on the 3rd floor. Mo Bai stood at the door of the private room and said politely, I still have some things to preside over. There are people guarding outside. If you need anything, please send someone to call me. Gu Li smiled and responded, okay. After Mo Bai left, several people found a seat and sat down, quietly waiting for the auction to start. Sui Yun couldn't suppress the doubts in his heart and asked, Ali, why do you want that girl to come to us? Gu Li looked calm and said slowly, Xingqian domain is short of people. Seeing that she can endure hardships, I plan to train her. Feng Wuhan nodded thoughtfully. That's right. Construction is not a problem. The problem is the management of various shops. This is not difficult. When we go back, the Xingqian domain should be almost built. Then we will go to the slave market to pick some good seedlings to cultivate. Gu Li has made plans. The main thing is to pick those with strong cultivation talents, and secondly, those with flexible minds. There is no shortage of slaves in every place. Although she disagrees, it is not something she can decide. All she can say is to respect the fate of others. Mu Yunqi said at this time, I may not have time to go. After returning to Xingqian domain, I will set up a city defense formation, which will probably take a month. Sui Yun said quickly, I can't either. I need to install a mechanism. Lin Yuchen also followed suit and said, I also plan to capture some semi-divine beasts and bring them back to defend the city. Shi Zihan and Feng Wuhan looked at each other and said, then the 2 of us will go? Ali, are you going? Gu Li shook his head. You 2 go, I help Yunqi set up the formation. Shi Zihan and Feng Wuhan nodded. Okay. Mu Yunqi opened. He said, if you help me, it will probably be finished in half a month. Su Yun looked aggrieved. Ali, you can also refine weapons. Why don't you help me? Gu Li rolled his eyes at him. I am such a delicate beauty. You want me to help you forge iron? Su Yun, you are delicate? All of us combined are not as violent as you two women. Mu Yunchi smiled. Say it again? Su Yun quickly admitted his mistake. Sorry, I was wrong. I will dare to do it next time. A burst of laughter suddenly rang out in the box, and the auction was about to begin. Chapter 348. Soon, the auction began amid everyone's eager anticipation. This auction was unprecedentedly grand and crowded. Each box was packed, and there was a huge sea of people under the hall. No seat was vacant, and even the aisles were full of people. Everyone was very interested in the various treasures of the Yin-Yang Pavilion. The things that Gu Li and his friends took out for auction were all resources for cultivation, techniques, spiritual tools, etc. As for those evil techniques that relied on absorbing other people's skills, Gu Li kept them. It's not that she wanted to practice, but she just thought that keeping them might be useful at some special moment. The host was a graceful woman, dressed in gorgeous clothes, standing on the high platform, responsible for introducing the items to the auctioneers. Hello everyone, I am the host of this auction. My name is He-She. He-She's voice was crisp and pleasant, like a yellow warbler out of the valley. A burst of noise suddenly broke out from the audience. He-She smiled and said, I think everyone knows the value of the items in our auction this time. Of course I know. It's such a big deal, it's hard not to know. Who are they? Hearing this, He-She smiled slightly and said calmly, Our auction will not reveal the identity of the seller. If you are curious, you may as well ask in person. Everyone immediately put away their curiosity and shouted to start quickly. They are not fools. If they go to ask the seller's identity in person, they don't know if they will come back alive. The first auction item of this time, the semi-god level fire element technique. He-Chi waved his hand elegantly, and soon someone carefully brought a tray up. As soon as the semi-god level skills were revealed, the audience cheered louder, and the atmosphere was instantly ignited. I didn't expect that the semi-god level skills would be the first to be revealed. He-Chi lifted the red cloth and showed the skills. The starting price is 500,000 crystals, and each bid cannot be less than 10,000 crystals. 500 and 100,000. Someone immediately couldn't wait to bid. 500 and 200,000. 500 and 300,000. The bidding sounded continuously, one after another. Feng Wuheng couldn't help but sigh, it's more expensive than my pills. A semi-god level pill of this could only sell for a few 100,000 or 100,000. The starting price of this set of skills is 500,000. According to this trend, it is estimated that it can be bid up to more than 1 million. Shi Zihan continued, My runes are worth more than your elixirs. Gu Li took out a few rings and said, I still have 600 million left. If you need anything, you can bid for it. Lin Yuchen shook his head. Those auction items are almost all ours. There is nothing to buy. Gu Li picked up a picture album beside him and opened it. Not all of them. There are also many materials for refining equipment and alchemy. Su Yun came over curiously. Let me see. This Yuan Eye stone is okay. I don't know how big it is. If it is big enough, I will refine it into liquid and integrate it into the city wall. No one can break it. Su Yun pointed to the Yuan Eye stone in the picture album and said. Gu Li calmly responded, If it is not enough, just send someone to find it. She took a look and found that Yuan Eye stone was not a particularly rare thing, just a little expensive. Soon, the first auction item was successfully won by a woman in black at the price of 1.01 million yuan crystal. The auction was still going on, and they had brought out several items, but the 6 people did not participate in the bidding. Soon, Mo Bo finished everything and knocked on the door of their box. Gu Li was a little surprised. You don't have to be in charge of the auction? Mo Bai found a seat and sat down, smiling and said, No, everything has been handled. Mo Bai continued, Thanks to you, otherwise the people planted by the elders would be difficult to deal with. Su Yun took out the picture album and opened it, and said anxiously, Do you have this at the auction? I want it all. Mo Bai took the picture album and looked at it. Yuan Taisher, there is, but the price will not be cheap. Su Yun waved his hand. Money is not a problem, give it all to me. Mo Bai nodded. Okay, then I will have someone take down some of the auction, and you and I will go to get it after the auction is over. Su Yun hurriedly said, Sorry for the trouble. Mo Bai, no trouble, I am happy to do it. The leader of their family said that these people cannot be offended and must be made friends. If the quantity they wanted was not too large, he would have wanted to give it to them directly. The atmosphere in the box was relaxed and full of expectation. Their eyes occasionally looked down at the audience, paying attention to the progress of the auction. The knock on the door sounded again, which was particularly abrupt in the quiet box. Gu turned to look at Mo-bai with a questioning look in his eyes. Mo-bai was also full of doubts. He had clearly asked people not to disturb him, so why was there a knock on the door? Soon, a maid in a light pink dress came in. She bowed slightly, took out an exquisite invitation, and said, "My lords, someone asked me to give you this." Gu took the invitation and looked at it carefully. Mo-bai frowned and asked sternly, "Who sent it?" The maid was frightened by his tone, and quickly replied, "I don't know." Suyin said with a confused look on her face, "We don't know anyone here, who would send us something?" Gu looked at the content on it, his face calm, and said lightly, "Fujiwara Mune." Mo-bai listened with a surprised look on his face. "Why would Fujiwara Mune send you something? Do you know him?" Gu shook his head and replied, "I don't know him." Lin Yuchen came over curiously and asked, "What does it say?" Gu replied, "He invited us to participate in the flying kite contest." Mo-bai couldn't help but exclaimed, "Why would they invite you?" Muyunchi looked confused and asked, "What is the flying kite contest?" Mo-bai calmed down and explained, "It is a competition held every 5 years in the South Territory, and all forces will participate." Shi Zihan raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's the point of participating in this?" Mo-bai continued, "To determine which force is the strongest." Feng Wen nodded and said disdainfully, "That's useless. Strength cannot be determined through a competition." Mo-bai waved his hand and said, "That's not the case. The forces that want to participate will take out treasures of corresponding value as a bet. The first place can take it all, and the second place will also get 10 qualifications to go to the North Territory." Gu frowned and asked in confusion, "Do you have to obtain qualifications to enter the North Territory?" Mo-bai nodded and explained seriously, "Yes, everyone over there must have an identity token." Chapter 349. The North is not a place that can be entered casually. It is rich in resources, has strong spiritual energy, and is controlled by some powerful forces. In order to avoid too many people pouring in and causing chaos, there are strict restrictions and requirements for entering the North. The 10 qualifications to go to the North provided by this flying kite competition are very attractive to various forces. Mo-bai said solemnly. Muyunchi frowned and asked, "What if we force our way in?" Mo-bai hurriedly shook his head and explained seriously, "You can't get in. Most of the forces in the North Territory are supported by people from the North Continent. The entire North Territory is isolated by formations. Forcible entry will attract guards, and will be executed directly." Gu murmured, "It's a bit troublesome." Mo-bai was a little surprised, "Don't you know?" Gu said calmly, "Isn't it normal not to know? We are not from the South Territory." Mo-bai widened his eyes, and said in shock, "Aren't you from the South Territory?" Gu crossed his arms and nodded, "We ascended from the continent below 2 months ago." Mo-bai was even more shocked, his mouth wide open. "Did you ascend from the lower continent?" Gu said him nonchalantly. Mo-bai continued to ask in disbelief, "You ascended at such a young age?" Gu still looked indifferent. Mo-bai was so surprised that he almost jumped up. "You have reached the condensation realm just 2 months after ascending?" Gu Mo-bai couldn't help but sigh. "You killed the Yin-Yang Pavilion, the strongest force in the South Territory, in just 2 months?" Gu raised his eyebrows. "Don't you know this? The villain in Mo-bai's heart has been petrified. Isn't it said that the spiritual energy of the lower continents is very thin? It's not that there are no cultivators from the lower continents who have ascended, but they are all middle-aged or in their 70s and 80s. These young people are 1 generation younger than him, and their cultivation is stronger than his, and they are from the lower continents. They are not allowed to live. No wonder the major forces sent people to investigate their origins, but couldn't find anything. It's a miracle that people who ascended from the lower continents can be found." Suyin curled his lips, and said nonchalantly, "What's the big deal?" Mo-bai sighed helplessly. "I really don't know what words to use to describe you." Gu looked serious and said, "Tell us about the situation in the south and north. Do you have to enter the north to go to the North Continent?" Mo-bai calmed down and said slowly, "There are countless small forces in the south, and there are only more than 20 that can be named. There are no rules here, and they have always spoken with force. I have never been to the north, so I don't know much about it. True, but the discipline there will be stricter and the life will be more cruel. To go to the North Continent, only the 6 major forces in the north have teleportation arrays, and other forces are not qualified." Gu asked again, "Are there only 10 places in the entire south?" Mo-bai nodded solemnly, "Yes. Shi Zihan frowned and said solemnly, "The competition is so fierce. There are at least hundreds of forces in the south, and only 10 places are too few. Even if they get a place in the flying kite competition, not all of them can go." This undoubtedly added great difficulties to their plan. Mo Bai continued to explain, "People in the north look down on people in the south, so they will not let people here easily. 10 places are already good. They believe that the cultivation resources and environment in the south are far inferior to those in the north, so the restrictions on the south have always been very strict." Guli asked, "Is there no other way to get a place?" Mo Bai shook his head helplessly. "Yes, but it's impossible." Sui Yin also asked, "What way?" Mo Bai said slowly, "There are forces in the north who are willing to give you a place, but this is impossible. The forces are full of contempt and prejudice towards the South Territory, so how could they take the initiative to give us a quota? And even if a certain force is willing, it will inevitably put forward harsh conditions that are almost impossible to complete. Therefore, this method is almost equivalent to nothing." When Lin Yuchen heard this, he was immediately deflated. "It's over. Then it will be difficult for us to get through." Mo Bai asked curiously, "What are you doing in the North Continent?" Guli smiled slightly and said lightly, "To play." Hearing this answer, Mo Bai was stunned for a moment, and then realized that they didn't want to say it, and tactfully stopped asking. The box fell into a brief silence, and everyone was thinking about the future direction and plan. The auction was still in full swing, but Guli and others had no intention of participating in it at this time. Mo Bai also had people take away the things they wanted to sell as agreed. After successfully selling the required yuan taisher, several people said goodbye to Mo Bai and hurriedly left the auction. When the time comes, Guli will send someone to collect the yuan jing obtained from the auction. The current priority is to go back and speed up the construction of the star domain. After all, there is still half a year before the flying kite competition, and time is running out. They are determined to get those 10 places. Sui Yin looked worried and said, "If there are only 10 places, what will the shadow guards do?" Guli looked determined and said in a deep voice, "Let's take it one step at a time. There must be a force to give more places. So what if they become a force that is so powerful that no one can ignore?" But she didn't say this. After all, the star domain has just been established, and the most important thing at present is to develop steadily. On their way back, the atmosphere was a little dull, and everyone was thinking about future plans. At this moment, several middle-aged men suddenly appeared and blocked their way. Guli stopped, looked at the people with vigilance, and asked coldly, "Who are you?" The leading man in a gray robe spoke slowly in a low voice. "We are from Fujiwara clan." Mu Yunqi frowned and said warily, "Fujiwara clan? What do you want to do?" Xiao Yanhe had a meaningful smile on his face, and said slowly, "You should all be interested in going to the north, right?" Guli crossed his arms and said unkindly, "So?" Xiao Yanhe smiled gently, and then said, "Don't be so nervous, girl. We just want to discuss a deal with you." Guli and others looked at each other, secretly guessing each other's intentions. Feng Wuhan stepped forward and said, "What's the deal? Tell me about it." Xiao Yanhe still had a smile on his face, and said, "I want to invite you to join our Fujiwara clan. We will work together to win the quota, and we will split it 50-50. Guli said without hesitation, not interested. After that, he planned to bypass them and return to the star region. Chapter 350. Seeing Guli and the others turning around to leave, Xiao Yanhe hurriedly said loudly, "Wait, think about it again. After all, no one in the north should not want to go." Guli paused, turned around, and looked at him with beautiful eyes. "It seems that we don't need to cooperate with you. There are only 10 places in this flying kite competition, and 50-50 is too few. They are not without the ability to win." Xiao Yanhe still did not give up, and persuaded, "It is most appropriate for you to cooperate with us." Guli did not hesitate, and said in a cold voice, "Not interested." After saying that, he turned around and left again. Xiao Yanhe was about to step forward to stop him again. At this time, Shi Zihan, who passed by him, suddenly burst out with a powerful spiritual power fluctuation. The spiritual power was like a surging wave, with a hint of coldness, making the surrounding air seem to condense. Shizi glared at him coldly, and the warning was self-evident. Xiao Yanhe was frightened by this momentum, and did not speak again. After Guli and others left, a young man next to him muttered with dissatisfaction, "Elder Xiao, with their attitude, we don't have to find them." In his opinion, his own forces are also quite famous in this southern border, so why should he be so humble to ask others for cooperation? However, Xiao Yanhe shook his head and said solemnly, "What do you know? The strength of the young man just now is equal to mine." With them, it is absolutely a sure thing. He knew in his heart that the competition in this flying kite competition was extremely fierce. One more powerful helper would increase the chance of winning. The most important thing was that he was worried that these people would join other forces, so he invited them first, but their cold attitude also made him feel a little unhappy. As Suyun walked, he said thoughtfully, I wondered why they told us about the flying kite competition, but it turned out that they wanted to recruit us. Mu Yunqi nodded gently. There are too few places, so there is no need to cooperate. Gu Li and the other 6 returned to the place where the star domain was located. After a period of construction, it has begun to take shape. Many houses have now been built on the originally barren land, and it is no longer as bare as before. Everyone performed their duties, and Gu Li and Mu Yunqi went straight to arrange the city defense formation. The city defense formation is extremely wide and complicated. The two of them need to carefully calculate and lay out, so it takes a lot of time. Time passed like a white horse passing by, and a month passed in a flash. In this month, Gu Yi and his team rushed around and recruited a large number of people to participate in the construction of the star domain. Now, the main buildings in the city have been completed, and only some minor decorations and repairs have not been properly handled. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi had successfully laid the formation half a month ago. The center of the formation was located in the middle of the city, where the 6 of them lived. At this moment, they were helping Suyun to integrate the refined Yuan-I stone into the city wall. The Yuan-I stone was extremely hard and could greatly enhance the defensive power of the city wall after being integrated into the city wall. At the same time, Lin Yuchen and the shadow guards went deep into the dangerous area and experienced many difficulties. They captured many demigod beasts with good talents and tamed them. These demigod beasts can become a powerful force in the star domain in the future and protect this land. Shi Zihan and Feng Wuhan went to the slave market and bought more than 500 people after a selection. After that, they also devoted themselves to the research and production of alchemy and runes, striving to reserve more resources for the star region. The news of their establishment of a new force spread quickly throughout the entire southern region like wings. Many forces began to plan against them after hearing about it. After all, it was just a new force, and during this period of time, they also found out that Gu Li and his men were not sent by the forces in the northern region. Therefore, there were many forces that coveted and wanted to take them down. As for their strong strength, in the eyes of those greedy people, it seemed that it was not an insurmountable problem. Gu Yi hurried over and reported to Gu Li, Young master, there is movement in the Fujiwara clan that you asked us to keep an eye on. Gu Li heard it, put down what he was holding, looked up at Gu Yi, and asked, Tell me. Gu Yi hurriedly said, Yaoyang sect, Xingmeng, and Aya Fengtang sent people to Fujiwara's sect. Suyun said nonchalantly, What can this prove? Gu Yi hurriedly explained, We have investigated, these forces have always been at odds, and they hardly have any contact. Miyunchi looked at Gu Li with some doubts. Ali, why did you send people to watch them? Gu Li looked calm, and just said lightly, Just in case. Suyun smiled confidently. Don't worry, who in the South Territory dares to touch us? Gu Li raised his eyebrows slightly and asked back, What if they join forces? After all, although this more than a month seems not long, it is enough for those who are interested to investigate carefully. In this South Territory, various forces are intertwined and fiercely competitive. The rise of new forces will inevitably affect the interests of some old forces. The star domain created by Gu Li and his team is undoubtedly like a piece of fat meat in front of everyone. In the eyes of those forces, the star domain at this moment may still have a shallow foundation and is not yet fully developed. So for them, the best opportunity is to take advantage of the fact that the star domain has not yet fully grown up and kill it in one fell swoop, so that they can eliminate the trouble forever and take the resources and territory of the star domain for themselves. Suyin scratched his head, with a hint of hesitation on his face, and said uncertainly, It shouldn't be. Gu Li shook his head slightly, with a calm look in his eyes. It's possible. Gu Yi looked at Gu Li. Young master, should we make some preparations first? Gu Li said lightly, It's okay, if they don't have eyes, then they can be used as stepping stones. At this moment, she has already made up her mind. The star domain has just been established, and it is time to establish its prestige. If any forces come to provoke, she doesn't mind giving them a hard lesson, so that the whole southern region knows that the Xingchen region is not a soft persimmon that can be bullied. Lin Yuchen and the other 3 walked over with brisk steps. Lin Yuchen's face was filled with an excited smile, and he was the first to ask, Ali, are you done? Gu Li gently patted the dust on his hands and responded, Almost done, what about you? Lin Yuchen blinked mysteriously and said, "Let me show you my little cutie." He raised his arm slightly, and in an instant, countless mimicry demigod beasts of various shapes appeared in the open space like a tide. Su Yun was full of surprise and curiosity. He couldn't wait to reach out and touch one of them, and couldn't help exclaiming, "Oh my god, so many!" Chapter 351. Lin Yuchen raised his chin slightly, his expression full of pride, and said loudly, "Of course." Mu Yunchi heard it, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. "I am a little curious about what expression someone would have when they saw so many monsters when they came to pick a fight." Seeing her like this, Shizihan asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Gu Li said calmly, "Nothing. How is the situation over there?" Feng Wuhan stepped forward and reported, "The people bought from the slave market have been distributed. Those with good cultivation talents have been given certain resources to cultivate. The rest have been trained and arranged to manage the shops that have opened." His tone was steady and clear, and it was obvious that he had put a lot of thought into this matter. Those people have sworn the hard demon oath, so they are not worried that someone with bad intentions will sneak in. Gu Li nodded slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Tomorrow we can open for business as usual, let the news spread. Except for the Star City where they are, which prohibits outsiders from entering, other places in the Star Domain are open. In addition to the shops opened by Xingqian Domain, there are also many shops that have been built but not open for use, but are ready to be rented out to outsiders. After all, the scope of power is too large, and they don't have so many people to manage so many things. Of course, they still need to introduce some people in." Early the next morning, everyone in Xingqian Domain left Xingqian City and went to the places they managed. The news was also released, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, rippling layers of waves. In addition to other people, people from other forces are also very interested in this emerging Xingqian Domain. They all came to join in the fun. After all, it took more than a month to establish such a large force, which required a lot of Yuanjing support. What secrets and strengths were hidden behind this? Everyone wanted to find out. Fujiwara Sasato, Xiao Yanhe, and several old men were discussing something in a hall. The atmosphere in the hall was solemn, and everyone looked serious. The theme they were discussing was naturally inseparable from the Star Domain. Tian Shishu, who was in the lead, frowned, and his eyebrows twisted into a deep shape, and said, "They have established a sect by themselves, so they will definitely participate in the flying kite competition in 2 months." His eyes were deep, as if he was thinking about the interests involved. Xiao Yanhe didn't expect it to be like this. He originally thought that they would find other forces to join. Who would have thought that these people actually established a force by themselves, and completed it in such a short time? Such means and courage are really shocking. Another old man raised his head, with a trace of inquiry and hesitation in his eyes, and asked, "The Star Domain is officially open today. Should we send someone to take a look?" Xiao Yan's eyes condensed, and he said in a deep voice, "I will go and see it myself." Gu Li and others also planned to go and see it that day. Except for the dead Hezhou, no one had seen their faces, so they did not wear masks anymore, but joined in the fun as ordinary people. They mixed in the crowd, like a drop in the ocean, inconspicuous. Soon, several people came to a small town not far from the city. The town was very lively, with people coming and going. The surrounding shops were also very crowded, shoulder to shoulder, and there was no way through. From time to time, exclamations were heard. "Is this true? This semi-god promotion pill only costs 150,000 crystals." One person widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief, and his voice rose with excitement. "This can't be fake. How can it be so cheap?" Another person echoed, his eyes full of suspicion. Seeing someone questioning, the shopkeeper in charge of this store took a step forward and said loudly, "We have a lot of pills in Xingqian Domain, and we don't bother to sell fakes." His voice was loud and full of confidence, and his words revealed his absolute confidence in the quality of his own pills. There were also many people who knew the goods and paid for a lot of pills. Their eyes were burning, as if they had discovered a rare treasure, and didn't want to miss this great opportunity. Lin Yuchen looked at this scene and whispered, "Selling so cheap." Feng Wuhan smiled and explained, "It's just the early stage. I refined a lot of pills, which can support for a while." He and Shi Zihan bought a lot of people from the slave market, who were suitable for refining pills. When they were cultivated, they would provide a continuous supply. In addition to the shops selling pills, several people seemed to be unsatisfied, or to ensure that everything was in place, they went to the rune, spiritual weapon, and formation shops to check carefully. After a round of inspection, they found that there were no problems. At present, Various shops have been opened like stars, and only the monsters are still empty. The current dilemma is that there is no supply source of monsters. Those that Lin Yuchen had taken people to capture before were all contracted by the star domain. The number was limited, and they had other uses, so they could not be used in shop transactions. The 6 people worked tirelessly, and went to several small towns in a row. Every time they went to a place, they carefully observed and patiently asked questions. Only after they were sure that there was no major problem did they return to the star region with peace of mind. Other forces could not help but feel jealous when they saw the scale of the star region. Such a wide variety of shops were like a huge treasure, emitting an attractive light. They secretly thought that if the star region was allowed to develop unimpeded like this, the economic source of the entire southern region would probably fall into its hands. So, some people with ulterior motives began to move. The comfortable days lasted for more than half a month, and Gu Li and his friends did not slack off at all. Every day, they were either immersed in cultivation in order to continuously improve their own strength, or in the alchemy room to refine various rare things, and the fragrance of the elixir permeated the entire space. Or they carefully guided their subordinates in many skills such as alchemy, refining, formation, beast taming, runes, etc., and taught them earnestly and patiently. Gu Er hurried over, looking a little anxious, and reported to Gu Li, "Master, someone is coming." Gu Li raised his eyes slightly and asked, "Who?" Gu Er shook his head helplessly. "I don't know, they are just shouting outside the city gate, and the boss is already watching over there. I want to see who dares to come to our territory and act so presumptuously." Hearing this, Lin Yuchen stood up and was about to walk out, as if he was going to tear the person into pieces. It just so happened that he was about to get moldy recently, so he could move around. "Let's go, there is a stepping stone delivered to the door." Gu Li chuckled, with a hint of cunning and confidence in his smile, and also stood up and followed Lin Yuchen. The other few people looked at each other, a little confused, but out of trust in their partners, they still followed. Shi Zihan was full of doubts and asked softly, "What stepping stone?" Chapter 352. Su Yun smiled slightly and explained, "Ali said that now that we have just been established, there should be many blind people who come to cause trouble, and these people can just be the stepping stone of the star domain to help us establish our prestige and fame." Mu Yunqi also said with a smile, "If you want to do it, you have to be the biggest one. Not everyone can come here to make trouble. It's just right for them to see our strength, and let others know that the star domain is not easy to mess with." Outside the city gate, more than a dozen people stood proudly in the air, looking at the direction of the star domain wantonly. Among them, for women and 8 men, all of them have extraordinary auras, and their cultivation is in the middle stage of the condensation realm. Only one of the men has reached the late stage of the condensation realm. He has an arrogant face, as if he doesn't care about anything in the world. "Is this the way you treat guests in the star domain? Don't you know to open the city gate and invite us in for a cup of tea?" A woman said in a delicate voice, but her voice was full of sarcasm. "What a bullshit star region, it's just a few young boys playing house." Another man shouted loudly, his words were vulgar and full of contempt. "It's really shameful that Yin Yang Pavilion fell into your hands." Another person echoed, his words were full of regret for Yin Yang Pavilion and disdain for Star Region. Gu Yi frowned, took a step forward, and said in a deep voice, "This is a place in my Star Region that outsiders are not allowed to enter, you leave quickly." Tang Yin uncovered her mouth lightly and smiled, but there was no kindness in that smile. "My young man, we are just here to visit your city lords." Gu Yi was unmoved and said coldly, "My master has no time to see you. Don't blame me for being rude if you don't leave." There are also many outsiders in other open areas of the Star Region. With the establishment of the Star Region, this emerging land is like a magnet, attracting many people to live here or do business. At this time, they also saw those people in the direction of the Star City, and their curiosity suddenly aroused, and they all ran to check not far away. Among the crowd, some people were gloating, hoping that there would be a good show. Some people were worried. After all, they had just settled here. If the Star Region fell, they would also suffer certain losses. After all, they had paid the rent, and it was not cheap. This was related to their lives. A big Han Ko Chinji laughed up to the sky. "Ha ha ha, do you have no time to see or dare not?" The laughter was as loud as a bell, shaking the surrounding air slightly. Gu Li and others heard this mocking voice as soon as they arrived at the city wall. Lin Yuchen snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Who did I think they were?" It turned out to be a few arrogant little grasshoppers. He crossed his arms across his chest, his eyes full of contempt, as if he was looking at a group of clowns. The leading man, Zhongli, was tall and straight but arrogant. He raised his chin slightly, his eyes full of contempt. Why, wearing a mask is ugly and shameful. Lin Yuchen heard it, and replied loudly, "You are the one who is shameful." Gu Li narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the visitor calmly, and asked slowly, "What do you have to do in our Xingqian domain?" Zhongli raised a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth, and said hypocritically, "We are here to have a friendly exchange with you. After all, we are all neighbors." Mu Yunqi exposed mercilessly, "It seems that you don't look friendly." Tang Yanyan chuckled, "How could it be? Isn't it that your little brother is ignorant, and doesn't know that guests are welcome?" Gu Li was not in a hurry, and gently patted Gu Yi's shoulder. "You did a little bit worse, remember to just call people out next time." Gu Yi lowered his head, and responded respectfully, "I obey your command." The smile on Tang Yanyan's face froze all of a sudden, as if she was cast under a spell, and her face was awkwardly frozen. Sui Yun took a step forward and said with a firm look, "I give you one chance, leave quickly." Zhongli frowned slightly and snorted, "It seems that you don't welcome us very much." Shi Zihan had been standing quietly by the side, and only then said lightly, "We are particularly unwelcome." Zhongli's anger was completely ignited, and he shouted loudly, "Do you really think that you can do whatever you want after taking down the Yin-Yang Pavilion?" Mu Yunqi tilted her head slightly and asked curiously, "Which force are you from?" Tang Yanyan did not answer directly, but just said playfully, "Little sister, guess." Gu Li seemed to see through their thoughts and slowly said, "Yaoyang sect, Xingmeng Alfeng Hall, Fujiwara sect." The voice was not loud, but it was like a heavy bomb, exploding in the ears of those people. When the dozen people heard these names, they were stunned, their faces full of surprise and confusion. How did she know? Gu Li looked at their expressions, sneered in his heart, and continued, "You must be curious about how we know." Zhongli pretended to be calm and sneered, "Humph, you think too much, your Xingqian domain is not worth so many forces to take action." But his eyes flickered unconsciously, revealing his guilty conscience. Gu Li smiled slightly, as if telling an insignificant story, "My people were watching you when you went to Fujiwara sect. If I'm not mistaken, you guys should be here to test the waters." Gu Li's eyes were cold, and there was no ripple in his heart. He had given them a chance to leave, but they insisted on provoking trouble, so don't blame him for being ruthless. Gu Li turned his head and looked at his friends, who had been unable to hold back, and raised a confident arc at the corner of his mouth, suggesting, "Two per person." The tone was relaxed and casual, as if it was not a fierce battle that was about to unfold, but a relaxed game. "Okay." Feng Wuhan responded briefly and forcefully. Then, like a flash of lightning, holding a long sword, his body suddenly rose up, wrapped in the whistling wind, and rushed straight towards two of them. Shi Zihan was not to be outdone, and lightly tapped the ground with his toes. The whole person floated out like a ghost, and rushed towards two of the opponents. Gu Li, Mu Yunqi, Sui Yun, and Lin Yuchen looked at each other, and saw the same determination and fighting spirit in each other's eyes, and then followed closely like an arrow from a bow. They shuttled freely in the crowd, with sharp eyes, and each quickly and accurately selected two opponents. Gu Li was in the late stage of condensation realm, and directly faced Zhongli, who was also in the late stage of condensation realm, and Tang Yanyan, another person in the middle stage of condensation realm. Chapter 353. Not far away, a group of people gathered, watching closely. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Fighting, fighting! Why are there only 6 people in Xingqian domain? The other side has twice as many people as them." Zhongli was agile, and easily dodged Gu Li's swift attack. Then he looked at Gu Li with a look of disdain and said, "Humph, if it's one-on-one, I might still find it a bit challenging. You actually want to fight me one-on-two, but..." However, before he could say the word smile, Gu Yi appeared behind him like a ghost. Gu Yi exuded powerful spiritual power all over his body, and with a whistling sound, he directly hit Zhongli's back. Zhongli was immediately blown away, like a kite with a broken string, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Tang Yanyan was anxious and flew over without hesitation, catching Zhongli in midair. Zhongli wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted angrily, "You have no martial ethics," and actually launched a sneak attack. Gu Li's eyebrows curved, and he said with a hint of joking, "You are not happy if I don't fight you one-on-one. Isn't this fulfilling your wish?" Zhongli's anger value soared instantly when he heard this. He quickly activated the spiritual power in his body, and his body was shining like a burning meteor, rushing towards Gu Li madly. Gu Yi was about to step forward to help, but Gu Li rushed up first, and at the same time, he did not forget to turn back and remind him, "I can do it myself, you pay attention to those people in the dark, and don't let them enter Xingqian City." Gu Yi heard this, his footsteps suddenly stopped, and then slowly retreated back to the city. Gu Li and Zhongli collided with each other in an instant, their spiritual powers intertwined, emitting dazzling light, and powerful power fluctuations spread out in all directions, like a surging tide sweeping past, and the surrounding air was also stirred into chaos. Tang Yanyan saw this scene, and secretly planned to launch a sneak attack from behind Gu Li. Gu Li seemed to have noticed it long ago, with a slight smile on his face, but he did not dodge immediately. Seeing this, Tang Yanyan was overjoyed, thinking that her sneak attack was about to succeed, and the attack was about to fall on Gu Li. Gu Li jumped up high and avoided Tang Yanyan's spiritual attack. At this time, Zhongli wanted to withdraw his spiritual power, but found that it was too late. With a loud bang, Zhongli and Tang Yanyan's attacks collided heavily, and the two were directly injured by each other's powerful attack and flew backwards. Gu Li seized this fleeting opportunity, and did not give them any chance to breathe or react. She quickly began to seal with her hands. Her hands danced in the air like a nimble butterfly, and she kept chanting, to Yin Ju first style, Lai Yin Yin. In an instant, the air around them seemed to be ignited, and waves of hot waves came. A flame as hot as a giant dragon roared towards Zhongli and Tang Yanyan. The two felt the powerful pressure coming at them, and they did not dare to be careless at all. Their eyes revealed solemnity and tension. They quickly used their skills, and tried their best to dodge in different directions. Gu Li looked at their embarrassed dodge, and the corners of his mouth rose again, revealing a confident smile. She stretched out her hands and changed the seals again. Her movements were smooth and seamless. A magical thing happened. The flames that Zhongli and Tang Yanyan had dodged seemed to be controlled by a pair of invisible big hands, and turned directly in the air, like a sharp arrow tracking prey, and hit them swiftly. Zhongli and Tang Yanyan had just dodged the first round of attacks, and before they could breathe a sigh of relief, they saw this terrifying scene. Their pupils shrank sharply, and their hearts were full of shock and disbelief. They had never seen anyone's spiritual power attack turn so magically. Looking at the fast approaching flames, they wanted to dodge again, but found that it was too late. The flames brushed past their bodies, and only touched them a little, and they immediately burned on them. The two of them could not care about anything else at this time, and could only decisively mobilize the spiritual power in their bodies, to extinguish the burning flames on their bodies with all their strength. Gu Li looked at their frantic appearance of putting out the fire, and did not continue to do it, but just frowned slightly. She waved her hand lightly, took out a set of clothes from the space, threw it to Tang Yanyan, and said, "You are not dressed properly. How can you be so unbecoming?" Tang Yanyan looked at the clothes in her hand, and heard Gu Li's slightly sarcastic words, and she was almost angry enough to vomit blood. Her clothes were burned by the flame she had just used, and now she was blamed for her untidy clothes, which was simply too much. Zhongli's clothes were also burned to tatters, with almost nothing left, revealing his burnt skin. He looked at his own miserable appearance and cursed it in a low voice. Damn it! Zhongli suppressed his anger and pain, and quickly concentrated on making a seal, heaven and earth trapped. The space around Gu Li began to twist and to form, and a series of barriers emitting dim light gradually formed, trapping her tightly inside. Gu Li tried to rush out, but found that her limbs were tied up by countless invisible ropes, and could not move. Tang Yanyan saw Gu Li trapped, and quickly made a seal, spiritual energy impact. A huge spiritual energy ball, like a shining sun, hit the trapped Gu Li fiercely. The bound Gu Li had no way to avoid it, and had to bear this move. Her body shook violently, and a mouthful of blood spurted out uncontrollably, but she was still trapped in the same place, and could not move. Gu Li did not give up struggling in the predicament. She could vaguely feel that the barrier that trapped her was somewhat loosened by the attack just now, and she couldn't help but feel happy. At this time, she had no time to think about it. Relying on the contract between her and the pavilion, she borrowed the power of space in the pavilion, gathered all her strength, and suddenly cut off the power that bound her. With a crisp sound of click, the binding force tightly wrapped around Gu Li was completely cut off. Gu Li instantly felt a long-lost freedom and power return to her body, and did not hesitate to use the spiritual power in her body again. She was shining brightly, and her spiritual power was roaring in her meridians like a surging tide. Then she rushed towards Zhongli and Tang Yanyan like a swift lightning. In an instant, the three of them fought fiercely again. Zhongli was surrounded by the dark blue water elemental power, which was like a lively water flow circling around him, and from time to time turned into sharp ice spikes, stabbing towards Gu Li. Chapter 354. Tang Yanyan was wrapped in the fiery red fire elemental force. The flames burned fiercely, as if to turn everything around into ashes. She waved her hands, and the fire elemental force was like a galloping fire dragon, rushing towards Gu Li with its fangs and claws. Gu Li was not to be outdone. Her body was flashing with golden light elemental force, and her hands kept changing seals, and golden light shot out like a sharp sword, colliding and interweaving with Zhongli's ice spikes and Tang Yanyan's fire dragon. However, Zhongli and Tang Yanyan were fighting together after all, and they cooperated tacitly. For a while, Gu Li gradually found it difficult to resist. Zhongli waved his hands, and several ice spikes broke through Gu Li's defense, brushed her arms, and left several deep blood marks. Tang Yanyan took the opportunity to launch a powerful fire wave attack, and Gu Li was unable to dodge, and was swept by the fire wave, and a large area of her back was burned immediately. Although Gu Li fought hard, she gradually fell into a disadvantage under the attack of the two. Her clothes were torn, her hair was a little messy, and there were many shocking scars on her body. Blood oozed from the wounds and dyed her clothes red, but her eyes were still firm, without any intention of retreating. Mu Yunqi stood lightly in the battlefield, her smart eyes staring at the two men opposite. Both of them were in the middle stage of the condensation realm, which was a whole level higher than Mu Yunqi. The battle horn had already sounded, and Mu Yunqi had no fear and started a fierce battle with them. Her figure quickly shuttled in the field, the weapon in her hand flashed with cold light, and every swing was accompanied by a whistling sound. However, even when facing a strong opponent, she did not fall into a disadvantage at all. But the strength of the two men should not be underestimated. They were as fast as ghosts. Mu Yunqi's attacks always missed, and could not touch them at all. In desperation, she could only rely on her agility to constantly dodge the opponent's stormy attacks. Mu Yunqi had her own calculations in her mind. She had a rich reserve of elixirs. If she could continue to consume the opponent's spiritual power, then a protracted battle would undoubtedly be a great advantage for her. She was like a cunning fox. While dodging attacks, she was also quietly waiting for the best opportunity. At this time, Wang Yan raised a teasing arc at the corner of his mouth, looked at Mu Yunqi frivolously, and said, "Little girl, don't hide." Shui Kaiki also echoed on the side, laughing wildly. "Ha ha ha, why don't you take off the mask? If you look good, brother might be gentler." Their words echoed in the air, full of teasing and arrogance. However, before Mu Yunqi could respond, a spiritual power was like an angry lightning, cutting through the void and accurately hitting Shui Kaiki's back. Shui Kaiki only felt a huge impact on his back, and the whole person was blown away like a kite with a broken string. He drew an awkward arc in the air, and finally stabilized his body several meters away. His face instantly became extremely ugly, and his eyes were full of astonishment and anger. Suiyun, who was fighting fiercely with his opponent, shouted loudly, "Don't look at her with those disgusting eyes of yours." But this distraction made him reveal his flaws. His opponent, Mo Yuanza, keenly caught this opportunity. With a cold snort, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Taking advantage of Suiyun's distraction, he directly launched a fierce attack and hit him hard on the back. Suiyun groaned, leaned forward, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Seeing Suiyun injured, Mu Yunqi frowned tightly, and the anger in her heart was instantly ignited. She was no longer satisfied with just dodging. She decided to take the initiative. She took a deep breath and quickly circulated the spiritual power in her body. She saw the light flashing around her, and the spiritual power surged in her meridians like a tide. Her figure turned into a stream of light, passing her opponent at an astonishing speed, and hit Mo Yuanza directly with a clear goal. Mo Yuanza sensed the powerful momentum of Mu Yunqi, and did not dare to be negligent. He immediately focused on responding, and the two of them fought together in an instant. For a time, the light of spiritual power flickered and interlaced between them, making bursts of roaring sounds. Wang Yan saw the scene, his face changed, and he shouted angrily, "Damn it, your opponent is me." He quickly took a breath and rushed over like an angry cheetah. "Ian, get out of the way!" At this time, the injured Suiyun saw this and rushed over to help despite the pain. Suiyun was quick-witted and quick-handed. At the critical moment, he suddenly stretched out his hand and tightly grabbed Mu Yunqi, and then used his exquisite body skills to take her to avoid Wang Yan's fierce attack. Mu Yunqi turned her head slightly and glanced at Suiyun beside her. With a hint of firmness and trust in her eyes, she whispered, "Wait for me a while." Suiyun understood her intention. He nodded without hesitation, and without the slightest hesitation, his spiritual power surged around him, and he rushed towards the three people like a cannonball. Mu Yunqi took advantage of this gap, tapped the ground with her toes, and quickly flashed, and quickly withdrew from the battlefield like a wisp of light smoke. Mo Yuanza saw Mu Yunqi leave, and a smug smile appeared on his face, and he taunted Sui Yun, "Your companions abandoned you." Sui Yun looked calm, and his eyes revealed great confidence. He responded loudly, "My companions will not abandon me." After that, he quickly began to seal with his hands. His movements were smooth, and he chanted, "The power of wood element binding." In an instant, the ground of the battlefield began to tremble violently, and thick vines broke out of the ground like spirit snakes. They twisted and circled at a very fast speed, and instantly tightly wrapped around the bodies of Wang Yan and the other four. The vines were covered with sharp thorns, which pierced deeply into their clothes and skin, trapping them in place, and making them unable to move. Before they could break free from this sudden bondage, Sui Yun changed the seals with his hands again, and performed another powerful move without hesitation. The first move of the ice art, Ice 1,000 Miles. A powerful blue spiritual power burst out from his body, and this spiritual power was like a surging tide, spreading rapidly around him. Wherever it went, the air seemed to be frozen instantly, and a thick layer of ice condensed on the ground, which was crystal clear and reflected dazzling light. Wang Yan and the other four watched this spiritual power approaching. Their pupils shrank sharply, their hearts were full of shock and fear, and they exclaimed in unison, "You are a dual-element elementalist." Sui Yun saw that they had been successfully trapped, and he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He quickly took out a huge iron hammer from his space ring. The hammer was more than 1 person tall. The hammer head flashed with the unique cold light of metal, and the handle was engraved with mysterious runes. Chapter 355. Sui Yun held the hammer handle tightly and shouted loudly, pouring his spiritual power into the hammer, causing a faint glow around the hammer. He kicked the ground with both feet, and with the help of the reaction force, he rushed towards the nearest Wang Yan like an angry bull. The moment he approached Wang Yan, he raised the big hammer high and smashed it hard on Wang Yan's head with all his strength. Wang Yan was frightened by Sui Yun's sudden and fierce attack. His face turned pale in an instant, and a strong desire to survive surged in his heart. He quickly concentrated all his spirit, and mobilized the spiritual power of his body to gather in his head. He saw a layer of rich spiritual light tightly wrapped around his head, like a solid shield. At the moment when the hammer touched the spiritual shield, a deafening sound was heard. Boom! The big hammer in Sui Yun's hand could not withstand such a huge impact and split directly in the middle. The hammer head and the hammer handle fell apart and turned into countless fragments flying around. Although Wang Yan was lucky to save his life, he was also greatly impacted. He felt as if his head was hit by a heavy hammer. A burst of pain came over him, and golden stars appeared in front of his eyes. His head was buzzing, and he fell into a short dizzy state. Just as Sui Yun was about to take advantage of the victory and attack again, Mo Yuanza, Wang Yan, and the other two suddenly burst out with a powerful and frightening spiritual power fluctuation. This spiritual power was like a surging tsunami, carrying endless power, and instantly shook the vines and ice that tightly bound them into powder. The debris flew everywhere, and a hazy mist filled the air. The two took the opportunity to rush towards Sui Yun, their eyes revealing determination and ferocity. They moved like lightning, cooperated tacitly, and successfully rescued Wang Yan from Sui Yun in a few moves. At this time, Mo Yuanza danced with his hands quickly, forming a series of complex and mysterious seals, and shouted, "Thunder Flame Impact." In an instant, a spiritual power mixed with violent thunder elements rushed out, accompanied by a crackling and deafening sound, like a thunder dragon with bared fangs and claws, roaring towards Sui Yun. Sui Yun had just used too much strength because of the full-strength attack before, and his body was in an extremely weak state at this moment. He watched the terrifying thunder and flame spiritual power approaching, but he was unable to dodge in time because of his physical weakness. With a loud bang, he was hit head-on by the powerful force, and flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. In midair, his body spun uncontrollably, and then he fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. With the help of the two men, Wang Yan gradually woke up from his coma. The thrilling scene just now, at the critical moment, suddenly appeared in his mind. Thinking that he almost died, he was immediately furious. He endured the severe pain from his body, with hatred flashing in his eyes, and rushed towards Sui Yun regardless of everything. When he got close to Sui Yun, he suddenly stretched out his hands, and his hands were like eagle claws, grabbing Sui Yun's neck fiercely. There was only one thought in his mind, that was to kill Sui Yun with one blow to vent his hatred. Just as his hand was about to touch Sui Yun's neck, suddenly, an extremely powerful pressure descended from the sky. This pressure was like a substance, fixing Wang Yan's entire body in place. His body could not move forward any further, and his face was full of fear and unwillingness. At this time, Mu Yunqi's crisp and firm voice came from not far away. Thunder Yuan explosion array start. Mu Yunqi slowly raised her hand, and saw several mysterious purple lights slowly emerging around the four people. These lights were like sparks at first, and then quickly spread, intertwined and entangled with each other, quickly forming a huge and complex formation. Once the formation was completed, the light was bright, covering Mo Yuanza and others. Mo Yuanza and others secretly cried out in their hearts, and they tried to quickly evacuate this dangerous place. However, they were horrified to find that they seemed to be trapped in an invisible cage. No matter how they struggled and fled, they could not take a step out of the formation. Not only that, their movements became extremely slow, as if their bodies were filled with thousands of pounds of lead. The purple lightning flashed from time to time in the air, like a naughty and deadly elf, constantly drilling into their bodies. Every lightning that entered the body caused a sharp pain, making them wail in pain. Mu Yunqi took advantage of the formation to quickly return to the battlefield. She hurriedly helped Su Yun, who fell to the ground, up, and then took out a bottle of pills from her arms. She pulled out the cork, slowly poured the pills into Su Yun's mouth, and fed him to take it. After Su Yun took the pills, the medicinal power of the pills quickly spread in his body, and the pain in his body gradually improved. He let out a long sigh and said with lingering fear, "I was scared to death. I thought I was going to die." Mu Yunqi looked at him like this, raised the corner of her mouth slightly, and smiled faintly. "I won't let you die." Su Yun looked at Wang Yan and the other four who were hit by countless small lightning bolts, with a gloating smile on her face, and said loudly, "How is it? Does it taste good? Do you feel comfortable all over? This is equivalent to free electrotherapy." However, Wang Yan and the other four were busy dodging in the formation at this time, and those purple small lightning bolts were like maggots attached to their bones, following them closely. Each one brought a feeling of stinging and numbness, which made them unable to take care of themselves, and had no time to pay attention to Su Yun's sarcastic remarks. Mu Yunqi looked at Su Yun and asked softly, "Can you continue to fight?" Su Yun raised his eyebrows and asked back, "Can't you just kill them?" Mu Yunqi rolled her eyes at him unhappily and explained patiently, "Of course not. If a formation can easily kill an opponent stronger than her, then fighting in the future will be too simple, just throwing a formation ball at will. In fact, the formation is just a tool to assist in fighting for the spiritual master, and it cannot completely determine the outcome of the battle." After hearing this, Su Yun also understood the truth and said no more. He rushed towards those people quickly. Mu Yunqi did not hesitate, and moved lightly with lotus steps, and followed closely behind with a light figure. At this time, Wang Yan and the other four were in a very difficult situation. They had to be constantly alert to the attacks of the constantly flashing and all-pervasive purple lightning in the Thunder Yuan explosion array, and at the same time, they had to be distracted to deal with the pincer attack from Su Yun and Mu Yunqi. Chapter 356. On the other side, Shi Zihan and Feng Wen flashed. They were fighting fiercely with their opponents, and they were a little more relaxed than the others. The two sides were equally strong, but the other side had one more person, which made the battle stalemate, and it was difficult to tell the winner for a while. I saw Shi Zihan frowning, dancing the long sword in his hand tightly, and every sword thrust was accompanied by a whistling sound, and the sword's shadow and the opponent's weapon kept colliding, splashing a string of sparks. Feng Wen was also agile. He performed a set of fierce boxing. The fist wind was whistling, fierce and powerful. Every punch seemed to shake the air and offset the enemy's attack. And the most leisurely one was Lin Yuchen. The others fought desperately with the opponent with their own strength, but he was not in a hurry, and directly summoned more than a dozen contracted beasts. These contracted beasts have different shapes, including majestic giant beasts, agile birds, and shadow beasts that are good at sneak attacks. As soon as they appeared, they rushed towards Lin Yuchen's opponents Yang Wan and Xiaoqiu like a tide. Lin Yuchen himself sat comfortably on the back of a huge contracted beast, swinging his legs and watching the show leisurely. He did not help his companions either. It was agreed that each person would deal with two. If he asked the contracted beasts to help his companions, he would definitely be beaten by his companions afterwards. Lin Yuchen raised a curve at the corner of his mouth and shouted to Yang Wan and Xiaoqiu, who were in a miserable state under the siege of the contracted beasts, "How is it? Is our star domain fun?" Yang Wan and Xiaoqiu were so angry that their teeth were about to break when they heard it. They regretted it in their hearts. If they had known that the people in the star domain had so many contracted beasts, they would never come to provoke them even if they were beaten to death. Yang Wan desperately fled, dodging the attack of the contracted beast, and shouted loudly, "If you have the guts, take back the contracted beast and fight us openly." Lin Yuchen sneered and responded disdainfully. You two can fight me openly? How shameless. Seeing that Lin Yuchen was unmoved, Xiao Qiu tried to gain sympathy by being a woman, and said in a delicate voice, We are just two women, you don't need to use so many contracted beasts to deal with us. Lin Yuchen's hand. Holding his chin, he said nonchalantly, What does it have to do with me? I'm not a gentleman. Yang Wan was angry and anxious, and roared, You'd better not let me get close to you, otherwise I will kill you. Lin Yuchen looked at the two struggling people with a smile, and his tone was a little threatening. You'd better find a way to survive, I will kill people. Yang Wan and Xiao Qiu were anxious and angry under the siege of Lin Yuchen's dozen contracted beasts. Their faces flushed, but they had no way to do anything. They tried to use various spells and techniques to try to break through the encirclement of the contracted beasts. But those contracted beasts were well trained and cooperated tacitly, and they blocked their attacks again and again. Gu Li on the other side had been injured in many places in the fierce fight with the two opponents. Her clothes were torn, and blood seeped out, staining the corners of her clothes red. Zhongli looked at Gu Li, who was lying not far away, and sneered, You people in Xingchen domain are just like this. At this time, Gu Li was lying on the ground, her eyes looking up at the sky, her body motionless. Only her weak breathing proved that she was still alive. If it weren't for this little bit of life, Zhongli and Tang Yanyan would probably really think she was dead. Gu Li heard Zhongli's ridicule, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Are you sure we are weak? Tang Yanyan walked slowly and confidently towards Gu Li, with a hint of pride in her eyes. Let me put an end to your so-called star region. Gu Li did not even raise his head, but just whispered, Do you want to see what is on our city wall? Zhongli and Tang Yanyan were shocked, and subconsciously looked towards the direction of Star City. On the city wall, countless monsters stood majestically. Their bodies were huge, and their breath was powerful, and they were not the common mimicry in daily life, but their true bodies were fully revealed. The strong sense of oppression seemed to be transmitted through the air, which made people terrified. Zhongli and Tang Yanyan immediately realized that the situation was not good, and their faces turned pale in an instant. They no longer paid attention to Gu Li, who fell to the ground, and turned around and wanted to run quickly outside. Gu Li sat up with great effort, and looked at their embarrassed escaped backs, with a faint smile on his face, with a bit of teasing and mockery. Zhongli and Tang Yanyan were anxious, and rushed out at the fastest speed. However, just when they were about to rush out, there were two loud bangs, and the two of them almost hit a transparent barrier at the same time. The barrier rippled, but it did not move at all, completely blocking their way. Zhongli's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. He stretched out his hand and pushed the barrier hard, but it was useless. Tang Yanyan also anxiously groped around, trying to find the weak point of the barrier, but everything was in vain. Gu Li looked at Zhongli and Tang Yanyan, who were shocked by the collision with the barrier, and couldn't help but laugh softly. Why don't you run? Don't you want to run? Zhongli frowned, his heart full of doubts and shock. He stared at Gu Li and asked, Are you a formation master? It was hard for him to imagine that in such a fierce battle, she could still quietly set up a formation. This required superb skills and a calm mind. Gu Li's mouth corners slightly raised, and a trace of coldness flashed in her eyes. If you answer correctly, you will go to hell as a reward. Tang Yanyan heard this, and a surge of anger surged in her heart. She gritted her teeth and shouted, Catch her first. Gu Li was not in a hurry. With a light wave of her hand, she summoned Xiao Kezi, Xiao Jinzi, and the little wolf cub. She gave an order to the three contracted beasts. Go and beat them up. As soon as the voice fell, the three little ones instantly returned to their original bodies. The three little ones made low roars and sharp cries, with fierce light flashing in their eyes, and rushed directly to Tang Yanyan and Zhongli. Tang Yanyan and Zhongli saw that the situation was not good. Their pupils shrank sharply, and their bodies reacted instinctively, and they quickly dodged their attacks. However, the speed of the little bird was too fast. Although they tried their best to dodge, they still failed to avoid it completely. The sharp claws of the little bird left a deep claw mark on the two of them, and blood oozed out instantly. Gu Li did not look at the embarrassed appearance of the two of them again, and sat down cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and concentrated on attacking the barrier that had been broken. At the same time, Shi Zihan and Feng Wuhan, who were seriously injured, also summoned their contracted beasts one after another. Both of them entered the state of cultivation. Lin Yuchen, who was not far away, saw it and sighed, another breakthrough. Naturally, he could not fall behind, so he took back the contracted beasts and used his spiritual power to fight hard. Chapter 357. After a while, Gu Li suddenly burst out with a more powerful spiritual power fluctuation, which was like a surging tide, sweeping around her. She was surrounded by a bright light, and her cultivation, which had been stagnant in the late stage of the condensation realm, rose, like a rocket, and directly broke through to the peak of the condensation realm. At the same time, the hideous wounds on her body seemed to be quickly sutured by a pair of invisible and skillful hands, and healed in the blink of an eye. The originally disordered and sluggish spiritual power in her body was like an activated spring, and instantly recovered to its peak state. "You three come back first." Gu Li stood up lightly, with a smile on her lips, and walked forward. Little Casey, Little Jeansy, and Little Wolf Cub heard her call, and their bodies were like lightning, and they returned to her back in an instant. Tang Yin and Zhongli, who were lying on the ground, saw this scene, and couldn't help but widen their eyes in horror. Zhongli asked in a trembling voice, "You don't fight back? Are you using us to break through?" Gu Li raised his eyebrows slightly, and his smile became brighter. "You are really smart." Zhongli and Tang Yin couldn't help but take a breath of cold air when they heard it. They never thought that this woman would be so bold and decisive, and dared to use the explosive power when she was on the verge of death to break through the bottleneck of cultivation. This behavior is really too cruel. After all, this move is extremely risky. If there is a slight mistake, it will be completely killed. Most people would never dare to try it easily. Gu Li waved gently behind him. After seeing Gu Yi on the city wall, he immediately used his body's skills, and came to Gu Li's side as fast as a black lightning. Gu Li pointed to the two seriously injured people on the ground with his slender hand, and ordered, "Take them back, and tell the people behind them, that if they don't use the Yuan Jing that satisfies us to redeem, we will appear at their door in half a month." Gu Yi replied respectfully, "Yes." The two people who were dragged away by Gu Yi still did not give up, and shouted loudly, "You want to blackmail? You are dreaming." Gu Li just smiled indifferently, and did not answer, but secretly thought in his heart, "Whether it is a dream or not, you will know it after a while." Lin Yuchen's opponent saw the scene, and the two looked at each other. They saw deep fear and retreat in each other's eyes, and immediately had the idea of escaping. However, Lin Yuchen's contracted beast was extremely sharp, and instantly noticed their intentions. Its huge body was like a small mountain in front of them, blocking their way. Lin Yuchen looked at the two people who wanted to escape with a smile. "Don't go. Since you are here, why don't you go into the star domain to take a look?" Yang Wan forced herself to remain calm and said with a dry laugh, "This is all a misunderstanding, and we have no intention of offending you." Lin Yuchen snorted impatiently. "Come on, if I can't break through, they will laugh at me." After that, his spiritual power surged, and he rushed straight towards the two of them like a cannonball. Yang Wan and the others had no choice but to bite the bullet and fight. As soon as they fought, they took the upper hand with their higher cultivation. Yang Wan waved the long sword in her hand, and the sword shadows were like weaving. Each sword contained powerful spiritual power, and stabbed towards the vital points of Lin Yuchen's body. Xiaoqiu was not to be outdone. The long whip in her hand was like a nimble venomous snake, drawing strange arcs in the air and whipping Lin Yuchen. Although Lin Yuchen was at a disadvantage, his eyes showed determination and resoluteness. He dodged left and right, trying his best to resist the attacks of the two. Lin Yuchen, who was covered with scars, quickly swallowed a handful of pills. The pills melted in his mouth, but did not heal his injuries as usual. Instead, they turned into a strong force that impacted his spiritual veins like a surging torrent. In an instant, the spiritual energy in the spiritual vein surged, like a rushing river, constantly washing the inner wall of the spiritual vein. With the fierce attacks of Yang Wan and the others from the outside, as a stimulus, Lin Yuchen vaguely sensed that there was a slight loosening in the depths of the spiritual vein. But how could he give up? Instead, he became more and more courageous and launched round after round of attacks on the two people regardless of everything. Yang Wan frowned, her heart full of annoyance and irritability. This kid is too difficult to deal with. He can't be killed no matter what. Xiaoqiu also had a serious face. Can't waste time with him. I have to find a way to leave first. Yang Wan looked around, looking at the bunch of monsters staring at her. Her heart was full of helplessness. It's not easy to leave. Lin Yuchen didn't care what they were thinking. At this time, he was still some distance away from the critical point of breakthrough, so he would not give up easily. Yang Wan and the other two looked at him using his spiritual energy to attack like crazy, and although they were afraid, they could only dodge and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. In a fierce collision, Lin Yuchen was blown away by the powerful force and fell heavily to the ground. However, at this critical moment, he clearly felt that the loosening of his spiritual veins became more and more obvious. At that moment, He didn't care about Yang Wan and the other two. He endured the severe pain all over his body, sat cross-legged quickly, and entered the state of cultivation. Yang Wan and Xiaoqiu were shocked to see that he broke through at such a critical moment. What happened to these freaks in the star domain? Why did they all break through at the same time? They wanted to leave, but they were blocked by the monsters, and had no way to escape. They wanted to interrupt Lin Yuchen's breakthrough, but they couldn't get close. Helplessly, they could only watch Lin Yuchen break through there, their eyes full of anxiety and unwillingness. At this time, Shi Zihan and Feng Wuhan's spiritual power suddenly became brighter, and the surging spiritual power was like a surging wave in their bodies. After a hard temper and precipitation, they finally succeeded in breaking through, and stepped steadily into the late stage of condensation realm. The two were too lazy to waste time with him, and Gu Yi's figure appeared again like a ghost. He saw his hands quickly forming seals, muttering something in his mouth, and in an instant, countless thick vines broke out from the ground, tied up those people tightly with lightning speed, and then dragged them towards the direction of the star domain like a dead dog. Su Yun returned to Gu Li with excitement, his eyes flashing with anticipation, and he couldn't wait to say, "Ali, guess what my cultivation level is?" Gu Li raised her head slightly, raised her beautiful eyes slightly, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Late condensation realm. Su Yun was stunned at first, and then shouted in surprise, "How did you know?" Mu Yunqi heard his fussing, and couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. "Idiot, we watched you break through 2 levels, and Ali's cultivation level is much stronger than yours. Isn't it normal for her to see it?" Su Yun pretended to be fierce and threatened, "Be careful when you speak. My cultivation level may be 1 level higher than yours now. You can't beat me." Chapter 358. Mu Yunqi was not afraid at all, and her lips slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. "Then you be careful, or I will kill you with my formation." Su Yun heard this, although he was a little afraid, but he still snorted coldly. "Humph, I have defensive spiritual energy, your formation is useless to me." Lin Yuchen successfully advanced in the fierce battle, and the bright light seemed to be the favor of fate to him. Gu Li quickly dragged those people back to the star domain without waiting for others to give orders. Gu Li slowly walked to the open space outside the city. Her eyes were like torches, and the surging spiritual power surged in her deep eyes. She raised her hand slightly, and the spiritual power rushed out of her body like a surging tide, instantly enveloping her voice, like waves of invisible ripples spreading around. "Come on if you want to cause trouble. Anyone who dares to touch the star domain will be killed without mercy." The voice contained a powerful pressure from the late condensation realm, like the roar of an ancient beast, shaking the air. Those who came to watch the excitement with ulterior motives suddenly felt a surge of blood rushing to their heads, and their throats seemed to be tightly strangled by a pair of invisible hands, and their breathing was rapid and difficult. Those with shallow cultivation and weak foundation could not bear this pressure, and their eyes went black and they fainted. Seeing this, Shi Zihan and the other 6 people looked at each other and understood. The 6 people simultaneously activated their spiritual power, releasing their own pressure, which blended with Gu Li's pressure, like a storm that destroyed the world, sweeping towards the wider surroundings. For a moment, wherever this terrifying pressure passed, many low-level cultivators were like fragile ants, with almost no resistance, and all fell into a deep coma. Gu Li and others saw that there was gradually no movement around them, and those who had ill intentions were either frightened by the pressure and dared not move, or had fallen into a coma, so they turned around with a grim look and returned to Xingqian City. The moment they stepped into the city, a strange and shocking scene suddenly appeared. On the wall of Xingqian City, the figures of countless semi-divine beasts slowly emerged in the flashing light. They were huge and majestic, and they roared to the sky. The sound resounded through the sky, as if they were announcing to the world that the Xingqian domain was inviolable. In Fujiwara's zone, the atmosphere in the reception room was also solemn and depressing. For influential figures in the southern border gathered here. Li He was the first to break the silence and asked softly, "Have you received the news sent by the star domain?" Xiao Yanhe nodded slightly, his expression slightly gloomy. "Received." Shi and Yangji glanced at everyone's faces and then asked, "Do you want to pay the ransom?" Lin Xingxi was very unhappy, frowned, and cast a dissatisfied look at Xiao Yanhe. "I should not have listened to your Fujiwara clan and provoked those evil stars." Xiao Yanhe snorted coldly and retorted, "Why didn't you say this when we were discussing the division of the star domain sphere of influence?" Lin Xingxi blushed immediately and said loudly, "If it weren't for your instigation, would we have this idea?" Shi and Yangji saw the two quarreling and quickly raised his hand to stop them. "Okay, now is not the time to quarrel." Li Yi sighed helplessly and returned to the topic. They just said they wanted enough yuan jing, but didn't say the specific amount. How much should we give? Xiao Yanhe raised a disdainful sneer at the corner of his mouth. What are you giving? It's just to scare us. You all lost your composure. Lin Qingshi widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Didn't you see the strength of Xingchen domain? Even the strongest Yin-Yang pavilion was defeated by them. There are so many monsters. Will they be afraid of us? Li He and Qian Yangji listened, both silent, but each of them was secretly calculating their own thoughts and interests in their hearts. Xiao Yanhe still said firmly, we have united several forces. Do they dare to attack us at the same time? It's just a newly established force. Lin Qingshi couldn't help but sneer after hearing this. You said so at the beginning, so we sent people to test it. The result is good. They are so powerful, and we have to pay money. Xiao Yanhe's face sank, and his voice was a little angry and questioning. What do you mean? You didn't look like this at the time. Have you forgotten so quickly that we planned together? When you were so eager to try? Li He frowned, his face full of impatience, and shouted, Enough, what are you arguing about? The most important thing now is the next countermeasure, not to blame each other here. Xiao Yanhe took a deep breath, tried to calm down, and said slowly, the flying kite competition is still 2 months away. The Xingchen domain must be busy during the preparation period for the competition. It is impossible for them to take action against our 4 forces at this critical juncture. They must have some concerns, and are just bluffing. Qian Yangji listened and nodded slightly to show his agreement. Yes, they are just trying to scare us. Judging from the current situation, although they have shown strong strength, they will not easily provoke a full-scale war with our multiple forces. Lin Qingshi hesitated for a moment, but still asked, Then we won't give it to you? Xiao Yanhe's eyes turned cold, and he said resolutely, No. As for the captives, they are dead, a bunch of useless things. They can't even do this, and they were captured by the star domain. It's not worth spending a lot of yuan jing to redeem them. After thinking for a moment, Li He also said, Then don't give it. Maybe this is really just a test from the star domain. Seeing this, Lin Qingshi quickly expressed his position. Then our star alliance will not give it either. Qian Yangji also said immediately, The same goes for our Alfeng Hall. Xiao Yanhe's mouth curled up a sinister smile. Let them go for now, and wait until the day of the flying kite competition to secretly attack. Okay. The other 3 echoed. However, they were disdainful of Xiao Yanhe in their hearts, and thought that Fujiwara's zone should be the first to come forward. When they saw the rows of majestic monsters in the star domain, they clearly knew that the star domain was not something they could easily swallow. The rise of this force was too rapid, and the background and strength behind it were unfathomable. They didn't want to blindly fight it to the end. After leaving Fujiwara's zone, the first thing Qian Yangji and the other 2 did was to use yuan jing to redeem the people in the star domain. They don't want to sacrifice their own forces because of Fujiwara no Mune's reckless decision. Let Fujiwara no Mune do this suicidal thing himself, and they will not get involved. Chapter 359. In the spacious and bright hall, Lin Yuchen's eyes were fixed on the mysterious space rings in his hands. A smile as bright as the sun instantly bloomed on his face, and that smile was full of uncontrollable joy and pride. These people are really good. They came specially to give us yuan jing, Lin Yuchen said, while gently shaking the ring in his hand. Mu Yunqi raised her eyes slightly, but there was not much joy in her eyes. She just said lightly, I don't see what's good about them. If our strength was not much stronger than theirs, we would be the unlucky ones now. Shi Zihan seemed to suddenly remember something and asked softly, Isn't there a family that has not made any movement? Which family is it? Gu Li opened his lips gently and uttered 3 words. Fujiwara clan. Feng Wuhan frowned slightly, with a hint of coldness and disdain in his tone. Humph, I guess they didn't take our warning seriously at all, thinking that we were just talking and would not take it seriously. Sui Yun's eyes flashed with a hint of thought, and then asked, Then should we go directly to their door? Shi Zihan nodded without hesitation, and his voice was firm and powerful. Of course we should go. If we don't go, other forces will think that the star domain is just a showpiece that looks good but is useless. Mu Yunqi said with some worry, But if we keep stirring up trouble around here, will we completely annoy those forces? Once they unite to deal with us, it will be troublesome. Gu Li waved his hand gently. It's okay. Fujiwara clan is different from Yin Yang Pavilion. This time, we will go to their leaders. If they don't give it, we will directly recruit their people. It just so happens that Xingchen domain is currently short of manpower. Lin Yuchen widened his eyes, looked at Gu Li, and said in surprise, Ali, you are so bold, I don't even dare to think so. You know, killing is easy, but how difficult it is to win the hearts of so many people. Guli smiled and said, "This is not just a casual talk." Shi Zihan brought the topic back, looked at everyone and asked, "Then how should these Yuanjing be used?" After all, the Yuanjing said by the three forces to redeem people totaled only 300 million, which was still a little less for the current expenditures of Xingqian domain, so it was still necessary to plan it well. After thinking for a moment, Guli said decisively, "Let's take all of them to the slave market to buy people. What we lack most now is manpower. As long as there are more people, many things can be carried out better." Mu Yunqi asked with some doubts, "Can we afford so many people?" Guli explained confidently, "Don't worry, the shadow guards are not only good at fighting, but also good at refining tools and alchemy. As long as there are materials, they can refine various precious tools and elixirs, and then sell them. It is not difficult to make money." She didn't want to recruit other people to enter the star domain. She would feel at ease if she had her own people. After all, they swore the hard demon oath, so there was no need to worry that they would harm the star domain. Shi Zihan listened and immediately volunteered, "Then leave this matter to me." Feng Wuhan was not to be outdone, and hurriedly said, "I can do it too." It just so happened that the recent spiritual herbs were all used up, and there was nothing particularly important to do for the time being. Guli nodded, "Okay." After the few people discussed it, they quickly divided the work and cooperated. Shi Zihan and Feng Wuhan went to the slave market together, while Lin Yuchen, Su Yiyun and Mu Yunqi were also busy with their own things. For a while, only the sound of their leaving footsteps echoed in the hall. Guli turned and left the hall, and returned to his residence. On the morning of the third day, he went straight to find the two brothers Shinqichu and Shinqichen. At this time, Shinqichen saw Guli coming and hurriedly asked respectfully, "Master, is there anything you want us to do?" Since the day they became a member of the star domain, they have always respectfully called Guli and the other six as masters, and this loyalty has never wavered in the slightest. Guli looked at them with a hint of expectation in his eyes, and slowly said, "Don't you always want to go to the north?" When Shinqichu heard this, a light flashed in his eyes, and he asked anxiously, "Master, are you going to the north?" Guli shook his head slightly, "Not now. If you want to go to the north, you must first get the Norse identity token, otherwise everything is empty talk." Shinqichu's eyes dimmed instantly, and he said a little frustrated, "With our strength, it may be difficult to get the Norse identity token." Guli frowned slightly and said, "You don't need to worry about this. I came to you to ask, how much do you know about the north? After all, you have always wanted to go to the north to save your mother, you should know something about it." Shinqichu lowered his head and said a little embarrassedly, "Master, we don't know much about the north. Although we have always wanted to save our mother, we have never been there." Guli frowned even more tightly, with a trace of helplessness and speechlessness on his face. "You don't know anything, and you want to go to the north to save your mother from the beginning?" Shinqichu raised his head, with a trace of firmness and determination in his eyes. "Master, we went there with the intention of dying. Even if we knew that we might not be able to return, we couldn't just watch our mother being captured by the He family and do nothing. We must try it, which I'm afraid there is only a glimmer of hope." Guli looked at them deeply, sighed and said, "You can't even get through the north border, how can you talk about death? I thought you at least have some understanding of the north border, and can provide me with some useful information." Shinqichu hurriedly explained, "Master, our mother came to the south border to get married and have children, and was later captured by the He family, and taken back to the north border. We have never been there, so we know almost nothing about the situation in the north border." Guli waved her hand with some disappointment. "Forget it, you guys should do your own things first." After that, she raised her foot and left. At present, it seems that we can only know the specific situation there after we really arrive in the north border. They just destroyed the Yin-Yang Pavilion, which has caused quite a stir in this area. The Yin-Yang Pavilion is also a force supported by the He family in the north border. If we arrive in the north border, it is better to act low-key, otherwise it may cause a lot of trouble. Before the 10 places to the north were given, Guli had already made up his mind about the candidates. The 6 of them would naturally go, along with the 2 brothers Shinqichu and Shinqichen, and Gu-yi and Gu-er would also be brought along. Chapter 360. When there is a chance in the future, I will bring other shadow guards here in batches, and gradually expand the star domain, making it a powerful force that is feared on this continent. Guli was sitting quietly in her residence. Her consciousness quietly sensed that the sound transmission talisman was trembling slightly, and there was a trace of transmission. She raised her hand lightly, took out the sound transmission talisman, twisted her jade fingers lightly, and slowly injected a trace of spiritual power into it. In an instant, Shi Zihan's clear voice seemed to ring in her ears. Ali, the person has been bought back. Do you want to come and see? Gu Li nodded slightly and responded softly. Yes, I go and see. At this time, in a training ground in Star City, 1,000 slaves were standing there uncomfortably. They were all ragged and haggard. They had never had a chance to bathe and clean themselves because of long-term hardship. Now that more than 1,000 people gathered together, the smell was simply disgusting, as if a strong and turbid miasma filled the air. Shi Zihan and Feng Wuhan stood upright on the stands of the training ground, like two cold statues, quietly waiting for Gu Li's arrival. Before Gu Li approached the training ground, the stinking smell came to her nose. She couldn't help but frown slightly, and said angrily, "Why don't you take them to take a bath first?" Shi Zihan showed a trace of embarrassment on his face, and said, "I forgot." Gu Li looked at the two men in front of him with calm faces, as if nothing had happened, and asked angrily and amusedly, "Can't you smell this smell?" Feng Wuhan's mouth corner slightly raised, revealing a faint smile, and said softly, "I sealed my sense of smell." Gu Li was stunned when she heard this, and then she quickly used her spiritual power to block her sense of smell, thus avoiding the embarrassing situation of vomiting due to the stench. The slaves below saw another woman coming, and they became more and more uneasy. Their eyes were full of fear and doubt. They whispered to each other, but did not dare to make a loud noise. Seeing this, Gu Li opened her red lips slightly, and used her spiritual power to spread her voice like ripples throughout the training ground. "You should be very curious about why we bought so many people back." She paused, her eyes slowly swept over the crowd, and continued, "I don't want to talk too much nonsense. In the star domain, I can guarantee your food and clothing, guarantee your safety, and let you practice, but we don't raise waste. You also have to pay for the star domain." When everyone heard this, many people's eyes suddenly flashed with hope, just like a traveler who had been groping in the dark for a long time, suddenly saw a ray of light. They have been struggling in the abyss of suffering for a long time, suffering torture and bullying. Now they heard that there is a place where they can settle down and even practice and improve. It's like being in a dream. Even if there are still doubts in their hearts, they will put them aside for the time being, hoping that this beautiful dream can last longer. At this time, a woman with many scars on her face in the crowd plucked up the courage to stand up. Her voice was slightly trembling, but it was firm. "Are you telling the truth?" Gu Li looked at her, with a gentle smile on her lips, and then she looked solemn, slowly raised her hand and swore. "I, Gu Li, swear here that if what I said is false, then my cultivation will be dispersed, and I will never be able to practice." After that, she looked at everyone again, with a hint of majesty in her eyes. Similarly, to join the star domain, you also need to swear an oath. When everyone saw her swear the heart demon oath without hesitation, their concerns gradually dissipated, and they followed suit, solemnly swearing that they would never do anything to harm the star domain. Gu Li looked at the woman just now, and asked softly, "What's your name?" The woman bowed slightly and answered respectfully, "My name is Fuchi." Gu Li flipped his hand lightly, took out a bottle of pills and handed it to her, saying, "1 pill a day, and the scars on your face can be removed in 3 days." Fuchi looked at the pill in her hand. A trace of entanglement flashed in her eyes, and hesitated this. Seeing this, Feng Wuhan also said, "Take it, we have a lot of pills in Xingshan domain, so we don't lack them." Fuchi heard it, and hurriedly said gratefully, "Thank you, 3 masters." Gu Li looked at the others again, raised her jade hand lightly, pointed to Gu Yi who was wearing the uniform of the Shadow Guard, and said, "Others go wash yourself first, and then go to the Shadow Guard who is wearing the same uniform as him to get the improved pills." Everyone answered in unison, "Yes." After everyone slowly dispersed, the pungent smell around gradually faded away. Shi Zihan looked at the backs of the people leaving and said thoughtfully, "If things continue like this, we can bring our family over." Feng Wuhan shook his head slightly and said, "Let's practice first. We can't go back now." Gu Li looked into the distance with a look of determination and expectation, and said slowly, "There will be that day." She raised her head slightly, as if she was looking forward to the beautiful vision of the future. The overnight dewdrops were still rolling and flashing on the tips of the grass leaves, like tiny stars. Gu Li and a few like-minded friends were already standing side by side in front of the tall and majestic sect of Fujiwara sect. "Who are you?" "This is Fujiwara sect. No one is allowed to approach." The gatekeeper shouted loudly, with a bit of vigilance and arrogance in his voice. Lin Yuchen raised an unruly smile at the corner of his mouth and said loudly, "Go back and tell your sect master that our people from the starry domain are here to play with him." As soon as these words came out, it was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake. The gatekeeper's face turned pale instantly, and his heart seemed to be grabbed by an invisible big hand. Obviously, he was extremely frightened by the name of the starry domain. He turned around and crawled, staggering back to the sect, and then with a bang, the heavy sect gate was tightly closed, as if to isolate all dangers from outside, for fear that Gu and others would force their way in. Gu and the others were not anxious. They calmly turned over and sat on the broad backs of their contracted beasts, waiting for them to come out. They had already blocked the gate of the sect tightly, and it was only a matter of time for those people to come out. However, they did not have the endless patience to waste for a long time. If they exceeded their tolerance limit, I am afraid that the Fujiwara sect would have to endure some different surprises. However, not long after, the tightly closed gate of the Fujiwara sect slowly opened again. The heavy creaking sound echoed in the silent air, as if breaking a certain stalemate. Hundreds of people walked out of the gate one after another. They all looked solemn, with a sense of vigilance and hostility in their eyes. Chapter 361. The leader was not Xiao Yinhe, whom Gu and his group had met before, but a white-haired old man. The old man was slightly hunched, but he exuded a majestic aura that had been accumulated over the years. Tung Lianqi narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Gu and others with a sharp gaze. "What are you doing in our Tingyuan sect from Xingqian territory?" Su Yan raised his chin slightly, with a hint of dissatisfaction and ridicule in his eyes, and said loudly, "Aren't you asking questions knowingly?" Tung Lianqi looked confused and at a loss, as if he had heard some Arabian Nights fairy tale. In his understanding, Fujiwara sect and Star region were far apart and had nothing to do with each other. How could they suddenly be involved in such an inexplicable thing? He frowned, his eyes full of confusion, and asked, "What do you mean?" Gu stared at Tung Lianqi. "Your Fujiwara sect sent people to our star region to cause trouble, didn't you know?" Tung Lianqi eagerly defended, "Nonsense, I have never sent anyone to your star region." Mu Yunqi then asked, "Isn't Zhongli your Tung Lianqi's man?" Tung Lianqi was even more confused. He quickly searched for the personnel information in the sect in his mind, but he couldn't remember that there was such a person named Zhongli. The elder beside him saw this scene and hurriedly reminded him softly, "Elder Zhao's disciple." Tung Lianqi's eyes suddenly widened, his face flushed, and the anger in his heart swooshed up. This idiot, knowing that the star region is on the rise, still said people to provoke. Looking at the 6 people coming in front of him, Tung Lianqi thought to himself that they probably didn't want to fight Fujiwara Mun. So he suppressed his anger and said, "Zhongli is indeed a member of our Fujiwara clan, but I didn't send him." Lin Yuchen said lightly, "But he is a member of your Fujiwara clan." Tung Lianqi sighed helplessly and said, "Come in for a cup of tea, I will send someone to find out what's going on." He turned sideways and made a gesture of invitation, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Gu responded readily, "Okay." Tung Lianqi said, "Please come in." Gu and the other 6 were fearless, and followed the Fujiwara clan members into the sect with their heads held high. Along the way, they looked around the surrounding environment, and soon they came to the hall for entertaining guests. Tung Lianqi shouted to the attendant beside him, "Bring the tea." Gu waved his hand and said, "No, we are not here for tea." Hearing this, Tung Lianqi turned to look at the people around him and ordered, "Go and call Xiao Yinhe over." At this moment, he was full of doubts, and was eager to find out what happened. A moment later, Xiao Yinhe hurried to the hall with a trepidation. His steps were a little flustered, and his eyes were wandering. When he saw Gu and the other 6, he became more and more uneasy, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Tung Lianqi frowned, his face full of anger, and asked loudly, "What's going on?" The voice was as loud as a bell, echoing in the hall. When Xiao Yinhe heard the news that they came to Fujiwara's zone, he knew that something was wrong. He said with a stiff face, "Master, why should we be afraid of him?" Tung Lianqi was furious when he heard this and shouted, "Asshole, who allowed you to stir up trouble privately?" Her eyes seemed to be spitting fire, and she stared at Xiao Yinhe fiercely. Gu Li's mouth corner slightly raised, and she said with a hint of ridicule, "The other 3 families have sent ransoms. Do you want the people of Fujiwara clan? Otherwise, we will kill them." The implication was obvious. If Fujiwara clan did not cooperate, they would deal with Fujiwara clan as well. Tung Lianqi could not fail to hear her implication, but before he could speak, he was interrupted by Xiao Yinhe in panic. "What did you say?" He widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief, as if he couldn't believe that the other 3 families had compromised. Those people dared to do something behind his back. Mu Yunqi looked at Xiao Yinhe and said coldly, "Do you think they are on the same front with you?" Xiao Yinhe was speechless when asked. He really thought so. At that time, seeing their solemn vows, who would have thought that these people would betray him so easily? His face turned pale, and his body shook slightly. Seeing this, Tung Lianqi said without hesitation, "He is left to you to deal with. From now on, we don't have this person in Fujiwara." "I'm sorry, sect master. I know I was wrong. Save me." Xiao Yanhe begged for mercy. His face was full of fear, his legs softened, and he knelt down with a thump. He knew in his heart that if he fell into the hands of these people, he would definitely die. Another elder beside Tung Lianqi also shook his head helplessly, and sighed, "I don't know how to say hello to you." There was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Their Fujiwara sect has always been low-key, and did not participate in disputes outside. Why did such a reckless person appear this time, and go to provoke other forces? Xiao Yanhe kept kowtowed and begged, "I was really wrong, sect master, please save me." His forehead was already bloody, but he didn't care at this time. He was full of regret. He never thought that the people of Xingqian domain would dare to come to his door knowing that the 4 forces had sent people, and he didn't expect that the other 3 forces would compromise so easily. If he had known that this would be the result, he would never let his people provoke Xingqian domain. Gu Li looked at Xiao Yanhe kneeling on the ground and said slowly, "I don't want your life. Why are you in such a hurry?" The calm tone made Xiao Yanhe even more unsure. Xiao Yanhe raised his head and asked uncertainly, "Really?" Gu Li raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile, and said, "Of course." Shi Zihan added, "It's a good deal to exchange your entire fortune for your life. Recently many people have come to the Xingqian domain, and they need a lot of money to make a living. Xiao Yanhe's fortune can just supplement it." Xiao Yanhe almost vomited blood when he heard this. He widened his eyes and protested loudly, "All of them, you are asking too much." Su Yan said sarcastically, "Your sect doesn't want you." Lin Yuchen also echoed, "Then you will die." Seeing this, the other elders also persuaded Xiao Yanhe, "Money is something outside of your body. What's the point of keeping money if you have lost your life?" Xiao Yanhe's face was full of entanglement and pain. His eyes were fixed on the ground, his teeth were clenched, his cheeks were slightly bulging due to the force, veins on his forehead were bulging, and beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks. After a long silence, he squeezed out a few words from his teeth. "I give it." Chapter 362. Gu Li looked calm, stretched out his slender hand without any disturbance, and uttered a few words coldly, "Take it." Xiao Yanhe was reluctant, but under Gu Li's unquestionable aura, he could only slowly pull out the space ring in his hand that contained countless wealth, and reluctantly handed it to Gu Li. "Thank you." Gu Li raised a faint smile at the corner of her mouth, stretched out her hand to take the ring, as if she didn't notice the strong reluctance in Xiao Yanhe's eyes. She didn't even take a look at the contents of the ring, and put it away conveniently. She knew in her heart that Xiao Yanhe must have other rings, but from the beginning of the plan, she was determined not to let him go. After all, a woman's kindness is digging her own grave. She, Gu Li, has always been self-disciplined and decisive, and likes to cut the grass and root out things, and never leave herself any troubles that may bring disaster. "You're welcome." Xiao Yanhe suppressed his inner resentment and pain, his back teeth were about to break, but he dared not complain at all. Tung Lianqi looked at Xiao Yanhe with dignity, and declared in a low and cold voice, "From now on, you are no longer a member of Fujiwara's sect." Xiao Yanhe panicked instantly, knelt down with a thump, and begged bitterly, "Master, I know I was wrong, I accept any punishment. Master, please give me another chance." Gu Li seemed to have no interest in all this, but just said lightly, "If there is nothing else, we will leave first." Tung Lianqi nodded slightly, "Okay." After the figures of Gu Li and others completely disappeared from the gate of Fujiwara sect, Xiao Yanhe seemed to have lost his backbone, and kept kowtowing, his forehead hitting the ground heavily, and kept muttering to Fujiwara sect not to abandon him. He knew that half of his property had been handed over. If he really left the Fujiwara sect, he would not be able to develop again in the southern border. He had no idea what to do. After all, people who were driven out of the sect were like abandoned children. No force dared to take them in, because that would undoubtedly be a blatant opposition to the Fujiwara sect. Tung Lianqi looked at Xiao Yanhe's miserable appearance, without any hesitation, and decisively ordered, "Come on, throw him out." Soon, two people dressed in elders' clothes stepped forward quickly, holding Xiao Yanhe tightly on the left and right. Xiao Yanhe shouted in horror, "Master, I know I was wrong." Seeing that he was going to continue shouting, the two elders skillfully sealed his mute point and took him out like a dead dog. The people around Tung Lianqi asked with confusion, "Master, why do you want to drive him out?" After all, Xiao Yanhe is a very powerful master in their sect. It is a pity to drive him away like this. Tung Lianqi raised his head slightly, and said with deep eyes, "Do you think the people of Xingqian domain can really let him go?" Elder Chu was shocked and asked tentatively, Master, do you mean Xiao Yanhe will still die? Tung Lianqi nodded solemnly, yes. Elder Chu was still a little puzzled, but didn't they promise not to kill him? Tung Lianqi sighed softly and asked back, do you think Xingchen Domain is the kind of people who cut the grass without getting rid of the roots? He just saw Xiao Yanhe's resentful eyes clearly, and he didn't believe that Gu Li and the other thoughtful young people would not see it. Gu Li and his companions left Fujiwara sect under the gazes of many Fujiwara sect disciples, who were either in awe or curious. They did not return directly to the Star region, but stopped in a secluded place not far from the Fujiwara sect gate. Suiyun frowned and asked worriedly, will Fujiwara sect really kick him out? Gu Li crossed her arms and answered with a firm tone, yes. She firmly believed that Fujiwara sect would never keep such a hidden danger that would provoke other forces without authorization. In this game of power and interests, no force would make such a stupid choice. Lin Yuchen had a playful smile on his face and teased, Ollie, you are so bad, you actually went back on your word. Gu Li glanced at Lin Yuchen and said, if you are not bad, why are you waiting here with me? Mu Yunqi echoed from the side, that's right. Lin Yuchen raised his eyebrows and shouted nonchalantly, I am also bad. I didn't say I am a good person. Suiyun frowned slightly and said impatiently, but how long do we have to wait? We can't. Just wait here. Shi Zihan seemed very relaxed and at ease, slowly leaning against the stone wall beside him, holding his hands in front of his chest, and said calmly, why rush? Anyway, there is nothing to do recently. Feng Wuhan raised his eyes slightly, looking at the direction of Fujiwara's zone with a torch-like gaze, and said in a low but clear voice, it's out. Everyone's attention was instantly attracted to it, and they saw two figures in the majestic and solemn sect gate not far away, quickly driving Xiao Yanhe out. Xiao Yanhe staggered, his face was embarrassed, his hair was messy, and his clothes were wrinkled, which formed a sharp contrast with his former glory in the sect. Xiao Yanhe stared blankly at the tightly closed door, as if it separated him from all the glory and protection in the past. At this moment, a strong, indescribable sense of loss and despair surged in his heart, and he finally realized that he was really ruthlessly driven out by the sect. His mind was instantly in chaos and confusion, but now that things have come to this, he could only leave this sad place first and find another way to see if there is a chance to return to the Fujiwara sect, or to settle for the next best thing and join a new force. However, as his thoughts gradually settled, his heart was filled with endless resentment. It was all because of those hateful guys in the Star Domain. If it weren't for them interfering and pressing step by step, how could he have fallen into such a miserable field now, and been abandoned by the sect like garbage? Thinking of this, the hatred in the depths of Xiao Yanhe's eyes was like a surging tide, and it couldn't be stopped. At this time, seeing Xiao Yanhe gradually moving away from Fujiwara's zone in a state of despair, Gu Li, Mu Yunqi, Lin Yuchen, Suiyun, Shi Zihan and Feng Wuhan followed him silently like ghosts in the dark night. They waited until Xiao Yanhe was completely out of Fujiwara's zone sight, and made sure there would be no unexpected changes before slowly showing up. Xiao Yanhe was originally immersed in his own grief and anger. When he noticed the movement behind him, he became alert instantly, turned around abruptly, and looked at them vigilantly. Why are you here? Chapter 363. Gu Li's mouth corner slightly raised, outlining a slightly mocking smile. Of course I'm waiting for you. When Xiao Yanhe heard this, his face flushed with anger, and he shouted loudly, you go back on your word. Gu Li just shrugged nonchalantly. So what? Xiao Yanhe was even more angry when he saw her attitude, and pointed at her nose and said, you have already said that you will not kill me, and I will give you everything I have. A trace of guilt flashed across Xiao Yanhe's eyes, and his eyes subconsciously dodged for a moment, pretending to be calm and said, I don't know what you are talking about. Gu Li was too lazy to waste words with him. It doesn't matter if you don't know. Before she finished speaking, she quickly activated her spiritual power, and a dazzling light appeared around her body, rushing towards him like a flash of lightning. Xiao Yanhe's pupils shrank suddenly, and a strong fear surged in his heart. He turned around and ran desperately behind him. His steps were flustered and hurried, bringing up a cloud of dust. Mu Yunqi and the others also set off without hesitation. They were agile and quick, and they dispersed in an instant, blocking Xiao Yanhe's way. The 5 people joined forces, and Gu Li's cultivation was one level higher than his. For a moment, the spiritual power light was crisscrossed. But there was no big movement, and Xiao Yanhe fell down weakly, with fear and despair still in his eyes. After confirming that he was dead, Gu Li and the others returned to the Star region. In the next half-month, Gu Li was busy and dizzy, and various affairs came like a tide. She worked day and night, constantly coordinating, arranging, and handling until every detail was perfect, and finally everything was arranged properly. She breathed a sigh of relief and finally felt the long-lost relaxation. At this time, there was still a month before the flying kite competition. It was a good time to go out and walk around and appreciate the mysterious and unfamiliar place of the southern border. Before she went out, an uninvited guest came. Without attracting anyone's attention, he entered Gu Li's room without anyone noticing. Gu Li was immersed in her own thoughts and looked up to see this person. Suddenly her whole body tensed up, and she instantly entered a state of high alert. She asked vigilantly, "What are you doing here?" And Xiaoye's face raised a meaningful smile, which seemed to be affectionate and conspiracy. "Little Li, we meet again." Gu Li frowned, and an ominous premonition surged in her heart. She hurriedly wanted to activate the rune, to make some noise, to attract the attention of others. But no matter how hard she tried, the rune did not respond, and it was still quietly hidden without releasing a trace of energy. Seeing her actions, Unsai chuckled, with a hint of pride in his laughter. "Don't waste your energy, I have sealed this place off. No one outside can hear it." Gu Li pretended to be calm and asked, "Why? Are you here for revenge?" Unsai crossed his arms, looking relaxed and contented. He raised his head slightly, with a hint of arrogance in his eyes. "This is not Lafone continent, you can't do anything to me." Suddenly, Unsai gently waved his arms, and a dark and deep power surged from his palms. The power spread rapidly as if it had life, and instantly surrounded Gu Li tightly. Gu Li felt that her whole body was enveloped by an extremely strong pressure, as if she was tied up by thousands of ropes, and she found that she could not move at all. She tried to struggle and mobilize all her strength to fight against the restraint, but found that there was no way to move. Her body was firmly locked in place. "Then what? What are you going to do?" Gu Li said to delay time, while quietly using her mental power to break free from the restraints. And Xiaoye's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement, and he slowly said, "Nothing, I'm just curious if Nailin Yin will come to save you if I take you away." Gu Li looked at him speechlessly. "You think too much, I don't know him at all, I've only met him." And Xiaoye sneered, and the laughter was full of suspicion and disbelief. "You let him out. Do you think I will believe what you say?" Gu Li was shocked. She couldn't figure out how Xiaoye knew about this. It was a long time ago. "Where do you want to take me?" Gu Li asked, with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. And Xiaoye smiled mysteriously. "Go to a good place." After saying that, he was about to step forward and pick up Gu Li. At the moment when she was close to Gu Li seized the opportunity, and used all her strength to punch his stunning face. At the same time, she cast a displacement spell, and used the power of the spell to instantly move away from Xiaoye. And Xiaoye had never expected Gu Li to suddenly counterattack, and was caught off guard by this punch. For a moment, his face was full of surprise. "Can you move?" Gu Li gently rubbed his sore wrist and said casually, "Isn't it normal to be able to move? It's just a bit of mental waste." But seeing in Xiaoye's unfathomable strength, Gu Li was also thinking quickly to find a way to escape first. With her current cultivation, it is still difficult to escape. And Xiaoye smiled at Gu Li, and there was a little more anger in his smile. "You are so naughty." And Xiaoye raised his hand slightly, and saw a cold and deep light in his palm. The light snaked out like a spirit snake, and instantly spread towards Gu Li. Wherever the light went, the air seemed to be solidified instantly, forming an invisible but indestructible power cage. Gu Li thought it was not good, and wanted to escape outside, but was enveloped by a force again. She felt that the pressure around her suddenly increased, and the power was like a materialized shackle, tightly wrapped around her body, spreading from her limbs to every inch of skin, making her unable to move at all. "Little Li, you are still too naive." And Xiaoye slowly walked in front of her, stretched out his hand, and gently lifted her chin, with a hint of teasing and control in his eyes. And Sai continued, "Do you think you can escape from me?" Gu Li thought to herself, and seeing that no matter how hard she struggled, she could not get rid of the iron-like shackles, so she simply stopped the meaningless resistance. In terms of the dangerous situation at hand, it was almost impossible to escape from Unsai. Besides, Unsai did not seem to have the intention to take her life immediately. She should find out his purpose first, and then find a way to escape. Gu Li raised her chin slightly and said, "Oh, don't tell me that you arrested me to threaten Nailin Yin." When Unsai heard this, a barely perceptible light flashed in his eyes, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "You are indeed related to Nailin Yin." Gu Li snorted softly. "Since you have investigated me, don't you know best whether I have any relationship with him?" Chapter 364. Unsai looked calm and said softly, "This is not important, What is important is you. After saying that, he flashed and quickly stepped forward to confirm that Gu Li could no longer resist. Then, he effortlessly held Gu Li in his arms, and turned around to walk out of the yard. As soon as he stepped out of the yard, he ran into Sui Yun, who was looking for Gu Li. Sui Yun was furious and roared, "You dog man, let go of Ali." The whole person rushed towards Ensai like a madman, with endless anger and determination. However, Ensai just frowned slightly, and a trace of disdain and impatience flashed in his eyes. He did not move, but just gently raised his slender and powerful arm, and waved it seemingly carelessly. In an instant, a force as overwhelming as a tidal wave surged out from his palm. This force was invisible but substantial, with a chilling sense of oppression. Suyin felt a flash before his eyes, and an irresistible force suddenly hit his chest. His body instantly flew backwards uncontrollably like a kite with a broken string. As he flew out, his ears only echoed with the roar of the power, and his clothes were torn by the strong wind, making a rustling sound. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and after a long arc in the air, he fell heavily to the ground several feet away. The dust was all around him, and he lay there, feeling as if his bones were falling apart. Ensai jumped up with Gu Li in his arms, and instantly jumped into the air. He danced quickly with one hand, tearing open a space crack in front of him that emitted a cold light, and then his figure flashed and jumped into it. Suiyun ignored the pain coming from his body, gritted his teeth, climbed up, and rushed towards the space crack. However, before he could get close, a sharp wind blade suddenly shot out from the space crack, whistling through the air. Suiyun instinctively dodged sideways, and when he stabilized his body, the space crack had slowly closed, leaving only a void. "Ollie!" Suiyun looked at the closed space crack, anxious, his eyes red, and shouted Gu Li's name loudly. The movement here was so great that it instantly alarmed other people in the star region. People rushed out from all over, looking at what happened with puzzled faces. Mu Yunchi and others also hurried over. Seeing Suiyun, who was extremely anxious, Mu Yunchi hurried forward and asked, "What happened?" Suiyun's voice trembled, with a bit of despair. Ollie was taken away by the demon man before. Mu Yunchi's face changed, and she was shocked. "What did you say?" Suiyun repeated again, his words full of helplessness. Ollie was taken away. Just at this time, Gu Yi and other shadow guards hurried over and happened to hear this sentence. Gu Yi's face suddenly darkened, his eyes revealed cold murderous intent, and he shouted loudly, "Which dog dares to touch my young master?" Suiyun pointed to the direction where the crack disappeared, gritted his teeth, and said, "The man who teased Ollie before." When the shadow guards heard this, their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. Guer's eyes were red, and he roared angrily, "I want to save the young master." After that, he wanted to take everyone away. Shizihan quickly stretched out his hand to stop him, and said loudly, "Wait, let's discuss it first." Guer was full of anxiety, and loudly retorted, "What are you waiting for? That man is the lecher. The young master is in danger now." Shizihan frowned and said seriously, "Can you find him blindly? Besides, there is no one in the star domain. What should we do?" When the shadow guards heard this, they were full of worries, but they also knew that what Shizihan said was true. The star domain is their foundation. Now that the young master has been abducted, they are anxious, but if there is trouble in the star domain, how should they face the young master when he returns in the future? However, that is their only young master after all. How can they watch the young master fall into danger and ignore it? They are struggling painfully in their hearts, and they would rather give up the star domain to find the young master safely. Gui weighed the pros and cons again, and finally planned to leave again with his people. Feng Wuhan saw this and hurried forward to dissuade them. "Ollie will be fine. Let's arrange everything first, and then look for her. There will definitely be a way." He knew that they all had their life locks. As long as Ollie was still alive, they would be able to find her sooner or later. It was just that time was running out, and they dared not delay for a moment. Many people around were attracted by the movement here and gathered around curiously, trying to find out what happened. Gu Yi's face was full of anger. He turned his head and glared at those people, shouting loudly, "What are you looking at? You have nothing to do, right?" Everyone was frightened by his momentum, and immediately scattered. Mu Yunchi looked at Gu Yi and said seriously, "We will go to find her, and you stay in the star region." Gu Yi refused without hesitation. "No, we have to go too." Mu Yunchi patiently explained, "The flying kite competition will be held in a month. No one from the star region will participate. You must go and get the quota to go to the north." They were not sure they could get back before the competition, but those 10 places were crucial to the star region. Gu Yi was silent when he heard this, and he was in a dilemma. On the one hand, it was the safety of the young master, and on the other hand, it was the places that the young master was thinking about, and the future of the star region. Mu Yunqi said softly, "Ali wants those places." Gu Yi slowly raised his head, his eyes revealed determination. "You must bring my young master back, we will get all those places." Sui Yun was determined and swore loudly, "I swear, I will definitely bring Ali back." Gu Yi nodded. Mu Yunqi, Sui Yun and the other 5 did not stay any longer, and their figures flashed and flew quickly out of the city. Gu Er was still unwilling in his heart, and just when he was about to speak, he was stopped by Gu Yi's eyes, and he did not dare to refute a word. After they left, Gu Er finally couldn't help asking, "Boss, why don't we go find them ourselves?" Gu Yi sighed, and said slowly, "The young master wants those places." The young master told him about the flying kite competition a few days ago. Although there are few places for them, they must get them. Gu Si was full of doubts and asked, "Are those places more important than the young master?" Gu Yi shook his head, his eyes full of pampering and determination. "The young master is the most important, but the young master wants the places." When the shadow guards heard this, they felt mixed emotions and stopped talking completely. They just secretly vowed to practice hard, sweep all the forces in the southern border in the flying kite competition a month later, get all those places, and give them to the young master. Chapter 365. Su Yiyun, Mu Yunqi, Lin Yuchen, Shi Zihan and Feng Wuhan were in a hurry. As soon as they left the city, they activated their life locks without hesitation, trying to lock Gu Li's position. Mu Yunqi's eyes were full of doubts and uneasiness, and she said softly, "My life lock shows that Ali is in the same place." Su Yun nodded and responded, "Me too." Then, everyone's eyes were all cast on Lin Yuchen, Shi Zihan and Feng Wuhan. The 3 of them looked at each other, and saw the same result in each other's eyes, and said in unison, "We too." Lin Yuchen frowned. "What's going on? If Ari is here, we can't fail to find him." Shi Zihan raised his head slightly, with a thoughtful light in his eyes, and speculated, "What if they are not in the same space?" Su Yun heard it, and exclaimed, "Ari is not on this continent." Mu Yunqi slowly lowered her eyes, and a trace of determination flashed in her eyes. "That man is from the demon clan." Feng Wuhan followed her words and said, "So, it is possible that Ari should be in the demon world." Lin Yuchen's face was full of helplessness and worry, and he sighed, "What should we do? We don't have the ability to tear through space." Su Yun pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth and said, "I have a way to get there, but the cost is very high, and we will not be able to use spiritual power for a while." He paused, and added, "And if it is really the demon world, we will be discovered if we go there." Mu Yunqi did not hesitate, and her tone was as firm as iron. "Go." The look in her eyes seemed to say that if anyone dared to kidnap her Ari, she would tear the culprit into pieces. Seeing this, Su Yun no longer hesitated and said loudly, "Okay, we will input all our spiritual power into the natal lock, and we can tear a passage through the natal lock to reach the world where Ari is." Feng Wuhan quickly took out a lot of pills from his arms, and distributed them to several people one by one, saying, "Here is the magic pill that Ari taught me to refine. If that place is really the demon world, take it when the spiritual power cannot be used." He was secretly worried in his heart, wondering if the 5 of them would still be together there. If they were separated, it would be troublesome. Okay. Several people took the pills, and carefully put them into the space ring. Several people found an open place, slowly sat down cross-legged, and then began to fully activate the natal locks in their bodies. In an instant, the spiritual power in the bodies of several people was like a rushing river, constantly flowing towards the natal locks. Su Yun took a deep breath and formed seals with his hands first. The spiritual power in his body surged like a surging tide, and then whistled towards the life lock in his body. His life lock was seen to emit a faint blue light. At first, the light was weak, like a flickering candlelight. As the spiritual power continued to be injected, the light gradually became stronger. In the light, the life lock trembled slightly and made bursts of humming, as if responding to Su Yun's call, and as if accumulating a powerful force that could tear the space apart. Mu Yunqi was not to be outdone. She closed her eyes tightly, frowned slightly, and concentrated all her mind to guide the spiritual power. Her life lock was pink, just like a blooming peach blossom. At this moment, the petals seemed to be slowly stretching under the nourishment of spiritual power. The pink light and the blue light of Su Yun's life lock intertwined and entangled with each other, as if 2 agile light snakes were playing in the air. Fine beads of sweat gradually oozed out of Mu Yunqi's forehead, slowly sliding down her jade-like cheeks, dripping onto the ground under her feet, and instantly turning into a wisp of light smoke and dissipating. Lin Yuchen's face was solemn. When he mobilized his spiritual power, a layer of golden light appeared around him. In the flashing golden light, there was a faint shape of a dragon and a phoenix hovering on the lock. The dragon and the phoenix seemed to break out of the lock and soar between heaven and earth. Every hovering was accompanied by a sharp increase in spiritual power. Shi Zihan and Feng Wuhan looked at each other and exerted their strength at the same time. Shi Zihan's natal lock was silver, like a crescent moon, and the cold light shone down, making the surrounding air seem to condense. The spiritual power poured in, the crescent moon shone brightly, and a trace of cold light appeared at the edge, as if it could cut the space apart. Feng Wuhan's natal lock was black, just like the deep night sky, with stars twinkling in it. When spiritual power was injected, the stars broke away from the lock body and formed a brilliant star map in the air. The star map slowly rotated, releasing a mysterious and powerful force, echoing with the power of the natal locks of several other people. As the spiritual power of several people continued to be input, 6 small locks appeared in each person's body, and 5 natal locks moved closer and closer to the other motionless lock, and the light of each other blended and penetrated each other. At the intersection of the light, the space began to twist and deform, making a crackling sound, as if the space was groaning in pain. In their bodies, the twisted place gradually formed a small vortex, which was only the size of a fist at first, and then expanded rapidly, like a hungry beast devouring everything around it. In the vortex, darkness and light flickered alternately, and a strong suction force came from it. Several people gritted their teeth and used up their last bit of spiritual power to maintain the fusion of the life lock and the stability of the space crack. Finally, the crack of the vortex in the body stabilized. The crack was as deep as the door to the unknown world, exuding an awe-inspiring and curious atmosphere. Several people did not relax, but continued to input spiritual power continuously. As time passed, the originally small and exquisite life locks in the bodies of several people slowly separated from the body and floated in the air. The spiritual power continued to be input continuously. The magical thing was that the small locks gradually merged into a large lock emitting dazzling light. However, as the spiritual power was lost in large quantities, the faces of several people became paler and paler, and beads of sweat kept coming out of their foreheads. They looked like they were obviously suffering from great pain. Suddenly, the air around them seemed to be stirred by an invisible force, and began to flow rapidly. Above their heads, a big hole was slowly torn open. Shi Zihan and Feng Wuhan supported their weak bodies, and helped Zuiyun, Mu Yunqi, and Lin Yuchen to stand up, and then flew towards the hole. The moment they entered completely, the huge crack was like a living thing, quickly restored to its original state, as if nothing had ever happened here. And the life locks that were combined together were quietly unlocked, and slowly returned to the bodies of several people. As soon as the few people entered the space crack, they were hit by a strong airflow. Zuiyun reacted quickly and hurriedly took out an iron chain from the space, and hurriedly circled it around the waists of several people. The iron chain made a rustling sound under the impact of the airflow, and several people were dizzy and shaky by the strong airflow, and their bodies were almost unable to stabilize. Chapter 366. If they had not been tied tightly by this iron chain, they would have been scattered everywhere by this fierce airflow. In that mysterious and fantastic moment, a dazzling light swept over like a surging tide of light, and instantly engulfed Zuiyun, Mu Yunqi, Lin Yuchen, Shi Zihan, and Feng Wuhan. After the light dissipated, they appeared in a quiet valley. The 5 people hung on the tree lifelessly, their bodies drooping limply, falling into a deep coma, as if they were cast into a sleeping spell. At the same time, in the majestic and mysterious territory of the demon realm, Guli was brought back to his magnificent demon palace by Nciyi like a chicken. Along the way, the demon saw Nciyi's figure, knelt on one knee, saluted respectfully, and shouted, "Your Majesty the Demon King." The voice resounded through the sky, with endless awe and respect. Nciyi seemed to have not heard anything, his face expressionless. He walked without stopping, and took Guli back to his luxurious and slightly eerie bedroom. "Is there a woman in the arms of the Demon King?" A demon soldier widened his eyes, and whispered in astonishment. "Doesn't your Majesty hate women the most? On weekdays, he doesn't even want to look at them. What happened today?" Another demon guard was puzzled. "It seems that a demon queen will appear in the demon palace." A demon Nani who seemed to be older narrowed her eyes, with a meaningful smile on her lips, and guessed in a low voice. For a time, the demon palace was full of discussions, and various rumors spread rapidly as if they had wings, and the more they spread, the more outrageous they became. Before long, Even the demons outside the demon palace heard about this, and they all thought that their great demon king was going to marry the demon queen. The entire demon realm was slightly agitated by this sudden news. NCIE threw Guliru on the bed like a bag, with a playful smile on his lips, and a trace of inquiry and teasing in his eyes. You don't seem to be afraid of what I will do to you. Guli's mouth corner slightly raised, and he also smiled slightly. Don't be afraid, you are so beautiful, I am not at a disadvantage, right? But in fact, she was panicking. She actually came to the demon realm. Although she can switch the magic energy, she dare not switch it at will. If someone discovers her divine and demonic dual veins, she will be finished. NCIE choked slightly, obviously not expecting her to say such bold and unexpected words. He snorted coldly and said, You wishful thinking, I will only kill you. You want to be my woman, do you deserve it? Guli blinked and pretended to be relaxed. Yes, you don't deserve it, so why did you catch me? NCIE slowly approached the bed. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Last time you ruined my good thing, how do you think I should torture you? Guli's heart tightened, but she still said with a stiff face, You haven't recovered from your injury yet, aren't you afraid that I will expose myself and die with you? Although she herself did not dare to guarantee that she could kill him, if it really came to the critical moment of life and death, she would definitely make him half dead if she tried her best. NCIE smiled disdainfully. You are brave, I will not kill you now, after all, you are still useful. After saying that, his thoughts could not help but drift back to the scene when he returned from La Phone continent last time. NCIE looked at Nalan Yin and said slowly, I heard that you know a human woman and have a good relationship with her. Nalan Yin looked disdainful and glanced at him coldly. I don't know what you are talking about. Go back to your territory if you have nothing to do. NCIE raised a mocking arc at the corner of his mouth. I went to La Phone continent. Does Guli really not know me? Nalan Yan's eyes widened in anger, grabbed his collar, and asked with gritted teeth, What did you do? NCIE did not struggle, and still said calmly, I didn't do anything, just chatted with the little beauty. Nalan Yan snorted coldly and let go of his hand. I warn you, if you dare to touch her, I will kill you. NCIE mocked. The irony was even stronger, looking at him and said, I didn't expect you would be so protective of other women, you are not worthy of Qinglan. Seeing that Nalan Yin did not respond, he continued to speak, his words full of anger and unwillingness. Yes, after all, you gave up Qinglan for your so-called status, you are rubbish. Nalan Yin frowned and said coldly, My affairs with Qinglan have nothing to do with you, get out. NCIE was completely enraged, his eyes were red, and he roared, Nothing? If I had known that you would let Qinglan die, I would never have kept her by your side. If it weren't for Nalan Yin not saving her, how could she die? If there was a next time, he would never have kept Qinglan by his side. Nalan Yin was silent for a moment, and slowly said, This is what she wants to see. NCIE laughed in anger. Get out, I only want her to be alive. What does the life and death of others have to do with me? Nalan Yin slowly lowered his eyes, and his thick eyelashes cast a shadow under his eyelids, and his expression was slightly lonely. After a long silence, he said in a low and hoarse voice, It's all over. There seemed to be a hint of helplessness and an unspeakable bitterness in that voice, as if he was trying to suppress the surging emotions deep in his heart. NCIE couldn't let it go at all. He stared at Nalan Yin with his eyes burning with anger and persistence. I won't settle accounts with you for this matter for the time being. Give me the Tianya book. Nalan Yin raised his head slightly, with a hint of doubt and vigilance in his eyes, and asked, What do you want this for? NCIE clenched his fists, and the joints turned white due to the force. He gritted his teeth and said, If you don't avenge Qinglan, I will. Nalan Yin frowned and refused without hesitation. I can't give this to you. He himself hasn't broken the formation in the Tianya book yet. It's useless even if he gives it to him at this moment, and it will only cause trouble. Ensai sneered, and his laughter was full of ridicule and disdain. Okay, just don't regret it. After saying this, a black magic power surged around him, wrapping him up like a black vortex, and then his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. After Ensai returned to the demon palace, he never stopped for a moment. He immediately summoned the most elite demon guards in the demon palace, who were good at intelligence investigation, and ordered them to do their best to investigate Nalanian's affairs. After receiving the order, the demon guard shuttled between various spaces and regions like ghosts, not missing any possible clues. After a long and arduous investigation, they finally found Guli. After Ensai learned the news, he personally went out and forcibly brought Guli to the demon realm. Chapter 367. Ensai only glanced at Guli meaningfully. His eyes were like a bottomless pool, hiding countless unknown secrets. Then, he turned around, his sleeves fluttering, and left silently. Ghoulie was confused by his sudden look, and her heart was full of inexplicable confusion. But at this moment, she had no time to entangle these inexplicable looks. The most urgent thing was to find a way to escape from this ghost place. She stood up and walked around the room quickly. When she walked to the door, it was as if she hit an invisible wall and was blocked by a transparent barrier. No wonder he could leave so confidently. It turned out that he was sure that he was trapped here and could not escape at all. However, he underestimated himself too much. It was not so easy to trap her. Xia Tingzi. Ghoulie opened her red lips and called out in a low voice. In an instant, Xia Tingzi quickly emerged from the space like a smart elf. Xia Tingzi asked anxiously, "Master, are you okay?" It and other companions had long known that the master had been taken away. If the master had not strictly forbidden them to come out before, they would have been unable to hold back and rushed out to fight the hateful man to the death. Ghoulie shook his head slightly and said, "I'm fine, take me out." Xia Tingzi patted his chest and responded confidently, "No problem, leave it to me." It was just a barrier, which was just a piece of cake in its eyes, and could not be difficult for it at all. Xia Tingzi stepped forward quickly, stretched out his little hand, and held Ghoulie's hand tightly, and the two walked to the barrier at the door together. A faint light suddenly burst out from the pavilion, and the light was like a warm cocoon, tightly wrapping the two people. Then, their figures passed through the barrier silently like phantoms, without making any movement. Ghoulie looked around and guessed that this should be the man's bedroom. The surroundings were strangely quiet, and there was no one guarding outside. The pavilion showed a proud smile on his face, and said, as if to ask for credit, "It's done." Ghoulie looked at its cute appearance and couldn't help but reach out and touch its head gently, praising it generously. "Great." Then, Ghoulie asked the pavilion to hide in the space first. She carefully took out an invisibility talisman from her sleeve, twisted it lightly with her jade hand, activated it, and quickly attached it to her body. Her whole person immediately became transparent, as if she had merged into the air. Then, she walked outside nervously, and every step was extremely slow, as light as a feather falling. Her smart eyes were always vigilantly watching every move around her, not letting go of any corner that might be dangerous. If she encountered a real strongman, this invisibility talisman would be nothing more than a piece of waste paper, and would not work at all. Soon, Ghoulie quietly walked to the door of the palace where she was. There were more than a dozen people patrolling outside, each of them was agile and impressive. It was just that their strength was unfathomable, and Ghoulie could not see it at all, but she secretly estimated in her heart that these people were probably much stronger than herself. "I can't get out." Ghoulie frowned, pursed her cherry lips, and whispered in a low voice. She was a little anxious, and had to think of a way quickly. If Agnes returned and found that she was not there, it would be even more difficult for her to leave later. Ghoulie pondered for a moment, gritted her teeth, and made up her mind to take a risk. She strode directly outside. At this moment, she was like a gambler who was betting that there was no strongman outside. However, fate did not seem to favor her. Obviously, she made a wrong bet. The moment she stepped out of the door, before she completely walked out of the door of the palace, she was keenly discovered by the strongman in the dark. I saw a black shadow rushing like lightning, and then, an extremely powerful force swept over like a surging wave. Ghoulie was caught off guard, and was hit by this force. The whole person was like a kite with a broken string, and was hit out unexpectedly. Her body fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The throat felt sweet, and she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, which splashed on the ground like a blooming red lotus. As Ghoulie was hit, the invisibility talisman instantly lost its effect, and her figure gradually appeared. The people patrolling around were startled when they saw Ghoulie suddenly appearing out of thin air, and their faces showed horror. But they were well trained after all, and they quickly came to their senses, and quickly surrounded Ghoulie. The woman who hit Ghoulie also slowly walked out of the dark. She had a graceful figure, but exuded a cold breath. She looked down at Ghoulie, her eyes full of vigilance and questioning. "Who are you? How dare you break into the demon palace?" Ghoulie was angry and anxious, and almost cursed. Did she want to come here? She was obviously abducted here. However, she was so badly injured that she felt as if her throat was choked by something, and couldn't speak at all. Feng Huanqi was angry when she saw that she didn't say anything. She snorted coldly, and released her powerful pressure without reservation. The pressure was like a dark cloud that was as solid as a substance, and it all enveloped Ghoulie. Ghoulie felt as if his head was hit hard by a hammer, and he was dizzy, and then he fainted completely. Feng Huanqin looked at Gu Li, who was unconscious with blood all over his chest, with disgust in her eyes. She said coldly to the person next to her, "Drag him out and kill him. Don't dirty the master's eyes." "Yes." One of the guards immediately stepped forward, dragged Gu Li's feet roughly and walked out. Coincidentally, Cie came back at this time. He saw the movement from afar, frowned slightly, and asked loudly, "What are you doing here?" Because the other people blocked Gu Li, who was dragged on the ground, Cie did not see her for a while. "Hello, master." "Hello, His Majesty the Demon King." Feng Huanqin and others heard the voices and hurriedly stopped their actions and saluted respectfully. During this salute, Cie's sight passed over them and saw the people lying on the ground behind them, who didn't know whether they were dead or alive. His face instantly became extremely gloomy, and his eyes revealed a cold murderous intent. Cie's figure flashed and came to Feng Huanqin in an instant, stretched out his hand with distinct joints, and pinched her neck like an iron clamp. "Who told you to touch her?" His voice was low and cold, as if it came from the judgment of hell. This woman was of great use to him. If these people ruined his good deeds, even if he killed them, it would not be able to make up for it. Chapter 368. Feng Huanqin felt as if her throat was tightly strangled by a pair of invisible hands, and every breath was accompanied by a piercing pain. She tried her best to squeeze out a few words from her teeth. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry, master. I saw her acting sneaky, so I acted rashly. Go to Shuiyuan and be punished." Cie's face was terribly gloomy. Without saying a word, he threw Feng Huanqin to the ground. Then, he strode towards where Gu Li was, wanting to check her condition. Feng Huanqin didn't dare to disobey at all. She lowered her head, not even daring to breathe, and replied timidly, "Yes." Then, she hurriedly retreated with several other guards. Cie squatted down, and gently placed his slender fingers on Gu Li's pulse. After checking for a while, he found that she was still breathing, but had fainted. He frowned slightly, a trace of disgust appeared on his face, and he pulled out a delicate handkerchief from his bosom and carefully wrapped her collar, as if he had touched something unclean. Then, he lifted Gu Li up like a sling, turned around and strode towards the direction of the palace. What a trouble! Cie cursed in a low voice while looking at Gu Li's embarrassed appearance. However, despite his displeasure, he still stretched out his hand, and a dark light appeared in his palm, continuously inputting power into Gu Li's body to repair her internal injuries. After a while, Gu Li woke up slowly, and there was still a trace of confusion in her eyes. When her vision gradually became clear, she bumped into a pair of evil and deep eyes. Cie looked into Gu Li's eyes, and in an instant, his thoughts came like a tide. He couldn't help but be a little dazed, and subconsciously murmured, "Qingluan." But before he could delve into this sudden familiar feeling, a sharp pain suddenly occurred in his sea of consciousness, as if he was hit hard by a heavy hammer, instantly pulling him back to the cold reality. The familiar outline that had gradually become clear in his mind was once again ruthlessly forgotten. Gu Li also completely came back to her senses. She subconsciously moved her body, and found that the pain on her body had completely disappeared. She was full of doubts, and wondered what he was going to do. She knew that she and Nalin Yin had almost no intersection, but why did he think that he could pose a threat to Nalin Yin? After Cie came to his senses, the disgust in his eyes became even stronger. He glanced at Gu Li coldly and scolded, "Your eyes are really ugly. Don't look at me in the future." Gu Li heard the words, and her anger swooshed. She widened her eyes, and glared at Cie. She almost laughed out of anger. "Are you sick?" Cie was worried that she would run away again, and was afraid that she would be killed by his men by mistake, so he raised his hand and shot out a magic power. The magic power was like a small black snake, and quickly sank into Gu Li's body. Gu Li suddenly felt a foreign body invading her body, and asked in surprise, "What did you do?" Cie looked at her unhappily, and said coldly, "Don't run around. You can't survive in the demon world, and now is not the time for you to die." Gu Li stretched out her hand, pinched her neck tightly, and said with gritted teeth, "Do you believe that I will commit suicide now?" Cie raised a mocking sneer at the corner of his mouth. "Then try it." Gu Li looked at him for a moment, and finally slowly put down her hand, snorting coldly, "Forget it, you are not worthy of me committing suicide." Cie said impatiently, "Stay still." After saying that, he flashed and disappeared again. He still had many things to deal with. Recently, some restless forces in the demon world were like rats ready to move. He had to clean up these troubles first, and then go to Nalin Yin to ask for the Tianyao book. As soon as Cie left, Gu Li's idea of escaping grew wildly like weeds. However, The demonic energy of Insai in her body was like a thorny yoke, which made her hesitate. Guli gritted her teeth and simply sat cross-legged. She concentrated her energy and circulated the demonic energy in her body, trying to remove the demonic energy that did not belong to her from her body. However, just when her demonic energy just touched Insai's power, Insai, who was far away, keenly noticed it. He secretly despised it in his heart, thinking that even the 4 famous demon kings in the demon world were powerless to strip his power, let alone this insignificant little human in front of him. After trying it for a while, Guli gave up helplessly. She whispered with annoyance on her face, "What the hell is this? I can't strip it out." At this time, an An's voice sounded anxiously in Guli's mind. "Master, let us out. We will help you fight your way out." Guli shook his head gently and rejected it. "No, using spiritual power here consumes too much. You can't hold on for long. In this special land of the demon world, although you can barely use spiritual power, the air is filled with demonic energy, without any spiritual energy, and it is impossible to draw enough spiritual energy from the air to convert and replenish. Once the spiritual power is used, it can only rely on the limited spiritual energy stored in itself. In this way, the speed of spiritual power consumption will be alarmingly fast." Little Bird shouted loudly at this time, "Master, let me out, I will not be affected." Guli hesitated. "Are you sure?" She was full of worry, fearing that her beasts would be harmed by her. Little Bird said firmly, "No problem, I am Suzaku, I can absorb the power of heaven and earth, even without spiritual energy." "Okay." Guli no longer hesitated, and Little Bird appeared. It turned into a mimicry, and stood obediently on Guli's shoulder. Taotai couldn't help seeing this and said, "Master, I can do it too, I just need to eat." Guli looked at Taoya's anxious look and gently comforted him. "You stay here, I will let you out if you need me." She thought to herself that the appearance of a child out of thin air would inevitably arouse suspicion. Moreover, if she remembered correctly, Taotai seemed to have lived with her in the demon world in his previous life. If he was recognized by the people in the demon world, he would be in endless trouble. Taotai muttered unwillingly, "Okay, then you must remember that if there is a situation, you must let me out. I will swallow all those who dare to hurt you." It opened its big eyes like copper bells, and there was a fierce light in its eyes. For it, no matter what the other party's identity is, whether it is a demon or any other race, as long as it is not good for the master, it is its enemy. Only by destroying them all can it relieve its hatred. Guli looked at Taoya's angry look, and a trace of warmth rose in her heart. She gently raised her hand, gently stroked Taoya's head, and whispered a few words to comfort him. Chapter 369. After Taotai calmed down a little, she straightened her clothes, took a deep breath, and walked slowly out the door again. As soon as she stepped out of the door, she saw several people standing not far ahead. Those people stood in a fan shape, led by a tall man with a stern face. He was wearing a black robe with exquisite magic patterns embroidered on the corners, which faintly glowed in the weak light. Seeing Guli coming out, he bowed slightly, with a hint of respect in his expression, and said, "Miss Guli, where are you going?" Guli raised her eyes and said calmly, "Nowhere, just walking around." But she sighed helplessly in her heart. It might not be so easy to get out of this magic palace. Seeing this, the servant of the demon palace asked respectfully, "Do you need us to lead you?" Guli was slightly startled, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Huh?" She thought to herself, "Can she walk around in this demon palace at will?" The servant saw her doubts and hurriedly explained, "This is the first time for the girl, so you must not be familiar with the demon palace. Do you need me to take you around? After all, this is the woman brought back by their Lord Demon Emperor himself, and her status must be extraordinary. Besides, Commander Feng was punished because of her. How dare they neglect her at all? They must treat her well." Guli shook his head gently and said, "No, I can walk around by myself." She stepped forward and said, "Let me escort you, so that no blind guy will offend the girl." He kept in mind the instructions of his master before leaving, and he must protect her well. He thought, the Demon King is so concerned about her. If this is not love, what is it? Seeing this, Guli thought for a moment and said, "Then just walk around." She no longer insisted on not letting him follow, for fear of arousing his suspicion and exposing her intention to escape. She secretly planned to find out the terrain of the demon palace first, so that she could find an opportunity to escape in the future. She bowed slightly, and made a pleased gesture. "Miss Gu, please." Guli walked in front with lotus steps, and she guided her on the side. As Guli walked, she suddenly felt the life lock in her body tremble slightly. She was startled and stopped subconsciously. She wondered in her heart, Yunxi and the others also came to the demon realm? She saw her suddenly stop and asked with concern, Miss Gu, what's wrong? Gu Li shook her head gently and said, it's okay, keep going. But her heart was even more anxious. She knew that she had to find a way to leave here as soon as possible. She understood that her friends had just arrived in the demon realm, and their spiritual power would not last too long. If they encountered danger, it would be a big problem. Even if they had the help of the magic pill, their strength would be greatly reduced. On the other side, Mu Yunqi slowly woke up from her coma, and felt an unbearable headache. She reached out and gently patted the other 4 people beside her. Wake up. The few people woke up slowly, looked around, and found that this place did not seem to be much different from the continent they were in before. Lin Yuchen spoke first, with a hint of doubt in his tone. Isn't this the demon realm? Shi Zihan frowned slightly, activated the life lock in his body, and said after a moment, this is the demon world. Lin Yuchen scratched his head and said, I thought the demon world was a dark, gloomy, and terrifying place. Feng Wuhan concentrated his mind and sensed it, saying, there is no spiritual energy around, only a kind of power that we cannot absorb. It must be the demon energy. Su Yu was anxious and said, let's go find Ali. Feng Wuhan hurriedly reminded, take the magic pill first. If the demons find out that we are human, it will be troublesome. After Feng Wuhan's reminder, several people hurriedly took out the magic pill from the space ring and swallowed it. The magic pill took effect instantly after entering the mouth, and the surrounding demon energy slowly flowed into their bodies, gradually covering their original spiritual veins. Soon, a faint demon energy emanated from several people. Mu Yunqi sensed her own cultivation and said, at the beginning of the spiritual realm, everyone should be careful. After the original cultivation was converted into magic power, the decline was too great. Feng Wuhan took out a lot of magic pills from the space and distributed them to several people, saying, take one every 3 days. If a battle occurs, take one every 15 minutes. Okay. Several people carefully put away the magic pills. They were unsure whether they could successfully bring Ari back with their meager strength. But they all had a firm belief in their hearts that wherever Ari was, they would be there. Even if they died, they would die together. Lin Yuchen looked inward at his natal lock and said, the distance is a bit far. Shi Zihan looked firm and said, it's okay, let's go there first. Dared to take away his companions. No matter whether the other party is the demon king of the demon realm or the heavenly Tao, he will not give up. The 5 people followed the guidance of the natal lock and walked out of the forest with difficulty. They walked non-stop for half an hour before they met a group of people. Yuan Sen and his group directly surrounded the 5 of them. Yuan Sen looked at their embarrassed appearance, frowned slightly, and asked, who are you? How dare you break in without permission? Mu Yunqi looked calm and said, we entered here accidentally. Yuan Sen's eyes were full of vigilance, and he shouted loudly, suspicious people, take them back for investigation. You? Lin Yuchen was impatient by nature. When he heard this, he was immediately furious and blood rushed up, and he was about to act impulsively. Mu Yunqi's eyes were like lightning, and a sharp look flew over to stop him. She knew very well that the cultivation of these people in front of her was unfathomable. With their current strength, if they acted rashly, they would have no chance of winning. Although they had many contracted beasts, this was the demon realm, and the number of magic pills was limited. Each one was extremely precious, and could not be wasted unless it was absolutely necessary. Mu Yunqi said in a gentle voice, we didn't do it on purpose. Yuan Sen was unmoved and said in a tough tone, you will know when you go back with us for investigation. Where is this place? Mu Yunqi had an idea and tried to change the subject to delay time. She put her hands behind her back, and her fingers kept changing gestures flexibly. A mini formation was condensed and formed in her palm little by little. The light flickered faintly, but she cleverly concealed it. Yuan Sen saw her like this and said patiently, Mo Yuan's forbidden land. Others also understood and cooperated with Mu Yunqi. Lin Yuchen took a step forward, his face full of flattering smiles, and said, my dear brother, we really appeared here accidentally. Look at our cultivation level, we would not dare to trespass even if we had 100 courage. Chapter 370. After hearing this, Yuan Sen looked them up and down, and found that their magic fluctuations were indeed weak, and their cultivation was indeed very low. He couldn't help but feel a little confused, so he asked, then why are you here? Feng Wuhan hurriedly answered, saying innocently, we accidentally entered a cave, and got lost inside. I don't know what mechanism was triggered, and we were teleported here. Teleported here? What did you get? Yuan Sen and his group heard that they were teleported here, and they couldn't help but subconsciously imagine that they entered the tomb of a mysterious boss and obtained a peerless treasure. The greed in his eyes was undisguised, like a hungry wolf staring at its prey. Seeing them like this, Mu Yunqi rolled her eyes and said mysteriously, "We did get a lot of good things." When Yuansen heard this, he couldn't hold back his greed and shouted, "Hand it over and I spare your lives." Mu Yunqi was not in a hurry, and a sly smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "Are you sure you really want it?" Yuansen shouted impatiently. "Stop talking nonsense, hand it over." Mu Yunqi smiled slightly, but there was a hint of imperceptible teasing in that smile. "Then you'd better take it." As Yuansen and his group stared at her hands, with expectation, Mu Yunqi gently threw the seemingly inconspicuous mini formation in her hand towards them. The formation was like a stream of light, drawing an arc in the air. Before Yuansen and others could react, they saw that the small formation suddenly shone brightly at the moment it reached above them, and suddenly became several times larger, trapping them tightly in it. Yuansen was immediately furious when he saw this, and roared, "How dare you play tricks on me?" Sui Yun laughed and taunted, "Who made you so stupid that you could be fooled by this?" Yuansen snorted coldly, with a look of disdain on his face. "It's ridiculous, thinking that this can trap us." After that, he quickly circulated the powerful magic energy in his body, and continuously transmitted the surging magic power to the sword on his waist. The sword was instantly shrouded by the magic energy, and the sword body flashed with dark light, like a demon snake that chooses people to bite. Yuansen swung the sword fiercely, and the magic sword slashed fiercely on the formation. Instantly, the formation came with a violent vibration, and the light flickered, as if trembling in pain. Seeing this, Mu Yunqi's heart tightened. Knowing that this formation could not last too long, she hurriedly shouted, "Let's go!" The 5 people did not dare to slack off. They moved like lightning and quickly passed Yuansen and others who were trapped in the formation, and fled to the distance at the fastest speed. Their figures were like a blurred black line in the slightly dim sky and earth of the demon world, and they disappeared in an instant. A quarter of an hour passed in this tense escape. The formation, which was already shaky, could no longer withstand the attacks and magic erosion of Yuansen and others. Finally, it collapsed with a loud bang, making a dull sound and raising a cloud of dust. Yuansen looked at Mu Yunqi and others, who had disappeared. His face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out. His originally dark face was now as black as the bottom of a pot. He gritted his teeth and said viciously, "Call more people to check, and find them for me." "Yes." The men beside him hurriedly took the order and left. As Sui Yun and his companions ran, they were always alert to see if anyone was catching up with them. Their hearts were beating like drums. Their clothes were soaked with sweat, but they dared not stop for a moment. Shi Zihan looked around with a sharp gaze, and suddenly shouted, "Go over there." The others followed him without hesitation. They turned left and right in this strange and dangerous demon world, and finally stopped under a huge rock. The rock was towering into the sky, like a hill, providing them with temporary shelter. Feng Wuhan frowned and said solemnly, "Something is wrong. We should have entered the jurisdiction of a certain force." Sui Yun widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. "No way, is this place so big?" Shi Zihan sighed helplessly. "It may not be so easy to get out." Sui Yun was immediately anxious when he heard it, and he was anxious all of a sudden. "What should we do? We still have to save Ollie." Mu Yunqi quickly reached out to cover his mouth and whispered, "Shut up, don't attract people." Sui Yun realized his recklessness and nodded quickly. Mu Yunqi let him go, and everyone fell into silence. Shi Zihan broke the silence and said firmly, "Don't worry, we just need to find a way to get out." Mu Yunqi said worriedly, "But our cultivation level is probably the lowest here, and it's hard to disguise as one of them." Lin Yuchen was a little anxious. "Can I use the invisibility talisman?" Shi Zihan shook his head helplessly, and said in a low voice, "No, the semi-god invisibility talisman will lose its effect when encountering a strong man above the void-breaking realm. In this demon world, there are many strong men, and masters of the void-breaking realm may be everywhere. It is difficult to protect us with the invisibility talisman alone." Hearing this, everyone's faces were instantly shrouded in gloom, and their mood became very low. They all knew in their hearts that if they had their original cultivation, plus those powerful and loyal contracted beasts to help them, they might be able to muster up the courage to let go, fight, and try to break through these difficulties and escape. But now, their cultivation was suppressed by magic power and greatly reduced. The contracted beasts were like being bound in this demon world full of strange magic energy, and they could not play the powerful role they should have. At this moment, they were like a group of weak and helpless lambs with no power to resist. They could only wait for the unknown misfortune to come and become fish under the knife of the strong. Mu Yunqi was silent for a long time, then slowly said, "What about adding a formation? If the invisibility talisman and the formation are combined, will the strength be better?" Shi Zihan lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then slowly raised his head and said, "I think the possibility of success is not high. Ali mentioned to us before that in addition to the power of the Demon King, the entire demon realm is divided into the power spheres of the 4 great demon kings. Apart from these, there are no other small forces. The number of strong people in the power controlled by a demon king is simply countless, and their strength is beyond our imagination. After all, the demon realm is an existence that can confront and contend with the God clan for a long time. Its overall strength is much stronger than the Lingxi continent they know, or even the more advanced continents. If they are really unlucky enough to meet those strong people, they will probably be wiped out in an instant before they have time to resist." Chapter 371. Before they could come up with a feasible plan, they suddenly sensed that more than a dozen auras were approaching them. Shi Zihan's face darkened, and he whispered, "They are catching up. Damn it, I'm going to fight them." As he said that, Lin Yuchen was about to rush out. Feng Wuhan was quick-witted and grabbed him tightly, and whispered, "Don't be impulsive." Lin Yuchen was unwilling. "Then wait to die here?" Mu Yunqi ignored their quarrel and turned to look at Shi Zihan. "Give me 10 invisibility runes." Shi Zihan didn't ask any more questions, and quickly took out the runes from the storage space and handed them to her. At the same time, he also distributed a lot to other people in case of emergency. Mu Yunqi took the invisibility talisman and said, "Please help me keep an eye on the surroundings. I'm going to set up a concealment formation." Several people nodded and quickly dispersed, each occupying a favorable position, and vigilantly scanned the nearby movements, not missing any corners that might hide danger. Mu Yunqi took a deep breath and slowly took out a pile of formation stones emitting mysterious light from the space. She planned to take the risk of setting up a god-level concealment formation. Although she was only a demigod-level formation master at present, the chance of success was very small, but she also wanted to give it a try. If it failed, she could only choose to use a demigod-level formation, but the risk of being discovered would be greatly increased. Mu Yunqi looked solemn, and quickly formed seals with both hands, slowly lifting the formation stones with her mental power. The formation stones flashed with a faint light, and under her control, they were steadily distributed in different directions around. Her consciousness was immersed in the sea of consciousness. In that mysterious spiritual world, she used her mental power to outline the outline of the formation. At this moment, she was facing a difficult choice. Due to her special condition, she could not use spiritual power, and could only rely on magic energy to set up the formation. However, her cultivation level became a huge obstacle at this time. As the formation construction in the sea of consciousness progressed, only 1/3 of it was completed. Her face was as pale as paper, and beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. Although Feng Wuhan was paying attention to the movements around him, he still caught a glimpse of Mu Yunqi's abnormality with his peripheral vision, and he couldn't help but worry. He knew the key at this time, and could only suppress his inner concern and dared not make any sound to disturb Mu Yunqi, for fear that a careless mistake would lead to all the previous efforts being wasted. In Mu Yunqi's sea of consciousness, the little man who represented her spiritual power incarnation was concentrating on constructing the formation. A large amount of magic energy was like a black tide, intertwined with pure mental power, and continuously rushed towards the prototype of the formation. Every bit of magic and mental power output was like a candle that consumed her life. Time passed quietly, but danger was approaching step by step. On the path in the distance, some figures could be vaguely seen rushing towards this side quickly. Among them, Yuan Sin's figure was particularly eye-catching. He held a mirror-emitting strange light in his hand. 5 small red dots appeared clearly on the smooth surface of the mirror, which was the location of Sui Yun and others. Yuan Sin's face was full of anger, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Dare to play tricks on me? Let's see where you can run." Sui Yun was extremely anxious and whispered, "How is Yunqi?" "Someone is coming." Mu Yunqi gritted her teeth and squeezed out 2 words from her teeth. "It's almost there." At this critical moment, the formation suddenly burst into a dazzling light, and the light was like a small sun rising suddenly. Shi Zihan on the side reacted quickly, and quickly took out a handful of concealment talismans, muttering something in his mouth, and quickly threw out the talisman papers. The concealment talismans instantly turned into rune power, blocking all the dazzling light, and propped up a layer of protection in this dangerous place. Mu Yunqi panted heavily, looked weakly at the few people scattered around, and shouted with the last bit of strength, "Come in." Almost at the moment when the light suddenly appeared, Several people seemed to have a telepathic connection, and their bodies were as fast as lightning, and they quickly rushed towards where Mu Yunqi was. Feng Wuhan was full of concern, and took out a large number of precious magic pills from the storage ring without hesitation. He quickly handed it to Mu Yunqi's mouth and urged, "Take it quickly and restore your magic energy." Lin Yuchen took out an exquisite chair with his hands and feet, carefully placed the chair behind Mu Yunqi, and said softly, "Yunqi, sit down and rest first." Mu Yunqi shook her head slightly, waved her hand weakly, and said, "No, save it." She knew that the magic pill was not so easy to refine, and in this situation, there was no time for him to refine the pill. The top priority at the moment was to find Ari as soon as possible. Sui Yun's face was full of amazement and admiration. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up and praised loudly, "Yunqi, you are too awesome. A god-level formation master, and you succeeded in one try." Mu Yunqi responded calmly, "It's not the first time. I tried it once before, but I stopped halfway." Sui Yun sighed, "That was the first time too. When can I become a god-level weapon refiner?" Shizihan suddenly became nervous and quickly made a gesture to silence, and whispered, "Keep your voice down, don't attract people." Mu Yunqi just smiled indifferently. Her eyes calmly looked at the approaching enemy, and smiled confidently. "It doesn't matter, they can't hear it." Yuan Sun was furious, leading a team of well-equipped and aggressive people to the area where Mu Yunqi and the others were. The hurried footsteps seemed to step on the hearts of everyone, making the atmosphere more tense. They didn't notice anything strange around them, just walked straight ahead, step by step, and stepped directly into the range of Mu Yunqi's formation. Seeing this, Lin Yuchen's heart suddenly shrank, and his nerves were instantly tense to the extreme. He almost couldn't hold back his inner impulse, and rushed out to fight. Fortunately, Mu Yunqi was quick-witted, and quickly reached out to hold him. Mu Yunqi's fingers tightly clasped Lin Yuchen's wrist and whispered, "They didn't enter the formation, but the place where we just stood. Without my permission, they can't come in." Lin Yuchen couldn't help but exclaimed, "Can it be like this?" Yuan Sen and his group were seen wandering around in the formation like headless flies. They walked in front of Mu Yunqi and others, but still found nothing, as if there was only an empty flat land in front of them. The mirror in Yuan Sen's hand that originally showed the position of Sui Yun and others had lost its function at this moment. The small red dot on the mirror had long disappeared without a trace, leaving only a dim mirror. Chapter 372. On the other side, Gu Li strolled casually in the mysterious corridors and halls of the Demon Palace, with a few people following behind her like loyal shadows. Her human aura was incompatible with the demon aura around her, and naturally attracted many inquiring eyes. Everyone wondered in their hearts, why did this human woman appear here? Could it be that the Demon Palace is about to welcome a human demon queen? Gu Li took light steps and asked with her red lips, "Where did Ncie go?" The tone was like asking a very familiar friend. Xuanqi heard her call the Lord Demon King by his name so naturally, and he felt respect in his heart, and hurriedly responded, "Lord Demon King went to deal with some insignificant minor characters." Gu Li tilted his head slightly and asked again, "How long will it take for him to come back?" Xuanqi bowed and replied respectfully, "Lord Demon King will need some time to return, young lady. Don't worry too much." Gu Li was full of disdain and annoyance in her heart. She would not worry about him. He had better never come back. But her face instantly changed to a look full of concern, her eyes full of worry. Is he really okay? His injury hasn't healed yet. Xuanqi was shocked when she heard this. How could she know that Lord was injured? This is strictly confidential information within the Demon Palace, and all those who know it have made a vow to the devil in their hearts, and will never leak it. In this case, it can only be Lord who told her in person. Xuanqi calmed down and comforted her. "Don't worry, young lady. Even if the master is injured, those minions are no match for him." Gu Li blinked and continued to ask, "Who are those people?" She lowered his voice and said, "It is Chiemo, one of the 4 great demon kings." Gu Li was shocked, and the scene of meeting Chiemo in La Feng continent immediately emerged in her mind. The powerful strength displayed by Chiemo at that time was still fresh in her memory. She didn't expect that the injured Ncie could still defeat him. Gu Li sighed and said, "It's boring to stay here. I want to go outside." She looked embarrassed. After hesitating for a moment, he persuaded, "Girl, the situation in the demon world is not stable recently. It's better not to go out." Gu Li raised her eyebrows and said confidently, "Cie said I can go out." She still disagreed and said earnestly, "Girl, the Demon Palace is relatively safe. You can wait for the adults to come back here." Gu Li folded her hands in front of her chest and said confidently, "Isn't the outside also your demon clan's territory?" How can it be unsafe? NCIE injected a demonic energy into my body. No one dares to do anything to me. As she said that, she gently mobilized the spiritual power in her body, and instantly, a powerful and unique breath belonging to NCIE emanated from her body. The people around in Xuanqi were shocked by this aura, and they knelt down subconsciously, shouting, "Master Demon King." Gu Li was also a little surprised when she saw this scene. She didn't expect the power of this demonic energy to be so great, but it provided her with a lot of convenience in her actions. She cleared her throat and said, "Okay, everyone get up." Then everyone slowly stood up. Xuanqi said respectfully, "Miss, then we will follow you out to protect you." Gu Li thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Okay. She knew that if she firmly refused their following, it might arouse suspicion, which would be troublesome. She rolled her eyes and added, "This is my first time in the demon realm, and I am really curious about what it looks like." She led the way beside her. Hearing her words, he smiled and said, "I believe the girl will like the demon realm." "I think so too." Gu Li smiled on her face, but she was complaining in her heart, "I don't like it. I just want to leave this ghost place as soon as possible." The scale of the demon palace is extremely large, and they walked for a full hour before finally walking out of the demon palace. The strong men who secretly guarded the demon palace frowned slightly when they saw her coming out, but when they noticed the power of the demon king emanating from her, they did not stop her. Gu Li was quite lucky. She did not encounter the demon she had encountered in the Lawfeng continent before, otherwise her disguise would definitely be exposed. The spiritual power that NCIE injected into her body could only defend her from a fatal attack at a critical moment, but could not be used to locate her position. He had never expected that the demonic energy he left behind would cause his men to have such a misunderstanding. Gu Li stepped out of the magnificent teleportation array of the demon palace, slowed down his pace, and subconsciously looked back. He saw a large-scale, exquisitely constructed castle suspended in the air, like an island in the sky, emitting a fascinating and fantastic light. The walls of the castle were made of a kind of black stone that emitted a faint luster, and the gaps between the stones were so fine that they were almost imperceptible, as if they were naturally generated rather than artificially piled. The castle is decorated with all kinds of strange carvings, including winding vine patterns and mysterious patterns that look like monsters, but it does not look ferocious at all. Instead, the exquisite craftsmanship and unique design add a touch of playfulness and cuteness to the entire castle. This scene is very different from the image of the magic palace that Gu Li had imagined before. In her original imagination, the magic palace should be a gloomy and terrifying place full of blood and darkness, but the castle in front of her is like a dream castle moved out of a fairy tale world. The lovely breath came to her face, making her slightly startled. An inexplicable sense of familiarity surged in her heart, as if there was a vague impression related to it in a corner deep in her memory. But she tried hard to think, but could not accurately capture the fleeting memory fragment. Xuanqi noticed Gu Li's behavior. Seeing that her eyes lingered on the demon palace for a long time, he stepped forward slightly and said softly, "The demon palace was built by the adults themselves." Gu Li heard it, and blinked gently, retracting her gaze from the castle in the air. While walking forward with light steps, she responded with a little curiosity and teasing tone, "He actually has such a hobby and interest." Xuanqi just twitched the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, but did not respond. He knew very well that behind the unique appearance of this demon palace today, there was a long story. Because this was a little girl's words thousands of years ago that turned the demon palace into this. But the girl in front of her is likely to become the demon queen of the demon palace, so it is better not to say some things. Gu Li continued to move forward and found that the world outside the demon palace also surprised her. Chapter 373. I originally thought that the demon world would be a desolate and chaotic scene, but what came into view was a bustling and prosperous scene full of vitality. The streets were crowded with people coming and going, talking and laughing, strolling leisurely, as if there was not much difference from the market in the human world. There were shops on both sides of the street, and the signs of the restaurants were hung high, and the banners fluttered in the wind. The handwriting on them was either elegant and free, or strong and powerful. Those shops were filled with all kinds of goods. Just a closer look would reveal that the things sold here were very different from the human world. Some were magic crystals emitting a faint blue light, some were magic weapons with strange shapes, and engraved with mysterious runes, and some were strange herbs. Gu Li quietly looked at the 6 people following closely behind him with the corner of his eyes. An invisible and powerful aura emanated from his body, which was as oppressive as a substance. Just getting closer could make one feel a surge of power. Their strength was unfathomable, so she had to find a way to leave quickly. Poisoning would definitely not work, as she would be discovered as soon as she started. Formations and runes seemed unable to trap them. After all, she didn't know how strong they were. Ghoulie walked towards a clothing store on the street while thinking. Entering the store, she found that the clothes inside were very different from what she had seen before. The clothes here were not just monotonous black as she had imagined, but colorful, with all kinds of colors available. Seeing someone enter the store, the shopkeeper hurriedly greeted them with a smile on his face. But when his eyes fell on Ghoulie, his eyes widened instantly, the smile on his face froze, and then he blurted out, "You are a human." Ghoulie knew in her heart that it was normal to be recognized. After all, after coming to the demon realm, she had not yet switched her spiritual veins to the demonic veins, and she still retained the breath and characteristics of the human race. Naturally, she seemed out of place in this demon realm. Seeing this, she quickly stepped forward and took out a token flashing with a dark light from his arms. The token was engraved with some strange runes, faintly exuding a majestic atmosphere. He held the token in front of the shopkeeper and said calmly and unquestionably, "This girl is your friend." Hearing this, the shopkeeper was stunned at first, and then the horror on his face gradually faded, replaced by a face of awe and fear. He bowed and saluted, saying, "I was blind and didn't recognize the great man. I hope you will forgive me." Hearing this, the shopkeeper was very puzzled as to why their masters had human friends, but seeing the token belonging to the demon palace, he was tactful and didn't ask any more questions. Instead, his face was quickly filled with a warm smile. "Miss, do you want to buy clothes? The clothes in our store are all fine products, with all kinds of styles. No matter what style you like, you can find something that suits your taste here." Ghoulie nodded slightly, and walked straight towards a dark red dress hanging in a prominent position in the store. Ghoulie stood in front of the clothes, stretched out her slender fingers, and gently pointed at it, opened her red lips, and asked softly, "Can I try this one?" "Of course, young lady." The shopkeeper responded with a smile, his smile growing brighter. He walked quickly to the clothes rack, carefully took down the dark red dress, and held it in both hands, as if holding a rare treasure. He handed the dress to Ghoulie, and introduced it with a smile on his face. "Young lady, you have a good eye. This dress is a unique treasure here. It is not an ordinary dress. It can also automatically adjust according to the wearer's body size, fit the body perfectly, and is extremely comfortable to wear. Moreover, this design and workmanship are all from the hands of the top tailors in the demon world. Ordinary people don't have the blessing to wear it." Ghoulie gently stroked the clothes in his hand, raised his eyes, and said, "Then I just try this dress." The shopkeeper heard this, and immediately waved to the maid standing respectfully beside him, and ordered loudly, "Take the girl to the fitting room." The maid hurriedly walked to Ghoulie, bowed slightly, and said politely with a professional smile on her face, "Miss, please follow me." Ghoulie looked at Xianxi and the others. "You guys are busy, don't worry about me." Until she finished speaking, she followed the maid slowly to the fitting room at the back of the store. Seeing this, Xianxi frowned slightly, with a bit of respect in his tone. "Miss, don't worry, our duty is to protect you. Please don't make things difficult for us." Ghoulie seemed to have heard nothing, and did not give any response, and walked straight into the fitting room. Seeing this, the maid subconsciously followed in. Seeing this, Ghoulie immediately stopped her. "I can change myself." "Yes." The maid didn't dare to disobey, so she had to respond, slowly retreated, and then quietly stood guard at the door of the fitting room. As soon as the door closed, Ghoulie silently called the little Tang in her hand in her heart, and transmitted the voice, "Take me away." The voice of the little Tang sounded in Ghoulie's mind, with a trace of helplessness and worry. "Master, those people outside are very strong, I am afraid that my breath can't be concealed." Ghoulie pondered for a moment, and had a plan in his mind, and hurriedly said, "Xiao Tingzi, you use the power of space to wrap me and Xiao Tung, just a quarter of an hour." Xiao Tingzi's space power is extremely special. As long as it is covered, as long as the other party is not a high-level formation master, it is not easy to find them. Xiao Tingzi responded without hesitation, "No problem." As soon as the voice fell, a soft white light instantly emanated from Ghoulie's body, like a trickle, spreading rapidly, covering Ghoulie and Xiao Tung's bodies tightly. The little vine felt the white light wrapping around it, and immediately slid down from Ghoulie's wrist, stretched slightly in the air, and instantly became a little bigger. Its slender vines, like a flexible arm, gently wrapped Ghoulie's body tightly. Then, it took Ghoulie and plunged into the ground like a sharp arrow. After entering the underground, it randomly chose a direction in the intricate strata and fled away at lightning speed. A quarter of an hour passed slowly, and there was still no movement in the fitting room. The maid guarding the door gradually had a trace of doubt in her heart. She leaned forward slightly and whispered to the fitting room, "Girl, do you need my help?" However, there was no response from inside, as if there was a dead silence. Chapter 374. The maid stood quietly outside the fitting room. Time passed quietly, but she never got a response from Ghoulie. Her beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly, and the uneasiness in her heart became stronger like a tide. She paused, raised her voice again, and called again, "Miss, do you need help?" However, the response to her was still deathly silence. The whole space seemed to be shrouded by an invisible oppression, and no one responded to her call. The maid paced back and forth at the door, feeling uneasy. After waiting for a while, she slowly raised her hand and knocked on the door gently. "Miss, I'm coming in." After getting no response, the maid carefully pushed open the door of the fitting room. The sound of the door hinge turning was particularly clear in this silent atmosphere. She looked inside, and saw that there was no one inside, only the dark red dress just now was left hanging there alone. Her face turned pale instantly, and she shouted, "Oh no, the girl is missing!" This shout was like thunder in the sky. Hearing the maid's voice, Xuanqi and others rushed over from all directions. Their footsteps were hurried and chaotic, with a hint of panic. Seeing the empty fitting room, Xuanqi's eyes instantly became sharp and cold, and he asked, "What's going on?" The maid's face was full of panic, and her voice was a little crying, "I don't know either. The girl has been silent inside. I opened the door, and there was no one inside." Xuanqi turned his head suddenly, and looked at the shopkeeper, with a strong suspicion and questioning in his eyes. "Did you do it?" The shopkeeper was already scared and pale, and his body was shaking slightly. He waved his hands and said, "We don't know what happened. It was not arranged by me." He knew that the girl in front of him seemed to be a very important person. If she disappeared from his shop, he would be dead. Xuanqi snorted coldly, "It's better not you, otherwise you're dead." The shopkeeper knelt down with a plop, almost begging, "Give me 100 guts, and I won't dare to harm the people of the Demon Palace." Xuanqi ignored him, and looked at his subordinates beside him, with an unquestionable command in his eyes, "Send someone to find her. The girl must be found." "Yes." The others quickly split up, and disappeared in all directions. Xuanqi slowly walked into the empty fitting room, his eyes full of regret. He thought to himself that he should not have brought her out earlier. He carefully checked around, but found that there were no obvious traces around, and everything seemed so calm and natural. However, when his eyes fell on the ground, he found some soil that was slowly backfilling. He squatted down, picked up some and smelled it, but did not find anything unusual. He already knew how the girl disappeared. Someone must have taken her away from underground, but he had no way to go underground and search along the way. The person who could take her away quietly under their noses must be stronger than all of them. Thinking that the girl had the power of the Demon King in her body, he felt a little relieved and thought that the girl's life should not be in danger. However, they lost the girl, and the Lord would definitely not forgive them. They must find a way to make up for it. He never thought that Ghoulie escaped by herself. After all, her cultivation was so low, and in his opinion, she could not do it at all. At the same time, in the dark world underground, Xiao Tung and Ghoulie were still running hard. Finally, in an inconspicuous place on the ground, a small vine slowly emerged. It was like a cautious scout, carefully exploring the front, back, left and right. After there was no one around, it took Ghoulie out of the ground. Xiao Tang took back her vines, and released Ghoulie from the dark underground world. Ghoulie patted the non-existent dust on his body, and then began to look around. He saw dense trees, and various strange magic grasses all around. Xiao Tung spoke first, with a hint of confusion in his voice, "Master, where are we?" Ghoulie shook her head and said helplessly, "I don't know either." She had never been here before, so it would be strange if she knew. She knew that she was in the demon world and danger could come at any time. So, she quickly switched the spiritual veins in her body to the magic veins. In an instant, the pure spiritual energy that originally emanated from her body disappeared, replaced by a continuous flow of demonic energy. The demonic energy lingered around her, as if she was covered with a layer of protective gauze. After sensing the location of the natal lock in her body, Ghoulie took a pill, changed her clothes, and ran quickly in one direction. Time passed quickly. Half a month later, outside a tea shop in a small town in the Star River wasteland, a handsome young man was sitting on a chair drinking tea. His face was extremely handsome, and his black clothes moved with the wind, exuding a unique charm. The little bird chirped and complained in the space, "Master, why don't you let me take you to fly? otherwise we would have arrived long ago. Gu Li gently put down the teacup, with a trace of caution in his eyes. This is the demon realm. You will attract more attention if you come out. And Cie had seen her contracted beast, although the demon realm is vast, and it is not certain that he will encounter it. But it is better to be safe than sorry. Besides, if a demon beast like Xiaokazi appears here, it will really look particularly abrupt and easily cause unnecessary trouble. The sun shines on the corner of the tea shop. Xiao Tung curiously stretches out a thin vine and approaches the teacup like Gu Li, gently touching the edge of the cup, as if trying to imitate the action of drinking tea. It is a demon plant. There are many demon plants in the demon realm. It is not afraid of being suspected by others. Gu Li took a short rest at the tea table. After a short nap, she woke up and rubbed her sleepy eyes. She was about to pay and continue on her way. But at this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind, and then an embarrassed expression appeared on her face. Only then did she realize that she seemed to have no universal currency in the demon world. In this strange demon world, you can't move without money. Gu Li whispered, "Little Tung, why don't you go steal some money?" Little Tung shook the vines, as if shaking her head, and replied in a voice transmission, "Master, other people's money is kept in the space. How can I steal it?" Gu Li heard this, and the corners of her mouth twitched unconsciously, and she secretly complained in her heart. She knew in her heart that in this situation, she might have to drink the king tea. There are many other treasures in her space, and those treasures are valuable in the human world. But in the demon world, they are like waste and cannot be used at all. Chapter 375. She gritted her teeth and finally took out a pill from her storage bag and paid for it with some pain. This magic pill was extremely precious to her. After all, the materials needed to refine the magic pill were extremely rare in the demon realm. Even if she could refine it, the lack of materials made it difficult for her to refine it in large quantities. The shopkeeper took the pill, and his eyes lit up instantly, his face full of excitement and surprise. Under the shopkeeper's excited gaze, Gu Li left. Gu Li did not use the sound transmission note to contact her friends. After all, this was the demon realm, which was completely different from where they had been before. The key factor for activating the runes they had refined before was spiritual power, but now in the demon realm, the surrounding magic environment and spiritual power conflicted with each other, and she could not gather enough spiritual power to activate the runes. Naturally, there was no way to contact her friends through the sound transmission note. At this moment, she could only rely on the vague induction of her life lock to determine the approximate location of her friends. At the same time, in a dark and oppressive base in the demon world, Ensai was sitting on a chair listening to his subordinate's reports. As his subordinate's stuttering and trembling words continued to reach his ears, his face became more and more ugly, like the sky before a storm, with dark clouds piling up and dark as if to press down. "You bunch of rubbish. Who told you to take the people out?" The anger in Ensai's heart was like surging magma, rolling violently in his chest, and it seemed that he was about to erupt. I don't know what he thought of. Ensai suddenly stood up from the chair, turned around and was about to go back to find someone. Xiao Yuan, who was standing by, saw him getting up and about to leave, and shouted, "Master, you must not leave now." Ensai's brows were tightly knitted into the shape of a Chuan character. Xiao Yuan saw that Ensai was not moved by his words at all, and still looked like he was going to leave regardless of everything. He hurriedly advised again, "Master, the red demon has become more and more arrogant in recent years. Take this opportunity to clean them up. I'm afraid they will seize the territory in the future." After all, he had occupied a small part of the territory of another demon king before, and this time he dared to come directly to the demon palace to make trouble. Ensai glared at him impatiently, and that look seemed to have substantial attack power, which made Xiao Yuan unconsciously take a small step back. Just when the stalemate was at a standstill, Xiao Qianxiao, who had been standing by and observing silently, rolled his eyes quickly a few times. He slowly said, "Master, Yuming Valley was Miss Qinglan's favorite place in the past." When Ensai heard this, his heart seemed to be hit hard by something. Qinglan's face instantly appeared in his mind, but the next moment, his head hurt, and the picture in his mind disappeared again. Damn it! He gritted his teeth. Then he looked at the two of them. Send the message back, and send more capable people to find her. Make sure to find her back unscathed. Yes! Xiao Yuan and Xiao Qianxiao heard Ensai's words, and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Su Yan originally looked a little tired and worried, but at this inadvertent moment, he seemed to have noticed something, and his face instantly bloomed with a look of surprise and joy. Excitedly shouted, "Arya's approaching us." The voice was full of uncontrollable excitement and joy. The rest of the people were shocked when they heard his sudden announcement, and they quickly followed his instructions and looked inward at the life lock in their bodies. The life lock was trembling slightly at this moment, emitting strands of light, as if transmitting some exciting signal. After Mu Yunqi carefully sensed it, a light of surprise flashed in her eyes, and she said, "And it is approaching quickly, which means that Ari must have known that we are coming. Not only that, she also escaped." Lin Yuchen was happy when he heard this. But then he thought of his own predicament, and turned his head to look at the people outside who were searching like wolves. He sighed helplessly, and said with a bitter face, "But we are trapped here and can't get out at all. What should we do?" Mu Yunqi also looked outside with his gaze, frowning. She knew that although the formation she had set up was exquisite, it was like an invisible cage that trapped them tightly. This formation could not be moved. Once they stepped out of the range of the formation, their figures would be revealed without reservation, and they would inevitably become living targets for those searchers. Shi Zihan lowered his eyes, and said, "We are still too weak." Feng Wuhan saw that everyone was in a low mood, so he stepped forward and patted Shi Zihan on the shoulder, encouraging him, "Don't say discouraging words. Yunqi, you should set up a few more formations in the formation ball first, and we will rush out with the concealment talisman. If we are unfortunately discovered, we can hide in the formation." After hearing what Feng Wuhan said, Mu Yunqi frowned slightly, and said with some concern, "It is possible, but once we encounter a more powerful demon clan, these god-level formations may not be able to play a big role. At that time, we will still be in an extremely dangerous situation." As she spoke, she bit her lips subconsciously, but her hands had already started to move. Suiyun waved his hand nonchalantly, with a resolute look in his eyes, and said, "It doesn't matter, I have a lot of defensive aura. Even if I have to bear it, I can bear it for a while." At this moment, he just wanted to see Ali as soon as possible, and he didn't know if that hateful man bullied her. Thinking of this, a barely perceptible chill flashed in his eyes, and he was obviously dissatisfied with the man. "Okay." Seeing that he was so determined, Mu Yunqi felt a little more confident. After nodding, he quickly took out the formation stone and formation ball, and concentrated on carefully arranging the god-level concealment formations in the formation ball. As Mu Yunqi continued to arrange the formation in her hands, the air around her seemed to become heavy, and there was a faint energy fluctuation in the air. Lin Yuchen helped to pass the formation materials on the side. Time passed by minute, and in 3 days, Mu Yunqi finally arranged the last god-level hidden formation. She wiped the fine beads of sweat on her forehead, and breathed a sigh of relief. "It's done." She arranged a total of 5 god-level hidden formations. After the formation was completed, they did not leave immediately, but waited for Mu Yunqi to adjust her state to the peak state. After all, they were still very weak in arranging so many formations in this environment, and 5 was already her limit. After another day of rest, the few people looked at each other, and ran out of the range of the formation. Chapter 376. The dark demon realm was filled with a strange and oppressive atmosphere. Looking at the towering wall in front of them, several people stopped involuntarily. This wall seemed to rise from the 9 nether hell, revealing a chilling gloom. Suiyun frowned, his eyes full of irritation and confusion, and couldn't help complaining, "What kind of hell is this place, building such a high wall?" Lin Yuchen frowned slightly, with a hint of hesitation on his face. "Go back?" Shi Zihan's eyes flashed with a trace of determination, and he took a step forward without hesitation, and spit out 2 words, "Blow it up." Suiyun grabbed him. "Are you crazy? With such a big noise, it seems that it is not so easy to blow it up. What if people are attracted here?" Shi Zihan frowned, his eyes full of impatience. "Do we have to waste time here? They have been in the demon realm for so long, and Ari ran out by himself, but they can't even get out of this area." Feng Wuhan raised his head slightly, and looked at Mu Yunqi, with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. "Yunqi, can the teleportation array teleport you?" Mu Yunqi slowly raised her head, and looked at the endless wall, feeling a little helpless. "I'm not sure where I land. I might teleport out, or I might teleport back." She was really unfamiliar with the environment here, and had no way of determining the exact location of the other side of the teleportation array. Shi Zihan frowned and gritted his teeth. "If I teleport back, I can blow up people if I meet them. If I can't kill them, I can delay some time." Mu Yunqi thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay, I set up a 2-stage teleportation array. If you teleport to the wrong place, you can delay some time for me to activate the array." She remembered that the first time she and Gu Li worked together at Lingtian Academy, they set up 2 teleportation arrays, but since then they used fewer teleportation arrays, they never set them up again. She frowned slightly and said with some concern, "I may not have enough magic energy." With such a low level of cultivation, it would be difficult for her to set up 2 god-level teleportation arrays by herself. She couldn't absorb magic energy, and could only rely on the magic energy absorbed by the magic pill, which made it difficult to maintain the construction of a formation. Okay. Several people agreed without hesitation. Feng Wuhan didn't hesitate at all, and directly gave her part of his magic pill, with firmness and trust in his eyes. At the same time, at the junction of Yuming Valley, the atmosphere was as tense as a bowstring about to break. Tens of thousands of demon soldiers were lined up in an orderly manner, and the two sides confronted each other, with murderous intent. The leader was the red demon Chi Fengxiao that Gu Li and the others had seen. This person exuded an evil aura, and his eyes were full of greed and ambition. On the other side was Ensai, who stood tall and straight, exuding the aura of a king. Chi Fengxiao raised his lips slightly, revealing a half-smile, with a tone of obvious provocation. Master Demon King, how are you? Although it was a respectful title, there was no respect in his tone and expression. Ensai sneered, his eyes showing endless disdain. A waste dares to talk to me like this. Chi Fengxiao was not annoyed, and said faintly, Waste? If it were 1,000 years ago, I might still be afraid of you. In order to save a woman, you dispersed all your cultivation. Do you think you can still be my opponent after practicing again? Xiao Qianxiao couldn't help but angrily scolded, God's lackey. Do you have the right to speak here? Chi Fengxiu's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. He launched a powerful attack toward Xiao Qianxiao, and the attack was accompanied by the sound of whistling wind, like a ferocious beast. Ensai frowned. A hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes, and raised his hand to disperse the attack. Chi Fengxiao was not surprised that the power was dispersed. He didn't think that he could really hurt the people around Ensai. This was just a test for him. Chi Fengxiu's eyes flashed with greed. Give me the position of Demon King. After all, your heart is not in the demon realm, right? Ensai looked at him sarcastically. Give it to you? Can you hold it firmly? Chi Fengxiao narrowed his eyes slightly. So the Demon King is unwilling. Ensai looked at him coldly. Only I don't want it, and no one can snatch it from me. Just as he finished speaking, the atmosphere between the two forces became extremely tense. The soldiers clenched their weapons in their hands. The air was filled with strong murderous intent, and the war was about to start. At this critical moment, a dazzling light lit up between the two forces, like daylight. The light seemed to contain a mysterious and powerful power that made it impossible to look directly at it. When the light faded, 5 people appeared on the field, Suiyun and his group. Suiyun's face was full of excitement, and his eyes flashed with excitement. We seem to be out. His voice broke the tense and depressing atmosphere. However, no one responded to him. Feng Wuhan reached out and tugged at his sleeve, tilting his head slightly, motioning him to look up. Suiyun followed his gaze, and his face turned pale instantly. He couldn't help but swear, Fuck, we are surrounded. Mu Yunqi was quick-witted and reacted almost instantly. Just as she was about to activate the formation again, she suddenly felt a powerful force, like an invisible shackle, locking her tightly. She couldn't move her body, let alone activate the teleportation formation again. Shi Zihan felt a headache, and the scene in front of him seemed familiar. The difference was that this time, there were enemies like wolves and tigers all around, and those pairs of hostile eyes, like sharp blades, stabbed at them in unison. Chi Fengxiu's eyes swept over them, and suddenly his pupils shrank, and the muscles on his face twisted instantly, revealing a gritting look. He said viciously, You are those people from Lanfeng continent. His voice was full of anger and resentment, as if these words were squeezed out from between his teeth. Thinking of the past, Chi Fengxiu's anger was like a volcanic eruption that was difficult to contain. If it weren't for the trouble of the few of them, his carefully planned plan would not have been ruined. It only took thousands of years for him to use his own means to completely turn the low-level Lanfeng continent in his eyes into his own possession, and make it his territory to control at will. However, just as he was moving towards his goal step by step, these young people who suddenly appeared disrupted all his plans. Their appearance was like a sudden storm, which instantly broke down the building of his carefully built plan. Lin Yuchen felt as if his whole body was fixed, unable to move at all, only his head could barely turn. Chapter 377. He shook his head quickly, his face full of innocence. No, you've made a mistake. Chi Fengxiu's eyes were full of suspicion, staring at them closely, questioning, Why are you here? He noticed that they were actually emitting demonic energy, which made him alert instantly, and secretly guessed in his heart that this might be a trap set by Ncie. Suiyun's eyes accidentally swept to Ncie on the other side, and suddenly his eyes widened, and he was furious, and shouted loudly, You dog man, Give Ali back to us. Looking for death. Xiao Qianqiao saw that an ant dared to insult his master like this. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and when he raised his hand, a powerful spiritual power instantly condensed, like a roaring beast, rushing towards Su Yun, determined to wipe him out instantly. Seeing this, Mu Yunqi and others subconsciously stepped forward to block Su Yun. However, their bodies were restrained and unable to move. They could only watch the deadly attack approaching. Mu Yunqi was a little anxious. Stupid, Ari has escaped. Su Yun reacted at this moment, his face froze instantly, and he said awkwardly, "Ah, I forgot." "Stop." And Sai shouted coldly. He waved his arm, and a powerful force instantly surged out, accurately stopping Xiao Qianqiao, who was about to take action. Xiao Qianqiao looked puzzled, looked at Sai, and asked doubtfully, "Master, do you know them?" And Sai looked at the 5 people opposite, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that they could actually chase to the demon realm. He frowned slightly, looked at his men around him, and whispered, "Take those human people back while the chaos is going on." Xiao Yuan looked at the 5 people with low cultivation over there, his face full of confusion, and asked doubtfully, "Human race? Aren't they demons?" And Cie frowned, and said in an unquestionable tone, "Do as you say." "Yes." Xiao Yuan responded quickly. And Cie looked at the weak, but real demonic energy emanating from their bodies, and thought secretly in his heart. In addition to those who have the divine and demonic dual veins, only the elixir researched by Qinglan can do this. A trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. People with dual veins still have a chance to be reborn. Could it be that Qinglan is still alive, but Qinglan's reincarnation failed to be born successfully 1,000 years ago? Does he really have a chance to live? The more Cie thought about it, the more he felt it was possible, and the excitement in his heart became more and more difficult to suppress. "Are you done?" Qi Fengxiao, who was left aside, had a gloomy face like the bottom of a pot. A few little characters in the initial stage of the spirit realm actually dared to ignore him. Did they really think that this was the Lafeng continent where they could do whatever they wanted? Lin Yuchen felt desperate, and said with tears in his eyes, "It's over. We are going to die before we even see Ari." But there was a trace of determination in his eyes. Even if it happened again, he would never regret coming to the demon world. Qi Fengxiao was too lazy to talk nonsense with them, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a majestic black demonic energy roared towards them like a ferocious dragon. Wherever it passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, making bursts of harsh sounds. This attack contained Qi Fengxiao's powerful magic power, which was enough to wipe them out instantly. Looking at the powerful demonic energy coming towards them, they wanted to hide, but couldn't move at all, and could only watch death approach step by step. Just when the evil spirit was about to hit them, Sai moved. He raised his hand and waved it, and a brilliant silver light instantly bloomed, as dazzling as the sun. This light contained his supreme power as the Demon King, and collided with Qi Fengxiao's black evil spirit. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, and the two powerful forces collided with each other, erupting with a deafening roar. The black evil spirit and the silver light intertwined to form a huge energy vortex. Seeing this, Qi Fengxiao's face changed slightly, and he was secretly shocked. "I didn't expect Sai to take action for these humans." He snorted coldly. "I didn't expect that the dignified Demon King would actually save a few humans." Noisy. Sai spit out 2 words coldly, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot, like a ghost. The next second, he appeared in front of Qi Fengxiao, and the powerful evil spirit was like a surging tide, hitting Qi Fengxiao's face fiercely. This attack was so fast and powerful that it caught people off guard. Qi Fengxiao's pupils shrank sharply, and a strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. He quickly mobilized all his strength, and condensed a layer of black shield in front of him. This shield flashed with a strange light, and wisps of demonic energy flowed on the surface, trying to resist Sai's attack. However, Sai's attack was too powerful. The surging demonic energy was like a sharp axe, slashing fiercely on Qi Fengxiao's shield. With a loud bang, the shield shattered instantly, turning into countless black fragments and dissipating in the air. Qi Fengxiao was knocked out, drew a long arc in the air, and fell heavily to the ground. His body plowed a deep gully on the ground, and smoke and dust filled the air. As Qi Fengxiao was knocked away, the power that controlled Mu Yunqi and the others also disappeared. Mu Yunqi saw this opportunity and activated the teleportation array again without hesitation. The teleportation array flashed and emitted a strong suction force, trying to take them away. At this moment, she no longer cared where she would be teleported to next time. In her opinion, Anywhere was better than staying here. After all, here, any soldier had the strength to completely defeat them. At the moment when Insai took action, the two sides fought each other in an instant as if a fuse had been lit. Shouts, weapons clashing, and spiritual power bursts intertwined and resounded throughout the battlefield. The demon soldiers rushed towards each other like a tide, and launched a fierce fight. Xiao Yuan took advantage of the chaos on the battlefield and flashed like a black lightning, rushing towards Su Yun and the others. His speed was extremely fast, and he came to them in the blink of an eye. He reached out and grabbed Su Yun and the others who wanted to escape. Mu Yunqi watched the light of the teleportation array gradually dim, and the anger and helplessness in her heart erupted like a volcano. She was so angry that her teeth were about to break. They were just a little bit away from being successfully teleported. Qi Fengxiao had some unbelievable looks in his eyes. He never thought that Insai, who had dispersed all his cultivation, would now cultivate his strength so quickly. He stabilized his body and gritted his teeth and said, "I didn't expect you to cultivate your strength so quickly." Insai snorted coldly, "Rubbish." Before he finished speaking, his figure flashed like a ghost and attacked Qi Fengxiao again. Chapter 378. He turned into a dazzling silver stream of light, cutting through the dark sky, so fast that it was almost impossible to catch his trace. Qi Fengxiao did not dare to be careless, and quickly circulated his magic power. A thick layer of black magic energy surrounded his body, like a burning black flame. Two figures, one silver and one black, kept intersecting and colliding in the air, like two bright meteors colliding fiercely in the night sky. The silver light and the black magic energy intertwined with each other, bursting out dazzling light and deafening roars. Every collision caused the space to fluctuate violently, as if the whole world was trembling. Their figures kept flickering and changing in the air, sometimes flying high, sometimes diving rapidly, dazzling people, and it was impossible to see their movements clearly. No one knew how many moves they had made. Only the silver and black light in the sky kept flickering, and the roar of the collision continued. On the battlefield filled with blood and war, Xiao Yuan handed Lin Yuchen and others to a soldier with a stern face. He said in a low and majestic voice, "Guard them, don't let them die." The soldier stood tall and straightened his back immediately, and answered loudly, "Yes." Xiao Yuan just glanced at everyone lightly, then turned around without hesitation, strode towards the center of the battlefield, and instantly merged into the crowd fighting fiercely with other enemies. The strength of these people is too weak, even the lowest level of demons can hardly compete. In Xiao Yuan's view, they have no ability to escape at all, so there is no need to worry too much. Lin Yuchen had a grin on his face, his eyes rolling around, looking at the soldier guarding them, and said, "Brother, aren't you all of the same race? Why are you fighting among your own people?" The soldier's face turned cold, he glanced at him, and said stiffly, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Lin Yuchen curled his lips, and muttered softly, "Stingy guy." Mu Yunqi, who was standing aside, observed the surrounding environment calmly. They were at the edge of the battlefield at the moment, and there were fierce fighting sounds, weapons clashing, and shouting and killing sounds coming from there. The chaotic scene made almost no one notice the situation on their side. Mu Yunqi's heart moved, and suddenly she frowned, with a dignified look, and shouted loudly, "How dare you? Do you know what our relationship with him is?" After that, she raised her hand high and pointed at Insai, who was fighting fiercely with Qi Fengxiao. The soldier was startled by this sudden scolding, and was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that this seemingly weak woman would dare to scold him so loudly. But hearing her strong tone, the soldier couldn't help but waver. Could it be that they really have some friendship with the master? Thinking of this, a trace of hesitation flashed in the soldier's eyes, and he asked cautiously, "Who are you?" Mu Yunqi raised her chin slightly, with a proud face. "We are friends with your master. How dare you talk to us in this way?" Su Yun and others were also shocked by Mu Yunqi's sudden move at first, and they didn't expect her to do this. But they reacted very quickly, and soon understood Mu Yunqi's intentions, and immediately cooperated. Su Yun also said in a pretentious manner, "Why? Is this how you treat your master's friends?" The soldier's eyes were full of suspicion, and he looked them up and down. "How come I never knew that Lord Demon Emperor had friends?" Shi Zihan's mouth corner slightly raised, and he sneered, "You know everything about him?" The soldier was stunned again, and after thinking carefully, he felt that what they said seemed to make some sense. "I am just an insignificant little person, and it is difficult for me to even see Lord Demon Emperor on weekdays. I really know very little about Lord Demon Emperor's affairs." The soldier was a little unsure in his heart, and asked again uncertainly, "Are you really friends of Lord Demon Emperor?" Mu Yunqi looked certain, "Then why else would we appear here, And why would your master ask you to protect us? The soldier scratched his head and said, "It was Lord Xiao Yuan who asked me to guard you." Mu Yunqi snorted disdainfully. Is there any difference? Isn't Xiao Yuan also following the orders of Lord Demon Emperor? The soldier slapped his head and suddenly realized. Yes. Without the order from Lord Demon Emperor, who can command Xiao Yuan to protect the law. Thinking of this, the soldier hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize the great man. Please forgive me, sirs. Mu Yunqi frowned and said impatiently, Let's go. The soldier looked puzzled. Where are you going? Mu Yunqi pointed to the wounds of all sizes on his body and said unhappily, Of course we are going to heal the wounds. Don't you see that we are all wounded? The soldier looked at them and saw that they were indeed covered with wounds, some deep and some shallow, and blood-stained, but he was still a little hesitant. But without the order from the sirs, Mu Yunqi glared at him unhappily. Then what are we doing here? Our mission here has been completed. The soldier looked curious. What mission? Mu Yunqi glanced at him coldly, imitating his previous tone, and said, Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. The soldier hurriedly lowered his head to admit his mistake, looking very terrified. Sui Yun secretly gave Mu Yunqi a thumbs up in a place where the soldier couldn't see, with praise in his eyes. Mu Yunqi raised her eyebrows slightly, secretly feeling lucky. Fortunately, most of the people in the demon clan are slow to react, and they can easily get away with it by using some tricks to coax them. In fact, she didn't speak rashly. She had seen records about the demon clan in ancient books before, and knew that most of the demon clan had low IQs, and only a few outstanding ones had higher wisdom. She just wanted to give it a try, but she didn't expect it to be successful. The soldier said cautiously, Please rest in our tent first. I will find a magician to heal your wounds. Mu Yunqi raised her head and put on a superior attitude. Lead the way. On the battlefield filled with billowing smoke and shouting and killing, Ensai and Qi Fengxiao were in a fierce battle. At this time, Ensai was completely unaware of the series of events that happened between Mu Yunqi and others, and the guards not far behind him. He stared at Qi Fengxiao in front of him with a look of disdain. In his eyes, Qi Fengxiao was just a piece of trash. However, the reality made him unable to despise this battle. Chapter 379. 1,000 years ago, his cultivation was completely gone, like a bright star falling in an instant. After that, he wasted another 100 years before he regained his spirits and started practicing again. In order to avenge Qinglan, he broke into the god realm from time to time for 1,000 years, harvesting the lives of the people of the god clan with fierce means. On this long road of revenge, he experienced countless fierce battles, and his body was covered with old wounds of various sizes, and each scar carried a cruel past. What's more difficult is that he was also poisoned by the god clan's red fire poison. This red fire poison is like a carbuncle attached to the bone, lurking in his body, erupting from time to time, corroding his body, and weakening his strength. At this moment, fighting with Qi Fengxiao, and Cia Yi did not dare to be too careless. The confrontation between Qi Fengxiao and Cia Yi became more and more intense, and every collision seemed to make the world tremble. During the fight between Qi Fengxiao and Ensai, the shock in his heart was like a surging tide, one wave after another. He thought to himself that he was worthy of being the man who could replace Nailin Yin as the new demon king. After only practicing for a few hundred years, his strength was still firmly above his own. However, Qi Fengxiao was not afraid of this. Before that, the god clan sent a message to inform him that Ensai was seriously injured and his injuries could not be healed. It was because of this news that he could not wait to bring forward the plan to replace Ensai. The battle became more and more intense, and Ensai's offensive was as fierce as a storm. He saw his figure shaking, and his sharp fist wind carrying the momentum of destroying the world whistled towards Qi Fengxiao. Qi Fengxiao could not dodge in time, and was blown away by this powerful force. Like a kite with a broken string, he hit the rows of towering trees heavily. The sound of tree trunks breaking came one after another, wood chips flew, and dust flew. Damn it, you destroyed Qingqing's favorite place. Ensai's face suddenly darkened, like a dark cloud before a storm, so dark that it made people shudder. Before he finished speaking, his figure appeared in front of Qi Fengxiao like a ghost, and the silver power gathered in his hands, like a meteor about to explode, and slammed towards Qi Fengxiao fiercely. Qi Fengxiao's pupils shrank sharply, and a strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. He didn't have time to think about it, and his figure flew back as fast as lightning, and every movement was accompanied by an extreme sense of urgency. The silver power brushed against the corner of his clothes and brought a sharp sound of wind. Bang! There was a loud noise, as if the whole world trembled. The huge residual power spread around like a surging wave. The soldiers who were closer to them were like fallen leaves swept by the wind, and they were knocked unconscious one after another, falling to the ground in all directions. Qi Fengxiao looked at the huge pit on the ground with lingering fear. The land at the bottom of the pit was scorched black by the high temperature, and wisps of green smoke were rising. If that blow had really hit him, he would have been seriously injured, and might even lose his ability to fight. Didn't Ensai get seriously injured? Why is he still so strong? Are those people from the God clan lying to me? Qi Fengxiao's heart was full of doubts and uneasiness. But he couldn't think too much at this moment, because after Ensai missed the first blow, he attacked him again without thinking. Ensai knew that time was running out, and he couldn't drag it on like this. His old wounds and red poison could break out at any time, and every minute and every second was bad for him. Seeing Ensai rushing over again, Qi Fengxiao gritted his teeth and raised his strength to the extreme. A thick layer of black light appeared around his body, which was the concentration of all his strength. He roared, and quickly stepped forward like a tiger descending from the mountain, and started a fierce battle with Ensai again. At this time on the battlefield, it seemed the time had stopped for the battle between the two. The other demon soldiers knew the danger of this battle, and retreated far away, not daring to get close. The people on Ensai's side also quickly evacuated the battlefield under Xiao Qianqiu's order. This place has become the exclusive stage of the two strong men, and others cannot participate in it at all. The figures of the two people flashed on the battlefield, punching to the flesh, and swords shining. Every collision burst out with dazzling light, and every attack carried the power to destroy the world. Their battle lasted from day to night, and from night to the dawn of the next day. After a whole day of fighting, it was still difficult to determine the winner. Qi Fengxiao's initial fear of Ensai gradually turned into ecstasy, because he keenly felt that Ensai's speed was getting slower and slower, and the power of his attacks was getting weaker and weaker. It was obvious that Ensai's old injuries were flaring up, or that the red poison was beginning to erode his body. Qi Fengxiao secretly calculated in his heart that if this continued, it would not take long for him to completely defeat Ensai and replace him as the new demon king. As for the other three demon kings, he did not take them seriously at all. With the secret help of the gods, his cultivation had already made great progress. Even if the three demon kings joined forces, they were just ants in his eyes. At that time, they would definitely respect him as the king. Although Ensai's physical condition was getting worse, the double torture of old injuries and red poison made his movements gradually slow, and his strength was constantly fading. But he still looked stern and fought with Qi Fengxiao in an orderly manner. The battle continued to be stalemate, and the power in Ensai's body was somewhat uncontrollably rioting. The power was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, running rampant in his meridians, stirring up his internal organs. He clenched his teeth and tried to suppress this chaotic power. Veins on his forehead bulged, and beads of sweat kept rolling down. However, this power was too strong, and gradually, he was somewhat powerless. A trace of bright red blood slowly overflowed from the corner of his mouth, which was particularly dazzling on his pale face. Qi Fengxiao had been staring at Ensai's every move, and keenly captured his flaw. A glimmer of excitement and greed flashed in his eyes. He seized this excellent opportunity without hesitation and condensed a black demonic energy. This evil spirit was like a ferocious beast, carrying the power to destroy everything, and hit Ensai fiercely. Ensai was unable to dodge, and was hit hard by this evil spirit. His body fell rapidly from the air, and fell heavily to the ground. Dust flew, and a deep pit was smashed into the ground. Lord Demon King. Seeing this, everyone in the demon palace shouted in worry. They were anxious and wanted to rush up to save Ensai at all costs. However, Xiao Qianqiu's scolding was like a thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. Stop right there, don't go over. Chapter 380. Hearing this harsh rebuke, everyone stopped, their faces full of reluctance. But they knew that Xiao Qianqiu's orders could not be disobeyed, and Qianqiao's guardian did not take action, which might mean that there was still hope. They could only anxiously look at the direction where Ensai fell. And the people on Qi Fengxiao's side cheered and jumped for joy. What a bullshit demon king, this position is mine now. Qi Fengxiao sneered arrogantly, his face full of pride and arrogance. He couldn't wait to give Ensai a fatal blow, completely end this battle, and ascend to the supreme position of Demon King. He saw his hands quickly forming seals and muttering something. In an instant, a huge black storm condensed in his palm, like a roaring beast, sweeping towards Ensai, who was motionless on the ground with its fangs and claws. Everyone watched this scene nervously, as if time had frozen at this moment. The air seemed to be sucked out, and it was so oppressive that people couldn't breathe. Just when the black storm was about to swallow NCIE, suddenly, a powerful and frightening demonic energy erupted from NCIE's body like a volcanic eruption. This demonic energy directly dissolved all the power of Qi Fengxiao's black storm with overwhelming force. The powerful impact caused the surrounding ground to crack, and cracks spread like spider webs. NCIE slowly flew from the ground to the air, with a strange red light burning in his eyes, as if it was the fire from hell, exuding a chilling breath. These eyes were full of anger and murderous intent, like two sharp blades, piercing Qi Fengxiao directly. Seeing this scene, Qi Fengxiao's body trembled involuntarily. The powerful aura emanating from inside made him feel a deep fear in his heart. The pride and arrogance just now disappeared without a trace, replaced by endless panic and anxiety. Xiao Yuan and Xiao Qianxiao witnessed the fierce battle between Insai and Qi Fengxiao, and the strings in their hearts that had been tense were slightly relaxed. Xiao Yuan's face was solemn, and he slowly turned around and looked at the neatly arranged demon soldiers behind him. He took a deep breath, circulated the majestic spiritual power in his body, and let the voice spread like a huge bell. Everyone withdraw 100 miles away. The voice echoed on the battlefield with unquestionable majesty. After speaking, he and Xiao Qianxiao flashed, like two black lightnings, and rushed towards the distance first. Seeing that the two guardians had already evacuated, the other demon soldiers dared not hesitate at all, and quickly followed. For a moment, the sound of footsteps and fluttering clothes intertwined. The demon soldiers on Qi Fengxiao's side were originally concentrating on the battlefield. At this moment, they saw more than 10,000 people on the other side fleeing like a tide in the blink of an eye. They looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. Did they run away because they saw their master lose? A demon soldier couldn't help but muttered in a low voice. On the other side, Xiao Qianxiao suddenly thought of Mu Yunqi and others when he was evacuating. The position he was in just now was not far from Mu Yunqi and others. With his profound cultivation, he naturally heard their previous conversation clearly. But at that time, he was concentrating on the situation on the battlefield, and was too lazy to pay attention to these trivial matters. At this moment, he flashed and returned to their camp like a ghost. Before Mu Yunqi and the others could figure out a way to leave, Xiao Qianxiao waved his hand, and several soldiers from the demon palace rushed forward like wolves and tigers, picked them up directly, and ran quickly in the direction of evacuation. Sui Yun was confused by this sudden move, and his eyes widened, full of disbelief. These people finished fighting so quickly? Lin Yuchen struggled desperately, and shouted loudly, "Let me go." Xiao Qianxiao frowned, his eyes instantly became as cold as ice knives, and he shouted coldly, "Shut up! Don't move if you don't want to die." That look seemed to freeze everything. Lin Yuchen felt a chill rising from his spine, and the words on his lips were scared back, and he didn't know what to say. In this way, Mu Yunqi, Lin Yuchen, Sui Yun, Shi Zihan, Feng Wuhan and other 5 people were taken by the people of the demon palace and quickly evacuated this troubled place like fallen leaves in the wind. Soon, their doubts were answered. Not long after they left, Ensai, who was still confronting Qi Fengxiao, suddenly seemed to have lost his mind. His eyes turned dark red like blood, and the madness and murderous intent revealed in his eyes made people shudder. He slowly cast his eyes at Qi Fengxiao, and in an instant, Qi Fengxiao felt as if he was bound by an invisible force. His whole body stiffened and unable to move. And this terrifying power did not only affect Qi Fengxiao. All creatures within 100 miles, whether they were demon soldiers or other creatures that were originally hiding near the battlefield, seemed to be cast under a spell of immobilization. Their bodies were firmly imprisoned and unable to move at all. Time goes back to a day ago. Gu Li followed the mysterious guidance of her natal lock and came to the vicinity of the battlefield carefully. From a distance, she saw the dense demon soldiers surging like a black tide. She felt her heart suddenly shrink, as if it stopped beating instantly, because she knew that her friends were not far ahead. The area covered by the flames of war was full of endless dangers for her at this moment. There are so many demons. I'm afraid we will be killed before we get close, Enon said worriedly in the space, looking at the chilling scene outside. Gu Li sighed helplessly, with a depressed face. I'm really speechless. The demon world is so big. How come I meet old acquaintances? One is the Demon King, and the other is the Red Demon King. Both of them have a grudge against her. At this moment, Xia Tingzi's gentle voice sounded in her mind. Master, I can put the power of space on you. As long as you don't use spiritual power and magic energy, it will be difficult for ordinary demons to find you. Gu Li's eyes suddenly lit up, as if she saw a ray of light in the darkness. Come! She didn't even consider going 100 miles away. With her speed, it would take a lot of time, and her friends were in danger at the moment. If something happened, she would regret it. Moreover, she still had a power of NCIE hidden in her body, which might help her resist a fatal attack. Xia Tingzi quickly exerted her ability, and gently put the power of space on Gu Li. In an instant, Gu Li's presence seemed to blend into the surrounding environment, becoming weaker and almost imperceptible. Chapter 381. Gu Li carefully sneaked towards the side of the fighting crowd. Along the way, many demon soldiers noticed her presence, but they just glanced at her casually and ignored her. At this moment, they were fully focused on the situation on the battlefield, and had no time to capture such a seemingly harmless person. In addition, Gu Li's cultivation was low, and in their eyes, she was just an unlucky person who strayed into the battlefield. They just thought she accidentally broke in. After all, their demons did not have such weak soldiers. Gu Li approached the front step by step and carefully. When she finally got halfway around, she finally saw her friends. They were standing between the two groups of people, and the dangerous situation almost scared her to death. Xiao Tung, can we take them away directly in this situation? She anxiously discussed with Xiao Tung in her mind, hoping to drag her friends away from underground. Little Tung responded helplessly, Master, it's not possible. The distance is too far, and there are many strong people around. I will be discovered by them before I get close. Gu Li was anxious, but she had no idea what to do. She could only think about ways to rescue her friends. However, before she could figure it out, she saw NCIE suddenly attack Qi Fengxiao. A powerful force, like a tidal wave, quickly spread out with the two of them as the center. In an instant, tens of thousands of people present were instantly caught in a melee. Shouts of killing and the sound of spiritual power colliding intertwined, forming a terrifying sound wave. Gu Li only felt a huge wave of demonic energy coming at her, like a surging sea wave, almost causing her internal injuries. Fortunately, Enon was working at full capacity in the space, constantly repairing her damaged body. When her body recovered a little, in order to prevent her friends from being affected by the melee, Gu Li was about to take Xiao Tung to take them out during the chaos. But she found that NCIE's people had actually taken them away. Gu Li suddenly felt powerless, and her whole body was numb. She secretly complained in her heart, God is against me. However, she thought about it carefully, and felt a little more at ease. After all, it was better to fall into the hands of NCIE than into the hands of the Red Demon King. She was still useful to NCIE, but the Red Demon King hated them to the core. So Gu Li simply lay on the ground, pretending to be dead, quietly waiting for the end of the battle, and then looking for NCIE. But who could have thought that this battle would last for a day or two? When she saw NCIE suddenly fall down, her heart suddenly rose to her throat. It was not that she was worried about NCIE's safety, but she knew clearly that if NCIE died, she and her friends would have no chance of survival. Fortunately, NCIE quickly stood up from the ground again. But then, she found that everyone in the Demon Palace had run away. Gu Li had no idea what was going on, but her intuition told her that she had to run quickly. However, as soon as she stood up, a suffocating force instantly locked her. Gu Li wanted to cry, but had no tears, and couldn't help but burst out a swear word. Damn, I wouldn't have sneaked in if I had known. Qi Fengxiao looked at Nsai, who had lost his mind, in horror. His dark red eyes seemed to come from the abyss of hell, emitting a chilling murderous intent. He felt a fear he had never experienced before, and subconsciously wanted to retreat and escape from this terrible existence. However, his body seemed to be nailed to the spot, unable to move at all. Nsai slowly raised his slender and bony hand, which seemed to contain endless magic power. With a gentle wave, a strong suction force swept towards Qi Fengxiao like a turbulent whirlpool. Qi Fengxiao only felt that his body was floating forward uncontrollably, and in an instant, he was grabbed by the neck by Nsai. Nsai's hand was like an iron clamp, tightly locking Qi Fengxiao's throat. Qi Fengxiao suddenly felt difficulty breathing, as if a pair of invisible big hands were gradually tightening, trying to break his neck alive. His face flushed red, his eyes bulged, and he tried desperately to break free from this fatal bondage, but it was in vain. Nsai's mouth curled up into a bloodthirsty smile, which was like the whisper of a devil, making people shudder. His hand exerted force suddenly, with such force that Qi Fengxiao's cervical vertebrae made a crackling sound, as if it would be completely broken in the next second. At this critical moment, Qi Fengxiao used up his last bit of strength and quickly activated a space axis. In an instant, a strange light flashed, and the whole person disappeared from the spot like a dream bubble. Nsai looked at the person who suddenly disappeared in his hand, frowned slightly, and a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. His cold eyes slowly swept over the other people around him, like the gaze of the god of death. Then, he slowly raised his hand again, and a more powerful and terrifying force burst out from his body. Gu Li witnessed this scene, and thought to herself that it was not good. She struggled desperately to get rid of the force that bound her. However, this force was too strong, like a surging tide, suppressing her tightly. "Little tongue. Gu Li shouted anxiously. The little vine felt the call of the master, and immediately fell from her wrist. It quickly embedded its roots into the ground 100 meters deep, and the thick vines tied Gu Li tightly like a python, trying to prevent her from being sucked away by the strong suction. However, this suction was so strong that the little vine gradually couldn't bear it. Its roots, that were deeply rooted in the ground, were being pulled out little by little, and every twitch was accompanied by the trembling of the ground. Seeing that Gu Li was about to be sucked away, at the critical moment, Tao Tai also rushed out of the space. It turned into a huge body, like a small mountain, hugging Gu Li tightly. Seeing this, Xiao Tung immediately circled Tao Tai, and then the roots madly penetrated into the ground again, trying to resist the terrifying suction with the power of the three. Gu Li was also desperately circulating the magic energy in her body, trying to enhance her resistance. At this extremely tense moment, she subconsciously looked up, and the scene in front of her made her unforgettable for life. Tens of thousands of people were sucked into the air, as if they were grabbed by an invisible giant hand. They struggled and shouted in fear in the air, but everything was in vain. A silver force spread from NCIE like a ripple, and wherever this force went, it seemed that time and space were distorted. People touched by the silver force began to have cracks on their bodies, like fragile porcelain. Chapter 382. Then, the terrifying silver power from NCIE raged like a surging undercurrent in the crowd. Hideous cracks quickly appeared on people's bodies, as if they were chopped by a demon with a giant axe. The crack sound came one after another, like the music played by the god of death, which was creepy. These cracks spread at an alarming speed and instantly covered everyone's body. As the cracks expanded, everyone's body began to break. Broken limbs and arms fell from the air like raindrops, drawing strange and desperate arcs in the air. Those broken arms rolled helplessly in the air, as if they were still telling the unwillingness and fear of their owners. The broken legs fell straight down, splashing the dust on the ground. The people who were closer to NCIE, under the impact of the powerful force that destroyed the world, did not even have the chance to struggle, and turned directly into blood mist. Their bodies were instantly shredded, turning into thick blood mists that drifted in the air. The blood mist spread, as if covering the sky with a blood-colored veil, and the whole world was shrouded in this terrifying scene. Soon, a strange blood rain began to fall from the sky. The thick blood dripped down like silk threads, with a disgusting fishy smell. The blood rain fell on Gu Li's face, and the warm and sticky touch made her stomach churn and her heart filled with nausea. At this time, Gu Li's mind was blank, and there was only one extremely clear and desperate thought in her heart. It's over. She had never thought that NCIE's power after being possessed by the devil was so terrifying, thousands of times more terrifying than her after being demonized. The surrounding land, originally brown and fertile, was now completely soaked in blood, turning into a shocking dark red. The branches of the trees were covered with blood, and the leaves were dyed red, trembling in the breeze, as if mourning for the lost lives. The flowers and plants were not spared, and the delicate petals were covered with blood, losing their former vitality and becoming listless. People not far away were shocked by the scene in front of them, and stood there on the spot. They stared with their eyes wide open and their mouths open, as if they were cast under a spell, unable to believe what was happening in front of them. This was not a battle, but a crushing massacre, and the demons from hell were wreaking havoc on the earth. Lin Yuchen was also frightened by this horrible scene at this time, and the hatred for the demons in his heart seemed to become insignificant at this moment. He looked at Xiao Qianxiao, who was taking him away, and said with a trembling voice, "Brother, thank you." Xiao Qianxiao didn't even bother to look at him, but looked at the blood sea not far away with a serious expression, thinking to himself, "This time, how long will it take to recover?" Mu Yunqi was sharp-eyed. In this bloody scene, she suddenly saw another person standing, and the contracted beast next to him was actually Tao Tai. She was startled and recognized that it was Gu Li in an instant, and hurriedly said, "That's Ollie." Hearing her words, several people were startled and looked in the direction she pointed, only to see a bloody figure in the blood rain. Sui Yun was anxious, and without thinking, he rushed up at once. However, Xiao Yuan's figure flashed, like a black barrier, directly stopping him. Then, Xiao Yuan waved his hand, and a strong demonic energy surged out like a rope, tying Sui Yun up tightly. Su Yun was so anxious that tears burst out of his eyes, crying loudly, "Let me go, Ollie will be in danger over there." Seeing this, Mu Yunqi and others also prepared to take action without hesitation, wanting to save Gu Li. But the gap between their strength and Xiao Yuan was too great. Before they could make any move, Xiao Yuan used his demonic energy again to control them one by one. Xiao Yuan's face was grim, and his voice was low. "You are still useful, you can't die for the time being." Mu Yunqi shouted angrily, "Let go." Xiao Yuan turned a deaf ear to their roars, just quietly looking at Cie in the distance, with a trace of worry in his eyes. The 5 people watched Cie walk towards Gu Li step by step, anxious, and their eyes were red with anxiety. They had never felt their own weakness so deeply. In front of this powerful force, they were so helpless, and their hearts were full of self-blame and helplessness. Cie looked at the bloody scene in front of him, but he felt unsatisfied. The violent power in his body was like a surging wave, constantly surging, driving him to continue killing. There was only one crazy idea in his mind: everyone must die. At this moment, he keenly noticed that there were still living beings. Following the breath of life, Cie slowly cast his eyes on Gu Li. Then, he walked towards Gu Li with heavy and slow steps, like the god of death coming. Gu Li saw Cie walking towards her step by step, and her heart was full of anxiety. She struggled desperately, trying to break free from the restraints on her body, but the power was like a steel shackle, tightly locking her, and all struggles were in vain. Cie stood in front of her and looked at her quietly. His dark red eyes looked even more strange and deep under the blood rain. Gu Li was flustered, her eyes rolled around, and she said hurriedly, "Who, didn't you say I was still useful? You wouldn't kill me, right?" As soon as she said it, she regretted it. She was dressed in men's clothes now. How could Cie recognize her? She was anxious and wanted to take the pill to restore her female appearance, but her body was bound, and she couldn't take the pill out of the space. Cie frowned and raised his hand slowly. Gu Li thought he was going to take action, and her heart tightened. She was ready to flash into the chaos ring. At this moment, she didn't care whether she would expose her space that could accommodate living things. She had only one thought in her mind: "I talk about it if I can survive." However, she soon found that Cie didn't take action, but just waved lightly in front of her. Instantly, a strange force enveloped Gu Li, and the disguise on her face was blown away by an invisible wind, returning to her original appearance. Cie looked at Gu Li's face, curled his thin lips, and tears as big as beans burst out of his eyes, sliding down his cold face and dripping on the bloody ground. He said in a trembling voice, "Qing Qing, I remember what you look like." This sudden change directly confused Gu Li. Who is Qing Qing? Did he recognize the wrong person? Looking at Ncie's tears, Gu Li's mood became extremely complicated for a while. Just now, he killed tens of thousands of people in the blink of an eye, like a demon, but now he is crying in front of him? Chapter 383. The ruler of the demon world, the terrifying Cie, was like a fragile mortal at this moment, crying like rain. The bean-sized tears slid down his cold face and dripped on his blood-stained clothes, staining a darker dark color. If it weren't for the sticky blood on her body reminding her that all this was real, Gu Li really felt that she was dreaming. The demon world overlord in front of her, who was always cold and ruthless and killed people without blinking an eye, cried out of control. This scene was too absurd, and she was a little at a loss for a moment. Gu Li spoke carefully. Her voice was so soft as if she was afraid of breaking the weird atmosphere. However, as soon as she said this, Ncie's tears fell more and more quickly. He choked, his voice full of pain and sorrow, as if the emotions that had been suppressed for 1,000 years had completely burst at this moment. "Qing Qing, I have forgotten what you look like for more than 1,000 years." Gu Li opened her mouth and wanted to say something again, trying to break the suffocating atmosphere. "You might be?" But before she could finish her words, Cie interrupted her again anxiously, with a hint of unquestionable urgency and warning in his tone. "This time, you can't have contact with Nailan Yin. He won't save you. He will only watch you being killed by others." When Gu Li heard this name, her heart suddenly shook, like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, causing countless ripples. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind in an instant. Could it be that the Qing Qing he mentioned was her previous life? This guess made her heart beat faster, and an inexplicable tension and curiosity intertwined in her heart. Gu Li tried to speak again. "That Qing Qing is..." Cie seemed to have touched a sensitive nerve, and interrupted her again. His originally sad tone suddenly became fierce. A trace of bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. "I go kill him." After saying that, the demonic energy surged around him, and he turned around and left. Gu Li realized that he could move, and he was anxious and shouted to him, "Wait, I have something to ask you." And Xiaoye's footsteps suddenly stopped, as if he was fixed in place, and slowly turned around. At this time, his eyes revealed a trace of confusion and helplessness, and he asked softly, "Qingqing, are you going to stop me?" Gu Li hurriedly shook his head. "His life or death has nothing to do with me. I just want to ask you something." After hearing that Gu Li was not stopping him, and Xiaoye's originally tense face softened slightly. It was as if at that moment, he turned back into that fragile person, and whispered, "I will tell you whatever Qingqing wants to know." Gu Li took a deep breath, plucked up the courage to ask, "Why do you say I am Qingqing? If I am Qingqing, why didn't you recognize me before?" Because? And Xiaoye covered his head in pain, grabbed his hair with both hands, and his eyes became redder. "I don't know why I can't recognize you." His voice was filled with endless pain and self-blame. "You are Qingqing, you must be Qingqing, I forgot you, I actually forgot you. I'm sorry Qingqing, I didn't protect you well, it's all the gods' fault, it's all their fault." And Xiaoye's emotions became more and more excited, and the demonic energy around him surged wildly. "Qingqing is dead, I want everyone to be buried with Qingqing." Boom! With him as the center, a dark red terrifying force spread rapidly like a surging tide. Everything was razed to the ground in an instant wherever this force went. Trees were uprooted, and boulders were crushed into powder. Even people hundreds of miles away were affected by this force, and many people were shocked to spit blood and fell to the ground in pain. Gu Li next to him was almost scared to death. She widened her eyes, and watched everything around her turn into ruins in an instant. She just asked a few questions. How could she provoke Insai like this? Fortunately, those terrifying forces did not fall on her, otherwise she really didn't know how she died. Seeing Insai about to go berserk, Gu Li suppressed her fear, reached out, and patted his shoulder, and said in a trembling voice, "Well, calm down." She thought silently in her heart, "Her little friend is still here, you die. Don't let us get involved." However, Insai seemed to have completely lost his mind, and grabbed Gu Li's neck, his eyes red, full of madness and anger. "You are not Qingqing, you used her face to deceive me. Ali is in danger." Suiyun and others in the distance saw Gu Li being strangled by the neck, and they were anxious, and wanted to rush up to rescue him immediately. However, they were tied up tightly by a group of demons, and could not move. They could only watch this scene with helplessness and anxiety in their hearts. Xiao Yuan looked at them, and said coldly, "It's useless for you to go up, you will only die in vain." Once his master entered this state, he would either start a bloody massacre, or wait for him to recover. No one who is targeted by him will have a good ending, let alone that weak human. Gu Li was almost choked to the point of suffocation, her face flushed red, she felt like her throat was tightly clamped by a pair of pliers, and every breath became extremely difficult. She felt that her neck would be strangled in the next moment. At this critical moment, she spoke with difficulty, "Look carefully, who else can I be if not Qingqing?" Insai's hand was slightly startled, as if this sentence touched a string deep in his heart, and his hand unconsciously loosened a little. Gu Li felt better at this time, gasping for breath. "I'm sorry," Insai said softly, and as soon as the voice fell, he seemed to have lost all his strength, fell straight to the ground, and fell into a coma completely. Gu Li quickly reached out to catch him, so that he didn't fall heavily to the ground. She wasn't afraid of hurting him out of kindness, but she knew that Nciye was the key to her and her friend's escape. The demons on the other side saw that Nciye was unconscious, their faces suddenly changed, and they hurriedly flew in this direction. Gu Li was quick-witted and held Nciye steadily with one hand, and quickly took out a sharp dagger from the space with the other hand, and put it against Nciye's neck without hesitation. Seeing this scene, all the demons surrounded Gu Li in an instant. There was a flash of anger and vigilance in their eyes, as if they would attack immediately if Gu Li made the slightest move. Gu Li looked around fearlessly, and shouted loudly, "Don't move, or I will kill him." Xiao Yuan glared at him, and shouted loudly, "Let go of the master." Chapter 384. Although Gu Li was nervous, she showed no fear on the surface, and said firmly, "Let my friend go, and let us leave here, otherwise I will kill him. If you dare to touch the master, they will not live." Xiao Qianqiao looked coldly at Suiyun, and others, who were brought up. Suiyun and others saw Gu Li, and their faces were full of excitement. They shouted loudly, "Ali, are you okay?" Gu Li forced a smile. "No." Xiao Yuan threatened, "If you don't let me go, I will do it." The dagger in Gu Li's hand moved closer to Insai's neck, and said firmly, "Let's see who moves faster." Xiao Qianqiao snorted coldly, "It seems that you are not afraid of death." Gu Li did not flinch. It seems that it is not a loss to have the demon emperor buried with us. You, Xiao Yuan and others were so angry that they couldn't speak. They didn't expect this seemingly weak human woman to be so tough. Gu Li continued, of course we don't want to die either. Let us go, and you retreat 1,000 miles away. Xiao Yuan refused without hesitation. No, let's exchange people together. Gu Li sneered, do you think I'm stupid? If I give him to you, with so many of you, can we still get away? Xiao Qianqiao was not to be outdone. You took our master away, and we also don't believe that you won't hurt him. Gu Li said loudly, I, Gu Li, swear that if I have the slightest thought of killing Cie after I leave with him, I will die a miserable death. As she swore, a ray of light fell on her, and the oath was established. I swore the oath of the devil in my heart, you can believe me now. Gu Li looked directly into the eyes of Xiao Qianqiao and Xiao Yuan, without any retreat in her eyes. Xiao Qianqiao and Xiao Yuan looked at each other, and walked forward slowly. Gu Li's heart tightened, and she shouted loudly, if you dare to do it, I will take him to death with me. The two of them paused suddenly, and then they realized that she was not afraid of the punishment of the hard demon oath at all. They cursed in their hearts, damn it, this kind of people who are not afraid of death, and want to drag others to death, are the most difficult to deal with. Retreat or not. Gu Li's eyes were like torches, staring at the group of aggressive demons in front of him, without any fear in his eyes. The dagger in his hand was pressed tightly against the neck of the person in his arms, and the sharp blade had pierced the skin of the person. A trace of blood slowly seeped out, winding down on the white skin, like a small red snake. Xiao Yuan's face was gloomy, he gritted his teeth, and squeezed out a few words from his teeth. Everyone leave. He was full of reluctance in his heart, but he was afraid of the threat of the dagger in Gu Li's hand, and did not dare to act rashly. Before leaving, Xiao Qianqiao looked fierce and turned back to warn, if anything happens to our master, you guys will die. Gu Li's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. Don't worry, we still cherish our lives. Humph. Xiao Qianqiao snorted coldly, and gradually walked away with his demons. After confirming that they had completely left, and no longer saw their traces, Gu Li's tense nerves relaxed. She directly let go of Cie in her arms, and let him fall heavily to the ground. I was scared to death, this man is too strong. Gu Li breathed a sigh of relief, and said with lingering fear. Lin Yuchen looked at her helplessly. You scared us to death. Gu Li patted his chest. I'm fine, I'm tough. At this time, Shi Zihan's eyes fell on Cie on the ground, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Kill him. Su Yian hurriedly shook his head. No, Ali swore. Shi Zihan frowned and said firmly, I will kill him. Gu Li stepped forward and stopped Shi Zihan. You can't kill him, he may be very important to me. Feng Wuhan looked puzzled. What do you mean? Gu Li shook his head gently. I will tell you after I find out clearly. Gu Li paused, as if he suddenly remembered something, and asked, by the way, how did you enter the demon world? Mu Yunqi smiled slightly. Birth lock. Gu Li was slightly stunned. There is also this function. Su Yun looked proud. Of course, don't you see who made it? Feng Wuhan looked around. His expression was a little solemn. Leave first. Okay. Everyone nodded. Gu Li bent down and tried to lift Cie from the ground, but Su Yun hurried forward to stop her. I do it. As she said that, she used both hands to hug Cie, but Cie didn't move at all. What the hell? Su Yun didn't believe it, and once again gathered all her strength. Her face flushed, but Cie still lay steadily on the ground. Can you do it? Seeing this, Lin Yuchen couldn't help but push Su Yun away. As she said that, Lin Yuchen was about to lift Cie up, and he used all his strength. Once, it didn't move. Twice, it still didn't move. Su Yun couldn't help but mocked. Aren't you also unable to do it? Lin Yuchen was a little annoyed. He has a problem. Why is he so heavy? Gu Li frowned, and felt a little strange in her heart. She tentatively pulled one of Cie's hands, but she didn't expect it to be easily lifted up, and then she exerted force with both arms, and directly carried Cie on her shoulders. Is it difficult? Gu Li asked with a puzzled look. Su Yin widened his eyes, with an incredible look on his face. No, he treats people differently. Feng Wuhan urged, let's go. Although the demons had left, they could clearly feel that they had not retreated thousands of miles away. The air was filled with a faint demonic aura, as if danger would come at any time. Several people did not dare to stay any longer, and hurriedly walked towards the distance. A group of people hurriedly ran in the desolate land of the demon world, with hurried and flustered steps. The sound of the wind whistle passed their ears, but no matter how they ran, the feeling of being on the back could not be shaken off. There was always a faint flow of people in the distance, keeping a certain distance, following them slowly and not hurriedly. Shi Zihan stopped and frowned. We can't go on like this. We can't get rid of those people. Feng Wuhan narrowed his eyes slightly. Yunqi, is your teleportation array still usable? Mu Yunqi looked helpless and shook her head gently. It's destroyed. It's okay. The two of us will set it up together, and it will be done soon. Gu Li put down Ensai, who had been on his shoulders, and let him lie on the ground. Shi Zihan nodded and said, we will protect you. They don't know how to set up formations, and all they can do is to prevent external factors from interfering with them. Lin Yuchen, Sui Yun and others also dispersed, each occupying a favorable position, protecting Gu Li and Feng Wuhan tightly in the middle. Gu Li and Mu Yunqi set up the teleportation array together. As for the landing location, they were not sure, but they chose to teleport to the forest where Mu Yunqi and others fell before. Chapter 385. In this dangerous demon world, it is undoubtedly the safest place for them now. That area should be the territory of the Red Demon King. The fierce battle just experienced caused the Red Demon King to suffer heavy losses. On the battlefield, countless of his men were killed and wounded, like fallen leaves swept by the autumn wind, a mess. For him, this is no less than a major artery injury. And the Red Demon King himself was also seriously injured, dragging his embarrassed body, and no one knew where to go. After careful consideration, they felt that it should be safer there. Moreover, this place is very close to them, so the time required to set up the formation can be greatly shortened. Several people acted quickly, cooperated with each other, and had a tacit understanding. Not long after, with a dazzling light, they disappeared from the original place. Xiao Yuan and others who followed behind them carefully kept their distance, and did not dare to stay too far away. At this moment, seeing the light, their faces changed instantly, and an ominous premonition surged in their hearts. At Xiao Yuan's order, everyone immediately quickened their pace, and ran towards the place where the light was on. When they arrived, they saw that the place where they were originally was empty. Xiao Qianqiu's face was solemn, and his eyes revealed a trace of anxiety. He ordered loudly, send someone to find it. No matter how much it costs, the master must be brought back anyway. All his men responded in unison, yes. On the other side, Gu Li and his men teleported through the formation and returned to the first forest when Mu Yunqi and his men first arrived in the demon realm. They searched everywhere in the forest and finally found a hidden cave and hid in it temporarily. The atmosphere in the cave was somewhat depressing. Sui Yun looked down at Ensai lying on the ground, frowning, with a hint of disdain in his tone. He's about to die. Lin Yuchen snorted coldly, his eyes full of disgust. He deserves to die. If he hadn't interfered, we wouldn't have almost lost our lives. Sui Yun nodded slightly, and then said, that won't work. What if he dies? What about Ali? After all, Ali swore an oath to the inner demon. If Ensai died here, Ali might suffer a backlash from the inner demon. For Ali, Ensai can't die here. Gu Li slowly squatted down, stretched out her hand, and carefully checked Ensai's physical condition. As the inspection went deeper, the shock in her heart became stronger and stronger. The power in Ensai's body was in chaos, as if it was a surging chaotic ocean. And his magic veins were severely damaged, with scars all over. Judging from the extent, it didn't seem to be caused in a short period of time, but seemed to be caused by long-term torture. In addition, there are all kinds of toxins in his body, which are rampant in his body, intertwined and corroding his body. Under such circumstances, he is still alive, which is simply a miracle. Mu Yunqi looked at Gu Li and asked softly, Ali, do you want to save him? Sui Yun immediately said, what do you want to save? Let's throw him back to those people, and let them find a way. Gu Li frowned slightly, and said firmly, I want to save him. Sui Yun widened his eyes, and looked anxious. Ali, don't be fooled by his appearance. He is not a good person. Gu Li shook his head gently. I am not attracted to him. I just have something to ask him. Her intuition told her that Ensai couldn't die, otherwise she would regret it later. Sui Yun looked at Ensai reluctantly and sighed helplessly. Okay. Gu Li said no more, gently helped Ensai up, and let him lean against the wall of the cave. Then, she reached out and tore off his clothes. Seeing this, Sui Yun exclaimed, hurried forward, and grabbed her hand directly. What are you doing? Gu Li looked at him puzzledly, with a puzzled face. Healing. Sui Yun was stunned for a moment, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across his face. Then why did you take off his clothes? Gu Li's mouth twitched slightly. How to treat internal injuries, without treating external injuries first. You don't even understand this. Ah, so that's it. I thought you were going to do something to him. Su Yun scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Gu Li rolled her eyes at him and ordered, "Don't be idle, make sure there are no other people around and be prepared. In addition, take care of your wounds first." "Okay." Several people responded and got busy. Seeing them busy, Gu Li turned his attention back to Ncie. At this moment, Ncie's condition was getting worse. Various poisons in his body broke out on a large scale. Among them, there was a kind of poison that Gu Li couldn't even tell what it was. The poison was hidden in his meridians, exuding a strange breath, and the magic veins were also eroded by the poison. Gu Li frowned slightly, and took out a pill from her arms. She crushed the pill, and then sprinkled it on Ncie's wound casually. As soon as the pill powder touched the wound, it could be seen that the wound on his body was healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the originally hideous wound gradually grew pink new flesh. Seeing this, she took out a lot of pills, crushed them one by one, and sprinkled them evenly on Ncie's other wounds. Time passed slowly in silence. A quarter of an hour later, all the wounds on Ncie's body had grown new flesh and stopped bleeding. Gu Li then stopped sprinkling the powder on him. Next, it was time to deal with the poison in his body. Gu Li did not detoxify him immediately, but after a little thought, she gave him another poison, which was the recipe in the Rebirth Pavilion. The antidote might not be available outside. After all, no one knew what Ncie would do after he recovered. What if he wanted to kill her? It was better to be prepared. The cave was so quiet that only the slight breathing of the crowd and the occasional crackling of firewood could be heard. Gu Li stayed beside Ncie, staring at his physical condition. After making sure that the poison she had previously given him did not show any signs of outbreak, she slowly began to deal with his injuries. For Gu Li, the other poisons in Ncie's body were not a problem. She crushed the pill gently, then opened Ncie's mouth and let him take it. The pill melted in his mouth, turned into a warm current, and quickly flowed through Ncie's body, starting a silent battle with those toxins. After a while, Ncie's originally frowned brows gradually relaxed, and his face gradually regained some color, which showed that those toxins were being suppressed and dissolved by the power of the pill. However, repairing his meridians was not easy. Meridians are channels for the circulation of qi and blood in the human body. Ncie's meridians were severely damaged in the previous battle, and they were riddled with holes, like a broken spider web. Chapter 386. To repair such meridians, not only a lot of energy and time are needed, but also precise control. Gu Li took a deep breath, calmed her mind, and entered a state of emptiness. She slowly raised her hands, gathered her own spiritual power, and carefully injected the spiritual power into Ncie's body, guiding the spiritual power to flow slowly along the damaged meridians, repairing the damaged areas bit by bit. Every movement was extremely precise, and every trace of spiritual power was delivered just right. Her forehead was gradually covered with fine beads of sweat, but her eyes were always firm and focused. But she had no idea about repairing the magic veins, so she could only reluctantly give up this idea temporarily. Just when Gu Li finally dissolved all the poison in Ncie's body, and just breathed a sigh of relief, Ncie's eyelids suddenly moved and slowly opened his eyes. There was a trace of confusion and doubt in his eyes, and it was obvious that he had not yet fully figured out where he was. Before he could speak, Gu Li was shocked. Once Ncie wakes up, he will probably realize the secret of his divine and demonic dual meridians. Gu Li didn't have time to think about it, and raised her hand to hit Ncie's neck with a spiritual force. Ncie didn't even have time to make a muffled groan before he fell into a coma again. Seeing him unconscious, Gu Li tried to mobilize the magic energy into his body. To her surprise, he didn't resist at all. Gu Li was ready to spend a lot of effort to remove the poison and repair him. After repairing his meridians, Gu Li withdrew his power. Then he and his friends recovered their mental strength and healed their wounds. One day later, Ncie slowly woke up from his coma. His eyes trembled slightly, his eyelids slowly lifted, a faint light shone through his eyes, and gradually adapted to the surrounding light. Mu Yunqi, Su Yun, Lin Yuchen and Gu Li were originally sitting together. Noticing his movement, they stood up instantly as if their nerves were touched, their eyes full of vigilance, staring at Ncie as if facing a great enemy. Ncie's eyes swept over everyone one by one, and finally fixed on Gu Li, and asked in a slightly hoarse voice, "Why are you here?" Gu Li looked calm. "I saved you." Hearing this, Ncie subconsciously lowered his head to check his body, feeling every change in his body. Except for the unstable fluctuations of the surging power in the body, the wounds of all sizes that were originally all over the body have healed, leaving only faint traces, and most of the poison has been eliminated. And Sai raised his mouth slightly and chuckled. Hee hee, if you don't save me, I won't die. Gu frowned slightly, and a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Whether you live or die is your business, I have something to ask you. And Sai calmly took out a set of clothes from the space, and put them on gracefully. He tilted his head slightly, with a hint of lightness in his eyes. What? Sister Ollie, are you going to ask me to marry you? The teasing tone made Suiyun, who was standing beside him, explode instantly. Suiyun's eyes widened with anger, and he shouted loudly, You wish. And Sai just glanced at Suiyun lightly, and Suiyun was stunned instantly, as if he was cast a spell. His mouth opened wide, wanting to say something, but he found that he couldn't make a sound at all, and his body seemed to be bound by invisible shackles, and couldn't move. It wasn't that he was afraid of Ncie, but he suddenly found himself in an inexplicable dilemma. Seeing this, Gu hurriedly said, I have something to ask you. Ncie then withdrew his sharp gaze from Suiyun. Suiyun only felt the pressure on his body suddenly loosen, and his body instantly regained freedom. Ncie raised his eyebrows slightly, and looked at Gu. Speak. Gu looked into his eyes and asked, Who is Qingqing? As soon as these two words came out, the whole space seemed to freeze in an instant. Ncie's face instantly became extremely gloomy, and a trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes. Like a hungry wolf, he suddenly stretched out his hand, and grabbed Guli's neck. Who told you? Ncie's voice was low and cold, with a chilling murderous intent. Seeing this, Muyunqi's face changed drastically, and she shouted loudly, Let go. Suiyun and Lin Yuchen attacked Ncai without hesitation. Gu squeezed out two words with difficulty. Stop. The two of them stopped reluctantly, but their eyes were still full of vigilance, staring at Ncai closely, in case he suddenly killed them. Gu rubbed his neck that was pinch red, and asked again, Who is Qingqing? Ncai's eyes turned cold and his tone was firm. This is not what you should ask. Gu gritted his teeth, revealing a hint of stubbornness in his eyes. I want to find out if I am the Qingqing you mentioned. Ncai was slightly stunned, and then a trace of pain and loneliness flashed in his eyes. You can't be her. His Qingqing died thousands of years ago, and there is no chance of reincarnation. Gu frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and said, She is a god and devil, right? Ncie's face suddenly turned cold, and his eyes were full of vigilance. Are you from the god clan? No. Gu said, raised her hand and waved it gently, and in an instant, Tao Tai, Xia Tingzi, and N, Xiaobai and Xiaoqianqian appeared beside her. Restore your original form, Gu whispered. Hearing Guli's order, the five little ones did not hesitate at all, and a light flashed on their bodies, and they quickly changed back to their original forms. Ncai's eyes were filled with disbelief. How come Qingqing's contracted beast and artifact are here with you? Anan blinked and said, Because she is the master. Ncai's body trembled slightly, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Really? You are Qingqing? Gu shook his head slowly. I don't know what my name was in my previous life. I just heard you say this, and felt it was too coincidental. I didn't have time to ask Xia Tingzi and the others before these things happened. Tao Tai shook his head and said in a muffled voice, She is the master. Ncai tried hard to suppress the excitement in his heart, staring at Gu closely, and asked again, Are you a god and demon dual vein? Gu hesitated in her heart, not knowing whether she should tell him this secret. After all, she didn't fully understand Ncai, and was not sure if he would be dangerous to her. She bit her lip, struggling in her heart. After thinking about it, I decided to keep it secret. Just as I was about to deny it, I heard an say, Master, he won't hurt you. Chapter 387. Ncai just wanted to confirm whether she was, so he suddenly reached out and grabbed Guli's hand. Then, Ncai closed his eyes tightly, and a mysterious and powerful aura emanated from his body. His consciousness was like a nimble dragon, following the hand holding Gu, and entered her body at lightning speed. After a moment, Ncai slowly opened his eyes. The original eagerness and doubt in his eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a complex emotion, with surprise and guilt. Ncai's lips trembled slightly, and his throat seemed to be choked by something. After a while, he uttered a few words with difficulty. Qingqing, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you. Gu said seriously, Stop, why are you crying, tell me what happened. After she finished speaking, she frowned slightly, as if she was thinking about something. After a moment, she spoke again, word by word. I want to know the whole story. Ncai shook his head gently, his voice was low and hoarse. Qingqing, you don't need to know anything, I will help you get revenge. I want to know. Guli's eyes were firm. This kind of vague thing made her very annoyed. Did she die in her previous life because she had the dual veins of gods and demons? Who knows if she will encounter this situation again in the future? And Sai lowered his eyes slightly, and his long eyelashes cast a shadow on his cheeks. I'm sorry, I don't know what happened either. You don't know why you helped me get revenge. Gu Li was surprised, with a bit of doubt in his tone. A trace of pain flashed across Sai's eyes. I only know that you are dead, and I have forgotten everything else. Forgot. Gu Li sighed helplessly. He secretly complained in his heart. Why did everyone forget, or they didn't know what happened that year? And Cie gently held Gu Li's hand, his eyes full of determination. Ching, don't worry, I haven't forgotten the person who killed you. I won't let him go. Gu Li frowned slightly, and a doubt surged in her heart. She looked up at Cie and asked, Then who are you to me? Cie was slightly startled, then a gentle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he whispered, Of course it's a partner. You fart, the master has no partner. Xiao Tingzi suddenly jumped out, and said angrily, That's right, Ollie can't have a partner. Su Yin also echoed. Cie glanced at them coldly, and that look seemed to carry an invisible pressure, which made people shudder. Xia Tingzi was frightened and shrank his neck, muttering softly, There was none in the first place. Su Yin also felt a little wronged, looking at Gu Li and said, Ollie, he is mean to me. Gu Li shook his head helplessly, and said, Tell the truth. Sai secretly glared at Su Yin, secretly cursing this male vixen, who loves to complain. Then, he sighed slightly and said, Even if we are not partners, we are childhood sweethearts. Gu Li nodded slightly, with a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. Can you tell me everything you know? Sai was silent for a moment, and slowly said, I can't remember many things clearly. I will take you to a place, and you will know what you want to know. In fact, since the tragic battle, the blood in his body was accidentally activated. However, it was also in that battle that he was poisoned by an extremely strange poison. Since then, many of his memories have disappeared little by little, just like being shrouded in fog. He didn't forget his revenge because he had made a vow to take revenge. Gu Li frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and nodded gently, Okay. Cie took out a mask and handed it to Gu Li. I don't know if you look the same now as before. For your safety now, you should wear it. Although many people in the demon world have never seen Qingqing's appearance, Cie knows that there are still many people who are hostile to him, and will try their best to investigate her. If they walk together, it will definitely attract a lot of attention. He can protect her, but he is afraid that the past will happen again. Gu Li was slightly stunned, and then she understood what Cie meant. She reached out to take the mask and put it on slowly. She knew in her heart that if she followed Cie, many people would definitely notice her. If she really looks like her in her previous life, and if people suspect her, then her dual veins of gods and demons will also be known, and then she will probably cause endless trouble. At this time, Shi Zihan frowned slightly and looked at Gu Li, his eyes full of worry. Ali, can you believe his words? After all, he is a member of the demon clan. If Ali is really Qing, why didn't he recognize Ali at first? Tao Tai suddenly said, Don't worry, he won't hurt the master. Lin Yuchen looked at Tao Tai with suspicion and asked, Why are you so sure? Tao Tai raised his head slightly, with a hint of mystery in his eyes. He just won't. Cie raised his chin slightly, with a hint of pride on his face. Because I am willing to become a demon clan because of her. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was stunned. What does it mean to be willing to become a demon? Isn't this determined at birth? Gu Li also looked at Cie in surprise and asked, What do you mean? Cie didn't say anything, but his expression was stern, and the demonic energy surged around him. Then, he actually pulled out his demon vein. The demon vein flashed a strange light in his hand, as if it was alive. Several people were startled by this sudden scene, and Gu Li widened his eyes, and exclaimed, You are crazy. Cie smiled lightly, his expression full of ease. It's okay, I'm a little strong, the magic vein can be taken out at will, it won't hurt me. Su Yin curled his lips, and said disdainfully, You are strong, but you can't beat that red demon. Cie snorted coldly, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Hee, if I hadn't practiced for 1,000 years, it would be a piece of cake for him to raise his hand. Gu Li's face was full of shock and confusion, and his eyes were fixed on the magic vein in Cie's hand that was emitting a strange light. He couldn't help but ask, Why did you dig out the magic vein? Cie did not answer immediately, but handed the magic vein to Gu Li. Look, is my magic vein different from yours? Gu Li looked at it carefully, and she was surprised to find that it was indeed different. Her own demonic veins were a deep dark red, And the demonic veins of other demons she saw on a daily basis were also this dark red, as if it was a mark that demons were born with. Chapter 388. But the magic vein in Nsai's hand was silver like moonlight, and the light was soft but mysterious. It was neither the appearance of a normal spiritual vein nor the normal magic vein. Gu Li's doubts became more and more serious. Are you not a demon? Nsai smiled bitterly and shook his head gently, with a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. I have the same veins as you. You also have the god and demon dual veins? Gu Li's eyes widened instantly, full of disbelief. The god and demon dual veins are extremely rare, and they are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns in this world. She never thought that the person in front of her had the same special physique as herself. Nsai shook his head again slowly, his voice low and slightly lonely. It used to be. He paused slightly. My body is too weak to bear the power of the two veins. I chose to absorb the divine vein and let it merge with the demon vein, and finally became this mutant demon vein. Gu Li frowned. Then why don't you want to become a god? Also, you said before that you became a demon because of me. What does that mean? And then looked serious, with a pure light in his eyes. Because master, you said dark red looks good. Gu Li was stunned when he heard it, and his face was full of disbelief. She never thought that it would be such a weird reason. Just because of a casual remark she made, he resolutely became a demon. Sui-Yun and others on the side were also helpless, and they really couldn't bear to watch it. Sui-Yun frowned, curled his lips, and said bluntly, although I don't like you, I have to say that you are a little love-brained. Nsai glanced at Sui-Yun coldly. What does it have to do with you? Sui-Yun said angrily, why is it none of my business? Ali is my sister. Nsai raised a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth and said mercilessly, when I knew her, you were not even a cell. You? Sui-Yun was so angry that he couldn't speak, and he was about to rush up to argue with Nsai. Gu Li saw that the situation was not good, and hurriedly reached out to hold Sui-Yun, and said anxiously, okay, business is important. Nsai turned his head slightly, and looked at Gu Li. A trace of tenderness flashed in his eyes, and he said softly, Ching, don't listen to the nonsense of this weapon spirit. The reason why I became a demon was actually because the divine vein at that time was much weaker than the demon vein. Gu Li nodded slightly, and didn't say anything more. She didn't care about Nsai's past at the moment. To her, Nsai was still just a stranger. Although they may have had some encounters, she still kept a little vigilance in her subconscious. Nsai was naturally aware of Gu Li's vigilance, but he did not feel sad because of it. In his opinion, Gu Li's vigilance just showed that she knew how to protect herself, which made him feel a little relieved. Then, Nsai led them, and walked out openly without fear. Along the way, anyone who blocked them were the minions under the red demon, and Nsai killed them without saying a word. At this moment, he already had a new plan in his mind. He no longer planned to use Gu Li to threaten Nailin Yin, because his Ching was back, and now he had to find a way to prevent Nailin Yin from seeing Gu Li. When he thought of that guy Nailin Yin, Ncai was so angry that his teeth itched. No wonder Nailin Yin cared so much about Gu Li. It turned out that he had known for a long time that Gu Li was Qing Lan. When he thought that Nailin Yin dared to hide this from him, Ncia's anger burned fiercely, and he wanted to rush to Nailin Yin immediately and cut him into pieces. However, before they reached their destination, they met Xiao Qianxiao and others who came to search halfway. When Xiao Yuan saw Ncai, he immediately looked happy and hurriedly stepped forward and asked with concern, Master, are you okay? Ncai nodded slightly and said expressionlessly, Go back. In front of his subordinates, he regained his usual cold and majestic appearance, making it difficult to understand his emotions. Xiao Qianxiao's eyes fell on Gu Li and others beside Nsai, frowned slightly, and asked in confusion, They? Seeing them standing beside the master unscathed, Xiao Qianxiao hesitated for a moment, not knowing whether to take action. After all, they took their master away some time ago, and threatened them with it. Nsai turned his head slightly, and looked at Gu Li beside him gently. Seeing her is like seeing me. Xiao Yuan and Xiao Qianxiao were shocked when they heard this. Although Gu Li was wearing a mask, making it difficult to see her face, the few people next to her were not wearing masks, and they still recognized who she was at a glance. The two couldn't help but have countless questions in their hearts. What kind of background did this woman have that made the master say such important words? They looked at each other, and saw a bold guess in each other's eyes. The only woman who could make the master protect her like this was Miss Qing. Could it be really her? But they didn't dare to ask too much. After all, they didn't dare to speculate on the master's thoughts. So, the two of them just bowed their heads respectfully and replied, subordinates obey your orders. And Sai frowned slightly and said coldly, "You go back to the demon palace first." Xiao Yuan was slightly startled, his eyes full of worry. "Master, your injury." At this moment, letting them go back to the demon palace first, and leaving the master alone was really worrying. However, Sai's face suddenly sank, and his tone became colder. "I don't want to say it a second time." "Yes." Xiao Yuan and Xiao Qianxia were shocked and dared not say more. They knew the master's temper very well. Once a decision was made, there was no possibility of changing it. So, Xiao Yuan and Xiao Qianxia turned around immediately, and took people to quickly call back their subordinates, who were still looking for people everywhere. And Cie led them to the depths of Yuing Valley. Along the way, the surroundings were so quiet that it was a little scary, with only the sound of everyone's footsteps echoing in the quiet valley. As they continued to go deeper, the atmosphere in the valley became more and more mysterious and depressing. Finally, after passing through the barrier, they came to a place where a pool of water appeared in front of them. The water in the pool showed a strange dark red color. In the dim light, it seemed like a pool of solidified blood, exuding a creepy breath. The surface of the pool was calm without a ripple, but it gave people a feeling of being unfathomable, as if countless unknown secrets were hidden under the dark red water. The rocks on the edge of the pool were covered with moss and were wet, as if they had been eroded by this strange pool of water for a long time. The branches and leaves of the surrounding trees were drooping, and the shadows were heavily cast on the surface of the pool, adding a bit of gloomy atmosphere. Chapter 389. Gu looked at the strange yet somewhat familiar place in front of him and asked softly, "Where is this place?" He turned his head slightly. A complex emotion flashed in his deep eyes, and he said softly, "The place where we first met." Gu frowned slightly, trying to search for memories of this place in her mind, but found nothing. She asked with some doubt, "What are you doing here?" And Cie did not answer immediately, but slowly raised his hand. "I saw a strange light in the blood pool not far away, and a bead emitting a faint green light slowly emerged. After hovering above the blood pool for a while, it slowly flew towards him, and finally landed in his hand. The bead emitted a soft light, illuminating a small area around it, and also reflecting in Cie's cold face. "Here you go." And Cie handed the bead to Gu, his voice low and firm. Gu did not take it, his eyes full of doubts, and took a step back and asked, "What is this?" And Cie stared at the beads in his hand, and a trace of recollection flashed in his eyes. "Part of my spiritual vein." At this time, Lin Yuchen, who had been standing aside, couldn't help but say, "Didn't you refine it?" And Cie nodded slightly and said, "I dug out a part of it at that time, and wanted to refine it into a bracelet for Qingqing." "You are perverted." Sui Yun couldn't help shouting loudly, with an unbelievable look on his face. Who would dig out their own spiritual veins, and give them to others as jewelry? And Cie frowned slightly, looked at Sui Yun with a hint of displeasure in his eyes, and then looked at Gu and said, "Qingqing, I am not a pervert." Gu shook his head gently and said, "It's okay, I don't remember it anyway." Although she was also very surprised, that was all in the past. She felt that Cie would not do such a perverted thing now. And Cie looked at Gu, his eyes became gentle and firm, and said, "Qingqing, you have made a contract, right?" Gu looked at him in shock. "Contract a spiritual vein? Can a spiritual vein still be contracted?" And Cie nodded slightly and said, "Yes, it has been refined into a magic weapon." What he didn't say was that all the power he had dissipated was sealed in this bead. When she was about to encounter danger or even fall, this power could save her soul. Once, he wanted to save her, but it was too late. The undissipated power was sealed in this bead with his memory. Gu hesitated for a moment, but still said, "I don't want this." And Cie frowned slightly, a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes, and asked, "Why?" Sui Yun sneered on the side, "You gave your spiritual vein to Elite to contract, and you still say you are not a pervert." And Cie's eyes turned cold in an instant, looking at Sui Yun, and said coldly, "If you speak again, I will kill you." Sui Yun met in Cie's gaze without fear, stiffened his neck and said, "Kill. I am Ali's brother, you have to pass me if you want to pursue her." And Cie gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and looked at Sui Yun more and more unpleasantly, wishing to take action to get rid of him immediately. Gu looked at the two people at loggerheads, feeling a little helpless. She looked at Cie and said, "Take it back, it should be good for your injury." And Cie shook his head slightly and said, "This has been integrated into your blood. Only you can make a contract. You will know what you want to know after the contract." Gu thought for a while. She knew that Cie might not have any bad intentions. After all, her beast said that he would not hurt them. Thinking of this, she slowly reached out her hand and took the bead, emitting a faint green light. Mu Yunqi, who had been watching silently from the side, couldn't help but say, "Ali, it's better to be careful." Gu Li nodded slightly and said, "It's okay." Since she chose to believe in her beasts, she was willing to believe in Cie. Shi Zihan looked at Nsai with a serious face and said, "If anything happens to her, we will drag you down with us even if we die." Feng Wuhan also echoed from the side, "I second the motion." Nsai raised his head slightly, his eyes full of murderous intent. "I will not let Qingqing get hurt even if I kill you all." Gu Li raised his head slightly, his eyes firm and gentle, looked at Nsai and said, "They are people I care about very much." Nsai nodded slightly, a trace of imperceptible tenderness flashed in his eyes, and he said softly, "I will not kill them." He had met these people in La Feng continent, and he knew in his heart that the people who could accompany Qingqing must be the one she cherished, so how could he bear to make her sad and angry? Gu Li nodded slightly, as a response to Nsai. She lowered her head, her eyes fell on the bead in her hand that exuded a mysterious light. After a slight hesitation, she gritted her teeth, stretched out her slender fingers, and scratched her fingertips with force. A drop of bright red blood slowly seeped out and dripped onto the bead. In an instant, a majestic and powerful force suddenly erupted with the bead as the center. This force was like a surging wave, with the momentum of overwhelming the sea, sweeping everything around in an instant. Mu Yunqi and the others were caught off guard, and were shaken by the sudden force, and were almost blown away. "Damn, what's going on?" Sui Yun was shocked and widened his eyes. While trying to stabilize his body, he shouted loudly. At this critical moment, Nsai quickly made a move. The demonic energy surged around him, and a powerful demonic energy met the bursting power and broke it apart. At this time, Gu Li, at the moment of the burst of power, closed his eyes and fell backwards. What happened to Ali? Sui Yun saw this, anxious, and hurried forward to hug Gu Li's fallen body. However, Nsai's eyes were stern, his figure flashed, and he kicked Sui Yun away directly, and took Gu Li steadily in his arms. He looked down at the unconscious Gu Li in his arms, frowned slightly, and said, "She is refining, and she will wake up in a few days." After that, he turned around with Gu Li in his arms, and walked towards a quiet place. Gu Li slowly opened her eyes again, and felt that the scene in front of her was somewhat familiar and somewhat strange. She found herself standing next to the pond at the beginning. Everything around her seemed to have not changed, but there was a faint sense of indescribable weirdness. Besides her, her friends were not around, and only a few children were looking at her curiously. Gu Li felt uneasy in her heart, and she looked down subconsciously. At this look, she suddenly widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. She found that she had become shorter, and her originally slender hands had become small and exquisite. "Damn, what's going on?" Gu Li shouted in fear in her heart, but strangely, she couldn't make a sound. Chapter 390. Just then, a little boy stretched out his hand, and waved it in front of her eyes, and asked with concern, "Miss Qinglan, what's wrong with you?" Gu Li was shocked and confused. She wanted to say, "Who are you?" but what came out of her mouth was nothing. At this time, another boy pointed forward and said, "Cie is over there." Gu Li looked in the direction he pointed, and saw Cie sitting quietly by the river with his eyes closed. The body walked forward uncontrollably. Qinglan's perspective, Qinglan saw Cie sitting there, and a trace of curiosity flashed in her eyes. She walked forward and said crisply, "Little brother, what are you doing here? If you don't go home, you will be eaten by monsters." Cie remained silent, as if he didn't hear her words. His heart had long been broken, and he was full of vigilance and disgust for everything around him. Qinglan saw that he didn't respond, so she stretched out her pink little hand and wanted to pull him up. But just when her hand was about to touch Nsai suddenly opened his eyes. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he opened her hand and roared, "Get out!" Qinglan was frightened by this sudden action. Looking at her little hand that was beaten red, she was a little speechless. "Why did you hit me?" Nsai was not soft-hearted at all, and said viciously, "Get out, or I will kill you." Qinglan was completely enraged by his words. "Humph, I don't want to play with you yet." The little boy who followed her saw this and hurriedly chased after him, and said, "Qinglan, you don't care what he does, he is a monster." Qinglan stopped and asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" The little boy looked around and said in a low voice, "Don't you know? He killed his parents and their whole family by himself." Qinglan heard this. Instead of fear in his eyes, a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes, and he said loudly, "Wow, he is so young, But he is so powerful. The little boy looked at Qinglong in surprise, and said quickly, he killed his parents, how can he be so powerful? Qinglong didn't think so, tilted her head and said, so what? She didn't have too many deep feelings about the word parents. After all, she didn't know who her parents were since she was a child. In her opinion, a person of the same age as her could actually kill an adult, which was extremely cool. The little boy was a little anxious and said, Qinglong, how can you think so? Qinglong looked at him seriously and said, don't blame someone casually if you don't know what happened. The little boy felt that Qinglong was simply unreasonable, and silently moved away from her. Back in the gorgeous palace, Qinglong walked straight to Nalan Yin, who was reading in the study. Brother, do you know Insai? Qinglong asked curiously. Nalan Yin raised his head, a trace of thought flashed in his eyes, and said, I know, the youngest son of the Yin family. Why do you suddenly ask this? Qinglong's eyes lit up and continued to ask. Everyone in their family was killed by him, right? Nalan Yin nodded slightly and said this matter has long been spread in the demon world. Insai's mother clan has been sending people to capture him, but he has been cleverly killed every time. His strength and methods make many people afraid of him. Qinglong blinked and asked again, is he wrong? Nalan Yin put down the book in his hand, his eyes became deep, and he slowly said, yes. If he was in Insai's situation, he might do more decisively than Insai. Qinglong listened, a satisfied smile appeared on his face, and said, then I know. My brother said he was right, then he was right. It's so cool to be able to kill so many people. The scene changed. In a barren wasteland, the wind was howling, and the dust was flying. Insai was covered in blood, and fell to the ground in a mess. His breath was weak, but revealed an unyielding spirit. His eyes were full of fatigue and vigilance, staring at the old man in front of him. Come with me. A hunchbacked old man slowly approached Insai, with a bit of scrutiny and irresistibility in his eyes. Insai looked at him with disgust. A trace of resolute hatred flashed in his eyes, and he gritted his teeth and spat out a word, get lost. Although the voice was weak, it was fierce. Humph, if you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. The old man snorted coldly, and a trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes. A black demonic energy surged around him instantly, rolling and surging like a hideous tentacle. He suddenly raised his dry palm, and slapped Insai fiercely. Wherever the palm passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, making a piercing whistle. Seeing this, Insai endured the severe pain in his body and rolled to the side. His movements were a bit awkward, but fortunately he successfully avoided the old man's attack. The dust that was raised fell on him, but he didn't care at all, looking at the old man provocatively, and scolded, you are also garbage. The old man's face darkened, and the anger in his eyes became stronger. Come back with me obediently, otherwise I can't guarantee that I won't beat you to death. At this moment, a little girl's voice as clear as a silver bell came from a distance. Where are you taking my little brother? Who? The old man's name is Yuan Sinmo. He looked at the person who came vigilantly, and the demonic energy in his body instantly condensed, and he took a defensive posture. I saw a little girl in a gorgeous pink luo skirt coming over. She had 2 playful buns on her head, and her hair was dotted with sparkling gems. Her face was pink, like peach blossoms blooming in spring, and her big eyes were clear and bright, like stars twinkling in the night sky. Qinglong put his hands on his waist, looked at Yuan Sinmo aggressively, and shouted, do you want to die? When Yuan Sinmo saw the person clearly, he was shocked, and the fierceness on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a face full of surprise. He never expected that this little ancestor would appear here, and a bad premonition came to his mind. Why is Miss Qinglong here? Yuan Sinmo forced a smile, and said respectfully, but the smile could not hide the embarrassment. Qinglong stretched out her slender finger, and pointed at him unceremoniously. You, get out. Yuan Sinmo was pointed at by a child and scolded to get out, and his face suddenly became very ugly, red, like a ripe tomato. But he knew Qinglong's identity very well, and he didn't dare to refute it at all, so he could only grit his teeth and say, yes. After saying that, he leaned over to pull Insai on the ground, ready to take him away. Wait. Qinglong's crisp voice sounded again. Yuan Sinmo's heart tightened, stopped his action, raised his head, and asked carefully, Miss Qinglong, is there anything else? Qinglong walked in front of Yuan Sinmo with his short legs, raised his head, looked at him unhappily, and a firm light flashed in his eyes. You get out, he stays. Chapter 391. Yuan Sinmo was confused. He didn't expect that Insai, who he had always regarded as a useless waste, would be favored by Miss Qinglong. But he really couldn't hand him over to Qinglong. After all, the magic veins in Insai's body were very rare, and would be of great use to him. Yuan Sinmo smiled and explained, Miss Qinglan, you don't know that this little bastard killed his parents. I'm here to take him back to be punished. Qinglan blinked her big eyes, looked at Yuan Sinmo, then looked at Ensai on the ground, and asked, Who are you to him? Ensai on the side sneered, his eyes full of disdain, Dead man. Yuan Sinmo's face sank and scolded, Shut up. How can you talk to your grandfather? Ensai struggled to sit up and retorted, You are worthy? Qinglan frowned her cute little eyebrows and said impatiently, Forget it, I don't care who you are, but you can't take him away. Yuan Sinmo was anxious, but he didn't dare to offend Qinglan, so he could only continue, Miss Qinglan, this is my family business, please don't interfere. You talk too much nonsense. Qinglan said, suddenly raised her little foot and kicked Yuan Sinmo's stomach hard. Yuan Sinmo had never expected that she would attack him directly, and he was kicked without any defense. He flew back several meters and fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Ensai saw the scene, his eyes moved slightly, his lips trembled, but he didn't say anything in the end. Yuan Sinmo got up from the ground in a mess. Being beaten by a child, his face was terribly gloomy at this time, like the dark clouds before a storm. Miss Qinglan, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Yuan Sinmo suppressed his anger and warned. Qinglan crossed her arms, raised her head, and said stubbornly, I will definitely take care of it. Yuan Sinmo was completely enraged. The demonic energy around him surged wildly. A black demonic sword condensed in his hand. The sword flashed with strange runes and exuded a chilling breath. He gritted his teeth and said, Then don't blame me for being rude. At this critical moment, Ensai spoke. Although his voice was weak, it revealed a deterrent force that could not be ignored. You dare to attack her? Aren't you afraid of being wiped out directly? When Yuan Sinmo heard this, his heart was shocked, as if a basin of cold water was poured over his head. He came back to his senses. He was so angry that he almost forgot that Qinglan's identity was not someone he could easily provoke. The magic sword in his hand dissipated instantly, and the whole person was like a deflated ball, and his arrogance disappeared without a trace. Yuan Sinmo was full of displeasure and unwillingness at this moment. He really didn't want to give up Ensai just like that. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided not to pay attention to Qinglan's provocation and take Ensai away first. Under his control, the magic energy turned into a huge black palm, slowly lifted up the seriously injured Ensai on the ground, and turned to leave. Qinglan quickly stepped forward and grabbed one of Ensai's hands, threatening, I will go back and tell my brother that you hid me, and I will let him kill you. Yuan Sinmo was so angry at her sudden action that he trembled all over. He turned his head and stared at Qinglan fiercely, as if fire was about to spit out of his eyes. He was about to refute, but swallowed his words back, because he knew very well what kind of person Qinglan's brother was. He was a person that the entire demon world feared. Qinglan saw that Yuan Sinmo didn't say anything, but had no intention of letting Ensai go. She pulled Ensai harder. Will you let him go? Yuan Sinmo was tangled in his heart. He clenched his fists tightly, and his joints turned white because of the force. He cursed in his heart, but he could do nothing. Finally he sighed, with a hypocritical smile on his face, and said, Since Miss Qinglan likes it, I won't pursue him. Qinglan heard this, and let go of Ensai's hand. Go away, big bastard. Yuan Sinmo was almost angry and vomited blood on the spot. He had lived so long, and had never been humiliated by a child like this. But he didn't dare to resist at all, so he could only swallow his anger. He glared at Ensai fiercely, as if saying we settle this account later, then turned around and left in disgrace. Seeing Yuan Sinmo's departing back, Qinglan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She turned around and looked at the weak Ensai on the ground. Are you okay? Ensai's face was stern, like a cold iceberg, exuding a chill that kept people away from him. At this time, Qinglan walked towards him with a smile on his face with a brisk pace. Qinglan said with a smile, Is this your attitude? Ensai didn't even raise his eyelids, and coldly spat out one word, Get lost. Qinglan was not angry, and still had a smile on his face. I saved you anyway, why are you so ungrateful? Ensai frowned slightly, a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes, and said, Mind your own business. Qinglan didn't care about his bad attitude at all, and approached him and said, Let's go, you play with me for a few days first. Do you want to die? Ensai stretched out his hand suddenly, pinched Qinglan's neck like an iron clamp, and said viciously. His eyes revealed a strong murderous intent, as if he was going to kill the person in front of him in the next second. However, Qinglan did not show any fear, but looked into Ensai's eyes calmly and said provocatively, Do you dare to kill me? And Sai sneered and said, Hee hee, do you think I will be afraid of you like that trash? Qinglan nodded gently and said calmly, I am not afraid. And Sai threw her away with disgust, as if throwing away a disgusting thing, and said, Go away, I don't want to dirty my hands. Qinglan staggered and almost fell. She rubbed her hurt hand, but still had a smile on her face. She walked forward again slowly and said, You have a hot temper. I just need a personal guard. You're the one. And Sai didn't bother to pay attention to her nonsense, and turned around to leave this place of trouble. But before he took a few steps, he suddenly felt a sense of weakness, his legs became weak, and the whole person fell forward uncontrollably, and fell heavily to the ground. Although he lost his ability to move, his consciousness was extremely clear. And Sai's heart was filled with anger. He stared at Qinglan, his eyes seemed to be spewing fire, and shouted angrily, Did you do it? Qinglan took light steps and slowly walked to him, looking down at him, with a smug smile on his face, and said, Don't get close to me casually, it will kill people. Chapter 392. And Sai gnashed his teeth and said, You poison me? Qinglan squatted down, leaned close to his face, and said with a smile, Not too stupid. Time passed, the sun was high in the sky, and the scorching sun poured unreservedly on the bustling and noisy streets. The streets were crowded with cars and pedestrians, the hawkers' cries and the pedestrians' laughter intertwined, forming a lively and extraordinary market picture. On this busy street, Qinglan was like a female general who had returned from victory, carrying an Sai and walking proudly. She was agile and powerful, attracting everyone around her to cast curious glances. And Sai's face was as black as the bottom of a pot at this moment. I don't know how long it took, after a series of embarrassing baptisms of eyes, Qinglan finally carried inside back to the Nether Palace. Miss Qinglan, why are you carrying someone? A guard was sharp-eyed. Seeing Qinglan's appearance, he hurried forward and wanted to take Sai from her shoulders. Qinglan frowned. Go away, I don't need you, I will carry it myself. The guard could only step back helplessly. Qinglan panted slightly, and then asked, By the way, where is my brother? The guard bowed his head respectfully and replied, I don't know, but Lord Ming is back, and the master should be discussing something with Lord Ming. Then I know. Qinglan responded, and then rushed in one direction quickly carrying Sai. Brother, I robbed someone back. Before he could get close, the cheerful voice came from afar. Nolanian was discussing something with Meng Chia. Hearing this familiar voice, he subconsciously looked up at the door. He saw Qinglan carrying a dirty and miserable man, who looked as if he had just crawled out of the mud. Nolanian couldn't help but frown and said with disdain, Dirty, put him down. Qinglan said nonchalantly, It's not dirty, wash it, and it will be clean. Although he said so, he still obediently put Sai on the chair next to Nolanian. Meng Chia narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Sai carefully, and couldn't help but said in surprise, Isn't this the Sai who recently wiped out the family? Qinglan said proudly, It's him, I got him back. A hint of coldness flashed in Meng Chia's eyes, and asked, Miss Qingqing, is someone trying to snatch him from you? Qinglan said angrily, Sister Chia, it's his grandfather, and he wanted to beat me. When Meng Chia heard this, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes for a moment, but he quickly hid it. She put on a gentle smile again, and comforted him softly. It's okay, sister will help you kill them. Qinglan shook her head, pointed her little hand firmly at Sai, and said, Keep it for now, I want to watch him kill it himself. Nailan Yin looked at Qinglan lovingly and said, Then leave it to you to play with. At this time, Sai, who had been silent all the time, finally raised his head and looked at Nailan Yin coldly, without any fear in his heart, and said calmly but with a hint of toughness, Let me go. Nailan Yin looked stern and said mercilessly, You are not qualified to negotiate conditions. Sai raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a sneer, and said, Do you think I can't kill her? Nailan Yin said coldly, If she hurts a hair, you will break a leg. Sai laughed softly, with a hint of sarcasm in his laughter. Are you gambling with her life? Nailan Yin said calmly, You can't hurt her yet. Qinglan listened to their conversation and said excitedly, Brother, I want him to be my bodyguard. Nailan Yin looked at Qinglan's expectant eyes, smiled helplessly, and said, As long as you are happy. Qinglan got a satisfactory answer, and her eyes narrowed into slits with joy, and said, Then I will take him to wash it clean. As she said, she easily carried Sai up like before, and ran back to her residence. Meng Chia looked at the two people leaving, frowned slightly, turned to look at Nailan Yin, and said worriedly, Master, are you going to let him stay with Miss Qingqing? After all, Sai slaughtered so many people overnight, and her methods were cruel, so she was really worried. Nalan Yen looked calm, with absolute trust in his eyes. He can't hurt Qing. And Sai looked at the ignorant villain in front of him. Qinglan stretched out his hand and started to strip his clothes without saying a word. The reckless look made Sai unbearable. He suddenly stretched out his hand and accurately grasped Qinglan's rebellious little hand, and said in a low and cold voice, "That's enough, don't go too far." Qinglan was slightly startled, then opened his eyes wide, and said in surprise, "Hey, you can move." And Sai ignored her surprise, quickly took out a dagger from his arms, put it on Qinglan's neck, and said in an unquestionable and fierce tone, "Take me out." Qinglan was not afraid at all, raised his chin, and his eyes were full of provocation. "Go ahead." And Sai frowned, and a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. "Do you think I dare not?" Qinglan's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a sly smile. "You dare not." And Sai sneered, and the anger in his heart was completely ignited. He suddenly exerted force on the dagger in his hand, and the sharp blade was about to cut Qinglan's throat. At this critical moment, Qinglan reacted very quickly and grabbed Sai's hand holding the dagger. Then, she raised her fist without hesitation and landed heavily on Sai's face. "You really did it, you deserve to be beaten." Qinglan's voice was a little angry. Sai's head was tilted by this sudden punch, and blood flowed out of his nose instantly. He never thought that this seemingly weak little girl would have such great strength. The following scene was completely beyond Sai's expectation. Qinglan was like an angry little beast, punching and kicking him, launching a one-sided group fight. Sai was shocked to find that he had no power to fight back under her violent attack, and could only passively take the beating. The room was filled with Qinglan shouting, and the sound of their physical collisions. Sai tried to resist, but was cleverly resolved by Qinglan every time. His body had no more strength due to the previous poisoning and fatigue. Finally, Qinglan was a little tired. She stopped, panting slightly, pointing to a pile of clothes next to her and said, "There are clothes next to you, wash them yourself. If you don't listen, I will take off your clothes and help you wash them." After that, she turned around and left angrily, still mumbling, "You don't have anything you want, why are you shy?" Chapter 393. Sai watched her leaving, and the anger in his heart gradually subsided. He thought he would be filled with anger, but at this moment, he was not as angry as he imagined. On the contrary, the fierce conflict just now made him feel a long-lost feeling that he was still alive. Time change. In the bustling academy, people came and went, and all kinds of noisy sounds intertwined. Several young people were gathered together, talking about a creepy rumor with great interest. "I heard that he turned into a monster and killed his family." A 7 or 8-year-old child pointed to a place not far away. "Is it true?" A tall and thin man next to him widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. "That's him." The first person who spoke stretched out his finger, and pointed to the figure, who was slowly walking not far away, with a hint of fear and disgust in his eyes. "My grandfather said he is not a demon." A boy who looked a little immature frowned, with a puzzled tone. "What do you mean?" Others cast their eyes on him, eager to know the next step. "He was picked up by the Yin family." The young man lowered his voice, and said mysteriously, "He is so heartless. The Yin family took him in out of kindness, but he wiped out the Yin family." Everyone was immediately filled with righteous indignation, pointing fingers at the figure, and their words were full of accusations. The protagonist of the discussion, Cie, walked through the group of people with an expressionless face. He was dressed in a black robe, with a tall figure, but exuding a chilling aura. Under the messy hair, there was no expression on the cold face, as if the comments of the people around him were nothing but wind in his ears. Just as he was about to leave the side of the group of people, a fat little guy, relying on a few followers behind him, swaggered forward and pushed Sai hard with his hand. Sai was caught off guard, staggered, swayed a few times, and almost fell to the ground. After finally stabilizing his body, he slowly raised his head, his cold eyes like a sharp blade, falling directly on the little fat man, his voice low and cold. "Do you want to die?" The little fat man was not afraid, but instead said "Tsk" with disdain, crossed his arms, and said arrogantly, "Who do you think you are, dare to let me die, trash?" A little follower next to him saw this, and felt a little scared. He quickly pulled the corner of the little fat man's clothes, and carefully advised, "Young Master Jean, don't say it, he is very weird." The little fat man shook off the follower's hand, and shouted loudly, "What are you afraid of? If he is really so powerful, how could he be hunted down by others?" After that, he raised his hand, and was about to slap Sai hard. However, before his slap fell, there was a whoosh sound, and a figure attacked like lightning. Qinglong quickly stepped forward like a ghost, and kicked the little fat man in the stomach accurately. The little fat man screamed, and the whole person flew out like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily to the ground. You dare to bully my guards, you are tired of living. Qinglong's eyes were wide open, and he took a few steps forward, stretched out his hand, and grabbed the little fat man's hair tightly, and smashed his head to the ground again and again. Every impact was accompanied by a dull sound, and the ground was soon stained red with blood. The little fat man struggled desperately, waving his hands in the air, making vague begging sounds, but it was in vain. Miss Qinglong, stop it, he's almost beaten to death. The people around him watched this scene in horror, and some couldn't help but dissuade him. Qinglong let go of her hands in disgust and wiped them on her clothes, as if she had stained them with something dirty. She looked down at the little fat man and ordered coldly, "You kneel down and apologize to him, or I will kill you." The little fat man was still angry at first, with anger burning in his eyes, but when he saw Qinglong's face clearly, his face turned pale in an instant, and the arrogance just now disappeared without a trace. He gritted his teeth and finally swallowed his breath. He obediently crawled in front of Nsai, lowered his head, and whispered, "I'm sorry." Nsai snorted disdainfully and said lightly, "Mind your own business." After that, he turned around and was about to leave. Qinglong was not willing to give up. He rushed forward with a vigorous step, raised his leg high, and kicked Nsai. The kick was so powerful that Nsai was kicked several meters away and fell heavily to the ground. "Others can't hit you, but I can. You can leave only after he apologizes," Qinglong said loudly with his hands on his hips. Nsai was kicked away by Qinglong. He finally got up from the ground in a mess. He turned around and shouted at Qinglong, "Are you sick?" Qinglong didn't care about his anger at all. He blinked and responded, "How do you know?" Nsai was speechless and helpless. He thought to himself, "It's unreasonable. I really don't want to bother with this person with a bad brain." So he patted the dust off his body and left without looking back. Seeing this, Qinglong hurriedly chased after him, shouting, "Don't walk so fast, you are my guard after all." Nsai paused and said coldly, "Don't be too kind to others. No one will remember your kindness." Qinglong smiled nonchalantly and said, "I don't need them to remember my kindness." Nsai was silent for a while, and his steps gradually slowed down. He seemed to be thinking about something, and after a long time, he slowly said, "Why do you want to help me?" Qinglong's mouth corner slightly raised, revealing a mysterious smile, and said, "I like to see people who are struggling in despair turn over." Nsai didn't expect to hear such an answer, and was obviously stunned for a moment. He originally thought that Qinglong helped him for some purpose, or on a whim, but he didn't expect it to be such a strange reason. "So you help so many people for fun?" He frowned, with a trace of scrutiny in his eyes. Qinglong shook his head and said, "Not really. I just give them some hope and help. Whether they can survive or not has nothing to do with me." Nsai's heart moved. He stopped, looked at Qinglong, and asked, "So you want to help me?" Qinglong answered without hesitation, "No, unless you swear a vow to never attack the Nether Palace." Nsai sneered, "You wish? I will kill the Nether Palace first when I get up." Qinglong smiled disdainfully and said, "You are dreaming in broad daylight." Nsai was too lazy to pay attention to her, and quickened his pace. Qinglong did not continue to chase him, but said behind his back, "If I were you, I would do whatever it takes to become stronger." Nsai paused, but soon left. Chapter 394. In the quiet and peaceful courtyard, the sun shines through the mottled leaves, casting pieces of light and shadow. Nsai looked at Qinglong helplessly, who was teasing the Taotai lying beside him out of boredom. Nsai finally couldn't help but speak, breaking the silence. "Don't you have something to do?" Qinglong didn't even raise his head, and continued to fiddle with a small toy for Taotai, and replied casually, "Yes, to urge you to practice." Nsai's mouth twitched slightly. "I can practice by myself," Qinglong said softly, and still didn't stop the action in his hands, as if he didn't care about Nsai's words. Nsai was silent for a moment, staring at Qinglong, and said slowly, "I heard your conversation with Na Lonyan last time." This time, Qinglong finally stopped what he was doing, looked up at Nsai, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. "So, are you angry or angry?" Nsai narrowed his eyes slightly, and a complex look flashed in his eyes. "You also have dual meridians." Qinglong was not surprised at all, and replied frankly, "Yes." Nsai walked forward a few steps, stood in front of Qinglong, and asked with burning eyes, "What is your purpose?" Qinglong sat up gently, patted the dust on his body, and said casually, "See how far you can practice and how long it will take you to die." And Cie was so angry that he laughed. You use me as a test subject? Qinglan spread his hands and said innocently, not really, I can practice dual meridians at the same time. I finally met someone like me. I want to know if you can practice at the same time. And Cie frowned and said firmly, no. Qinglan's eyes flashed with curiosity and asked, is it true? You can only cultivate one? And Cie sighed slightly, and a trace of helplessness appeared in his eyes. For now, I can only give up one after cultivating to a certain level. After hearing this, Qinglan showed a trace of disappointment on her face, curled her lips, and said, well, that's meaningless. After saying that, she laid down again and continued to tease Tao Thai, as if the conversation just now was just an insignificant episode. Time flies. Qinglan and Cie sat side by side on a strangely shaped stone. Qinglan swung her legs, her eyes full of curiosity. Suddenly, she turned her head to look at Cie and asked, Cie, you are not from the demon world. How come you grew up in the demon world? Cie's face suddenly became a little ugly, as if the most reluctant pain in his heart was touched, and he said coldly, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Qinglan was relentless. She widened her eyes and looked disapproving. Why? This is not something shameful. I am not a demon. Cie was slightly startled and looked at Qinglan in confusion. You are not a demon. Qinglan nodded vigorously and said excitedly, yes, I was picked up by my brother from the god realm. I don't know who my biological parents are, but my brother is very good to me. Since she could remember, she asked Nailin Yen why she had no parents, and Nailin Yen did not hide it from her, and told her all these things. She didn't think it was a big deal. She saved Cie because she knew that he also had the dual veins of gods and demons. Cie smiled bitterly and said softly, you are so lucky. Qinglan moved closer to Cie and said flatteringly, it's okay, just tell me, we have known each other for so long, don't hide it. Cie was silent for a long time, as if he was struggling fiercely in his heart, and finally spoke slowly, I was also brought back from the god realm by those two people. Qinglan's eyes lit up and asked, then why did you kill them? Cie's eyes suddenly became cold, as if a layer of frost had formed, and he said word by word, because they deserved to die. Qinglan blinked and asked tentatively, they want your divine and demonic dual veins, right? Cie was a little surprised, frowned slightly, and looked at Qinglan. You know? Qinglan smiled proudly. I know a little bit. I heard my brother's men whispering before that you have dual veins, and many people are thinking about you. Cie sighed softly and fell into memories. I was taken to the demon world when I was 5 years old. He raised his head, looked at the sky shrouded in darkness, and slowly told his life story. His original parents, one was a noble lady in the divine world, gentle and kind. The other was a demon king with a great reputation in the demon world, domineering and unparalleled. He had never seen his father. When the tragic war broke out in the demon world, in order to protect his pregnant mother, his father reluctantly sent her back to the demon world. However, the war was too cruel, and his father eventually died on the battlefield and left him forever. A few years after he was born, the people of the Yin family accidentally discovered the abnormality hidden in his body, when they were in the god realm, the unique dual veins of gods and demons. They killed his mother, and brought him back to the Yin family. Originally, they planned to wait until he came of age to perform a double vein transplant, and take his unique spiritual vein for themselves. When he was out training, he got an opportunity, which was the inheritance left by his father. With this inheritance, he had the strength to resist. What a night it was, bloody and violent, screaming in the Yin family mansion. With his father's inheritance, Cie burst out with amazing power, and killed those who had hurt him, and his mother one by one. That night, the Yin family was full of blood and corpses were everywhere. And the fact that he was the only one with double veins was also spread with this bloody killing. As for the other person with the god and demon double veins, they didn't dare to touch him. He, a person without any background and strength, became a target. After the news spread, many people were concerned about his double veins, and were secretly ready to move. But before they could do anything, he was carried away by this little carrot head. Qinglan listened to his story with sympathy in his heart. He gently patted his shoulder and said firmly, it's okay. I'm here for you. You should work hard to cultivate, okay? Cie was touched. This was the first time that someone cared about him so much except his mother. Before he could say anything, he heard Qinglan speak carelessly again. I will be responsible for fighting in the future, and you will be responsible for cleaning my ass. Cie's face darkened, and he shouted unhappily, Qinglan. He was so moved that he was fed to the dog. Qinglan, however, was like nothing happened, laughing mischievously, and the laughter echoed in this quiet corner of the demon world. Chapter 395. Time flies, and we come to Qinglan as an adult. And Sai walked silently to Qinglan, who was hanging herself on the beam, like a ghost, and poked her gently with his slender fingers. "Hey, what are you doing?" Qinglan looked like she had lost all hope in life, and her eyes, which were originally lively, were now full of helplessness. She said weakly, "I stole my brother's holy water, and he was angry." And Sai frowned slightly. "It's just holy water, he is so stingy." Qinglan sighed. "He wants to use it to heal his wounds." And Sai was a little helpless. "You still go back. Just go." Qinglan heard this, and kicked her legs, shaking even more. She pouted and said, "I drank it as water." And Sai steadied her body and asked, "How much?" Qinglan struggled to get rid of his hand. "1 bottle." And Sai was silent for a moment. Looking at Qinglan's pitiful appearance, he finally softened his heart and said, "You go back and wait, I bring it to you in a few days." Qinglan heard this, and instantly became energetic. She pulled hard with both hands, broke the rope slickly, and jumped down steadily. She ran to Ncie excitedly, her eyes shining. "Are you going to get it? Take me with you." Ncie refused without hesitation. "No, it's too dangerous." Qinglan didn't care, jumping around Ncie like a happy bird. "It's not dangerous. It's not dangerous. I'm tired of playing in the demon realm. It's the same place and people every day. It's boring." Ncie's eyes were full of doubt. "Do you know where I'm going to get it?" Qinglan looked proud, and puffed out his chest. "I know. It's the God realm." Ncie sighed helplessly. "I know you still want to go with me." Qinglan grabbed Ncie's arm, shook it hard, and said coquettishly, "I've only been to the God realm once. The buildings there are so spectacular and beautiful, much better than our demon realm. I want to go and play, okay?" Ncie was a little shaken, but still insisted. "Then you have to listen to me." Qinglan immediately quit when he heard it, put his hands on his waist, and put on a condescending look. "You can't tell who is the big and small king, right? You are a guard. You have to listen to me." Ncie was angry and amused in his heart, so he turned around and left. "Then you stay in the demon realm." Qinglan said stubbornly. "Then I will go by myself. It's not like I can't tear open the space crack." Ncie stopped helplessly and looked at Qinglan. "Then you follow me, but remember, don't reveal that you have double veins." Qinglan looked puzzled, tilted his head and asked, "Why can't I reveal it in the God realm? Everyone in the demon realm knows that I have double veins." Ncie looked serious and tried to scare her. "That's because Nalin Yin sealed the demon realm, and those people in the God realm can't get in. If they find out that you have double veins, they will try their best to dig out your double veins, and then you will be in danger." Qinglan waved his hand nonchalantly and said confidently, "No, they can't beat me, and besides, you are still here. You are the most powerful guard." Ncie looked at Qinglan's fearless appearance, and finally sighed helplessly. "There is nothing we can do to you." Qinglan and Ncie sneaked away from Nalin Yan's sight. The surroundings were filled with strange fog, and from time to time, there were several eerie howls, but this did not affect their determination at all. Ncie quickly formed seals with his hands, muttering something, and a space crack with strange light slowly opened in front of him. Qinglan rubbed his hands excitedly, his eyes full of expectation, and the two of them went in without hesitation. The moment they stepped into the God realm, the fresh air hit them in the face, forming a sharp contrast with the oppression of the demon realm. The sky of the God realm was as blue as a gem, and the white clouds floated in it like a fairy. The fairy mountain pavilions in the distance exuded a soft light, like a dream. Qinglan looked around curiously, and suddenly remembered something. He turned to look at Ncie and whispered, "Can you convert your divine power? If not, I have elixirs." Ncie nodded slightly, his eyes firm. "Yes, I haven't cultivated to perfection yet, so both meridians are still there, and converting divine power is not a problem for the time being." Qinglan breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. "That's good." Ncie reached out and gently pulled Qinglan's arm, saying, "Let's go." Qinglan hesitated, stopped, frowned and said, "Are we so above board? Shouldn't stealing be done in secret?" Ncie's mouth slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. "What are you afraid of? I'm here." After a pause, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and then he said, "Besides, who said we were going to steal? We just robbed." Qinglan widened his eyes, looking surprised. "Ah, this is not good." Ncie's face darkened, with a hint of anger in his tone. "What's wrong with it? Nalin Yin was injured by them." When Qinglan heard this, she was immediately furious. She clenched her fists and shouted loudly, "Let's go and kill them." She was about to rush forward. And Sai was quick-witted and grabbed her, saying seriously, "Don't be impulsive. How can the two of us beat the people in the entire God realm?" Qinglan was stunned for a moment, stopped, and looked at Nsai in confusion. "Didn't you say to rob?" Nsai shook his head helplessly, and explained patiently, "You have to choose the target. You can't blindly make enemies with everyone." Qinglan nodded as if she understood and asked, "Who to fight?" Nsai's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said word by word, "The head of the Wang family. He has a bottle of holy water in his hand." Qinglan became more curious. He tilted his head and asked, "How did you know?" Cie smiled slightly, with a hint of pride. "Do you think I have only practiced in the past few years?" There was an ambition in his eyes. "My goal is to replace Nalin Yin as the Demon King. How can I do it without some power? I also have my own information channels in the God realm." Qinglan looked at Cie with admiration, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Cie, you are awesome. Take me to see your forces someday." Cie smiled, and touched Qinglan's head. "Let's talk about it when we get back. She will definitely like it when she sees it." The two were on their way to the Wang family. The atmosphere around them seemed a little quiet, with only a slight sound of wind ringing in their ears. Cie suddenly stopped, looked at Qinglan with deep eyes, and slowly asked, "Aren't you afraid that I will replace your brother?" Qinglan was stunned for a moment, then a bright smile appeared on his face, his eyes full of trust and confidence, and he answered without hesitation, "No, my brother said that the demon realm needs new blood." Chapter 396. Time flies. She looked down at the holy water in her hand, her eyes full of joy, her smile as bright as a flower blooming in spring. "I got it." Cie nodded slightly, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. "Let's go." Qinglan shook his head slightly, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. "It may not be so easy for us to leave." Cie looked at her doubtfully. A hint of confusion flashed in his deep eyes. Qinglan closed her eyes, sensing everything around her, and slowly said, "Someone is coming, many people. And the space is locked, and the space crack can't be used." Nsai frowned slightly, a fierce look flashed in his eyes, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "You hide first. It's dangerous here, I deal with it." Qinglan didn't mean to hide, but looked up at Nsai with a smile and asked, "Sai, are all the people of the God clan bad people?" Nsai was slightly startled, as if he didn't expect her to ask this question suddenly, and after a moment of silence, he replied, "Not all. God. There are good and evil people in the clan, and they cannot be generalized." Qinglan blinked and asked again, "What about the people in the Wang family?" Nsai didn't know why she was obsessed with this question, but still answered truthfully, "Bad." Qinglan's mouth corner slightly raised, revealing a sly smile. "That's easy." Nsai was a little helpless, and stretched out his hand to pull Qinglan behind him to hide. "You stay aside, I will take you away safely. Little ones, go earn some food for Tao Tai." Qinglan waved her little hand, and 5 figures rushed out of her body like lightning. An's agile figure flashed first, followed by Xiao Tingzi steadily. Tao Tai took heavy but fast steps. Xiao Qianjin flashed with strange light. Xiao Bai was agile, and they quickly rushed out towards the people outside. Cie was slightly surprised. "Your contracted beast?" Qinglan nodded proudly. "Yes, they haven't moved for a long time. They eat and sleep every day, especially Tao Tai. I can't afford to raise it." Cie smiled lightly and said firmly, "It's okay, I help you raise it. No matter how many, I can afford it." Qinglan's eyes lit up and took Cie's hand. Let's go outside to watch the show. The little ones are extraordinary. Once they enter the battlefield, they are like tigers entering a flock of sheep. And it is flexible and shuttles freely among the crowd. Enemies fall to the ground wherever he goes. The small pavilion releases a powerful defensive force to dissolve the enemy's attacks one by one. Tao Tai opens its bloody mouth and sucks the enemies into its mouth with a strong suction force. Xiao Qianqian releases a powerful force to disrupt the enemy's formation. Xiao Bai attacks fiercely and gives the enemy a fatal blow. It didn't take much effort for all the enemies to be killed. After eating and drinking, Tao Tai walked slowly to Qinglan and burped, "Master, I'm full and want to sleep." The voice was full of satisfaction and laziness. Qinglan smiled and touched its little head. "So good, go back." Tao Tai and a few other little figures flashed and disappeared into Qinglan's body. Time passed, the night was deep, and the candlelight in the palace was swaying. Nsai looked calm, walked slowly to the table, gently put down a bottle of holy water, and said lightly, "Return it to you." Nalanian raised his eyebrows slightly, moved his eyes away from the bottle of holy water, and looked at Nsai. Did you go to the God realm? Qinglong suddenly became energetic, jumped over, his eyes sparkling. Yes, the God realm is fun and beautiful. There are sparkling things everywhere, and there are many magical things. Nalan Yan's face darkened, and he shouted, "Nonsense." The voice exploded in the hall like thunder. Qinglong was startled and subconsciously hid behind Ensai, whispering, "If he wants to hit me, remember to take me away." Ensai stepped forward, protected Qinglong behind him, looked directly at Nalan Yan, and said without flinching, "I'm going. Do you have any objection?" Nalan Yan's eyes became colder, and coldly ordered, "Throw him to Tingshui Yuanguan for a month." Qinglong jumped out from behind Ensai, put his hands on his hips, and shouted, "No, why are you punishing him? He did nothing wrong. We went to have a look, and nothing serious happened." Nalan Yan's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. He looked at Qinglong. "I teach you a lesson later. You actually dared to go to the God realm by yourself. Do you know how dangerous it is?" Qinglong shrank his neck and whispered, "We know we were wrong. We won't do it next time." Nalan Yan snorted coldly, "There won't be a next time." Ensai looked at Qinglong and suddenly called out, "Ching Ching." Qinglong looked at him subconsciously, with a hint of nervousness and confusion in his eyes. Ensai said nothing, stretched out his hand to pick up Qinglong, and threw him out like a chicken. Qinglong drew an arc in the air and screamed, "Oh!" Then, Ensai's aura surged, and his fighting spirit was high. "Let me experience the power of the Demon King." Nalan Yan sneered, and the demonic energy around him surged. "You don't know whether to live or die." In just a moment, the two of them moved like lightning, and they exchanged hundreds of moves. The powerful force collided, like a surging wave, and the huge palace was in a mess. Bricks and stones flew, and beams and pillars collapsed. This fierce movement quickly attracted the attention of people outside. Qinglong got up from the ground, patted the dust on his body, looked at the battle in the palace, and said in surprise, "How can Cie be so strong that he can fight with my brother?" Meng Qihe stood aside, with a calm expression. He has indeed become much stronger in these years, and has made a lot of efforts. Qinglong looked at Meng Qihe with a worried face. "Sister Qihe, who do you think will win?" Meng Qihe bowed slightly. "Of course it is the master. The master's strength is unfathomable." Qinglong was anxious when he heard it. "It's over. If my brother wins, we will both be locked up. No, we can't let them fight anymore." Qinglong took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "Don't fight, you are so old." But the two people in the palace turned a deaf ear and continued to fight. Qinglong was so anxious that he suddenly remembered the words in the book he had read. He blurted out without thinking, "Don't fight anymore. Don't fight for others. They will be sad." Ensai was concentrating on dealing with Nalan Yan's attack. Hearing this, he was stunned. Nalan Yan's attack followed him like a shadow, and he was hit hard. Qinglong stamped his feet and shouted, "Don't be distracted. I told you to stop fighting, not to let you be beaten unilaterally. Fight back quickly." Qinglong's eyes turned and shouted again, "Sai, hit him in the face." Then he shouted to Nalan Yan, "Brother, kick him in the stomach." Meng Qihe couldn't bear it anymore. He covered Qinglong's mouth with his hand and said helplessly, "Miss Qingqing, are you trying to stop the fight or to stir up trouble?" As a result, Qinglong was taught a lesson for half an hour, and Ensai was locked up in Tingshui Yuan. Chapter 397. The eerie and treacherous Tingshui abyss was filled with a disgusting stench, and the surrounding stone walls were flickering with dark green light. And Cie leaned half of his body against the stone pillar, and countless demon snakes around him spit out their tongues and hissed, and demon scorpions waved their pincers, and made creepy friction sounds when crawling on the ground. Cie. A soft voice broke the silence. And Cie slowly opened his eyes, and saw a head coming out of the wall. And Cie was slightly startled, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. "How did you get in? This place is heavily guarded, and there are dangerous poisons everywhere. Ordinary people can't get close at all." Qinglong waved his hand proudly and said with a smile, "I have a small pavilion. I tore through the space here to get in." And Sai frowned slightly. "It's dirty here, you should get out." Qinglong waved her hand nonchalantly. "It's okay, it will be clean after washing. You should follow me first." As she said that, she reached out to pull in Sai. And Cie raised his eyebrows. A hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. "You want to take me out of prison?" Qinglong pouted and said confidently, "This is not called prison break. Only those who commit crimes are prison break, and we didn't commit any crimes, so it doesn't count." And Cie's mouth corner slightly raised, and he teased, "Aren't you afraid that Nalan Yan will hit you?" Qinglong pulled him up confidently, and said firmly, "No, brother never hits me." Cie shook his head and refused. No, I can't go out before the time comes. Qinglan looked puzzled and asked relentlessly, why? Cie slowly raised his hand, revealing a pair of red handcuffs on it, and looked a little helpless. I can't use my magic energy. The handcuffs were specially made to seal his magic power, making it impossible for him to break free. I do it. Qinglan jumped in without any hesitation. The water instantly covered her knees, and a chill spread from the soles of her feet. All kinds of poisonous creatures in the water seemed to have smelled the scent of prey and swam towards her. The magic snake twisted its body at a very fast speed, and the magic scorpion also waved its pincers, ready to attack. Seeing this, Cie frowned and shouted, Go up quickly. Qinglan looked down at the poisonous snakes and scorpions. A trace of fierceness flashed in her eyes, and shouted, Get out of here, or I will roast you and eat you. She exuded a powerful aura, which was even more terrifying than these poisonous creatures. Perhaps frightened by the aura she exuded, the poisonous creatures all stayed away from her. Cie was a little confused, but he didn't ask, just looked at her quietly. Qinglan seemed to see his doubts, and said proudly, Because I am more poisonous than them. Cie looked at her and shook his head. You can't open it. The handcuffs were specially made by the Nether Palace, and were extremely strong. Snap! The crisp sound broke the tense atmosphere. The handcuffs were actually opened by Qinglan. Qinglan and Cie looked at each other. Qinglan smiled proudly. I have the authority to open everything in all places in the Nether Palace. Cie rubbed his wrist, which was a little sore. Aren't you afraid that Nailan Yin will be angry? Qinglan shook his head nonchalantly. What are you afraid of? I take you to get revenge. Cie was slightly stunned. Huh? What revenge? He couldn't figure out what Qinglan meant by revenge. Qinglan said seriously, Look for my brother, we will join forces. Cie couldn't help but chuckle. Look up. Qinglan looked up subconsciously. Nailan Yin appeared above him at some point, and said with a smile, Who do you want to seek revenge? Qinglan felt guilty and smiled awkwardly. Hey, what a coincidence, brother, you are here too. After a while, Cie was tied back to the original place, and Qinglan was hung in the air, with his limbs tightly bound by ropes. Qinglan shouted angrily, It's all your fault. Why didn't you remind me that he was coming earlier? Cie looked at her helplessly. You can blame me for this. The long river of time flows slowly, and 100 years pass by like a white horse passing by. On this day, the sun shines through the mottled leaves and sprinkles in the quiet valley. Cie and Qinglan sit side by side on the boulder by the stream. Cie frowned slightly, breaking the silence. Qing, do you think I should cultivate the divine vein or the demon vein? Qinglan was slightly startled, and her beautiful eyes turned to look at him. Have you cultivated to the great success? Cie nodded gently, yes. Qinglan thought for a moment, and slowly said, It depends on whether you want to become a god or a demon. Cie's mouth corners slightly raised, looking at her with burning eyes. What do you want me to become? Qinglan smiled. It's all right, whether you are a god or a demon, aren't you, my friend? Cie couldn't help laughing. Yeah, there is no difference. He paused, and then changed the question, Do you like gold or red? Qinglan subconsciously looked at the bracelet that Cie gave her. It was a bracelet woven with red silk thread and inlaid with small golden gemstones. It was extremely delicate. She raised her eyes, and her eyes moved. Isn't it obvious? Cie looked at her with a smile in his eyes. Obviously. However, in just a few days, Qinglan noticed that Cie was different. She frowned slightly and asked in confusion, Why is your cultivation so much higher than mine? Cie looked calm. Please explore my body. Qinglan followed his instructions, and carefully probed his body with her consciousness, but was shocked to find that the original double veins in Cie's body now only had the demon vein, and the position of the former spiritual vein was also firmly occupied by the demon vein. Qinglan looked at him in disbelief. Have you given up your divine vein? Cie was silent for a moment, nodded slowly, and then took out a bead emitting a strange light from the space ring and handed it to her, saying softly, A birthday gift for you. Qinglan was slightly stunned, took the bead, and said helplessly, You have given me a lot of things. Every year on her birthday, Cie would carefully prepare gifts, and she could hardly use them all. Cie's eyes were gentle. You should carry this with you. Qinglan gently played with the beads and exclaimed, It's pretty good. Cie hesitated for a moment and said, Qing, do you want to live with me for a while? Qinglan almost didn't think about it, and directly refused. No, I want to go to the god realm. Cie's face changed slightly. What are you going to do in the god realm? Qinglan explained, My demon vein has been cultivated to perfection, but the divine vein is still a little short of fire. I can't cultivate in the demon world. Chapter 398. Ensai looked solemn and said firmly, "No, you can't go." Qinglan looked puzzled. "Why?" Ensai frowned and said worriedly, "Recently, there have been constant conflicts between the God realm and the demon realm. The situation is tense, and a war may break out at any time. It's too dangerous." Qinglan bit his lip, hesitated for a moment, and sighed helplessly. "Okay. Time flies. The land of the demon realm trembles in the flames of war. Shouts and wails intertwine. A strong smell of blood permeates the air." In the hall of the Netherworld Palace, Neilan Yin looked at Qinglan. "You leave the demon world first." Qinglan shook his head. "No, I want to stay here with you." Neilan Yin turned his head and looked at Ensai on the side. "Ensai, if you don't want her to fall into the hands of the gods, take her away from here." Ensai's brows twisted into a Chuan character, and a trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes. "Tell me first why they are looking for Qingqing." Neilan Yin quickly said, "Her spiritual vein is the only complete divine and demonic dual vein." Ensai was slightly startled, and his experience of divine and demonic dual veins instantly emerged in his mind. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. "What do you mean?" Neilan Yin explained, "You also had divine and demonic dual veins before, and you should know that the two veins cannot coexist. But the dual veins in Qingqing's body not only coexist, but are also intact. To have such a divine and demonic dual vein, you are destined to become a god. As for whether he will eventually become an admired god or a feared demon, he has no way of knowing." Ensai's heart trembled, and he immediately understood the seriousness of the matter. "So they came for Qingqing." Neilan Yin lowered his eyes. "Not all." Ensai did not ask any more questions. Knowing that time was running out, he turned to look at Qinglan, and his tone became unquestionable. "Qing, follow me." Qinglan looked confused and angry. "What the hell are you talking about? I can just give him this double pulse. Why attack us?" Ensai did not explain any more, and stepped forward, carrying Qinglan with both arms. He quickly formed seals with both hands, and powerful magic surged at his fingertips. With a twist and roar of space, he tore open a space crack emitting a faint light. Before Qinglan could react, Ensai jumped in without hesitation. Qinglan struggled desperately on Ensai's shoulder and shouted, "Ah, take my beast with you." The two disappeared in the space crack without noticing Neilan Yin's complicated eyes. A shadow quietly appeared beside Neilan Yin and whispered, "Master, do you really want to do this?" Neilan Yin narrowed his eyes slightly, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. "Well, pay attention to their movements." When Ensai and Qinglan came out of the space crack, the surrounding environment made Ensai instantly realize that something was wrong. They did not go to the human world, but to the god realm. Seeing this, Ensai cursed in his heart. What the hell does Neilan Yin want to do? He couldn't have teleported wrong. The only explanation was that he had done something. Qinglan looked puzzled and looked around. "Isn't this the god realm? What are we doing here?" Ensai's face sank, and he hurriedly said, "Qingqing, let's go." However, before they took a step, countless Protoss soldiers in silver armor suddenly emerged around them and surrounded them. A man who looked like a general of the god clan shouted loudly, "Take the people away." As soon as the voice fell, dozens of strong men surrounded them aggressively. Ensai was furious, and silver demonic energy burst out from his body. Like an angry beast, he fiercely repelled everyone who approached. He turned his head and looked at Qinglan, his eyes full of anxiety. "Qingqing, listen to me. You will escape back to the demon world first. Don't look back, understand?" Qinglan was not to be outdone, and quickly used his spiritual power to attack the people around him. Hearing Ensai's words, she subconsciously refused. "No, am I the kind of person who abandons others? Protect yourself." Ensai did not give her a chance to refuse, and his body was as fast as lightning, quickly repelling wave after wave of approaching god clan. He seized an opportunity, condensed his magic power again, tore open a space crack, and then threw Qinglan in fiercely. Qinglan shouted in the air, "Ensai, you dare to throw me, I am the boss." Ensai chuckled, his eyes full of tenderness and determination. "Boss, I will resist once." After that, he turned around and faced the gods who were coming like a tide. Ensai's eyes were full of bloodshot. His expression was haggard but also revealed a sense of urgency. He stared straight at Neilan Yin and asked loudly, "Where is Qingqing?" Neilan Yin lowered his head slightly, his lips tightly closed, and remained silent. The whole room was so quiet that only the heavy breathing of each other could be heard. Ensai's patience was exhausted in an instant. He rushed forward, grabbed Nalan Yan's collar, lifted him up fiercely, and roared, "I ask you, where is she?" Nalan Yan was pulled unstable by this sudden force, and slowly spit out 3 words, "In the God realm." Ensai's eyes instantly became as sharp as a knife, as if he wanted to cut the person in front of him into pieces. "You plotted against us." Nalan Yan turned his head slightly. A trace of imperceptible guilt flashed in his eyes, and whispered, "She is dead." "You bastard, why did you do this?" Ensai's eyes were red, tears rolled in his eyes, but he was forced to hold them back. Nalan Yan took a deep breath, as if trying to calm his emotions. "She is destined to have a disaster." Ensai sneered, his eyes full of mockery. "So you deliberately sent her to the God realm?" Nalan Yan lowered his eyes, his long eyelashes covered the look in his eyes. He did not speak, tacitly agreed to it all. Ensai suppressed his anger and asked word by word, "Why do you do this?" Nalan Yan raised his head, his eyes cold. "This is not what you should ask." Ensai's heart moved, and a terrible thought flashed through his mind. "Is it because there is a problem with the demon core that you want to sacrifice her?" Just then, Mengchiha, who had been silent all the time, spoke. "The demon core is fine. It's the people in the God realm who want to kill all the continents." Ensai was slightly startled, and then seemed to understand something. "A natural god, fallen in one place, the heaven will bring down divine punishment, right? You are using her life to reduce the power of the God realm, right?" Nalan Yan frowned slightly, and a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. "I have a reason to do this." Ensai laughed in anger. "Nalan Yan, you are great. One day I will let you die in my hands." Nalan Yan looked at him. A complex look flashed in his eyes. "You are also a god and devil dual vein. You should know that she can be reincarnated." Chapter 399. Ensai sneered. "Reincarnation? Huh? Then you deserve to die?" Nalan Yan closed his eyes slightly, as if thinking about something, and after a moment, he slowly said, "The demon realm cannot be broken." Ensai looked at him with disdain in his eyes. "Give me a reason." Nalan Yan opened his eyes, and looked into the distance, as if he saw the distant future. "The strength of each continent is like a pyramid, with the God realm above the demon realm and below the gods. If the demon realm is broken, the balance of the entire world will be broken." Ensai frowned slightly. "You want to be above the God realm for your so-called status?" Nalan Yan was silent for a moment, and slowly said, "What if all continents except the God realm are destroyed?" Ensai's eyes were full of indifference. "Other people's lives and deaths have nothing to do with me." After the voice fell, he left without looking back. The resolute back seemed to announce the irreconcilable contradiction between him and Nalan Yan. Mengchiha looked at the direction where Ensai left, and turned to look at Nalan Yan. "Master, do you want to stop him?" Nalan Yan shook his head slightly. A trace of fatigue flashed in his eyes. "No, you can't stop him." Mengchiha frowned slightly. Then Miss Ching. Nalan Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes. "It's okay, I will find her again when things calm down. He can't leave now, he will lose, but he won't let them succeed in a short time." The night is thick as ink, and Ensai stands alone in the dim room, surrounded by suffocating silence. He slowly squatted down, and his slender fingers trembled as he picked up the small bead in the corner that emitted a faint light. That was the last birthday gift he gave to Qinglan, but at this moment, it was like a sharp knife, piercing his heart, and the pain made him almost unable to breathe. Xiao Yuan whispered, "Master, Miss Qinglan still has a chance to reincarnate." Ensai paused, and a trace of almost crazy hope suddenly ignited in his eyes. He suddenly grasped the small bead tightly in his palm, as if holding the remaining life of Qinglan. He slowly stood up, mechanically put the small bead carefully into his arms, and his eyes seemed to be guarding the most precious treasure in the world. "Notify everyone, I will slaughter everyone in the God realm." Ensai's voice was low and cold, revealing endless murderous intent and determination. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qianqi's face suddenly changed. He hurriedly stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and urged, "Master, no." Xiao Yuan also showed a worried look on his face, and knelt on one knee, and advised, "Master, what if Miss Qinglan is reincarnated and taken away by Nalan Yan again?" Xiao Qianqiao then said, "Everyone knows that the god and demon dual veins have another chance to reincarnate. Miss Qinglan has not yet been born, and many people will secretly investigate. If we rashly go to war with the God realm at this time, it will only alert the enemy, and put Miss Qinglan in a more dangerous situation." Ensai gritted his teeth, and the muscles on his face twitched slightly because of anger and pain. After a long while, he took a deep breath, suppressed the urge to destroy everything, and said word by word, "Let someone check Qingqing's reincarnation first, and kill anyone from the God clan if they meet them." Hearing that Insai no longer insisted on rushing to the god realm, Xiao Qianxiao and Xiao Yuan looked at each other, and both breathed a sigh of relief, and responded in unison, yes. Since Qinglan's death, Gu Li is no longer the Qinglan she once was. When she peered into the depths of Insai's memory, it was as if she had stepped into a world full of blood and rain. What came into view was Insai's ghostly figure, shuttling through the territory of the gods, mercilessly assassinating those talented disciples. Every time he attacked, it was as sharp as lightning, without a trace of hesitation, blood splashed in the darkness, like a blooming flower of sin. And Neilan Yin, the figure who once called the wind and rain in the demon world, is now suppressed. In Insai's memory, Gu Li clearly saw that behind all this, Insai was actually fueling the flames. Neilan Yin was suppressed to the lower world, and his desolate appearance formed a sharp contrast with his former glory. Gu Li also saw that when she was reincarnated, the trajectory of her fate had already been shrouded in darkness. Before she was born, she was strangled by the gods. In addition to Insai and Elanian's men, another force was chasing her parents. People from the god realm. The murderer of the brutal massacre on Lingxi continent 3,000 years ago was Insai. Blood dyed the earth red, wailing resounded through the sky, and countless lives came to an abrupt end at that moment. Although Gu Li saw so many things in Insai's memory, her thoughts were tangled like a tangled mess. After all, what she saw was only Insai's memory, and Insai himself did not know many things. These mysteries, like heavy fog, deeply buried the truth. Gu Li raised her head and looked at Insai, her lips trembling slightly. At this moment, her mood was extremely complicated. Thousands of words came to her mind, but she didn't know where to start. Ncai narrowed his eyes slightly, raised a gentle and slightly bitter smile at the corner of his mouth, and asked softly, "You saw my memory, right?" Gu Li was slightly startled, then slowly nodded, and replied softly, "Yeah." The voice was very light, but it seemed to carry 1,000 pounds of weight. Sui Yun, who had been standing next to him, was full of uncontrollable curiosity. He couldn't help but get close to Gu Li and said eagerly, "Ali, what did you see? Tell me." Gu Li took a deep breath, tried to calm down his emotions, and then told his friends everything he had witnessed in Ncia's memory. Ncia listened quietly, with a hint of intoxication in his eyes. Although those memories were already vague to him, at this moment, he could hear them again from the mouth of the girl who was the reincarnation of Gu Li Qinglan, and an indescribable sense of satisfaction surged in his heart. It was as if those forgotten times had returned to her again. After Gu Li finished speaking, she sighed softly and said helplessly, "Oh, it's better not to have these two pulses." When she thought about the countless troubles she had caused in her previous life because of these two pulses, and countless people were thinking about them like hungry wolves, she felt a headache. Her current strength is far inferior to that of her previous life. She was so powerful in her previous life, but she ended up in a tragic end. Now, she has no power to resist the unknown danger. After hearing this, Sui Yun was immediately filled with righteous indignation, his eyes widened, his hands clenched tightly, and he said loudly, "This is too much, how can I send you to die?" Chapter 400. Gu Li waved her hand slightly, signaling Sui Yun to calm down first. She frowned tightly and said solemnly, "Let's put this aside for now. The most urgent thing is, who wants to destroy all the continents below the god realm?" And Cie frowned slightly. A trace of confusion and helplessness flashed in his eyes, and he shook his head slowly and said softly, "I don't know either." Gu Li raised his head slightly, looked at Cie with clear and sincere eyes, and said softly, "Thank you." And Cie was slightly startled. A trace of imperceptible emotion flashed in his eyes, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I'm glad you're still alive." At this time, Feng Wen, who had been listening silently, frowned slightly, his eyes full of doubts, and couldn't help asking, "Didn't you say that people with double veins? Is there only one chance to reincarnate? What about Ari?" Gu Li sighed softly. A trace of confusion appeared on her face, and slowly said, "I don't understand either. Logically speaking, I have died 3 times. And Cie was slightly stunned. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he repeated subconsciously, 3 times? Gu Li nodded slightly, his eyes became a little distant, as if he was lost in memories. "Yes, the time with Qinglan, the time when I was in my mother's belly before I was born, and the time when I died in another world, and my soul was divided into 2. My grandfather also knows that my soul was divided into 2, and my parents, they seem to be paving the way for me." Gu Li's mind emerged in that village, the scene when she saw her mother's portrait, and the doubts in her heart became stronger. Why was her mother so sure that she would come there? This question was like a mystery, lingering in her heart, lingering. Gu Li raised his head, his eyes fell on Cie again, and he said slowly, "After Qinglan died, you spent all your cultivation to find my soul, and gave me the opportunity to reincarnate." Cie frowned slightly. A trace of confusion flashed in his eyes, and he shook his head gently. "I don't remember." Gu Li was slightly startled, and then asked, "Then why did you avenge me?" Cie was silent for a moment, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. "I made a vow to the devil, so I didn't forget this." Gu Li looked at Cie firmly and said, "Cie, send us back to Lingxi continent." Cie frowned slightly, and responded firmly, "No, it's safer for you to stay in the demon realm." Although the demon realm is not peaceful now, he is confident that he can protect her. Gu Li said without hesitation, "I don't want to. One day I will go to the god realm." Cie gently placed his hands on her shoulders, his eyes full of tenderness and care, and whispered, "I will kill the people in the god realm for you, just wait for me in the demon realm." He was really afraid that she would die again. The pain of losing her once was like a nightmare that entangled him, making him dare not make any mistakes again. Gu Li slightly broke away from his hand, with determination in her eyes, and slowly said, "I am still too weak now, I need to grow up." Cie looked at her distressfully, and said without hesitation, "Whatever cultivation resources you need, I will find them for you." Gu Li shook his head gently, his expression became serious, and slowly said, "In this life, I have family and friends. If someone really wants to destroy all the continents, I will not allow it. What's more, you don't know what that person is from the god realm. We don't know his strength at all. We only know that he is very strong." Before Cie could say anything, the sound transmission note in the space suddenly flickered and made a slight buzzing sound. Cie frowned tightly, and a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand to input spiritual power, and a slightly respectful voice came from the sound transmission note, "Master, Nalin Yin is here." Hearing this name, Cie's face instantly became gloomy. He looked at Gu Li, with a hint of helplessness and compromise in his tone. "I send you back to Lingxi continent." Gu Li's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and he said without hesitation, "I want to see him." Cie's eyes flashed with a hint of panic and resistance, and blurted out, "Qing Qing." Gu Li raised his head slightly. "I am no longer Qinglan, I am Gu Li in this life." Cie sighed helplessly, his eyes full of worry. "Can I send you back first?" He really didn't want Nalin Yin to see her again, and the jealousy and worry in his heart were intertwined. Gu Li shook his head gently, and said seriously, "He knows more than you." Cie's face became uglier and uglier. He stepped forward with a hint of toughness in his tone. "No, I asked for you, you are not allowed to see him." Gu Li said softly, "But I want to see him." Hearing this, Cie's heart seemed to be stabbed hard, and a wave of sadness surged into his heart. Gu Li looked at him again, her eyes full of expectation. "Take me there." She had to figure out who her future enemy would be. Cie was silent for a moment, but finally sighed helplessly, and said softly, "Okay." As long as it was her request, he couldn't refuse it after all. Cie led Gu Li and others to gallop all the way back to the towering demon palace. Before entering the palace gate, an invisible sense of oppression came like a tide, making people's breathing stagnate. Cie narrowed his eyes slightly, and his sight fell on the tall figure in front of him, Nalin Yin. His voice was low and a little cold, and it was particularly clear in this silent atmosphere. "Is there something for you, busy man?" His tone did not hide his hatred for Nalin Yin's sudden visit. Nalin Yin slowly turned around, frowned slightly, and said bluntly, "Give her to me." His eyes passed Cie and fell on Gu Li. Cie sneered, leaned forward slightly, and responded in a tough tone, "What if I don't give it to you?" Nalin Yin's face darkened instantly. "I don't want to talk nonsense with you." The words were short but full of threats. Cie did not retreat, and the demonic energy surged around him. The powerful aura confronted Nalin Yin. "Then let's see if you have the ability to rob." For a while, the two sides were on the verge of a fight, and the atmosphere became more and more tense. It seemed that sparks could be struck in the air, and the two were about to fight. At this critical moment, Gu Li stepped forward. "Let's talk somewhere else." Nalin Yin was slightly startled, and his eyes fell on Gu Li, who was looking at him directly. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, as if he felt that she was a little different from the one in his memory. Although Cie was reluctant, he finally compromised after looking at Gu Li's eyes. He snorted coldly, turned around and took Nalin Yin into the demon palace. Chapter 401. As soon as he entered the meeting room of the demon palace, Gu Li couldn't wait to get straight to the point. Who wants to destroy all the continents? Nalin Yin frowned slightly. You know this? And Cie looked at Nalin Yin, his eyes full of anger, and asked, Qingqing has reincarnated, you dared to hide it from me for so long. Nalin Yin's face became a little ugly. He looked at Cie coldly. Who told you to tell her these things? And Cie stepped forward and glared at Nalin Yin. Don't tell her. Do you want her to die unclearly like before? Gu Li looked at the two people in front of him who were on the verge of a fight, and couldn't help but said loudly, Can you two quarrel at another time? What's going on? Why did you dig my spiritual vein last time? And Cie's anger rose up when he heard this. He rushed forward, grabbed Nalin Yin's collar, his eyes red, and almost roared, Do you still want to dig out her spiritual veins? Gu Li stretched out his hand to pull Cie back. You will be angry later. Let me ask first. At this moment, she wanted to find out the truth of the matter, rather than watching the two of them fighting here. Nalin Yin looked calm, and just uttered 3 words lightly, because there is a need. And Cie was so angry that he trembled all over and cursed loudly. You dig out her spiritual veins when you need it, and you rely on sacrificing others. Do you have any shame? Gu Li pulled Cie back again and said sternly, Shut up first. And Cie was like a wrong child after being said this by Gu Li, so he had to shut up and stop talking, just staring at Nalin Yin fiercely. The anger in his eyes seemed to burn him. Nalin Yin raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at Gu Li and asked, What do you want to know? Gu Li answered without hesitation, All. Nalin Yin was silent for a moment, and slowly said, I tell you, you have to agree to one request of mine. And Cie immediately became nervous when he heard it, and blurted out, Qing, Li, don't agree to him. He was afraid that Gu Li would agree to some unreasonable request from Nalin Yin. Gu Li glanced at Cie, motioned him to be patient, and then said to Nalin Yin, You tell me first, I will think about it. Nalin Yin stared at Gu Li closely, and said seriously, Protect yourself. Gu Li was slightly stunned, and said with some doubt, What kind of request is this? In her opinion, this request was really a bit inexplicable. Nalin Yin did not smile at all, and asked again, Agree? Gu Li thought about it, and felt that this request did not seem excessive, so she nodded. I agree, can you tell me? Nalin Yin then slowly said, The last time I asked you for the spirit vein was because my injury could not heal, and the Divine Palace repeatedly sent people to test whether my cultivation was still the same as before. His tone was very calm, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Gu Li was shocked and couldn't help asking, Spirit veins can heal injuries? This cognition was a completely new field for her. Nalin Yin nodded slightly. The dual veins of gods and demons, and the spirit core of the continent can repair the demon veins. Gu Li felt a chill in her heart. She looked at Nalin Yin and said slowly, So you sent me to the divine realm, just to want me to die there, and use the heavenly Tao to check and balance the divine realm? Nalin Yin was silent for a moment, and finally uttered a word, Yeah. Hearing his straightforward admission, Sui Yun, who had been silently enduring, finally couldn't hold back. He was so angry that his face turned red, and he clenched his fists, wanting to rush up and question Nalin Yin about his qualifications to decide other people's life and death. Gu Li raised her hand to stop him, and said loudly, Don't argue. She needs to calm down now, and needs more information, not a chaotic quarrel. Nalin Yin looked at Gu Li, with a complicated look in his eyes, and asked, Don't you hate me? Gu Li shook her head slightly and said calmly, I have no memory. What do I hate? She has no memories and feelings of her previous life. Now Nalin Yin is just a stranger. Those past grievances and hatreds have no real sense to her. Nalin Yin frowned slightly, revealing a trace of helplessness and fatigue in his eyes. The spiritual energy of the God realm is much thinner than before. No one has been able to cultivate to the realm of God for tens of thousands of years. The people in the God Realm Palace believe that the continent below has absorbed the spiritual energy of the God Realm, so they want to destroy all continents except the God Realm. Gu Li widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief, and blurted out, All 3,000 continents are destroyed. Nalin Yin's face was solemn, and he shook his head slowly and corrected, It's 30,000. Lin Yuchen on the side couldn't help but clenched his fists and said angrily, What kind of God Palace is this? How many lives will be killed? Mu Yunqi also frowned and asked with a puzzled face, Is this God Palace a legitimate force? Gu Li then asked, Then why did I come to the other world? Nalin Yin paused slightly, subconsciously glanced at Cie, a complex look flashed in his eyes, and slowly said, He dispersed his cultivation and opened the opportunity for your reincarnation, but it was still noticed by the people of the God clan. When you were not yet born, your parents were hunted down. Although they tried their best to protect you, you still fell again. Later, your parents and I split your soul into two, and sent it to different places, so that you would not be discovered by the people of the God Palace. At this time, Soo-Yun, who had been silent all the time, couldn't help but ask, but why do they want Ari's dual veins? This should not be transplanted. After all, Ensai's dual veins cannot coexist, and the difficulty of transplantation is even greater, which makes Soo-Yun very puzzled. Nalan Yan's eyes flashed with helplessness, and he explained, she has complete divine and demonic dual veins, and is the most perfect existence. For those who aspire to become gods, this is an irresistible temptation. With her dual veins, it is possible to break through the realm of gods that no one has been able to reach for tens of thousands of years, so the people in the palace of gods want to get her by any means. Gu Li's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, staring straight at Nalan Yan. What about my parents? Nalan Yan slowly said, I don't have any news about them either. Gu Li's heart. His heart suddenly tightened, and his voice unconsciously rose a few notes. What do you mean? Nalan Yan explained, the people in the palace of gods can't find you, so their eyes will naturally fall on your parents. Gu Li asked Nalan Yan again, are they still alive? Nalan Yan frowned slightly, and slowly uttered 3 words. Not sure. Mu Yunqi walked forward and gently patted Gu Li's shoulder, trying to give her some comfort. It's okay. Gu Li turned around and looked at Cie. Cie, send me back to Lingxi continent. Chapter 402. Cie looked at Gu Li with burning eyes. I want to go with you. Gu Li frowned slightly, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. We are not from the same plane. If you follow us, it will affect our practice. Cie said anxiously, No. Nalan Yan on the side narrowed his eyes slightly. His eyes were like lightning, and asked coldly, Can you promise not to attack when she is injured? Cie was stunned for a moment, and the expression on his face instantly became hesitant. After a moment of silence, he slowly shook his head. No. Gu Li sighed softly. We still have a long way to go. Cie lowered his head slightly, thought for a moment, raised his head with a gentle light in his eyes. Then I will take you back. I will visit you often. Gu Li nodded slightly and replied softly, Yeah. After what she saw, she no longer had the initial defense against Cie, and even had a different kind of guilt in her heart. After Ensai sent the 6 of them back to the star domain, he went straight to find Nalan Yan without stopping. Seeing Ensai's figure, he frowned slightly, with a hint of doubt in his tone. What are you doing here? Ensai's eyes flashed with anger. Just because Ari doesn't hate you doesn't mean I don't hate you. Before he finished speaking, his aura surged around him, and the powerful demonic energy burst out instantly, attacking Nalan Yan like a tiger pouncing on its food. Nalan Yan frowned, and a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Facing Ensai's attack, he still raised his hand to fight back. For a while, the courtyard was full of spiritual power and flashing light. At the same time, Soo-Yun breathed a sigh of relief, with a relieved expression on his face. Finally back, anyone in the demon world is stronger than us, it's too aggrieved. He recalled his experience in the demon world, and still had lingering fears in his heart. Mu Yunqi tilted her head slightly and speculated, at this time, the flying kite competition should have started. Lin Yuchen was about to respond to Mu Yunqi's words, but suddenly his face changed. Feeling the violent fluctuation of the spiritual power in his body, he couldn't help but exclaimed, Damn, I'm going to break through. As soon as the voice fell, a dazzling light of advancement shone on his body, and the light was like a rising sun, illuminating everything around. Feng Wuhan nodded slightly, with a hint of understanding in his eyes. The effect of the magic pill has passed. If it is a bottleneck period, it will be easy to break through by reabsorbing spiritual energy. Soo-Yun's eyes were full of envy, and he sighed softly. Why didn't I break through? At this time, Lin Yuchen had just completed the breakthrough, and his face was filled with an irrepressible smile of excitement, and the whole person seemed to radiate a kind of confident light. He said loudly, I have reached the late stage of condensation realm. Soo-Yun patted his shoulder. You have caught up with me. Gu Li comforted Soo-Yun softly. It's okay, your body has not absorbed spiritual energy for a while. As long as you suddenly start to absorb spiritual energy, you will definitely break through in no time. Mu Yunqi frowned slightly, with a look of disgust on her face. I will go back first. She could clearly feel the stickiness on her body, and the uncomfortable feeling made her not want to stay for a second. Soon, several people returned to their own rooms. Water splashed in the washroom, they carefully washed the dirt on their bodies, changed into clean and tidy clothes, and then gathered in the hall of the courtyard. Shi Zihan raised his head slightly, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Let's go and watch the flying kite competition. Everyone nodded in agreement. As soon as several people stepped out of the door, the sensitive breath was instantly detected by the people in the star domain. A vigilant voice suddenly sounded. "Who is it?" Gu heard this voice and nodded with satisfaction, with a flash of relief in his eyes. Good progress. At this time, Shin walked over quickly from the side, with a hint of doubt and uncertainty on his face. "Are you the 6 masters?" He had only seen them wearing masks before, and now he was not sure just by the sound. Sui-Yun laughed heartily and said loudly, "It's us." Shin-Chin's face suddenly showed surprise. "You are finally back." During this time, he has been worried, not knowing what happened. The shadow guards practiced like crazy one by one, and coupled with a huge noise that day, for a while, many people in the city were speculating whether they had encountered any accidents. Gu nodded slightly and asked, "Where is the place for the flying kite competition? We should go and see it." Shin-Chin quickly responded, "I take you there." Gu gently uttered a word, "Okay." Gu called softly, and Xiao Jinzi appeared in front of everyone in an instant. Gu led them to jump on Xiao Jinzi's back, and Xiao Jinzi flapped his wings and flew quickly towards the place where the flying kite competition was held. Gu suddenly remembered something during the flight and asked, "Where is Shin-Chin Chu?" Shin-Chin quickly replied, "He went out to gain experience." Gu nodded slightly and said him. Along the way, several people fell into silence, with only the sound of the wind whistling past their ears. 2 hours later, they finally arrived at the location of the flying kite competition. The scene in front of them was completely different from the various competitions they had participated in before. The location of the flying kite competition was in a deep canyon. The canyon was dangerous, with peaks on both sides towering into the clouds, as if the earth stretched out its arms, tightly embracing the entire canyon. Outside the canyon, there was a huge crystal screen, which was like a huge mirror, clearly showing the situation inside the valley. At this moment, there were already crowds of people here. In addition to the people from various forces, who were watching attentively outside, there were also many people who were just watching the excitement, and came from all directions, and gathered here. In the crowd, various voices intertwined, and it was very lively. Gu and his friends were looking for a suitable position in the crowd. They didn't want to be crowded with those people. After searching for a while, he finally found a place in a relatively far place. Although there are many people here, at least it is not so crowded, making people feel a little more comfortable. Sui-Yun looked around curiously, and couldn't help asking a young man next to him, "What is the content of the flying kite competition?" The young man turned his head slightly when he heard his words, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Don't you know?" Sui-Yun scratched his head and said honestly, "I don't know, I just got here." The young man smiled and patiently explained, "The content of this competition is to see who brings out prey with higher points." Chapter 403. Lin Yuchen also came over and asked, "How are the points calculated?" The young man cleared his throat and said seriously, "A first-level demigod beast has 100 points, a second-level demigod beast has 300 points, a third-level demigod beast has 600 points, a fourth-level demigod beast has 900 points, and a fifth-level demigod beast has 1,500 points." Miyunchi blinked and asked curiously, "What about the 6th level?" The young man shook his head. "The highest among them is only the 5th-level demigod beast." Gu raised his eyebrows slightly and said softly, "It's that simple." The young man couldn't help laughing when he heard this. He said with a hint of disapproval, "Easy? You should know that the people who participate in the flying kite competition are basically talented disciples of various forces. It is not so easy to kill a 5th-level semi-divine beast." Gu nodded slightly and continued to ask, "What is the ranking situation now?" The young man pointed to an area at the bottom of the screen. "The top 10 forces are all listed above, and those that are not in the top 10 are not displayed." Several people looked in the direction he pointed and saw an area in the lower right corner, on which the names of various forces were clearly displayed. The first place was Xingqian Domain. The young man couldn't help but sighed. "I don't know what the Xingqian Domain that appeared some time ago is. Those young people are more powerful than each other," and suddenly they jumped to the first place. Gu listened to the young man's words, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. Then, she retracted her gaze from the ranking and fell on the figures of an E and them on the big screen. Shin-Chin's eyes were full of amazement, and he said sincerely, "I didn't expect that the adults were so strong." Having lived in the South Territory for so long, he thought he had some understanding of the various forces in the South Territory, but it was the first time he saw a force develop so rapidly in such a short period of time. Such a strong strength really shocked him. Gu heard Shin-Chin sigh, and a smug smile appeared on his face. He responded with a bit of pride in his tone, "Of course. Don't you see who these people are under? They are all shadow guards she carefully trained. How can they not be strong?" At this time, most of the screens were showing the 10 people including Gui. The reason was that their strength was too strong. During the entire flying kite competition, their performance was too dazzling and attracted everyone's attention. After everyone waited for a long time, the third stage of the flying kite competition finally ended, and the contestants, who had not died in the canyon, came out one after another. "Xiao Yizi, look over here." As soon as Gui and his companions came out, they heard the familiar voice. They immediately looked in the direction of the sound, and saw their long-missing young master standing not far away, smiling and waving at them. The 10 shadow guards were immediately excited, and rushed towards Guli like wild horses. Gui rushed forward and hugged Guli, saying with a little complaint and worry in his voice, "Young master, you are going to scare us to death." Seeing this, Gucci hurriedly pulled Gui away, shouting, "Young master is a woman, let me hug you first." Gu'er was not to be outdone, and shouted at the side, "I am the second one, I will go first." The other shadow guards also squeezed forward, and each of them struggled to hold Guli in their arms. In their minds, they didn't care about the intimacy between men and women. Guli was like their own sister. Who wouldn't worry if their sister was kidnapped? Guli watched them scramble to hug her like children, just smiled, watching them play with doting eyes, and didn't stop them. The people around couldn't help but start talking about it when they saw the scene. After all, they won the first place in the first 3 rounds of the flying kite competition, and they were from the Starry Domain, which had recently become famous in the southern border. Naturally, many people were secretly observing them. Now they saw that they usually had a cold face and looked cold and ruthless, but now they were so enthusiastic in front of a woman. For a while, everyone was wondering who Guli was, and how he could be treated like this by these powerful people. After a struggle, Gucci finally squeezed to the side of Guli. She looked at Mu Yunchi and said with concern, "Miss Yunchi looks thinner too." Guccio echoed, "It's okay. I make medicinal food for you when we return to Xingqian Domain." Gushar also said quickly, "I can do it too." Suiyu listened to them and looked at them aggrievedly. He pretended to be angry and said, "You only think about Ali and Yunchi, but not me. I'm a little sad." Gu'er looked at him with a smile and teased, "Master Yun, don't compete with the 2 girls for favor. You can't win." Suiyun said with disdain, "I won't compete with them for favor." Guli smiled and looked at the 10 shadow guards, and said with relief in his eyes, "You are all great and can stand on your own." Although her shadow guards are not the strongest in Lingxi continent, she is the best in management ability, and she is very confident about this. Gui responded, "Young master is a good coach." Guli suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, where are the others?" Gui replied, "They all went out to gain experience and make money." Lin Yuchen was surprised and said, "Make money?" Gui said confidently, "Don't underestimate us, our management ability is not worse than yours." Feng Wuhan said on the side, "It just so happens that I have recently refined a batch of pills. After you go back, you can take them to various stores to sell." Guli nodded and asked, "Are you sure about the next strength battle?" She thought to herself that if they were not sure, she would go on stage herself. No matter what, she would ensure that Xingqian Domain could achieve good results in this competition. Gucci patted his chest and said confidently, "Young master, don't worry. The people competing with us are all of the same age. It's easy to defeat them." The people around were speechless for a while when they heard Gucci's arrogant words. However, they actually thought so in their hearts. After all, people from the Star Domain are either powerful or extremely talented. And they also found that in addition to talent and strength, the Star Domain seems to pay attention to appearance. Otherwise, why are the people in the Star Domain they see handsome men and beautiful women? Guli smiled and said, "Then leave it to you. I will retreat for a while." The Shadow Guard said in unison, "It's not hard, it will help the young master share the worries." Chapter 404. Guli said happily, "Let's go back and have a celebration banquet for you. The strength battle will not start until 3 days later. They can get together and relax while they just came back." Gucci shouted excitedly as he walked, "Long live the young master, I want to eat the meat grilled by the young master." Gushar echoed from the side, "You are the one who dared to let the young master grill meat for you, I want that too." Gucci said disapprovingly, "TSK, you are still talking about me." After returning to the Star Domain, Gui summoned all the Shadow Guards back. The celebration banquet was held in a luxurious palace. In addition to the people who came from the Lafeng continent with Gu Li, There were also people they bought and recruited later. The whole palace was very lively. One by one, the shadow guards surrounded Gu, clamoring for Gu to grill meat for them. Until Gu took a skewer of hard barbecued meat, and said to Gu helplessly, "I know I was wrong. We shouldn't have let the young master grill meat for us." Gu asked curiously, "Is it so scary?" Gu looked at her with a smile and said, "Why don't you try it first?" Gu took the barbecued meat, looked at it for a while, and then handed it to Sui-Yun without hesitation, saying, "You eat it." Sui-Yun widened his eyes, and said in surprise, "You are using me to test poison." Gu smiled and said coquettishly, "Sister grilled the meat with so much effort, and I gave you the first skewer. Brother, are you going to let me down?" Sui-Yun couldn't stand Guli's coquettishness. Usually, Ali never called him brother, but just for this call, he would eat it no matter how bad it tasted. So, he took a bite hard, and a burnt smell immediately filled his mouth. The smell was simply indescribable. Sui-Yun resisted the smell, forced an ugly smile, gave a thumbs up, and said, "Delicious." Seeing this, Gu laughed and said, "Okay, don't eat if you can't eat it." Sui-Yun felt relieved and quickly threw away the barbecue, saying, "Thank you, Sister Ali, for sparing my life." Gu hurriedly said, "Young master, eat mine." Gu took it and said with a smile, "Thank you, Shao-Chi." Gu touched his head and laughed. For a while, this star domain was filled with a relaxed and happy atmosphere, and everyone was immersed in this joyful atmosphere. Because of the protection of the city defense formation, they were not worried that someone would sneak in and disturb their interest. Gu suddenly remembered something and asked, "Master, where did you go?" Gu smiled mysteriously and said, "I can't tell you for now. I may need you in the future." Gu quickly said, "I will urge them to practice well." Gu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said with a smile, "If you are not dead, continue to practice." When Gu heard this, he sweated silently in his heart. He seemed to feel the oppression of the hell-like training at the beginning. It seems that the days to come will not be easy again. After the banquet, everyone went to their respective duties, or went back to rest. Gu and his friends also had to go back to prepare for the last item of the flying kite competition. Gu and others went back to their rooms to retreat, except Mu Yunqi. The reason is simple, because Mu Yunqi's formation has broken through to the God-level formation master, and her cultivation is stuck in the bottleneck period, and she needs an opportunity to break through. So, she decided to watch Gu and his competition, and she did not forget to take the photo stone to record it on the way, thinking that she could bring it to Ali and others at that time, so that they can also see Gu and his wonderful performance in the competition. Not all forces in the southern border are eligible to participate in the fourth actual combat battle. Only the forces that ranked in the top 10 in the third points battle are eligible to participate. And each force still has 10 people participating. The list on the Xingqian domain side has not changed, and it is still the 10 strongest people in the Shadow Guard. The venue of the competition is held in a relatively famous town. There is a huge arena standing on the huge square, which can accommodate more than 100 people. Many people have already gathered in the square, and everyone is waiting for the competition to start. After Mu Yunqi came to the square, she found a seat and sat down quietly, waiting for the competition to start. The first person to come on stage was a referee. He walked slowly onto the stage and said loudly, "I am the elder of the Xianyuan family in the North Territory. I believe everyone knows what the reward for winning this competition is, so I won't waste any more words." The battle competition is divided into 2 rounds. The first round is a competition between 10 people, and the opponents are determined by drawing lots. The second round is a personal battle, and opponents from other forces are drawn. The top 10 players will get a place. As the referee spoke, he took out a wooden box, then used his spiritual power to lift the wooden box in the air and shook it gently. Soon, 2 sticks fell out of the wooden box. The referee reached out and picked up the stick to check it, then announced loudly, "Please invite the contestants from Shiqian Pavilion and Wanzhazong to the stage." Soon, the 2 forces each sent 10 people to participate in the battle. Mu Yunqi looked at Gu and others around her, and said with a smile, "Just try your best. If you can't get it, just rob it." Gu hurriedly said on the side, "Miss Yunqi, don't learn bad things from the young masters." Mu Yunqi asked in confusion, "Huh?" Gu explained. The young master said that only those who rob people who are extremely evil will feel no guilt, and good people should not rob. Mu Yunqi listened and said with a smile, "That's about what it means." Gu said confidently, "It's okay, we will get the quota." Mu Yunqi nodded, and then turned her eyes back to the competition stage. She knew in her heart that her current cultivation level was the middle stage of the condensation realm, and the geniuses on the South Territory were basically in the early and middle stages of the condensation realm. For Gui and others, these opponents were not that difficult. The strength of the players from Shiqian Pavilion and Wantazong is not much different, both in the late stage of Lingqiu realm and the early stage of Mingyuan realm. After they came on stage, they didn't talk too much and started fighting directly. Because the difference in strength between the two sides was not big, it was difficult to tell the winner for a while. All kinds of spiritual power flashed on the ring, and the players from both sides fought back and forth, and the fight was hard to tell. The competition between the two forces did not have much highlights, and everyone who watched it felt a little boring for a while. Except for the people from Shiqian Pavilion and Wantazong who were the most nervous, they were all praying silently for their teams, hoping to win this competition. The competition lasted for 2 hours, and finally the winner was decided. In the end, Wantazong narrowly defeated Shiqian Pavilion and successfully entered the next round. The referee announced loudly, "Wantazong wins." Chapter 405. Then, the referee drew lots again, and he shouted loudly, "Next is Xingqian Domain versus Long Haoyuan." Hearing the name of Xingqian Domain, Gui and his 10 people immediately became energetic and walked towards the ring. Mu Yunqi in the audience took out the photo stone to record it. As for why she didn't record it just now, it was simply because she was too lazy to record others. She just wanted to record the wonderful moments of Gui and his people. Seeing Gui and his people walk onto the ring, many people paid special attention to them. After all, they were the first in the first 3 rounds of the competition, and were very strong. Everyone wanted to see how they would perform in this competition. When they saw that their opponent was Xingqian Domain, Long Haoyuan's people almost cried. They knew very well that they could not beat the people of Xingqian Domain at all. This was not to destroy their prestige, but they had fought against the people of Xingqian Domain in the canyon, but they were beaten unilaterally, and had to pay 2 second-level semi-divine beasts as compensation for their mental damages for provoking them. Guqi walked onto the stage, looked at Long Haoyuan's people, and said with a smile, "What a coincidence, I meet you again." Long Haoyuan's people looked helpless, and they said they didn't want to meet the people from the Star Domain at all. Gui said coldly on the side, "Save your strength and fight quickly." Gu-san immediately stood up and said, "Then I will do it." Gu-er was not to be outdone, saying, "I will do it too." The other 8 people stepped back a few steps in tacit understanding, leaving the stage to the 2 of them. Seeing that the Star Domain only said 2 people, the spectators were a little confused. When Long Haoyuan's people saw the scene, they immediately felt that they still had hope of winning. 2 people want to defeat 10 of them, which is too arrogant. Gu-er stood on the ring, quickly made seals with his hands, and shouted, "Spiritual would realm rise." Before Long Haoyuan's people could react, suddenly, a green barrier surrounded them. Then, many small branches appeared in the air, and these branches were like sharp arrows, constantly cutting their skin, making them defenseless. Seeing this, Gu-sen followed the seal and shouted, "Wild Wind Fire Dragon." In an instant, whirlwinds formed in the surrounding air. These whirlwinds quickly turned red from the center, and turned into flame whirlwinds. The huge power lifted the floor of the ring. The 10 people trapped in the barrier in the middle of the flames were knocked off the ring by this powerful attack before they could resist. Gu-er clapped his hands, and said easily, "Done." At this time, Long Haoyuan's people blushed. Although their people were not seriously injured, the other side only had 2 people, and they were beaten down so easily. This was really a bit embarrassing. The audience in the audience saw this scene, and immediately talked about it. "Damn! What the hell is this in Xingqian Domain? This strength is almost comparable to the elders of some forces. Too exaggerated. What is their strength? I don't know, I can't tell." For a while, the audience in the audience were guessing the strength of everyone in Xingqian Domain. The referee stood aside, and looked at Gui and others with admiration. Others couldn't see their cultivation because their cultivation was low, but he could see clearly that these 10 people were all in the early stage of breaking the Void Realm. Such a young man, who has broken through the Void Realm, can be considered a leader in the Xianyuan family. Gui and the others did not stay for too long, and went down the stage directly, and returned to Mu Yunqi's side. Mu Yunqi asked hurriedly, "Will there be quotas for the winners of the 10-person competition? How are the quotas divided?" Gui explained, "It has been changed. We received a notice yesterday that the 10-person competition was temporarily increased, and the quotas have increased by 10. A trace of surprise flashed in Mu Yunqi's eyes, and she hurriedly asked, "In other words, 20 quotas?" Gui smiled and nodded, and answered affirmatively, "Yes." Mu Yunqi really didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain. Recalling the competition she just watched, She secretly thought in her heart that with her understanding of Gu Yi and others, combined with the strong strength they showed on the field, she had guessed that Gu Yi and others' cultivation was the same as Ari. In this southern land, most of the young practitioners are still struggling to break through the condensation realm, while Gu Yi and his team have already reached this realm. It seems that as long as they don't encounter those old ancestors, who are hidden in the old forces, Xingqian domain is almost invincible in the competition of the younger generation. The participants this time are all young disciples of various forces. Now there are 10 more places, a total of 20 places. If nothing unexpected happens, it will not be difficult for them to win all of them with their own strength. At this time, the competition is still going on in an orderly manner. Mu Yunqi sat there quietly, staring at the ring above, with concentration and analysis in her eyes. She carefully observed the movements and spiritual power operation methods of each contestant, trying to analyze the cultivation of the genius disciples of each force from these details, so as to provide more references for subsequent competitions. On the other hand, Gu Li finally ended her retreat after a period of concentrated cultivation in the retreat room. During this period, except for the 2 items of runes and beast taming, which had not yet achieved the expected breakthrough, her refining of weapons, alchemy, and formations had all reached the god level. However, her cultivation was stuck in the early stage of the void-breaking realm. Although she tried various methods, there was no sign of a breakthrough for the time being. After coming out of retreat, Gu Li had nothing special to do for a while. Just thinking of Gu Yi and the others who were competing, she simply went to the competition venue to watch. When she arrived at the competition venue, she saw a sea of people, and it was very lively. She quickly scanned the crowd and soon found Mu Yunqi's position, so she walked towards there with light steps. Mu Yunqi was concentrating on watching the ring, and suddenly noticed someone approaching. She subconsciously raised her head, and saw that it was Gu Li. A smile instantly broke out on her face, and she asked, "Breakthrough?" Gu Li shrugged slightly, and said with a little regret, "I broke through halfway." She sighed softly and explained, "There are still 2 items that have not been successfully broken through." Mu Yunqi heard a flash of excitement in her eyes, and said, "You came at the right time, it's their turn." Gu Li nodded slightly, leaned lazily on the chair, looked at the ring indifferently, and said in a calm but confident tone, "Well, we are going to win." Everyone present was a cultivator with sharp hearing, and those who were close to Gu Li and others heard this sentence clearly. Chapter 406. Everyone turned their heads to see who was so arrogant and dared to say such confident words. When they saw where Gu Li and the others were, and found that they were from the star domain, they suddenly realized and thought, "Oh, they are from the star domain, then it's okay." After all, the outstanding performance of the people from the star domain in the previous competition has made everyone have a deep understanding of their strength. As expected, as soon as Gu Yi and the others came on the field, they took control of the battle at a very fast speed. They cooperated tacitly, their spiritual power flowed like flowing water, and their moves were sharp and accurate. Not long after, they ended the battle again with an overwhelming advantage. Gu Yi and others walked down the stage and came to Gu Li, saying respectfully, "Young master." Gu Li nodded slightly and said, "Tell me about the rules of the competition and the general situation of other contestants." Gu Yi quickly told the relevant information of the competition in detail. The current competition is divided into 10-person competition and individual competition. From what I have observed, the cultivation of other contestants is mostly in the early to middle stage of condensation realm. In the individual competition, it is estimated that there will be more contestants in the late stage of condensation realm. And this time is different from the past. It is not that each faction has only 10 people participating in the competition, but a faction can send 10 contestants at will. After saying that, he also told Gu Li about the increase in the number of places. After hearing this, Gu Li thought quickly in his heart, then looked at Mu Yunqi and asked, "Yunqi, do you want to try the individual competition?" Mu Yunqi frowned slightly, and said with some concern, "I am only in the middle stage of condensation realm. What if I lose?" Gu Li waved his hand gently and said, "It's okay. Even if we win, there won't be enough places. We just need to get 10 places at least. You have been out there for several days. The spiritual power in your body should have been saturated during this period. If you want to achieve a breakthrough, fighting is the best opportunity." Mu Yunqi listened to Gu Li's words, weighed them in her mind, and felt that it made sense, so she said, "Since you said so, I have no objection." Gu Li turned to look at Gu Qi and said, "Then Xiao Qi, take a rest." Gu Qi smiled, took out a bag of snacks from his arms, and handed it to Gu Li, saying, "I have no objection. The young master and I will watch the show below." In the next game, there will be another 10-person battle behind the Xingqian domain. With strong strength and tacit cooperation, as expected, Gu Yi and his team quickly and smoothly got 10 places. After the competition, Gu Li took Gu Yi and his team and left the venue calmly in the envious eyes of many forces. After returning to the Star Domain, Su Yiyun, Lin Yuchen, Shi Zihan, and Feng Wuhan also ended their retreat and walked out of their respective training rooms. Su Yiyun saw Gu Li and others coming back and smiled, saying, "You are back." Gu Li looked serious and said, "I have something to tell you." Shi Zihan's heart tightened when he heard it, and he asked quickly, "What happened?" Gu Li waved his hand and said, "No, I want you to participate in the individual competition of the flying kite competition." Feng Wuhan frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Can't Gu Yi and others get it?" Gu Yi and others are very strong, and it should be easy to deal with the genius disciples of the Southern Territory. Gu Li explained, "It's not their problem. Except for me and Aiken, you all have the opportunity to experience it." Lin Yuchen was unhappy when he heard it, and asked quickly, "Why exclude me?" Gu Li said patiently, "You have already broken through, but they are still a little short of the opportunity. I can also cultivate demonic energy, so when I was in the demon world, my body was not in a closed state. You are different. Try to find a chance to break through this competition." Su Yun scratched his head and said, "But I am already in the late stage of condensation realm, and I can fight with those old men. How can those young disciples stimulate me to break through?" Gu Li smiled and said, "Just give it a try. If it doesn't work, just take the quota. Participating in the competition is not just for breakthroughs, but also to make Xingqian domain more famous in the southern border." Shi Zihan thought for a moment, nodded and said, "I think it's okay." Feng Wuhan also said, "I have no problem." Mu Yunqi also followed up and said, "I have no problem. Now my cultivation is the lowest. I have to work hard to catch up with you." Lin Yuchen suddenly said loudly, "I have a problem." When everyone heard this, they all looked at him with doubts in their eyes. Lin Yuchen said with dissatisfaction, "Why can't I participate? I can also get a place." Gu Li said helplessly, "Don't join in the fun, just cheer for them." Lin Yuchen said relentlessly, "Ali, you are biased." Gu Li was speechless for a while, and after a moment of silence, he said helplessly, "Then you also participate." Lin Yuchen heard this, and immediately showed a triumphant smile on his face, grinning, "No, I want to watch you fight." Mu Yunqi couldn't help but laugh and scolded, "Idiot." The next day, the sun was shining, and the sky was clear. Gu Li and his 6 companions, and 10 shadow guards went to the competition venue again in high spirits. The venue was still very lively, and the contestants and the audience had already gathered together. The competition still decided the opponents by drawing lots. A referee walked onto the stage and announced loudly, "The individual competition of the flying kite competition has officially begun." After saying that, he picked up the 2 lots in his hand and checked them, and then shouted loudly, "Xingqian Domain versus Fujiwara Zone." After hearing this, Gu Li turned his head to look at his friends and asked, "Who will go first?" Mu Yunqi stood up without hesitation and said, "I go first." Gu Li smiled and nodded, saying, "Okay." Mu Yunqi walked slowly to the stage with steady steps. Su Yun waved his hands and shouted, "Come on, Yunqi." Lin Yuchen was not to be outdone and shouted, "Come on, Yunqi." Shi Zihan also shouted, "Come on." Feng Wuhan nodded slightly and said, "I second the motion." On the other side, Xiao Qian of Fujiwara clan felt a little nervous when she heard that her opponent was Xingqian. After all, Xingqian is well known and its strength should not be underestimated. However, when she saw that the person who walked onto the stage was not the man in the previous 10-person competition, but a woman who looked younger than her, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Being younger than her, it seems that her strength should not be too strong, and she still has a great chance of winning this round. Mu Yunqi walked to the center of the arena and politely gave her name, Mu Yunqi. Xiao Qian also responded, Xiao Qian. After the introduction, the eyes of the two instantly became sharp, and they stopped hesitating, and the spiritual power surged around them, and they started fighting directly. Xiao Qian and Mu Yunqi were both in the middle stage of the condensation realm. But Mu Yunqi did not underestimate her because she looked like she had the same level of cultivation as herself. Chapter 407. Mu Yunqi quickly formed a seal with both hands, and said clearly and forcefully, Golden Yuan Power Light Arrow. As soon as the words fell, a strong light burst out from her body. The golden and green spiritual powers were like two violent dragons, entwined and collided with each other, interweaving a gorgeous and dangerous light curtain. As the spiritual power surged wildly, the air in front of Mu Yunqi seemed to be torn apart by an invisible big hand. the space was slightly distorted, and a simple and gorgeous golden crossbow slowly emerged. Mu Yunqi stretched out her slender jade hand and held the crossbow steadily. Immediately afterwards, she pulled it suddenly in the direction of Xiao Qian, and the bowstring was instantly pulled to the full moon, making a buzzing trembling sound. In an instant, long golden arrows shot out from the crossbow like meteors, and the arrow body was wrapped in a blazing golden flame, dragging a long tail flame. With the momentum of destroying the world, they shot toward Xiao Qian like raindrops. Wherever they passed, the space seemed to be cut by a sharp blade, leaving a series of distorted traces. Xiao Qian's originally calm expression froze instantly, her pupils suddenly shrank, and her eyes were full of shock that could not be concealed. You are also in the middle stage of condensation realm. She thought she had excellent talent, but she didn't expect that the woman in front of her, who looked a few years younger than her, had the same cultivation as her. However, before she could think any more, several light arrows were like arrows from a bow, with a sharp whistle, and they attacked her madly with a bamboo-breaking momentum. Xiao Qian instantly entered a highly nervous state. She knew that if she was not careful at this moment, she would fall into a desperate situation. Her steps were agile and changing, and she kept dodging along the edge of the ring. But even so, the strong wind caused by the passing of the light arrows still made her hair a little messy. The referee who presided over the competition witnessed this fierce battle. He immediately formed seals with his hands, like a phantom, muttering something, and mysterious runes flew out from his fingertips and merged into the air. As the runes flashed, a transparent protective shield emitting soft light quickly rose, with the ring as the center. Several light arrows hit the protective shield fiercely, making a series of deafening bang 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 sounds, like beating a rapid war drum, causing the audience to exclaim. In the intervals between dodging, Xiao Qian's brain was working rapidly, knowing that dodging blindly was not a good idea. She quickly adjusted her breathing, formed seals with her hands in front of her chest quickly, and burst out with a delicate cry, Mu Yuan impact. In an instant, the spiritual power of the surrounding heaven and earth seemed to be stirred by an invisible big hand, and gathered madly around Mu Yunqi. The ground began to tremble violently, and cracks spread rapidly like spider webs. Then, wooden spikes as hard as iron broke out from the ground. The surface of these wooden spikes was as smooth as a mirror, but they exuded a cold metallic luster, and the tips were extremely sharp, as if they could easily pierce through everything. They stabbed towards Mu Yunqi with overwhelming force, and deep grooves were cut into the ground wherever they passed. A trace of calmness flashed in Mu Yunqi's beautiful eyes. Facing the surging wooden spikes, she was not panicked at all. She was seen jumping high into the air like a cannonball. She drew a graceful arc in the air, and easily avoided Xiao Qian's fierce attack. Before her body landed on the ground, Mu Yunqi's hand had already flashed with light, and she held the bow and arrows steadily. With her jade arm lightly pulling, the bowstring was instantly pulled into a full moon shape. Her eyes were like lightning, locking onto Xiao Qian, and without hesitation, she shot a series of light arrows at Xiao Qian again. This time, the light arrows were denser than before, and each light arrow contained a more powerful spiritual power, covering a large area around Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian knew the power of this round of light arrows, and she did not dare to be careless at all, and she dealt with it with full concentration. Her body shuttled across the ring like a ghost, relying on her excellent body skills and sharp reactions, dodging left and right, and cleverly dealing with the light arrows. Every time she dodged, there was a sharp sound of wind passing by the light arrows, and her heartbeat also beat rapidly, but her eyes were always firm, without any intention of retreating. At this moment, the light of the bow and arrow in Mu Yunqi's hand suddenly dissipated and disappeared. But there was no panic on her face, and her mouth slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. Then, she quickly changed her hands and made seals, and said softly, "The third style of the Wood Yuan Ju Strange Thorn." As her voice fell, the surrounding space seemed to stagnate, and a mysterious and powerful force quietly surged. Xiao Qian's eyes were full of shock, and she blurted out, "You are a dual-element master." She never thought that Mu Yunqi could not only skillfully use the power of the gold element, but also control the wood element to cast such a powerful spell. Mu Yunqi's mouth slightly raised, with a hint of teasing in her tone, "Be careful behind." "What?" Xiao Qian was startled, and just wanted to turn around to check, but it was too late to dodge. Without any warning, sharp vines suddenly sprang out from the ground behind her. These vines seemed to be claws stretched out from the depths of hell, with a chilling breath. They grew very fast, and instantly wrapped around Xiao Qian's body. The sharp thorns were like sharp blades, easily piercing her skin. Blood oozed from the wound, staining her clothes red. Xiao Qian looked at the vines that penetrated her body in disbelief, her eyes full of unwillingness and astonishment. In front of Mu Yunqi's powerful dual system ability, she was so vulnerable. She wanted to struggle and break free from the vines, but her body became soft and weak due to injuries and consumption of spiritual power. Seeing this, Mu Yunqi gently withdrew her spiritual power, and the vines that pierced Xiao Qian's body slowly disappeared. She took a light and confident step, quickly stepped forward, and kicked Xiao Qian off the ring with a little force. In fact, these vines did not hurt Xiao Qian's vitals, but only temporarily made her lose the ability to continue fighting. The referee quickly walked onto the stage, cleared his throat, and announced loudly, "Xingchen Domain wins." Mu Yunqi stood on the stage, frowning slightly, with a hint of disappointment on her face. This competition was won too easily. She had expected to break through her own limits in the fierce battle, but now it did not achieve the expected effect. At this time, the audience had already exploded, and everyone was stunned by the strength shown by Mu Yunqi. The originally noisy audience seats suddenly quieted down, and then burst into a burst of exclamations one after another. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Mu Yunqi. Their eyes were full of shock and admiration. Dual Element Master, this is extremely rare in Lingxi continent. Chapter 408. Elementalists are much stronger than spiritualists of the same level in terms of combat power, due to their unique elemental manipulation ability. And Mu Yunqi, she actually mastered the power of two elements at the same time. This is simply a natural talent that is beyond the reach of others. The elder from the northern border had a strange light in his eyes, full of admiration. He narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Mu Yunqi carefully, and thought to himself. In Lingxi continent, although elementalists are not rare, dual-element elementalists are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. A dual-element elementalist like Mu Yunqi, who has such powerful strength at such a young age, is rare in a century. If such a genius can join their Xianyuan family, after the Xianyuan family's careful training and resource allocation, he will surely soar to the sky in the future. Gu Li smiled and looked at her. Yunqi, awesome. Mu Yunqi had a faint smile on her face, waved her hand helplessly, and said, "Don't tease me." Lin Yuchen approached Mu Yunqi. "You seem very disappointed." Mu Yunqi sighed softly, spread her hands, and said, "It was too easy to win, and it didn't meet my expected challenge at all. I thought I could break through the current bottleneck of strength through this fierce battle, but the result. Alas, this competition is really not too stressful for me." People from other forces around heard their conversation, and they all showed helpless and funny expressions, and couldn't help but complain in their hearts, "Versailles to Versailles." Just then, the referee's loud voice sounded again in the venue. Xingchen Domain versus Yunqing Pavilion. Su Yian frowned when he heard the news. "Why is it us again? This draw is too bad. It seems that we are always drawn." Gu Li looked at it and said slowly, "This is completely determined by the draw. If you are lucky, you can enter the top 10 after a few games, and if you are unlucky, you may not be able to enter even after playing more than 10 games. Shi Zihan said calmly, "I will go." Gu Li nodded slightly. "Okay." Lin Yuchen looked at Shi Zihan's back and asked excitedly, "How long do you think he will win?" Gu Yi thought for a while, and said seriously, "A quarter of an hour." Su Yun shook his head and said confidently, "With Ahan's strength, even if the opponent is also in the late stage of condensation realm, it is estimated that it will not take long. What's more, there are not so many disciples in the late stage of condensation realm in these small forces." Feng Wuhan crossed his arms, and said confidently, "One move can solve it." Mu Yunqi smiled and said, "Are you so pessimistic about others? Maybe the other party also has hidden strength." Gu Li's mouth corner slightly raised, revealing a mysterious smile. 3 seconds. Lin Yuchen looked unconvinced, widened his eyes, and said, "How can it be?" Before he finished speaking, Shi Zihan came on the stage, and his momentum burst out instantly. He didn't introduce himself at all, and his figure flashed, so fast that it was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. His figure was like a ghost, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air, and quickly disappeared on the stage. The next second, Shi Zihan suddenly appeared in front of his opponent at an incredible speed. His opponent didn't even have time to react, and even the astonishment in his eyes hadn't been fully revealed. A fierce kick hit the opponent's chest directly. The huge force was like a surging tide, instantly drowning the opponent. Under the impact of this force, the opponent's body flew backwards, like a stone being hit. His body drew a long arc in the air and fell heavily outside the ring, raising a cloud of dust. The whole process, from Shi Zihan kicking the man off the stage, took exactly 3 seconds. Even the referee was stunned by this sudden scene. After a while, he came back to his senses, hurriedly walked onto the ring, and loudly announced, Xingqian Domain wins. Shi Zihan then slowly walked off the stage, his expression as calm as a calm lake, as if everything that had just happened was just a trivial matter. People from other forces were stunned, their eyes were full of shock and awe. How come there are so many young perverts in Xingqian Domain again? Shi Zihan's opponent is in the middle stage of Condensation Realm, but he ended the battle with one kick. His strength is simply unfathomable. They couldn't help but have a new understanding of Xingqian Domain's strength. They were shocked and daunted, but also curious and expectant about Xingqian Domain's next performance. Sui Yun looked at his friends with a smile. Have you forgotten your original intention of participating in the competition? Shi Zihan shrugged. Too weak, don't want to waste time. Gu Li nodded gently. Indeed? She sighed slightly, feeling a little regretful. If she had known earlier, she would have let Gu Yi and the others go. Maybe it could have ended faster. The following competition slowed down the pace significantly, and the battle was no longer ended as quickly as when Xingqian Domain came on the field. On the field, people from other forces were fighting against each other. Although their moves were quite exciting, they seemed to lack some fire in the eyes of the people in the Star Domain. Gu Li glanced at the competition on the field and became a little bored. He turned to look at the people around him and asked, Do you still want to go on the field? Feng Wuhan crossed his arms, shook his head slightly, and said with a bored look, No, it's a bit boring. Sui Yun also echoed, I don't want to either. Gu Li thought for a moment and said decisively, Then you guys go on, Xiao Yizi. We will go back to practice first. They will leave the South Territory soon. During this time, they can refine more things and leave them, which can also be regarded as some preparations for the future development of the Star Domain. Gu Yi nodded, Don't worry, young master, we will definitely win. Gu Li nodded with satisfaction, and left the field with Feng Wuhan, Sui Yun and others without staying any longer. The elder of Xianyuan family looked at their departing backs, and a gleam of thought flashed in his eyes. He was very interested in the strength of the people in Xingqian Domain, and the rise of Xingqian Domain. The individual competition of Feiyuan competition was like a long competition. Compared with a 10-person team competition, its schedule was particularly long. For 5 whole days, fierce battles continued to take place in the arena. The players showed their magical powers, and fought hard for honor and ranking. Because Mu Yunqi and Shi Zihan both showed amazing strength on the stage at the beginning, everyone paid more and more attention to Xingqian Domain in the following games. And Xingqian Domain did not disappoint. Every time Mu Yunqi and Shi Zihan took the stage, they were like the gods of war, easily defeating their opponents. Chapter 409. Other members also performed well in the competition. With their strong strength and tacit cooperation, they won all the way. In the end, without any suspense, all 10 places in the individual competition were won by people from the Star Domain. This result shocked the entire arena, and the reputation of the Star Domain was completely resounding throughout the southern border at this moment. In the meeting hall set up in the Star Domain, the decoration is simple, but not without atmosphere. There are several quaint tables and chairs in the hall, and several scrolls depicting mysterious runes are hung on the wall, emitting a faint spiritual power fluctuation. Gu Li sat aside and looked at Gu Yi and Gu Er. I will take 8 places first, and you can arrange the remaining 12 places. Gu Yi took a step forward and said, Young master, I will go with you. Gu Er also said quickly, Yes, young master. I will be the host here, let the boss stay with you, and I will take care of the Star region. Gu Li thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. That's fine. Xiao Yizi and I will go to the north, and Xiao Erzi you will stay in the Star region. I go over there and find a way to get some identity tokens, and then come back for you. Gu Er replied respectfully, Yes. Gu Li looked serious and reminded, You can't slack off in your practice. There are many strong people in the North Territory. If you are not strong enough, it will be difficult for you to gain a foothold there. Gu Er said firmly, Don't worry, young master. After all the shops in the Star region are officially open, I will take the rest of us to practice. After arranging everything, Gu Li prepared to set off for the North Territory on the 3rd day. Early the next morning, Gu San hurried into the hall, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully, Report to the young master, someone wants to see you. Gu Li frowned slightly and asked, Who is it? Gu San raised his head and answered, The elder of Xianyuan family in the north. Gu Li frowned even more tightly, thinking in her heart, What is he doing here? Is it for the previous competition? Or is there another purpose? She said calmly, Take him to the VIP room. I go there later. Yes. Gu San took the order and left. Gu Li immediately stood up, and quickly returned to her room to change clothes. She chose a black robe with silver patterns embroidered on it, which was low-key and mysterious. Afterwards, She carefully put on the mask, which had smooth lines and covered most of her face, revealing only a pair of bright and sharp eyes. After getting ready, she used the rebirth pavilion to perfectly cover up her cultivation, and then walked towards the VIP room. I don't know why the people from the north suddenly visited, so it's better to pretend. If the other party is here to cause trouble, and cannot see her cultivation level, the other party will be afraid and dare not act rashly. When they arrived at the VIP room, they saw that the interior was elegantly decorated. The elder was sitting on a chair, holding a cup of tea in his hand, seemingly tasting it leisurely. Seeing Gu Li coming in, he put down the teacup and stood up. Gu Li said politely, "I wonder what the senior is here for." Elder Chen Guang smiled faintly and said, "Nothing, I just heard that Xingqian Domain has become the first force in the southern border in just a few months, and I am really curious." Although he said this, while speaking, he secretly circulated his spiritual power, trying to secretly check Gu Li's cultivation level. However, what shocked him was that no matter how hard he tried, he could not detect Gu Li's true cultivation. How could he not detect it? Could it be that the cultivation of the woman in front of him was higher than his? Gu Li was really speechless for a moment, secretly complaining in his heart, what is there to be curious about, if he was not from the North Territory, with enough confidence and status, who would dare to come to the door so brazenly just out of curiosity in this South Territory? Although her face remained calm, a hint of impatience was inadvertently revealed in her eyes. Elder Chen Guang did not seem to notice Gu Li's emotional changes. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and continued to ask, "You are about to go to the North Territory?" Gu Li was alert in her heart, but her face remained calm, and she replied calmly, "The person going to the North Territory has not yet decided." Elder Chen Guang secretly speculated about her identity and thoughts. From this point of view, she should be the domain master of the star domain. With her ability and the current development momentum of the star domain, would she really be willing to stay in this small place in the South Territory? With a hint of doubt, he continued to ask, "Aren't you going?" Gu Li answered without hesitation, "No." Elder Chen Guang shook his head slightly, with a puzzled look on his face, and said, "Wouldn't you be unwilling to commit yourself to this small place in the South Territory?" Gu Li was a little impatient. She looked directly into Elder Chen Guang's eyes, and said bluntly, "Just tell me what you have to say." Elder Chen Guang was choked by Gu Li's direct answer. Obviously, he didn't expect her to play so unconventionally. He was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. He forced a smile on his face and said, "I just liked the talents of the two players that day." Gu Li immediately understood the other party's intention and said bluntly, "So you are here to poach people?" Elder Chen Guang explained, "Not entirely, I sincerely invite them to join the Xianyuan family. Our Xianyuan family has a profound foundation, countless precious cultivation resources, and top-level cultivation techniques, which can provide them with a better development platform. At the same time, our Xianyuan family can also protect your Xingqian domain." As he spoke, he observed the changes in Gu Li's expression. Gu Li couldn't help but chuckle when she heard the word protection and asked back, "Protection?" There was a hint of sarcasm in her laughter. In her opinion, the current strength of the Xingqian domain is not afraid of any force, and does not need the so-called protection at all. Elder Chen Guang thought that Gu Li was wavering, and hurriedly continued, "The location of the star region was originally the Yin-Yang Pavilion, and the Yin-Yang Pavilion was a force supported by the He family. The power of the He family in the southern border should not be underestimated, and they will definitely not let go of the star region easily. But if you join the Xianyuan family, the He family will definitely be afraid, and dare not easily move your star region." Gu Li's eyes flashed with disdain, and he said bluntly, "Do you think we are afraid of the He family?" Xianyuan Chen Guang's face was full of smiles, and he said, "I am just a very sincere invitation. Joining the Xianyuan family will definitely benefit their future development. Moreover, this is also a rare opportunity for the star region." Gu Li said calmly, "I will convey your words to them, and they will also go to the southern border. I will not interfere too much with their decision. Everyone has their own choice, and I respect their wishes." Chapter 410. Xianyuan Chengwan took out 2 tokens with the word Xianyuan engraved on them from his arms, handed them to Gu Li, and said, "If they are willing, just take these tokens to the Xianyuan family. This token is a token of the Xianyuan family, and those who hold it will receive special treatment in the Xianyuan family." Gu Li reached out to take the token and put it into the space. She knew in her heart that it was absolutely impossible to join the Xianyuan family. Once they joined, the Xingqian domain would become a subsidiary force of the Xianyuan family and lose its independent status. After sending Xianyuan Chengwang away, the friends also got the news and rushed over. Mu Yunqi asked curiously, Ali, what is he doing here? Gu Li frowned slightly and replied, to investigate you and Han. She briefly recounted the visit of Elder Qingwang. Shi Zihan frowned, showing an unhappy look on his face, and asked, invite us to join the Xianyuan family? Gu Li explained, maybe he saw your performance in the individual battle, and thought you were talented, so he wanted to recruit you to the Xianyuan family. Mu Yunqi didn't even think about it, and said directly, I won't go. I'm staying well in the star domain. Why should I join their Xianyuan family? Lin Yuchen also echoed, why don't I join them when I'm the master of the star domain? Gu Li nodded and said, he doesn't know that we are the masters behind the star domain. We have always shown masks to others, and he can't see our true strength and relationship, so he has such an idea. Feng Wuhan pondered for a moment and said, that's right. Everyone chatted for a while, and each expressed their views on the matter. The atmosphere gradually became relaxed. After that, they went back and prepared to continue practicing and improve their strength. Gu Li turned around to find Shen Qingchen and Shen Qingchu. Shen Qingchen and Shen Qingchu were concentrating on handling the affairs at hand. Seeing Gu Li coming, Shen Qingchen immediately greeted him respectfully. Master, do you have anything to do? Gu Li looked calm, and his eyes swept over the two of them. You two hand over the things in your hands to the shadow guards, and we will set off for the north tomorrow. Shen Qingchu heard this, and a trace of surprise and excitement flashed in his eyes. He asked in disbelief, really? Gu Li nodded gently and answered affirmatively, yes. Shen Qingchen felt a warm current in his heart, and hurriedly said gratefully, thank you, master. If it weren't for Gu Li's leadership and arrangement, the two brothers would never have such an opportunity. Gu Li frowned slightly, his expression became serious, and said, don't be happy yet. The He family in the north is powerful, and deeply rooted. It is not certain whether we can rescue people from the He family. She didn't want the Shen brothers to have unrealistic fantasies, so she gave them a shot of prevention in advance. Shen Qingchu's excitement did not diminish, and he said firmly, I still have to thank the master. If it weren't for her, they wouldn't even be qualified to go to the north. Even if we have to risk our lives, we have to give it a try. Gu Li seemed to see through their thoughts, and his eyes softened a little, saying, don't think about dying there. Since I have decided to take you there, I will find a way to rescue people. When the time comes, you can bring the person back to the star domain. It will be difficult for the He family to reach out to you. Shen Qingchen felt warm in his heart, and a tear of emotion flashed in his eyes. He asked, Master, are you going to help us save people? Gu Li sighed slightly. I'm just trying. If I can't save her, then that's her life. Shen Qingchu nodded quickly. We know. He understood that Gu Li had done his best. The master was willing to help them save his mother. This was already a great favor. After all, the He family was so powerful in the north. The next morning, the sun shone on the buildings in the star domain, covering the land with a layer of golden light. Gu Li handed the remaining 11 identity tokens to Gu Er, and told him, you stay in the star domain. Gu Er took the token with both hands and said firmly, young master, rest assured, I will live up to your trust. Then, Gu Li and his friends, the two brothers of the Shen family, and Gu Qi embarked on a journey to the north. They rode on Xiao Jinzi, and flew quickly in the sky. During the flight, they met Xianyuan Chengwang and his group. Xianyuan Chengwang saw them and smiled, and was about to say hello. But Gu Li immediately said, Xiao Jinzi, get rid of him. She didn't want to get too entangled with Xianyuan Chengwang to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yes. Xiao Jinzi responded crisply, accelerated suddenly, and instantly streaked across the sky like a meteor, leaving the people behind him far behind. Xianyuan Chengwang, who was about to say hello, had a smile on his face instantly solidified, and shook his head helplessly as he looked at their receding backs. After flying for 3 days, they came to a misty forest. The forest was shrouded in thick fog, which faintly exuded a mysterious and dangerous atmosphere. From time to time, a few low roars of beasts came from the forest, which made people shudder. The few people got off Xiao Jinzi and looked up at the misty forest. They all knew that the next journey would be full of challenges. The reason why Xiao Jinzi was not allowed to take them over was that there were countless powerful monsters, including semi-divine beasts, and even 9th-level divine beasts. In this forest, any negligence could bring about a catastrophe. They could only keep a low profile and carefully cross the forest to reach the northern border. Several people resolutely walked towards the misty forest. Lin Yuchen was excited, with a gleam of expectation in his eyes, and said, I don't know if I can meet a divine beast. I really want to contract a divine beast. He is now a beast master of the initial stage of the god level. He is full of desire to tame powerful divine beasts. He wants to try to tame a first-level divine beast here. Suiyun rolled his eyes at him and said unhappily, "Forget it, if it really encounters us, we are not enough to fill its teeth." Gu Li also said seriously, "Be careful, I heard that there are 9th-level gods here. Our goal is to pass through here, not to tame beasts." Lin Yuchen listened and nodded a little disappointed. "Okay, then we can only find the beasts again when we have the chance." Several people walked carefully in the forest, and the fallen leaves under their feet made a rustling sound. They walked for a whole day, but did not encounter any monsters, as if this forest was deliberately hiding something. The sky gradually darkened, and the forest was filled with a more gloomy atmosphere. Several people decided to rest where they were. After all, it was the time when monsters went out to hunt at night, and it would be dangerous for them to continue on their way. Chapter 411. Feng Wuhan suddenly whispered, "Those people are coming." His perception was very sharp, and he had already noticed that Xianyuan Chengwang and his group were approaching. Gu Li frowned slightly and said, "Well, don't pay attention to them." Soon after, Xianyuan Chengwang and his group came over. They saw a formation that isolated an area, and the people and objects inside were all blocked tightly. Xianyuan Chengwang guessed at a glance that this formation was set up by the people of the Star Domain, and secretly admired their caution in his heart, so he didn't break in. The forest was not peaceful at night. Occasionally, a few demigod beasts passed by nearby, their huge bodies looming in the darkness, and they made low roars. However, apart from these, nothing happened at night. When it was daytime, the sun shone through the dense branches and leaves on the ground, forming patches of light. The few people simply packed up and moved forward at full speed. Frame. Suiyun suddenly covered his head, which was hurting from the collision, and shouted in a depressed look, "What the hell is this?" He accidentally bumped into a transparent barrier, and the sudden collision made him a little confused. Gu Li walked forward, stretched out his hand and placed it on the transparent barrier, and suddenly there were waves. Shi Zihan observed carefully and said, "This should be the barrier of the northern border." Gu Li nodded and took out an identity token from the space. The token flashed with mysterious light and contained special power. She input spiritual power, and the light of the token instantly became brighter, and then she tentatively stretched out her hand. This time, her hand went straight through the barrier, as if she had passed through an invisible film, and then her whole body passed through. Lin Yuchen's eyes widened, and he said in surprise, "Really?" Then, he hurriedly took out his identity token from his arms, and carefully input spiritual power according to Gu Li's previous method. The token flashed in his hand, and he took a step towards the barrier. When his body touched the barrier, he felt a gentle force wrapped around him, and then he passed through without any hindrance. After Gu Li passed through the barrier, seeing Lin Yuchen coming over smoothly, he walked towards Suiyun and the others again. When she approached the barrier again, she was not blocked by anything, and easily stepped into the northern border again. At this moment, the identity token in her hand, which was originally flashing with light, suddenly turned into dots of light and dissipated into the invisible. Gu Li frowned slightly, and then explained to everyone, "After bringing the token here, it is equivalent to recognizing our identity in the north. This token has completed its mission, and will naturally disappear." Mu Yunqi also came over curiously, looking at the scene, and couldn't help but sigh, "How is this done? The connection between this barrier and the token." Feng Wuhan frowned slightly. He always felt that after passing through this barrier, there was a kind of vague gaze peeping at them in the dark, as if a pair of eyes were always watching their every move. He felt uneasy in his heart, and hurriedly said, "Let's go, let's leave here first." After listening to Feng Wuhan's words, everyone realized that the situation might not be good, so they nodded, followed Gu Li through the barrier, and left directly. As time passed, night gradually fell. The darkness was like a huge curtain, covering the whole world. They found a relatively hidden place in this unfamiliar area, and set up a god-level concealment formation. They were tightly wrapped in it. From the outside, it was difficult to find a group of people hiding here. Under the protection of the formation, they spent several peaceful nights, and did not encounter any monsters above the god level. However, this journey was not easy. They walked hard in the forest for 5 days, before finally reaching the outer area. Gu Yi frowned, walked to Gu Li with a serious look, and whispered, "Young master, I have a bad feeling." Gu Li nodded slightly and said softly, "I know." She actually felt it a long time ago. There was always a vague gaze staring at them these days. But this feeling was very strange. It was not specifically aimed at them, but it seemed that the entire area was under the surveillance of a mysterious existence. Before they completely left this dangerous area, suddenly, a strong suction came from the misty forest without any warning. This suction force was like a huge vortex, instantly sucking and twisting the surrounding air. Gu subconsciously reached out and hugged a big tree beside him, pressed his feet against the ground, and shouted loudly, "Damn, what's going on?" Shizihan reacted very quickly. He took out a god-level explosion talisman from the space ring without hesitation, threw it quickly in the direction of the suction force, and quickly activated it. With a loud bang, like a landslide, the whole forest was shaken. Powerful energy fluctuations spread out from the explosion point. Under this powerful impact, the suction force suddenly became much smaller. The few people breathed a sigh of relief, and their faces showed expressions of surviving a disaster. However, before they could fully recover, Enon in the space suddenly shouted anxiously, "Master, hurry up, there is a 9th level beast breaking through here." Gu Li's face turned pale instantly. She knew what the 9th level beast breakthrough meant. She quickly told her friends about the situation and shouted anxiously, "Run, there is a 9th level beast here." "Fuck, I'm just talking. I don't really want to meet a beast." Lin Yuchen was frightened by Gu Li's words, and his original excitement was instantly replaced by fear. He didn't dare to hesitate at all, and hurriedly followed Gu Li's pace and ran desperately towards the outside of the forest. Several people knew in their hearts that after the 9th level breakthrough of the beast, it would become a super beast, which would be an existence that they could not compete with at all. Their luck was too bad. They actually encountered the only 9th level beast in such a large misty forest. The two brothers Shinqinchu and Shinqinshan, who were running behind them, were still confused at the moment. Shinqinchu shouted while running, "How could a 9th level beast appear outside the forest?" Gu Li was so anxious that he had no time to explain to them. He shouted loudly, "Stop talking nonsense and just run. Even if Enon was wrong, this would definitely not be a good thing. It is better to run first." At this moment, a shrill scream came from behind. Gu Li's footsteps suddenly stopped, and an ominous premonition surged in her heart. She turned around, and was stunned by the scene in front of her. She saw that Lin Yuchen was only half of his body left, and the other half was gone. Chapter 412. Gu Li's face changed, and he immediately shouted, "Little E, take them out, don't disobey orders." Before Gu Yi stopped him, Gu Li had already rushed towards Lin Yuchen regardless of everything and grabbed his hand. However, before she could pull the person out, a strange and powerful force suddenly surged from the ground, tightly wrapped around Gu Li's body, and pulled her away with force. Gu Li struggled desperately, but could not break free from this mysterious force. Su Yun widened his eyes and shouted in horror, "Ali, a Chin." The sudden change made the people present instantly anxious, and they all subconsciously wanted to rush over to rescue Gu Li and Lin Yuchen. However, before they took a step, strange forces stretched out from all directions, like black tentacles without warning, and instantly attached to them. Everyone only felt a strong suction coming, and their bodies began to disappear uncontrollably and quickly. Mu Yunqi struggled hard. "What is this?" Feng Wuhan frowned and quickly circulated the spiritual power in his body, trying to break through the strange power on his body with his powerful spiritual power. For a moment, the spiritual power around him shone brightly, forming a dazzling shield. However, the strange power was like a maggot attached to his bones, tightly wrapped around him, and no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. "Young master." Gu Yi looked at this scene, anxious, and his eyes were red. He had only one thought in his mind, which was to rush over to save Gu Li immediately. Even though he knew that this might be a road of no return, he did not hesitate to abandon the two brothers of the Shin family, and ran towards Gu Li regardless of everything. Gu Li, whose body had disappeared by half, shouted with all his strength, "Go, don't come over, wait for me in the north." When Gu Yi heard Gu Li's order, his footsteps suddenly stopped, and a painful and hesitant expression appeared on his face. He really couldn't bear to abandon Gu Li and Lin Yuchen like this, but Gu Li's order hit his heart like a heavy hammer. Gu Li looked at Gu Yi's hesitation and shouted again, "Don't disobey the order." She knew that the situation was extremely critical at this time. If Gu Yi also came, everyone would be in a desperate situation. Gu Yi gritted his teeth, his heart full of helplessness and pain. He knew that he couldn't hesitate at this time, and had to put the overall situation first. So, he suppressed the grief in his heart, took the two brothers of the Shin family who were not trapped, turned around and left quickly. But fate didn't seem to let them go. Before they ran far, three more powerful and strange forces came like lightning, and instantly dragged them tightly. Gu Yi and the others struggled desperately, but the force was too strong, and they could not break free. In the blink of an eye, Gu Li and the others completely disappeared from the spot, leaving only a dead silence and endless fear. After an unknown amount of time, Ghoulie slowly opened her eyes. The dazzling sunlight shot straight into her eyes, making her squint subconsciously. Her head was still a little dizzy, and her consciousness was a little fuzzy. It took her a long time to react. She suddenly jumped up from the ground and looked around vigilantly. At this time, she found that her friends were lying around her in all directions. She was startled and hurried forward to check the situation of several people one by one. With trembling hands, she checked everyone's breath and carefully checked their bodies. After confirming that they just fainted and were not in danger of life, Ghoulie breathed a sigh of relief. Ghoulie began to look around. This is a white and delicate beach, the sand shimmering with golden light under the sun. Not far ahead, there is a vast blue ocean. The waves gently hit the beach, making a pleasant sound. The sea breeze blows on the face, with a faint salty smell. Ghoulie frowned, full of doubts. Where is this? At this moment, Anon ran over quickly like an agile elf, and shouted excitedly, Master. Ghoulie looked at Anon, with a surprised face. Why did you come out? Before Anon could reply, the friends woke up one after another. They opened their eyes in a daze, their faces full of confusion. Anon saw Shinchinchin, and Shinchichu also woke up, and suddenly ran towards them quickly. Before they fully opened their eyes, Anon punched them on the head without hesitation, and the two fainted again. Suiyun looked at all this with a blank face and asked, Where is this? Lin Yuchen patted his chest with lingering fear and said, I was scared to death. I thought I was going to die. Mu Yunchi looked around, his eyes full of confusion. Something is wrong here. Are we in the forest? How can there be a sea here? Ghoulie looked at Anon and asked anxiously, Anon, what's going on? Anon waved her little hand and comforted, Don't be afraid. This is the Chaos Ring. Shi Zihan frowned slightly and asked in confusion, Chaos Ring? Ghoulie also looked puzzled. Why did the Chaos Ring become like this? Anon explained, At the moment you were pulled away, Xiao Bai and I wanted to pull you all into the Chaos Ring. But the power was too strong, and we tried our best to resist it. At the critical moment, Xiao Bai suddenly burst out with a powerful force and directly opened another area of the Chaos Ring. Not only that, but also the source of the mysterious power was pulled in together. When Xiao Bai heard An's words, he stretched out his claws and scratched his head a little embarrassedly, looking very cute. Ghoulie looked puzzled. Source? What source? Anon said seriously, That super beast. Suiyun widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed, Super beast? Are you saying there is a super beast in the Chaos Ring now? Anon nodded and said affirmatively, Yes, it is in the previous area. I was afraid that you would be eaten by it, so I brought you to this area. Feng Wuhan frowned and asked, How can there be a super beast here? Anon explained, This is the 9th level beast that broke through before. After it broke through, it has become a super beast. Mu Yunchi looked at Ghoulie and asked, Ollie, can you teleport that super beast? Xiao Bai suddenly jumped out and said loudly, It can't be teleported, it's my little brother. Ghoulie looked puzzled. What do you mean? Xiao Bai said proudly, That's my little brother, my little brother. Lin Yuchen looked surprised. When did you take it? Xiao Bai scratched his head and said, I will take it later. Suiyun looked unconvinced. You haven't taken it yet, and you are talking about your little brother. It's a super beast, and it can kill you with one slap. Chapter 413. Xiao Bai said unconvincedly, It is my little brother. Ghoulie looked at Xiao Bai thoughtfully, thinking that Xiao Bai was the auspicious beast by Zhe, and had the best affinity among the monsters. Although it was still in the infant state, it might really be able to subdue the super beast. So she said, Go and have a look. And then waved her hand and dissuaded. It's better not to. It has been pulled in now, and is in a violent state. If you go over, it will definitely be beaten to death. Ghoulie thought for a while, and said, Xiao Bai, go over. Xiao Bai said confidently, Wait for my news. After speaking, its body disappeared instantly, leaving only a faint light and shadow. Ghoulie turned to look at Anon and asked, Anon, can you see the situation in another area? Yes. Anon said, and raised his hand slightly, and the picture of another area of the Chaos Ring appeared in front of him. On the picture, the other side was destroyed. The little pavilion looked at this scene and cried out distressfully, My spiritual herbs. The spiritual herbs it had carefully planted were trampled to pieces, and the small bamboo house they had worked so hard to build had collapsed, leaving only some broken bamboos. In the picture, before Xiao Bai got close to the super beast, he was slapped away by a powerful force, like a kite with a broken string. Ghoulie was startled by this scene, and without thinking, a thought passed over. Su-Yun saw this and shouted anxiously, Ali, what are you doing over there? Mu-Yunshi also said anxiously, and then, let us go over too. And then shook his head and said, I go over there, you stay here. After saying that, its figure also disappeared instantly and appeared on the other side. Guli quickly ran to Xiao Bai, picked it up gently, and asked with concern, Xiao Bai, what's wrong? Xiao Bai said weakly, Master, it was controlled by someone. What control? Guli was shocked. Xiao Bai suddenly widened his eyes and shouted in horror, Master, go. Guli was startled, and a thought flashed through her mind. She, Xiao Bai and Anan disappeared instantly. At the moment they disappeared, a huge deep pit fell where she was standing. Shizihan asked anxiously, Are you okay? Guli shook his head and said, It's okay. Xiao Bai slowed down and said, It has demonic energy in its body. Feng Wuhan frowned and asked in confusion, Demonic energy? How can there be demonic energy in a monster? Xiao Bai said helplessly, I don't know, but it does have demonic energy in its body, so it became so violent. Guli pondered for a moment and said, I go over and take a look. Su-Yun quickly dissuaded, No, it's too dangerous. Guli said firmly, It's okay, I can get rid of it. After saying that, she returned to that area again. When the 9 infants saw this human appear again, a fierce light flashed in its eyes, and with a roar, it rushed towards her like a hill, bringing a gust of wind. Guli's heart trembled, and she quickly switched the demon vein. In an instant, she exuded a strong demonic energy, burning like a black flame. Without hesitation, she sent a stream of demonic energy towards Jiuying, which went directly into its body. Jiuying was enraged by the sudden demonic energy, and it swung its tail like a giant black whip, lashing at Guli fiercely. Guli was unable to dodge and was thrown out, falling heavily to the ground, spitting out blood. This scene made Mu-Yunshi and the others anxious, and their hearts were in their throats. Fortunately, after Guli injected the magic energy into the 9 infants, it slowly calmed down, and its whole body did not move. Guli struggled to get up from the ground. Her body was very weak, but her eyes were extremely firm. She slowly walked towards the 9 infants, and every step seemed very difficult. When she walked in front of the 9 infants, Guli condensed the magic energy again and injected a more concentrated magic energy into its body. As Guli continued to inject the magic energy in the 9 infants' body was gradually devoured. The 9 infants' originally violent eyes gradually regained clarity. When the 9 infants' eyes completely regained clarity, Guli slowly withdrew her magic energy. Jiuying looked at Guli vigilantly, with spiritual energy surging around him. His voice was low and majestic. Are you from the demon clan? It seemed that as long as Guli admitted it, he would attack without mercy in the next second. Guli did not answer directly, but shouted, Xiao Bai, come here. Before Jiuying could figure out who Xiao Bai was, he saw a familiar white beast in the arms of this human. Xiao Bai flew in front of Jiuying and shouted, Jiuying. Guli was a little surprised, looking at Jiuying and asked, Are you the ancient beast Jiuying? Jiuying snorted and said arrogantly, You have good eyes. Xiao Bai jumped from Guli's arms, flew in front of Jiuying, and shouted angrily, Shut up, how can you talk to my master? Jiuying saw Xiao Bai, his pupils shrank suddenly, and said in surprise, You are Bai Zhe. Xiao Bai said proudly, It's me. Jiuying looked puzzled. How could you make a contract with a weak human? When Xiao Bai heard Jiuying's ridicule of his weakness, he immediately retorted angrily, You are weak. Jiuying sneered at this, his eyes full of disdain. You are a half-divine beast, and you are qualified to say that to me? Don't you even consider your own weight? Xiao Bai stamped his feet anxiously, and argued loudly, I'm still young. Jiuying just snorted lightly, and squeezed out a cut from his nose, obviously disagreeing with Xiao Bai's words. At this time, Guli on the side raised his eyebrows, looked at Xiao Bai with interest, and asked, Your younger brother? Jiuying was furious when he heard it, and shouted, Who do you say is its younger brother? There was even a faint energy fluctuation around it, as if it was extremely angry at this statement. Guli raised his head slightly, looked at the huge Jiuying, and said helplessly, Can you become smaller? My neck is so sore from talking to you. As he said that, he stretched out his hand to rub his neck. Jiuying was stunned, and felt that it was a bit inappropriate to talk to them from such a high position. He saw a flash of light around him, and after a burst of smoke, he turned into a human form. Guli looked at the handsome man who suddenly appeared in front of him, and couldn't help but be a little surprised, and asked in surprise, You can actually change into human form? Jiuying crossed his arms, with a proud face, and snorted coldly, Humph, ignorant human. Guli recovered, stretched out his hand to poke Xiao Bai, and smiled and joked, "Why do you all look like little babies when you change into human form?" Xiao Bai took a step back and said anxiously, "I'm still young, still young. When I grow up, I will definitely not look like this." Just then, Su Yun rushed over with an anxious face and asked with concern, "Ali, are you okay?" And then also brought them to this place through the light of transmission. Gu Li waved at Su Yun and said, "It's okay." Then he turned to look at Jiuying. His expression became serious, and asked, "Why is there demonic energy in your body?" Chapter 414. Jiuying's face was gloomy, and he growled, "This is not something you should know, let me out." Gu Li frowned slightly, his eyes fell on Jiuying, and he said calmly, "You forced a breakthrough, and your spiritual veins have been damaged." Jiuying was slightly startled, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. "You figured it out?" It really didn't expect that this seemingly weak human in front of it could actually detect the abnormality of its spiritual veins. Gu Li looked indifferent, and nodded gently. "I noticed it when I injected the demonic energy into your body just now." Jiuying's eyes were full of doubts, and he couldn't help asking, "You are not a member of the demon clan. Why can you use demonic energy?" Demonic energy has always been a unique power of the demon clan. What is the origin of this human woman? Gu Li's mouth corner slightly raised, revealing a mysterious smile. "Don't worry about this, anyway, I say to you. It's not too much to answer a few questions for me." At this time, Xiaobai came over and asked curiously, "Have you ever encountered the demon clan?" Jiuying shook his head slowly, and said in a low voice, "No, it's the demon clan's forbidden technique sucking array." Shi Zihan asked, "What is that?" Jiuying shook his head again helplessly, with a hint of uncertainty in his tone. "I don't know the details, I just know that thing will obtain the luck of Lingxi continent. It was because of this that he chose to force a breakthrough to break the array, but he didn't expect to be pulled here." Hearing this, several people looked at each other, and a bad premonition came to their hearts. It wouldn't be what they guessed. Mu Yunqi looked solemn, looking at Jiuying seriously and asked, "Are you sure?" Jiuying nodded affirmatively. "There is this formation in my awakened memory." Gu Li looked at Jiuying and said, "Take us to see it." Jiuying glanced at them with disdain and sneered, "What can you weak humans do? If it weren't for the fact that this human was Bai Zai's contractor, it would never tell them this." Gu Li said in a light tone, "We know something about this, but we are not sure if it is true. We need to go and see it." Jiuying looked at her suspiciously, full of doubts, and couldn't help asking, "Can you break the formation?" Xia Tingzi proudly puffed up his chest and said loudly, "Of course, our master is a god-level formation master, and Yunqi is also a god-level formation master." Jiuying's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt, looking them up and down, secretly thinking about the authenticity of their words. Is it possible for such a young god-level formation master? Xiaobai looked at Jiuying and teased, "When did you, a fierce beast, care so much about the affairs of Lingxi continent?" Jiuying rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "Idiot, if Lingxi continent is gone, where will I stay?" Feng Wuhan stepped forward and said calmly, "Let's go and have a look first." Lin Yuchen looked at Jiuying vigilantly and asked cautiously, "You won't take the opportunity to eat us? After all, it is facing a powerful fierce beast." Xiaobai patted his chest and said confidently, "It dare not." "Humph, who cares about your little meat?" Jiuying snorted coldly, thinking to himself, if it wasn't for the fear of being punished by Bai Zai, it wouldn't be afraid of these humans. Gu Li thought, and the people in the chaos ring returned to the outside instantly. Gu Li looked at the two unconscious brothers of the Shin family, and said to Gu Yi, "Little Yi, take them away from here first." Gu Yi frowned and said with a worried look, "Young master, I am worried about you going." Gu Li smiled slightly and comforted, "It's okay, I still have the chaos space if there is danger." Gu Yi sighed helplessly and said, "Then I will find a place to wait for you, you must pay attention to safety." Gu Li smiled mischievously and teased, "Old lady Gu." Gu Yi was a little amused, but seeing his young master's happy look, he felt a little relieved in his heart. Then, he took the two unconscious brothers of the Shin family, one in each hand, and left the misty forest first. Gu Li looked at Jiuying and said, "Lead the way." Jiuying glanced at her calmly and said, "Follow me." After that, he turned around and walked forward, and everyone followed him. Gu Li walked while curiously asking, "Why did you absorb us when you broke through?" Jiuying glanced at Su Yun, and his tone was full of matter-of-factness. Not enough spiritual energy, absorbed some from other creatures. That look seemed to be just a trivial matter. Su Yun widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief, and couldn't help but scolded, "You actually absorbed other people's power." Jiuying frowned impatiently and asked back, "Do you have any objections?" Su Yun said loudly, "Of course I have an objection. We were almost killed by you. He remembered the thrilling scene at that time, and he was still frightened. If Xiaobai and Anan hadn't reacted quickly and pulled them into the chaos ring in time, I'm afraid they would have died by now. Especially when he saw that Lin Yuchen seemed to have only half of his body left, his heart was almost scared out, and that fear is still unforgettable. Jiuying just smiled coldly and said disapprovingly, "So what? In its view, it did this just to break through quickly, so that it could be more confident to break the formation that harmed Lingxi continent. It felt that it was for the sake of the entire Lingxi continent, and the death of a few insignificant humans was nothing." Sui Yun was aggrieved and angry, turned to look at Gu Li, and said, "Ali, look at him." Jiuying snorted disdainfully and said, "Humph, what's the point of you talking to her?" It didn't think Gu Li could do anything to it at all. In its eyes, these humans were just a group of weak beings. Gu Li did not respond immediately, but calmly took Xiaobai out of the space. Her hand gently touched Xiaobai's head again and again. Her movements were gentle and soothing, but her eyes fell steadily on Jiuying. Her gaze seemed to carry an invisible pressure, making Jiuying feel a little uncomfortable. Jiuying's face darkened instantly, and he cursed this damn human in his heart. Gu Li raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and a trace of curiosity flashed in his eyes. She was curious why the powerful Jiuying would be afraid of Xiaobai. However, the current situation was urgent, and she knew that the most important thing at the moment was to see what the mysterious formation was, so she temporarily suppressed this curiosity in her heart. Everyone followed Jiuying and walked silently for a long time, and the atmosphere was depressing along the way. Finally, they came to a towering tree. This tree was so tall that it took several people to hug its thick trunk. The lush branches and leaves covered the sky, making the surrounding light dim. Jiuying stopped and slowly stretched out his hand, and saw a steady stream of spiritual power pouring out from his palm and flowing towards the tree. With the infusion of spiritual power, the tree began to tremble slightly, and emitted a low humming sound. Then, a strong suction force came from the tree trunk, like an invisible giant hand, sucking everyone in. Everyone felt dizzy, and their bodies were uncontrollably drawn into the unknown darkness. Chapter 415. After a while of spinning, the few people felt the light and shadows in front of them change. When they finally stabilized their bodies and looked carefully, they found that they were already in an underground palace. The surrounding atmosphere was gloomy and mysterious. The dim light was like a layer of gauze, covering this space, making the surrounding scenes hazy. It was not difficult to see clearly, but it did bring a lot of obstacles to vision. What came into view were stone pillars of various shapes. They stood quietly like silent guards, casting strange and distorted shadows under the hazy light and shadow. Just as everyone was still trying to adapt to this dim environment, Jiuying raised his palm slightly, and saw a crystal-clear crystal ball quietly emerging. Then, the crystal ball slowly rose into the air. As it climbed, the light became stronger and stronger, dispelling the surrounding darkness bit by bit. The originally blurred walls, ground, and the outline of the palace gradually appeared clearly in front of everyone under the reflection of this light. There are no other buildings or objects around. It is empty and silent, with only a huge stone pillar standing in the middle, like an ancient and mysterious giant, quietly guarding this space. The surface of the stone pillar is rough, and after years of baptism, it is engraved with some mysterious words, which seem to have their own life, flashing strange light under the light, making people want to explore the mystery. As soon as the few people entered here, they felt uncomfortable, as if an invisible hand was quietly pulling their souls. Even Gu Li, who had the magic vein, was no exception. She frowned, a trace of vigilance flashed in her eyes, and the magic vein trembled slightly in her body, as if she was reacting instinctively to this strange breath. Jiuying looked at the stone pillar not far away. A complex look flashed in his eyes, and he said slowly, "It's there." Its voice was low and hoarse, echoing in this silent space, making people feel cold. A strange breath emanated from the stone pillar, and the breath was like a black mist, flowing slowly, as if to swallow everything. Even Gu Li and the others seemed to have lost something. They felt their strength was gradually weakening, and their bodies were becoming heavier and heavier. Sui Yun looked at the stone pillar, feeling a little impatient. "Why don't we break it?" Jiuying sneered, looked at him with disdain, and sneered, "If I could break it, I would have broken it long ago." A trace of sarcasm flashed in his eyes, as if he was mocking Sui Yun's ignorance. Gu Li's heart moved, and he asked quickly, "What do you mean?" Jiuying looked at her and slowly explained, "We are still outside the formation. There is a space in the pillar with a guardian. The guardian will appear when you are 3 meters away from the stone pillar." Gu Li asked, "What is the cultivation level of that guardian?" Jiuying looked at her deeply and said slowly, The early stage of condensation realm. Lin Yuchen sneered. You, a super beast, can't beat an early stage of condensation realm? Jiuying glared at him and sneered. You are so capable, you can try it. Lin Yuchen said. Let's try. He, a late stage of condensation realm, would be afraid of an early stage, and he was about to rush forward. Gu Li was shocked and quickly pulled him. Wait, don't be impulsive. At the beginning, Jiuying, a 9th level beast, couldn't beat him, and she didn't think it would be so simple. Gu Li turned his head and looked at Jiuying, and said slowly, We are now in a cooperative relationship. If you have anything to say, please be more specific. Jiuying glanced at her and said slowly, Do you see that white light circle? He can use this range to absorb the luck of Lingxi continent to reach the peak of the super spirit realm. The peak of the super spirit realm. Hearing this, the pupils of the people present shrank, and their hearts were filled with shock. The highest cultivation here is Gu Li and Shi Zihan, who are only in the early stage of the Broken Void realm. In Lingxi continent, there is a great success realm between the Broken Void realm and the Super Spirit realm. After reaching the Broken Void realm, it is divided into the early stage, middle stage, late stage, peak, and then the early stage of the Super Spirit realm. The peak of the Super Spirit realm is already the peak of Lingxi continent. Not only in the South continent, but also in the North continent, the peak of the Super Spirit realm is the top existence. Gu Li's heart moved, and he asked quickly, So you forced a breakthrough to the Super Beast? Jiuying nodded and said slowly, Only Super Beasts can compete with him. Miyunji frowned and asked doubtfully, Are you sure? Jiuying shook his head and said slowly, Not sure. It is now a Super Beast of the first level, and its cultivation is equivalent to the late stage of the Super Spirit realm of humans. It can't beat the peak. But its goal is to destroy this formation. As long as it is not within that light circle, it will not be in danger of life. Feng Wuhan said slowly, We need to take a long-term view of this matter. Jiuying was disdainful in his heart and sneered, I said that you humans are useless. If it weren't for Bai Zai's face, I wouldn't bring you here. Gu Li said speechlessly, You know the formation? Jiuying didn't understand why she asked that, but still shook his head and said slowly, No. Gu Li rolled his eyes at him. If you don't know, shut up and follow my instructions. Jiuying was furious, glared at her, and said loudly, Damn human, you dare to talk to me like that. Gu Li's mouth corner slightly raised, stretched out his hand, and gently took Xiaobai out of his arms, and placed it steadily on his shoulders. Xiaobai moved his ears lazily, and his furry body rubbed against Gu Li's shoulders. I have Xiaobai. Hearing this, Jiuying was so angry that his teeth in his mouth clattered. If it weren't for the fact that Bai Zai's bloodline was extremely noble in the bloodline level of the divine beast, it would be higher than it. Every time Bai Zai released, the invisible bloodline suppression force was like a mountain, pressing Jiuying to suffocate, making it have a lot of skills, but in front of this power, it had to be afraid. Gu Li ignored his eyes, and walked forward slowly. Jiuying subconsciously shouted a reminder, Human, don't go in, it will wake up the guardian. Gu Li waved his hand and said with a smile, I didn't go in, I take a look outside. Mu Yunqi also stepped forward and looked at the words on the stone pillar from a certain distance. Her eyes were full of curiosity and exploration, as if she wanted to uncover the secrets of these words. Sui Yu looked at the words on the stone pillar. What does this mean? I don't understand it at all. Shi Zihan also stepped forward, took a look at the words on the stone pillar, and said slowly, It's normal that you can't understand the things of the demon clan. Chapter 416. Feng Wuhan looked at Jiuying beside him, and asked slowly, You wanted to force your way in? Jiuying nodded and said slowly, Yes. He didn't know how to use the formation, so he could only use his strength to fight. It has lived in the misty forest for more than 500 years. If it weren't for this thing affecting its cultivation, it wouldn't have chosen to take risks. Gu Li's heart moved, and she hurriedly shouted, Xia Tingzi, Enan, are there any relevant records in the Rebirth Pavilion and the Chaos Ring? She had always lived in the demon realm before, and she didn't know if she had collected any information about this formation. Enan's voice came from the space. Let's go and look for it. As she said that, Enan pulled Xia Tingzi back to the space to search. Jiuying was a little curious, looking at Gu Li, and asked slowly, Human, you haven't told me why you use magic energy. Gu Li smiled and said, I can't tell you for the time being. Jiuying was disdainful and sneered, Don't tell me. But she was Bai Zai's contractor, so it didn't bother to argue with her. After a while, the figures of Enan and Xiaokazi slowly emerged from it. Enan held a slightly old book tightly in his hand. Enan walked quickly to Gu Li, handed the book in his hand to him, and said with a hint of doubt on his face, Master, it seems to be this, but we can't understand it. Gu Li reached out to take the book, and could feel the rough texture of the paper. The book was indeed a little worn, and the handwriting on the cover was blurred. She squinted her eyes slightly, and carefully identified it, and then vaguely saw the 3 words absorbing yuan formation written on it. Gu Li whispered, absorbing yuan formation? There was a hint of uncertainty in his tone. Mu Yunqi came over, looked at the book, and said, the name doesn't seem to match. The formation we heard Jiuying talk about before doesn't seem to match this name. At this time, Jiuying snorted and said, I just picked that name randomly. How do I know what it is really called? Gu Li turned his head, looked at Jiuying and asked, what do you mean? Jiuying explained, I just vaguely feel that this formation can absorb all spiritual energy and luck. I haven't seen it before, so I'm not sure what it is called. He is not a formation master, but he has heard some rumors about formations by chance, so he naturally won't pay too much attention to it. Mu Yunqi continued to flip through the book, and suddenly her eyes lit up. She pointed to a paragraph and said, it should be this. The structure and operation of the formation described here are very similar to the strange atmosphere around the stone pillar we saw, and the text is exactly the same. Gu Li nodded slightly, and had an idea in her mind. She looked at Jiuying and asked seriously, Jiuying, can you delay the Guardian for a quarter of an hour? Jiuying was stunned and asked, what are you going to do? Gu Li said firmly, I want to enter the middle of the formation. Only by going deep into the formation and destroying its core structure can the entire formation be completely disintegrated. Mu Yunqi said without hesitation, I go in with you. Gu Li nodded and said, okay. With Yunqi's help, she will definitely break the formation much faster. Su Yan heard it and said anxiously, I go in with you too. Shi Zihan also said immediately, I go too. Maybe I can help. Gu Li waved his hand and said, Yunqi and I will go in. You help us outside. Feng Wuhan nodded and asked, what should we do outside? Gu Li thought for a moment and said, when the formation lights up black, you just attack the formation with all your strength. At that time, the formation should have a short period of weakness, and your attack may interfere with its operation. Feng Wuhan answered firmly, okay. Lin Yuchen looked at Gu Li and Mu Yunqi with a worried look and said, you two be careful. Jiuying also came over and asked, human, what should I do? Gu Li looked at Jiuying and said seriously, you just hold the Guardian and don't let him go back into the formation. Jiuying hesitated and said, okay. But you'd better not sell me out. Although he won't die with his strength, he will be injured. There is already a problem with his spiritual veins, and he can't be injured again. Gu Li said solemnly, I promise you, I will never do that. She has people she cares about, and the survival issues of various continents are of great importance. She will not stand idly by. Hearing this, Jiuying no longer hesitated and flew into the range of the formation. The moment he stepped in, the strange aura around him seemed to be enraged and surged wildly. Those auras were like black pythons twisting and circling in the air. Then, a thick black fog slowly rose from the middle of the pillar, as if it was real. The black fog rolled, as if hiding endless malice. The black fog gradually condensed in front of the pillar, forming a vague figure. The outline of the figure was somewhat illusory, and it was impossible to see what it looked like. It seemed that it didn't even have a face, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. As soon as the figure took shape, it rushed towards Jiuying with a fierce momentum without saying a word, and the speed was so fast that only a residual image was left. Jiuying knew that the guardian in front of him was not a good person, so he didn't dare to be careless at all. Transformed into the original body, the spiritual power around him surged like a surging wave, and the spiritual power was dazzling, dispelling the surrounding darkness a little. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Jiuying rushed towards the guardian like a black lightning. At the moment when the two figures met, it seemed as if time had stopped. Then, with them as the center, a powerful energy wave that could destroy the world spread outward like a volcanic eruption. This energy was like a raging tsunami. Wherever it passed, the air was compressed and twisted violently, making a sharp whistling sound. Gu Li and his companions were caught off guard, and were knocked to the ground by this powerful energy wave. They were like fallen leaves blown up by the wind, their bodies flew backwards uncontrollably, and fell heavily on the hard ground. A mouthful of bright red blood spurted out of their mouths. Gu Li's face turned pale as paper in an instant. She felt as if her chest was hit hard by a heavy hammer, and her internal organs were in great pain as if they were displaced. She uttered two words with difficulty, so strong. At the same time, in the distant northern border, around the vast misty forest, a huge earthquake was quietly taking place. The major counties and cities hundreds of miles away from the forest, whether they were the prosperous and lively main cities or the quiet and peaceful towns, were keenly aware of this unprecedented powerful aura. Chapter 417. The people who were busy in the streets and alleys stopped their work unconsciously, with expressions of fear and confusion on their faces. They raised their heads and looked in the direction of the misty forest, in the direction of the breath. The sky in the distance was illuminated by a strange and powerful light, which was colorful. Even though it was 100 miles away, the light was still dazzling, as if it was going to swallow up the whole world. The leaders of the major forces were even more like they were facing a great enemy. They knew that this power was unusual and dared not slack off. They sent a large number of elite personnel and rushed to the outside of the misty forest at full speed, trying to find out what happened. The battle between Jiuying and the Guardian entered a white-hot stage, and the surrounding space seemed to be shattered by this majestic force. The dark space cracks were like the mouth of a ferocious beast, spreading and expanding around the two people. The Guardian's figure was ghostly and erratic, and his attack was fierce. His blurred figure instantly turned into several afterimages, attacking Jiuying from different directions. Jiuying's 9 heads roared in unison, and each head spewed out spiritual power of different attributes: fiery red flames, azure blue ice edges, green vines, interweaving into a large spiritual power net, sweeping towards the Guardian. The Guardian did not dodge, and when the spiritual power net approached, he quickly formed seals with both hands, and a layer of black shield appeared instantly. The spiritual power net hit the shield, bursting out a dazzling light, and the powerful impact caused the shield to tremble violently, but it failed to break it after all. Then, the Guardian suddenly condensed a black light blade, like a black crescent moon, with the momentum of destroying the world, and slashed towards Jiuying fiercely. Jiuying reacted very quickly, and the head in the middle spurted out a stream of golden spiritual power, turning into a solid shield. The light blade slashed on the shield, making a harsh sound, and countless cracks appeared on the surface of the golden shield, and finally shattered and dissipated. But the remaining force of the light blade did not decrease, and it rushed straight towards Jiuying. At the critical moment, the other 8 heads each used defensive means. Some released spiritual power vortexes to try to crush the light blade, and some sprayed thick poisonous mist to corrode the light blade. However, the black light blade was too powerful, breaking through many obstacles, and cut a deep wound on one side of Jiuying's body, and blood spurted out like a spring. Although Jiuying was seriously injured, he became more and more ferocious. The 9 heads roared to the sky at the same time, and the huge snake tail swung, setting off a spiritual power storm, sweeping towards the Guardian. The Guardian danced his hands quickly, and countless black runes suddenly appeared in the sky, flashing strange light, and falling towards Jiuying like a meteor. Jiuying was unable to dodge, and several runes hit its body, causing it to feel a sharp pain. Black scars appeared on its body, blood continued to flow, and its spiritual power began to become disordered. Despite this, Jiuying still did not give up. Its 9 heads locked onto the afterimage of the Guardian and attacked at the same time. For a moment, various spiritual attacks poured down on the Guardian like a rainstorm. The Guardian seemed to be aware of Jiuying's intentions. When the attack was approaching, he flashed and cleverly avoided most of the attacks. Then, he took advantage of the gap between Jiuying's attacks and came behind Jiuying like a ghost. His hands condensed a thick black energy and slammed Jiuying on his back. Jiuying suffered this heavy blow, like a falling meteor, and slammed into the ground. A huge deep pit was smashed into the ground in an instant, and dust flew everywhere. Jiuying struggled to get up, but all 9 heads seemed weak, the wounds on his body kept bleeding, and his spiritual power was almost gone. The Guardian slowly walked to the edge of the deep pit, looking down at Jiuying, and the blurred figure seemed to be filled with endless indifference. He raised his hand, and a black beam of light shot out from his palm, shooting straight at Jiuying. Fortunately, Jiuying was fast and managed to dodge the attack. Gu Li was anxious, and took advantage of the gap between Jiuying and the Guardian, and quickly sent a message to Jiuying: lead him to the air and hit him. Jiuying, who was concentrating on fighting the Guardian, was distracted and narrowly avoided the Guardian's fierce attack, and was almost hit. Jiuying couldn't help but swear, "You damn woman, don't distract me." At this time, its tail was swinging wildly, bringing up waves of spiritual power vortexes. The 9 heads were all staring at the Guardian vigilantly, and the spiritual power around them flickered. It was obviously in a tense state of battle. Sorry, but you are blocking the formation and fighting. I can't get in." Gu Li was helpless. In fact, she didn't want Jiuying to lead the Guardian to another place, but it simply didn't work. Once leaving this specific area, the Guardian's cultivation will drop to the early stage of condensation realm. Early stage of condensation realm. Gu Li's mind flashed with inspiration. As if she had thought of some brilliant idea, her eyes lit up instantly, and she quickly sent a message to Jiuying again. Can you trick him out of that range? However, Jiuying, who was in the midst of a fierce battle, was caught by the Guardian and was hit hard. The force of this attack was amazing. Jiuying was like a meteor that was hit and smashed to the ground, raising a large amount of dust. Jiuying roared angrily. It's good enough that I can contain him, but you still asked me to trick him out. If it was so easy to trick the Guardian out of range, with its wisdom, wouldn't it have thought of it? But at this time, it had no time to think too much, because the Guardian's shadowy attack had already attacked again. It could only dodge left and right in a panic, and the huge snake tail cut deep grooves on the ground. Gu Li gritted her teeth. A trace of determination flashed in her eyes, and with a move of her consciousness, she quickly transferred everything in the Rebirth Pavilion to the Chaos Ring. She moved very quickly, and those precious magic weapons, secret books and other items disappeared instantly, and even the small pavilion was thrown in by her without hesitation. At the same time, Jiuying in the formation was hit by the Guardian again. The huge impact force made its whole body fly uncontrollably towards the suction array. With a bang, it fell heavily to the ground. The moment he entered the suction array, a strange force instantly entangled his body, and the spiritual power in his body was like a flood that broke through the dam, and was rapidly draining away. Jiuying felt desperate. He seriously underestimated the strength of the Guardian. If this continued, he seemed to really die here. Due to the serious injury, Jiuying's consciousness gradually blurred, and the 9 heads became weak, and the originally bright spiritual light became dim. When he fell into a coma, he vaguely saw a figure rushing towards him in his blurred vision. He tried hard to see who it was, but he was powerless. Then his eyelids sank, and he fell into a coma completely. Chapter 418. Ali. Seeing Gu Li rushing into the formation regardless of everything, Feng Wuan, Mu Yunqi, Su Yiyun, Shi Zihan and Lin Yuchen outside were frightened and shouted in unison. Gu Li rushed into the formation while shouting, "Don't come over yet. Take me out of the formation when I fall down." Her voice was a little sharp because of anxiety, and it echoed in this tense atmosphere. The next moment, she rushed into the formation like a black lightning. As soon as she entered, her consciousness moved, and the Guardian disappeared instantly. Gu Li only felt a strong backlash force coming suddenly, and she spit out a mouthful of blood, and the blood drew an arc in the air and fell to the ground. At the same time, her sea of consciousness seemed to be hit hard by a heavy hammer, and the severe pain came, and it was about to explode. All the capillaries in her body were broken by this powerful force, and the blood-red liquid quickly seeped out, soon dyeing her clothes red, making her look miserable. Gu Li gritted her teeth, and beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. She endured the severe pain and mobilized all her mental power to try to suppress the Guardian in the Pavilion of Rebirth. However, the opponent's strength was too strong. She forced it into the space, but she couldn't suppress it at all. Her sea of consciousness was subjected to too strong a force, and her body could no longer support it, and she fell straight to the ground. Shi Zihan, who had been anxiously waiting outside the formation, saw Gu Li fall down and rush forward in one step, as fast as the wind. He flashed and rushed into the formation, picked up Gu Li and Jiuying steadily with both hands, and quickly took them out of the formation. At this time, Gu Li was covered in blood, in a state of utter disgrace, and fell into a deep coma. Even in a coma, you could see her frowning brows, as if she was in great pain. Her muscles were tense, and her body was trembling slightly. "Ali, don't scare me." Su Yiyun widened his eyes. His eyes were full of fear and anxiety, and his voice was trembling slightly. He rushed to Gu Li's side, looking at her pale face, bloodless lips, and the weak breath that seemed to disappear at any time, and his heart was instantly clenched. Seeing this, Mu Yunqi leaned over and picked up Gu Li. "Take the 2 away from here first." Feng Wuan did not neglect it either, and quickly took out a lot of precious pills from the storage ring, and stuffed them into Jiuying's mouth. Jiuying's body trembled slightly, and then slowly opened his eyes full of confusion and astonishment, and asked weakly, "I'm not dead?" Feng Wuan breathed a sigh of relief, and then raised his foot to follow Mu Yunqi. "Let's talk about it after we leave here." Jiuying gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain from his body, and followed him in a daze. They fled in a hurry, not noticing that after they completely left here, the aura of the mysterious formation gradually dimmed a lot, as if it had lost some support and became listless. Several people ran all the way, and finally found a relatively safe place, and then stopped. Jiuying's eyes fell on the unconscious Gu Li, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. He asked in disbelief, "She saved me?" Mu Yunqi nodded gently, "Yes. If it wasn't for Ali, Jiuying would have died." Hearing this, Jiuying felt a little complicated. He was doubtful that Gu Li would save him, and he was afraid that he almost died. He was also worried about Gu Li's coma. Lin Yuchen frowned and asked worriedly, "How long will it take for Ari to wake up?" Mu Yunqi sighed softly and shook her head helplessly. "I'm not sure how serious her backlash is." Just then, Jiuying suddenly raised his head vigilantly and said nervously, "There are humans coming here." Mu Yunqi frowned when he heard it, with a trace of worry in his eyes, and hurriedly said, "Can we find a hidden place where Ari can't be disturbed?" Jiuying smiled bitterly helplessly and said weakly, "Where I live, but in our current situation, we will be torn apart by other beasts before we enter." He looked down at the scars all over his body, and sighed secretly in his heart. He was seriously injured now, and really couldn't protect them. Mu Yunqi said eagerly without any hesitation, "Report the location." Jiuying opened his mouth and wanted to ask her if there was any way to enter the center of the misty forest, but seeing Gu Li's current state, he closed his mouth silently and told her the location. Mu Yunqi quickly took out a formation ball emitting mysterious light from the storage ring, muttered something, and then gently threw it out. The formation ball instantly burst into dazzling light, covering them, and with a flash of light, they disappeared from the spot. Just a moment later, they appeared in Jiuying's habitat. This place is surrounded by mountains and rivers, with picturesque scenery, clear streams flowing, green trees, and blooming flowers around, just like a fairyland on Earth. However, the only drawback is that the air here is too humid, making people feel a little stuffy. Mu Yunqi didn't care about appreciating the beautiful scenery around her, and gently called out, "Xia Tingzi, can you hear my voice?" As soon as the voice fell, Xia Tingzi slowly floated out of the chaos ring, and said helplessly, "The master is afraid that he will tear the space out, so he blocked the Wansheng Pavilion." Sui Yun looked at Xia Tingzi anxiously and asked, "Can't you get in?" Xia Tingzi shook his head gently, "I can't get in. Although I am the spirit of the Wansheng Pavilion, I have signed a contract with the master. Without the master's permission, I cannot enter without permission. Its existence is closely connected with Gu Li, and it is powerless to break the rules of this contract." Lin Yuchen's eyes were full of worry. "What should we do? That person is so strong, Ari will not be in trouble." Jiuying leaned on a boulder beside him, squinting slightly, as if he was recovering his strength. Hearing Lin Yuchen's words, he raised his head slightly, and said calmly, "It should be fine." After leaving that range, the Guardian's cultivation is only the early stage of condensation realm. Although his voice was weak, it was calm and firm, as if he had a clear judgment of the situation. After a slight pause, Jiuying continued, "As for the fact that the human can't wake up now, it's because the shock he received at the beginning was too great. As for how long it will take, he didn't say it. It could be a few days, a few months, or even a few years. It depends on how well she tries to repair herself. If her sea of consciousness is damaged, it will take more than a few years. After all, the gap in strength between the two of them is too big." Chapter 419. The pavilion was in a mess at this time, as if it had experienced a catastrophe that destroyed the world. The stone table and stone bench in the pavilion had long been reduced to dust, and the surrounding walls were riddled with holes, cracks like spider webs, and the ground was full of rubble. Only the pavilion in the middle of the lake stood firm. The moment the Guardian recklessly broke into the pavilion, he was like a crazy beast, releasing a majestic and disorderly force, destroying the place thoroughly, trying to find a way to escape from the devastation. The powerful force raged, destroying everything wherever it went. After the friends tried their best to bring Gu Li out of the area filled with destructive power, the Guardian's terrifying cultivation level quickly declined like the receding tide, and fell directly to the early stage of the condensation realm. However, even though he stayed there for only a few breaths, because his cultivation was too strong when he entered, the aftermath was still like a turbulent undercurrent, ruthlessly impacting Gu Li. This sudden impact made Gu Li's spiritual sea of consciousness seem to have suffered a strong earthquake. The sea of consciousness was churning, the pain was like 1,000 arrows piercing her heart, and her soul seemed to be trembling. And her meridians were like a river that had burst its banks after a flood, instantly riddled with holes, and the spiritual power was running wild in the damaged meridians, bringing waves of heart-wrenching pain. In Gu Li's spiritual sea of consciousness, the mini version of Gu Li half knelt on the ground, holding her head with both hands, groaning in pain. The sea of consciousness was like a raging sea, and the severe pain seemed to tear her soul apart. The meridian seemed to be riddled with holes, and the spiritual power was like a wild horse running wildly out of control. She endured the double pain in her sea of consciousness and meridians, and operated the technique with difficulty. A trace of weak spiritual power slowly rose from the spiritual veins, like a walker groping in the dark, carefully moving along the meridians. Every time she moved a little, the pain in the meridians made her almost faint, but she gritted her teeth and persisted with a steely will. When the spiritual power touched a broken meridian, a piercing pain came, and Gu Li's eyes went black and she almost lost consciousness. But a voice in her heart kept echoing, "I can't give up, I want to live." She concentrated her mind and guided the spiritual power to wrap the broken part and slowly repair it. But the impact of the sea of consciousness did not stop, and a series of illusions pierced her soul like a sharp blade. The crying of her family, the departure of her companions, the grim smile of the enemy. Gu Li's mental defense line was shaky, but she thought of her grandfather's earnest expectations and the loyalty of her companions, so she built a strong wall in her heart to resist the invasion of illusions. In the darkness, a powerful force rushed towards her like a surging tide, trying to devour her consciousness. Gu Li did not flinch, and used all his mental power to fight against it. At the same time, Mu Yunqi's eyes swept across everyone's faces one by one, and said seriously, "I want to go to that formation to take a look." That formation played a key role in the previous incident. Even though the Guardian had been taken away by Ali, her worries did not dissipate. Without the Guardian, based on Mu Yunqi's judgment of her own strength, that formation should not be too difficult for her to deal with. Instead of staying here and worrying more, it is better to take the initiative to eliminate the possible hidden dangers first, so that everyone can be more at ease in the future. Feng Wuhan almost didn't hesitate at all, and immediately stepped forward, saying with a firm look, "I go with you." Shi Zihan also nodded, "Then I go too." Before Lin Yuchen and Sui Yun could speak, Mu Yunqi interrupted them. "You two stay here to take care of Ali, and the three of us will be enough. Ali is now seriously injured and unconscious, and he really needs reliable people to take care of him." At this moment, Jiuying, who had been watching quietly, suddenly spoke up with a hint of disdain and doubt in his tone. "It's not certain whether you can get there smoothly." Mu Yunqi raised his head slightly, looked directly into Jiuying's eyes, and said calmly, "So I want to borrow something from you." When Jiuying heard this, he widened his eyes vigilantly and said quickly, "You don't want me to go with you. Can't you see that I'm seriously injured?" He didn't want to take risks again with this injured body. Mu Yunqi hurriedly shook her head and explained, "No, you give us a personal item with your aura." As a super divine beast, Jiuying's aura has a strong deterrent effect on other divine beasts. If you can carry an item with his aura, you can reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble along the way. "Here, this is for you." Jiuying raised his hand slightly, and a black scale appeared on his hand. This scale was black and shiny, faintly emitting a mysterious and powerful aura. It was a scale, which was attached with the unique majestic aura of super divine beasts. When ordinary divine beasts saw it, they would not dare to come and provoke them without eyes. Mu Yunqi took the scale, and thanked him sincerely. Then, she solemnly instructed Lin Yuchen and Sui Yun, "You must take good care of Ali, and find a way to notify us in time if there is any situation." After getting the affirmative answer from the two, she turned around and left with Shi Zihan and Feng Wuhan. Sui Yun and Lin Yuchen looked worried, staring at the unconscious Gu Li. Her face was as pale as paper, bloodless, lying there weakly. Her breath was so weak that it seemed that it would dissipate at any time. The two were anxious, their foreheads were full of sweat from anxiety, and their eyes were full of worry and helplessness. "Ali, you must wake up soon," Lin Yuchen muttered to himself, with a tremor in his voice. Sui Yun bit his lips lightly, clenched his fists, wishing he could bear this pain for Gu Li. At this moment, Jiuying on the side groaned in pain. "Do you have any pills? Give me some too." At this moment, he felt as if his body was pierced by countless steel needles at the same time. His internal organs were churning, and he was almost rolling on the ground in pain. Sui Yun glared at him irritably, took out a basin full of pills from the space ring, and put it directly in Jiuying's hand. "Eat it yourself, I'm so annoyed." At this moment, he was full of worry about Gu Li, and had no intention of taking care of Jiuying. Jiuying took it subconsciously, looked down, and suddenly widened his eyes, and his mouth opened into an O shape in astonishment. He has lived for so long, and can be said to have seen a lot, but the scene in front of him still shocked him completely. Put pills in a basin, and if you feel it carefully, they are all god-level pills. The rich medicinal fragrance seemed to carry endless vitality, and each pill exuded a heart-pounding light. "Are you sure you want to give all these to me?" Jiuying asked in disbelief, his voice trembling slightly because of excitement. Sui Yun didn't even raise his head, and said impatiently, "Here you go, here you go." Chapter 420. His mind was all on Gu Li, and he just wanted Jiuying to stop bothering him. Jiuying still couldn't believe his ears and confirmed again, "Are you sure you give me all these pills?" This was like an unbelievable dream to him. Su Yun finally raised his head and glared at Jiuying fiercely. "I told you I'd give it to you, but you can't see I'm bothered." Jiuying was sure of it, and no longer cared about Su Yun's bad attitude. He hurriedly grabbed a few pills and swallowed them impatiently. The pills melted in his mouth and turned into a powerful and gentle force that quickly spread throughout his body, and his body, which was originally in great pain, was instantly greatly relieved. Jiuying looked satisfied, and then carefully put all the remaining pills into his own space. He secretly marveled in his heart. This was a basin full of divine-level elixirs. Even though he had traveled through all walks of life before, he had never seen a human being so arrogant and casually took out so many precious divine-level elixirs. In the blink of an eye, several days passed quietly. Every day was like a blunt knife, slowly cutting their hearts and full of torment. Gu Li still lay there quietly, as if she had fallen into an endless sleep, with no sign of waking up. Her face became paler and almost transparent, and her breathing became weaker, as if a breeze could completely blow away the faint vitality. The situation was more serious than the previous few days, as if the candle of life was being ruthlessly suppressed by an invisible force. Just when everyone was full of anxiety and almost suffocated by the haze, the figures of Mu Yunxi, Feng Wuhan, and Shi Zihan finally appeared in their sight. They walked hurriedly, looking a little tired, but their eyes still showed determination. Lin Yuchen had been guarding Gu Li all the time, and when he saw them coming back, he hurriedly asked, "What happened?" Mu Yunxi panted slightly, raised her hand to wipe the sweat on her forehead, and quickly said, "It's solved." As soon as she said that, her eyes turned eagerly to Gu Li lying on the ground, her eyes full of concern and worry. "How is Ollie?" Su Yun's face was full of sorrow. His brows were so tightly knit that it seemed to pinch a fly to death, and his voice was low and heavy. "The situation is very bad, and it's getting worse." "Let me see," Feng Wuhan said as he walked quickly towards Gu Li. But before he could finish his words, a heart-wrenching change suddenly happened. Gu Li, who was lying there, had a breath of life on his body that was rapidly weakened like a river that broke its dam. The trace of life, that could be barely sensed just now, was now disappearing at a terrifying speed. This sudden change was like a thunderbolt, and the people present were stunned. "Ali! Master!" After a brief moment of shock, everyone was like a firecracker that exploded, and they all rushed to Gu Li in a panic. They surrounded Gu Li, their eyes full of panic and helplessness. They wanted to do something, but they felt as if they were in a huge mystery, and they couldn't find a clue at all. Su Yun's eyes were instantly full of bloodshot, and his emotions were almost collapsed. He turned his head suddenly and questioned Jiuying loudly. His voice became sharp because of anger and anxiety. "Didn't you say that she would only faint? Why is her vitality declining?" Jiuying also looked confused and helpless. He spread his hands, his face full of confusion and helplessness. "I don't know why she suddenly became so bad." Zizihan was anxious. "Xia Tingzi, what happened in the space?" Xia Tingzi said with a trembling voice, "I don't know either. It was so anxious that it turned around in place, like an ant on a hot pot. I can't see the situation in the Wanshan Pavilion. I am also very anxious. I tried several times, but couldn't go back." Xiaobai jumped around Gu Li anxiously. His round eyes were full of tears, and he shouted at Jiuying, "Jiuying, save the master quickly. She became like this to save you." There was a crying tone in his voice, as if he would burst into tears in the next second. Jiuying's brows were tightly knitted together, and a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. He was torn between heaven and man. On the one hand, he cherished his own strength, and on the other hand, Gu Li did fall into such a dangerous situation to save him. At this moment, he was motionless for a moment, just standing there blankly, his eyes full of entanglement. Seeing this, Su Yun's eyes were red, and his hands tightly grasped the corner of Jiuying's clothes. "Do you have a way? Please save Ali." At this time, Xiaobai glared at Jiuying. "If you don't save the master, I will let Taohai eat you." Jiuying was slightly startled and asked in surprise, "She also contracted Taohai?" He had never noticed this before. Xiaobai said unhappily, "Nonsense, you just didn't see it. Hurry up and save the master." Jiuying sighed helplessly, knowing that he could not stay out of it at this moment. He closed his eyes slightly, used all his spiritual power, and slowly forced a black bead out of his body. The bead exudes a mysterious aura, and there is a faint flickering light on the surface. Jiuying carefully placed it on Gu Li's chest. Then, Jiuying formed a seal with his hands and muttered, Blood Evil Blood contract. Done! As his voice fell, a dazzling red light suddenly lit up on the bead, like a blazing flame, and instantly fell on Gu Li and Jiuying. In the light, it seemed that countless mysterious runes flashed, interweaving a strange picture. After a while, a slender but tough red line appeared out of thin air, and connected the two of them. The red line trembled slightly, as if transmitting some mysterious power. Then, the red line slowly disappeared as if it had completed its mission. At the same time, Gu Li, whose life breath was constantly disappearing, miraculously stopped declining and began to slowly rise. Her pale face, as pale as paper, gradually had a hint of blood color. Seeing this, Jiuying gently took back the beads, glanced at Gu Li indifferently, and whispered, "You got it for free." Although there was a hint of arrogance in his tone, he was also relieved. Sui Yun was full of doubts and asked hurriedly, "What did you do?" Jiuying raised his head slightly and said calmly, "Contract." Mu Yunqi was also surprised and couldn't help asking, "You made a contract with Ollie?" Jiuying nodded and explained, "The blood contract is 3 years. She has my blood essence in her body. As long as it is refined, she can wake up." Shi Zihan looked at Jiuying gratefully and said sincerely, "Thank you." Jiuying waved his hand and said, "I pay her back." In the next half month, Gu Li's condition got better day by day.